In the relentless pursuit of the Kuanpung, I found myself engulfed in an overwhelming despair. The ferocious gaze of the Kuanpung was unyielding, and as I contemplated the 100,000 demon soldiers trailing behind me, a wave of hopelessness washed over my heart. It seemed that this calamity was unavoidable. Amidst the crimson glow, I coughed desperately, blood staining my lips as I fled for my life. Oh, the fate that befalls me! I lamented, for my past acts of kindness had unexpectedly summoned this deadly calamity. Truly, it appears that fate is merciless. The Kuanpung drew ever closer, and I feared that the countless eons of my arduous cultivation would soon be rendered to naught, reduced to mere ashes, just as despair threatened to consume me entirely. The scene before me shifted dramatically, revealing a magnificent ancient structure, shrouded in ethereal purple mist, emanating an enigmatic aura of profound Taoist resonance. I beheld the statue of the Panga deity intricately carved upon the grand entrance, while the two formidable deities of time and space stood sentinel as stone sculptures. The effigies of 3,000 deities adorned 108 stone pillars, each embodying a posture of submission. A tremor coursed through my heart, and I found myself questioning whether this was merely an illusion conjured in my dying moments. Could such a place truly exist in the primordial chaos? I rubbed my eyes, and before me, the grand avenue erupted with a divine radiance, more resplendent than the sun itself. The purple cloud palace of the Tao ancestor appeared as mere dilapidated remnants in its presence. Was the master of this place truly an embodiment of the Tao? With a heart full of trepidation, I ascended a step, and suddenly, a tremendous pressure surged from all directions, forcing me to kneel upon the ground. A chill coursed through my heart. Before this edifice, no one could stand. As a humble descendant, I silently implored, "Red Cloud seeks an audience with the saint of the Tao." After a prolonged moment, the door finally swung open. A striking young man clad in white emerged, scrutinizing me with a gleam of interest flickering in his eyes, seemingly delighted by the prospect of a lucrative opportunity. This youth, known as Lin Xian, had traversed from Blue Star. He possessed a pawnshop system, which was this very structure, encompassing multitudes of wonders. Techniques, treasures, and mercenaries were all available, and notably, everything had evolved into a primordial or even mythological version. However, despite the abundance of treasures, they were not meant for his own benefit. As the name suggests, the pawnshop functioned by allowing patrons to exchange their belongings for the treasures they desired, all the while Lin Xian garnered rewards from the system. He had intentionally designed the pawnshop to resemble a Taoist sanctuary, targeting the mighty beings of the primordial era. If he were to lose an imposing presence, they would not even spare him a glance. Yet within the pawnshop, Lin Xian emanated the aura of the saint of the Tao, while outside, he was merely an ordinary man who had yet to attain even the level of a human immortal. At this moment, Lin Xian's indifferent gaze fell upon me, devoid of sorrow or joy, lacking any hue. Yet, that single glance made me break into a cold sweat, my body trembling uncontrollably, and I hurriedly bowed my head in reverence, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the saint of the Tao." In that instant, I became increasingly certain that the indistinct youth before me was indeed the personification of the Tao. The weight of his presence far surpassed that of the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao and the ancestor Hongjun, akin to comparing a firefly to a full moon, or mud to pure clouds. After my bow, the oppressive aura dissipated. Cautiously, I lifted my head and beheld the radiant light of the Tao surrounding the youth gradually fade. His visage was remarkably perfect, stirring within me a profound sense of enlightenment. Yet I dared not gaze directly, fearing I might desecrate the Tao. "Do you see this?" Lin Xian inquired with a calm demeanor. Following his gaze, I beheld a colossal plaque inscribed with 2 divine characters, pawnshop, though I had never encountered it before. Its meaning was instantly clear to me. "Red Cloud seeks a chance to exchange for a life, I beseeched. I implore the saint of the Tao for your grace." However, Lin Xian remained silent, turning instead to retreat into the inner chamber. Momentarily taken aback, I noticed that the door of the pawnshop remained ajar. As a being of great power, I understood his implication. A surge of joy filled my heart as I swiftly entered the pawnshop. Upon stepping inside, I was greeted by an abundance of precious, innate spiritual roots and chaotic spiritual roots scattered about like wild grass. Even the 10 most revered spiritual roots of the primordial era seemed insignificant in this place. Was that the fruit of the Hunyuan de Luo? Was it a waterfall formed from the confluence of chaotic spiritual waters? Was it a chessboard woven from the interlacing of 3,000 great laws? The dazzling spectacle nearly left me breathless. At last, Lin Xian settled upon a great Taoist mat and spoke with an air of nonchalance. Speak. What do you wish to pawn, and what do you desire in return? Initially, I sought but a chance for survival. However, upon witnessing the wonders within the pawn shop, other aspirations began to surface. As a junior, I desire the fruit of Hunyuan de Luo, I said cautiously. I recalled that in the Zixiao Palace, 7 individuals had attained the primordial purple energy, while the 3 pure ones, Niuhua, and the guiding sages had all achieved sanctity, leaving only me, the 7th recipient of the primordial purple energy, unable to take that final step. Today, having the fortune to behold the great Tao, I wish to fulfill my heart's longing. Lin Xian remained silent, merely waving his hand gently, and forth came the fruit of Hunyuan de Luo, floating gracefully towards me. At that moment, I trembled with anxiety. Could it be that my long-held aspiration was on the verge of realization? Once I attained the status of Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian, the peril of the Kuanpeng would surely be averted. Alongside the Tao fruit, a golden scale, forged from the laws of trade, manifested. The fruit of Hunyuan de Luo rested at the position of the scale's weight, while the tray remained empty, evidently awaiting my offering. The pawnshop upheld the principle of fairness and honesty in transactions. My desire for the fruit of Hunyuan de Luo was clear, yet the crux lay in my ability to present an appropriate counterbalance. I comprehend this principle, yet what could possibly captivate the attention of a sage of the great Tao? The answer is nothing at all. However, since the sage has established a pawnshop, it is reasonable to assume that the game of primordial chaos is afoot, and I am not entirely devoid of opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, I produced a crimson gourd and placed it upon the tray. This gourd originates from the primordial gourd vine of Mount Buzhou, and there are 7 in total. I possess 1 red gourd, 1 each from the 3 pure ones, as well as 1 from Niuhua and 1 from Tai, in addition to an unripe one that was taken by the heavenly boy sent by Hongjun. The items before me represent a tremendous fortune, particularly the red gourd, as it has been refined by Hongyun into the 99 Scattersoul gourd. A veritable supreme, innate spiritual treasure, and the most cherished possession of Hongyun. As I placed the red gourd on the tray, the balance began to shift. When it reaches equilibrium, it will signify the completion of this transaction. Though I remained composed, Hongyun's heart raced, uncertain if he would attain enlightenment today. Chapter 2. The slaughtering path of Red Cloud. The balancing beam tilted slightly, causing Red Cloud to feel an acute sense of tension. Yet, it merely shifted a fraction before coming to a halt, indicating an insufficient weight. It appears the quantity is inadequate, Lin Xian remarked nonchalantly. Red Cloud felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Upon reflection, however, it was only natural. The red gourd was merely a superb, innate spiritual treasure. The thought of exchanging it for the primordial Tao fruit of the great Luo was undeniably advantageous. After some contemplation, Red Cloud produced the primordial purple energy. Its radiant violet glow exuded the essence of the Tao. Despite the pang of reluctance, he carefully placed it upon the tray. This time, the balance neared equilibrium. It remained woefully insufficient to attain the complete primordial Tao fruit of the great Luo. The fruit was tantalizingly close, visible yet unattainable, akin to countless ants crawling upon his skin, inducing both irritation and urgency. The 99 Scatter Spirit Gourd and the primordial purple energy were the only 2 valuable items at his disposal. If these could not secure the primordial Tao fruit of the great Luo, he found himself at a loss for alternatives. Might I beseech the saint of the Tao to extend a leniency? Red Cloud inquired. Lin Xian shook his head. A transaction is a transaction. It is illogical to incur losses in a pawn shop. However, since Red Cloud was his first customer, Lin Xian was reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. With a subtle gesture, the complete primordial Tao fruit floated away, replaced by a tome of cultivation techniques and an incomplete primordial Tao fruit of the Great Luo that had just begun to take shape. The red gourd corresponded with the tome, while the primordial purple energy aligned with the unfinished Tao fruit, rendering this exchange fair. "What do you think?" Lin Xian inquired, his tone indifferent. Red Cloud gazed at the tome and was immediately taken aback. The technique was the devouring heaven demon art, designed to consume the souls of living beings to augment one's power. The primordial Tao fruit represented the fruit of the slaughtering path, attained through endless bloodshed and enlightenment. This path was steeped in brutality, starkly contrasting with his own ideals. He prided himself on being the most benevolent being in the primordial realm. How could he possibly pursue the path of slaughter? Yet, inexplicably, a tumult stirred within Red Cloud. After countless eons of being the quintessential, good-natured individual, always cautious and benevolent to avoid sowing malevolent seeds, what had he ultimately reaped? He found himself hunted by Kunpeng, nearly facing demise. One thought ignited a torrent of others. Suddenly, Red Cloud yearned to embark on a different path. Moreover, the devouring heaven demon art could lead directly to the realm of the golden immortal of the Great Luo. And paired with the fruit of slaughter, it promised to yield results with half the effort. With time and accumulation, attaining the primordial Tao was merely a question of patience. Lin Xian did not rush him. He silently observed the internal struggle within Red Cloud. In truth, from the moment Red Cloud stepped into the pawnshop, Lin Xian discerned an intriguing contrast within him. On the surface, he appeared to be the epitome of benevolence, yet beneath lay a latent demon, awaiting the right key to unlock his potential. Undoubtedly, Kunpeng was that key. However, in the original trajectory of the primordial realm, Red Cloud had perished at Kunpeng's hands upon realizing that his path of benevolence was misguided, never given the chance to reveal his darker side. Indeed, after a fierce internal conflict, Red Cloud's hand ultimately reached for the devouring heaven demon art and the fruit of slaughter. Good and evil, righteousness and wickedness. After traversing the precipice of death, the significance of survival becomes paramount. To live, to grow stronger, to attain enlightenment. These are the desires of the soul. The myriad paths converge into the primordial chaos. The road of righteousness has reached its terminus. Why not venture down the path of slaughter? The devouring heaven technique and the fruit of the killing path coalesced into two ethereal glimmers, surging into the body of Hongyun. Simultaneously, the 99-soul dispersion gored upon the tray exhaled a vapor of primal energy, signaling the completion of the transaction. The devouring heaven technique activated autonomously, swiftly aligning itself with Hongyun's current quasi-saint late-stage realm. The fruit of the killing path similarly integrated with his primordial spirit. Hongyun, once a striking youth clad in red, with gentle eyes radiating warmth, now found his crimson attire and hair transformed into shades of ebony. A mark of slaughter manifested upon his brow, and his gaze became piercingly fierce. A faint aura of darkness enveloped him, a palpable manifestation of boundless killing intent. Anyone who cast even a fleeting glance would be gripped by terror. This was the essence of the killing path. It was not that his cultivation paled in comparison to Kunpeng. Rather, he had simply lacked the ruthlessness. Hongyun murmured to himself, recognizing that his realm was not inferior to Kunpeng's. But his benevolent nature and aversion to combat had led to his relentless pursuit and near demise at Kunpeng's hands. Now, though his realm remained unchanged, Hongyun was resolute. With the devouring heaven technique combined with the fruit of the killing path, he felt confident in his ability to defeat Kunpeng should they cross paths again. Reflecting on his past self, Hongyun could not suppress a cold chuckle. What a fool he had been, the epitome of a soft-hearted individual. Grateful to the sage of the Tao for this rebirth, he felt renewed. Lin Xian nodded slightly. I grant you a single day to thoroughly comprehend the devouring heaven technique and the fruit of the killing path. After this, you may depart. With that, Lin Xian rose, and his figure vanished entirely. Although Hongyun was a quasi-saint with formidable powers, he could not sense Lin Xian's presence and quickly bowed. I respectfully bid farewell to the sage of the Tao. With only a day at his disposal, Hong Yun dared not squander any time. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, immersing himself in the profundities of the devouring heaven technique and the fruit of the killing path. In the depths of the pawnshop, within Lin Xian's own realm, a delightful chime resonated in his ears. Congratulations, host, for completing your first transaction. Reward, blood of Pangu. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. To receive the blood of Pangu as his first reward was a monumental boon for this system. Shall the host merge with it? Yes, merge. As Lin Xian's words fell, the blood of Pangu began to integrate with him. His veins, bones, and skin shattered into powder, only to be instantaneously restored. He felt almost no pain as his body was remolded. His blood was entirely replaced. Originally a mortal, Lin Xian, through this integration, experienced the true essence of power. With a mere gesture, he could rend the fabric of the cosmos. Furthermore, his new physique, crafted from pure Pangu blood, was unhindered by the miasma of chaos or malevolence. Unlike the ancestral witches, he realized he could cultivate a primordial spirit. Lin Xian smiled faintly. With such formidable strength now at his disposal, he yearned to wander the wilderness of the Honghuang, for it would be a pity not to savor the splendor of the world during this rare journey. In the courtyard, a murderous intent transformed into a swirling black vortex that encircled the crimson cloud. Within this tempest, thunder roared and lightning flashed, while countless terrifying skulls rampaged and howled. The aura of the crimson cloud had grown more ferocious than at the outset, revealing a deeper comprehension of the path of slaughter. On the vast primordial continent, the gaze of the Kunpeng, sharper than that of an eagle, swept across the heavens and the earth, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Where on earth has that crimson cloud gone? His speed could not match mine. He must be nearby. Dispatch orders. Set a celestial net. He must not escape. The Kunpeng commanded, for he sought to eliminate the crimson cloud to settle karmic ties, and more so for the primordial purple energy that resided within him. With the primordial purple energy, he would possess the foundation to attain enlightenment, no longer needing to bow to the likes of the two feathered entities, Dijuan and Tai. He alone would be the true sovereign of the demon race. With this thought, the Kunpeng bared his teeth in a cold smile, his eyes gleaming with menace. A day swiftly passed. Boom! Thunder erupted from the ground. In what was once a tranquil valley, a formidable killing intent erupted. A black whirlwind surged into the sky, and a figure emerged, slowly approaching. The crimson cloud? The Kunpeng exclaimed in shock. Chapter 3. Blood Feast of the 100,000 Demon Clans. The Kunpeng narrowed his elongated eyes, his brows knitted in a tight frown. A black whirlwind, an overwhelming intent to kill. Was this truly Hong Yun? Even his demeanor had transformed into something far more ruthless. Yet, the essence of origin unmistakably belonged to him. The primordial first strand of red cloud could not deceive, no matter the circumstances. How could it have changed so drastically? The Hong Yun before him resembled a deity of death, a stark contrast to the benevolent image of the primordial being. Whether he is the god of slaughter or the kind-hearted Hong Yun, as long as he is slain, the primordial purple air shall be mine. Everything else is inconsequential. Kill. At a single command, a net of heaven and earth woven by 100,000 demons surged toward Hong Yun. The sky blazed with brilliance as various divine abilities and magical treasures converged. However, all radiance was instantly devoured upon contact with the black aura enveloping Hong Yun. The murderous black energy, combined with the devouring demon technique, possessed an innate ability to consume all. Even the souls of the 100,000 demons were drawn out and absorbed. Hong Yun's eyes gleamed as he licked his lips, astonished by the exquisite nature of the souls of living beings. Opening his mouth, a howling demonic wind swept forth, consuming tens of thousands of demon souls in an instant. The mark of slaughter on his forehead flickered, the fruit of the path of killing blossoming, and in a brief moment, his strength surged anew. Such a Hong Yun left the Kunpeng both astonished and enraged. The 100,000 demons were the direct lineage of his Northern Sea clan. Now, Hong Yun had devoured tens of thousands. And soon, would he not annihilate the entire army? Whoosh! The Kunpeng transformed into a flash of green demonic light and charged forth. Hong Yun, prepare to die. With the power of a late-stage quasi-saint and the might of the demon clan, a colossal, ghostly hand appeared in the heavens, descending with such force that even space itself could not withstand it, fracturing under the pressure. Hong Yun, with cold indifference, advanced rather than retreated. Kunpeng, today we shall settle our karmic debts. The two clashed, the ground splitting apart for millions of feet as space itself was shattered in fragments. Hong Yun, emboldened by the fray, reveled in the flowing blood, which only heightened his exhilaration, while the remaining demons became his sustenance. Madness. The Kunpeng found himself retreating in quick succession, shaken to the core. Hong Yun fought with abandon, intent on mutual destruction, leaving the Kunpeng no choice but to yield under the relentless pressure. At this moment, the once mighty demon master was drenched in blood, a gaping hole the size of a fist blasted through his chest. Due to the laws of the path of killing, even a quasi-saint would find it arduous to recover in a short span. One of his arms had been obliterated, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spectacle. Though Hong Yun too bore wounds, they did not impede his combat prowess. In fact, he fought with even greater ferocity than at the outset. Flee. This was the singular thought racing through the Kunpeng's mind. He abruptly waved his robe, summoning all the demons to form a wall of flesh to shield him from Hong Yun. At this point, thoughts of lineage from the northern sea were cast aside. Survival was paramount. Ancestor, no. Ancestor, save me. The chilling screams sent shivers down spines. Yet, the Kunpeng unleashed his speed, not daring to look back, turning to flee. Hith, your ancestor has forsaken you. The crimson cloud sneered, shrouded in ominous black mist. Soon after, a torrential rain of blood cascaded down. Not a single one of the 100,000 demon tribesmen survived, all consumed by the crimson clouds. Relishing the essence of their souls, the crimson clouds found it exceedingly delectable. The mark upon its brow grew ever darker and more sinister, signifying a small advancement along the path of slaughter. The crimson clouds cast its gaze into the distance, towards the direction where the Kunpeng had vanished, yet made no pursuit. The Kunpeng was swift, transcending even the golden crows in their radiant transformation, an ability bestowed upon the Kunpeng lineage by the heavenly Tao. Even in the guise of slaughter, it could not rival the speed of the Kunpeng. Yet one day, this debt would be settled with the Kunpeng. The crimson clouds turned, bowing reverently towards the direction of the pawnshop. I, the junior red cloud, express my gratitude to the great sage of the Tao. The valley was tranquil, devoid of any sound. The crimson clouds understood that as a mere insect, it was unworthy of a response from the great sage of the Tao, and thus bowed twice more. After the third bow, it proceeded towards the Wuzhuang Temple. Within Mount Wanshou, there lay the Wuzhuang Temple. The air shimmered with primordial energies. Auspicious omens enveloped the space. Exotic fragrances wafted, and spiritual essence abounded, rendering it one of the most exquisite paradises of the primordial world. Yet, inside the temple, Xinyuanzi wore a countenance of sorrow, sighing heavily. Oh, dear brother Red Cloud. Not long ago, he had been struck by a sudden impulse, sensing that calamity was imminent for Red Cloud. Soon after, Red Cloud's presence vanished, eluding all his calculations. Despite adhering to the righteous path, misfortune still befell you. I had advised you back then. Alas, in the primordial realm, the law of the jungle prevails. Even saints lack such sentiments, let alone yourself. Xinyuanzi sighed. Very well. I shall pluck 2 ginseng fruits in your memory. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from behind. No need for memorials, but do honor your word regarding the ginseng fruits. That presence. Xinyuanzi whirled around, his eyes gleaming, as he beheld a figure clad in black, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter, standing at the foot of Mount Wanshou. In the next moment, the figure was before him. Red Cloud? Xinyuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished at the transformation of the figure before him. How could this be? It is a long story, Red Cloud began, recounting how he had been pursued by the Kunpeng, encountered the great sage of the Tao, completed a transaction and devoured the 100,000 demon tribesmen. When he reached the mention of Lin Xian, Red Cloud hesitated, wary of revealing the great sage's secrets and inciting displeasure. However, reflecting upon it, he realized that the elder had not cautioned him against this, and given that he roamed the primordial realm, it was likely that he would not mind. Furthermore, if the elder wished to remain hidden, even if Red Cloud divulged the secrets, they would remain elusive. Thus, Red Cloud laid bare the truth to Zhenyuanzi. Is there truly a great sage of the Tao? Zhenyuanzi exclaimed in astonishment. Could you deceive your elder brother? Behold my transformation, for only a great sage of the Tao could orchestrate such a metamorphosis. Red Cloud demonstrated the path of slaughter before Zhenyuanzi. The souls of the 100,000 demon tribesmen wailed mournfully within him, as the Wuzhuang temple became enveloped in dark winds, the ginseng fruits trembling upon their branches. Zhenyuanzi hastily urged, "Dear brother, quickly suppress your murderous aura." Red Cloud complied without hesitation. As the dark winds dissipated, the Zhuang temple regained its former serene and holy appearance. Only then did Zhen Yuanzi exhale in relief. Should the winds continue, even his precious ginseng fruit would be at risk of transforming into a demonic fruit. It was truly astonishing that Hong Yun could cultivate the path of slaying and bear the fruit of such mastery in such a brief span of time. The notion of the great sage was not without foundation. The emergence of such a being in the primordial wilderness stirred even the most composed hearts, leaving Zhen Yuanzi's own spirit tumultuous with uncertainty about whether he would be fortunate enough to witness him. However, the dense black aura enveloping Hong Yun, laden with the essence of murder, revealed that he had yet to fully master the balance of this power. Nevertheless, he was indeed preferable to a mere good-natured soul. His original path, it was truly difficult to articulate. Yet the path of slaughter, a transgression against the harmony of heaven, bore a weighty karmic consequence that was unwelcome among the true orthodox of the Xianmen. Much like the ancestor of the underworld river, who had also delved into the path of slaying with considerable prowess, having reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint status by severing the 3 corpses, he still refrained from recklessly traversing the blood sea. Although Hong Yun had forged a new path, undergoing a profound transformation, he must remain vigilant in the journey ahead. Stay here in the Zhuang temple to cultivate. Zhen Yuanzi instructed, I shall shield you from the murderous intent. With that, he cast the earth book, enveloping the temple in a resplendent golden light that severed all celestial insights, while Zhen Yuanzi felt an itch of curiosity regarding the great sage. He could not abandon Hong Yun to fend for himself at this critical moment. At the very least, he must wait until the murderous intent was fully subdued. Later, when the time is right, if what Hong Yun claims is true, that the elders play among mortals, then there is no need for haste. Zhen Yuanzi settled into a meditative posture, safeguarding Hong Yun. Meanwhile, on the vast expanse of the primordial continent, where Hong Yun had previously battled Kunpeng, a blood-soaked figure with piercing eyes emerged from the void. Kunpeng had returned, his gaze fixed intensely on the spot where Hong Yun had first appeared, his expression chillingly cold. Chapter 4. The tea of enlightenment. Kunpeng's expression was as cold as frost. The reputation of Hong Yun, known as the first kind-hearted person in the primordial realm, was famously resounding. How could he suddenly turn to the path of slaying, and with such profound mastery that even Kunpeng himself suffered losses at his hands? The secret must lie therein. Kunpeng's keen gaze fixated on a particular valley. His fierce battle with Hong Yun had reduced the surroundings to a state of nothingness, yet that small valley remained entirely unscathed. It was also there that he had pursued Hong Yun, only for the latter to vanish without a trace. There must be something amiss. Whoever dares to thwart my endeavors shall pay the price, regardless of their identity. With a swift motion, Kunpeng transformed into a dark green wisp of light and surged toward the valley. A moment later, akin to Hong Yun, Kunpeng arrived at the entrance of the pawnshop. In that instant, he was utterly taken aback. The overwhelming pressure of the great Tao rendered him breathless, and his legs trembled. With a thud, he knelt down gracefully. This kind of oppressive force, this aura, compelled him to bow. Kunpeng's heart began to grasp the source of Hong Yun's transformation, There must be a great being within. Such an opportunity. How could he let it slip away? Kuan-Pung beseeched. I seek an audience with the esteemed elder. He bowed deeply. Yet, there was an eerie silence. Kuan-Pung's anxiety escalated. Did the elder refuse to meet him? No. Gritting his teeth, he bowed once more. Little Kuan requests an audience with the elder. Thud. This time, his kowtow resonated through the ground, yet the earth bore no cracks. Instead, his own head was left bloodied. Truly formidable. Kuan-Pung's heart raced. Though the demon clan did not focus solely on physical prowess like the witch clan, his quasi-saint cultivation should suffice to shatter a small mountain. Otherwise, he could not harbor such a powerful primordial spirit. Yet, even with such reverence, the interior remained eerily quiet. Kuan-Pung felt a surge of apprehension. Was he truly fated to never meet the elder? At that moment, he finally noticed the two innate Taoist symbols inscribed on the plaque. Pawnshop. So that was it. Little Kuan had something to pawn to the elder. After a brief wait, the door finally creaked open. Kuan-Pung let out a sigh of relief, quickly composed himself, and cautiously stepped inside. Along the way, he was surrounded by rare treasures he had never encountered, leaving him dazzled and eager. What is this? In an instant, Kuan-Pung's eyes widened. The 99 dispersing soul gourd and the primordial purple chi. Were these not Hongyun's possessions? Shockingly, they lay carelessly discarded in an inconspicuous corner, like mere refuse. Especially the primordial purple chi. It was something he had longed for with all his soul. Kuan-Pung could scarcely resist the urge to rush over and embrace it. Yet he held back. The pervading pressure of the great Tao made him wary of acting recklessly. The presence of both the 99 dispersing soul gourd and the primordial purple chi indicated that Hongyun had struck a deal with the elder, obtaining a fortuitous opportunity. If Hongyun could, so too could I, Kuan-Pung. Stealing his resolve, Kuan-Pung set his thoughts aside regarding the primordial purple chi, for greater fortunes awaited him ahead. He cautiously ventured deeper into the pawn shop. As one traverses the corridor, a quaint courtyard reveals itself, adorned with a tranquil pond where golden koi gracefully glide through the water, occasionally leaping high to trace shimmering arcs of gold. Such are the auspicious golden koi, blessed by the essence of the great Tao. The resplendent glow enveloping them is a testament to the richness of their fortune. Within this modest pond, at least a dozen golden koi flourish, the fortunate recipients of the Tao's favor, swaying their tails in eager anticipation of pleasing a certain presence. Nearby, an extraordinarily handsome youth casually disperses chaotic spiritual energy, feeding the fish within the pond. His beauty transcends mere physical allure. It emanates from the flawless nature of his Tao, a completeness that is beyond perfection. It is often said that while the heavenly path harbors imperfections, only the great Tao remains consummate. As the young Kuan-Pung observes the scene before him, his conviction deepens. This youth is indeed a saint of the great Tao. Little Kuan pays homage to the saint of the great Tao. The Kuan-Pung bows deeply, not daring to raise his gaze. Lin Xian casts a fleeting glance in his direction, remaining silent until he settles onto a mat and speaks with measured calm. What do you wish to pawn? With hurried steps, Kuan-Pung approaches, hesitating momentarily before summoning his resolve. Senior, I possess a demon master palace, which serves as my sanctum, yet it is also a superior innate spiritual treasure. May I pawn it? The demon master palace is a companion treasure of his, and parting with it brings him considerable anguish. However, he finds himself bereft of alternatives and unwilling to forsake this opportunity. Of course, what do you seek in exchange? Lin Xian inquires indifferently. I wish to attain the status of a saint, Kuan-Pung states, and at that moment, Lin Xian regards him with a look of incredulity. Recalling a prior request for a complete Tao fruit in exchange for a mere glimpse of the ultimate truth. This is a pawn shop, not a wish-granting well. Realizing the audacity of his demand, Kuan-Pung breaks into a cold sweat, recalling the inscription on the plaque at the entrance, which embodies the principles of fair trade and honesty. It was my folly, he quickly apologizes, bowing his head in contrition. However, since you are so fervently devoted to becoming a saint, I happen to possess an item that will allow you to experience the essence of sainthood. Lin Xian continues slowly. A spark of joy illuminates Kuan-Pung's features. While he may not truly become a saint, the opportunity to experience such a state is invaluable. Wonderful. Thank you, Senior, he replies, his face beaming with delight. Lin Xian gestures slightly, summoning a leaf of tea that wafts an enchanting aroma. Even as Kunpeng has reached the late stages of quasi-sainthood, the scent evokes an ethereal sensation, as if he truly embodies the omnipotence of a saint. His eyes fixate intently on the diminutive tea leaf, glimmering with desire. Were it not for Lin Xian's presence, he would have lunged forward. Before Lin Xian, a golden scale materializes, poised to assess whether the pawned item possesses adequate worth. The tea leaf serves as the counterbalance, while the Demon Master Palace shrinks to the size of a palm, placed upon the tray as the scale's beam begins to level. Yet, it remains just shy of equilibrium. The weight of the tea leaf exceeds that of the Demon Master Palace by a slight margin. This is the primordial enlightenment tea. You must add more to your stake. Lin Xian stated with a calm demeanor, his gaze resting upon Kunpeng, serene and unruffled. Kunpeng found himself momentarily bewildered. The only treasure he possessed was a solitary Demon Master Palace, and he could not produce anything further. Anxiously, he paced in circles, contemplating abandonment. Yet, the sensation was simply too exquisite. A mere whiff of the tea allowed him to glimpse the omnipotence of a sage, as if he were floating among the clouds, viewing all beings as insignificant insects. Just a little more was needed. He could not resign himself to defeat. Senior, must I solely resort to pawning treasures? Kunpeng inquired cautiously. Anything imbued with spirit within the cosmos can be pawned, Lin Xian replied indifferently. As long as it holds value, I shall accept it. This is the very essence of the pawnshop's existence. Kunpeng furrowed his brow, biting his lip, and with a determined stomp, he declared, Senior, I possess the divine art of Kunpeng. Might it be accepted? Lin Xian, unfazed, gestured towards the tray. Understanding his cue, Kunpeng immediately settled into a meditative posture, and from his celestial core emerged a colossal peng bird, spreading its wings as it alighted upon the tray. The Kunpeng divine art encompassed all his abilities and techniques. While a portion stemmed from his own insights, the majority were innate powers, enough to make all beings covetous. In order to complete the transaction, Kunpeng willingly relinquished the divine art as his bargaining chip. At that moment, the balance scale shifted once more, gradually reaching a state of equilibrium. Chapter 5. The Eye Spirit. The transaction was completed. The primordial enlightenment tea gracefully floated into the hands of Kunpeng. Cradling the tea, Kunpeng appeared mesmerized, a faint flush adorning his countenance, embodying a state of rapture. A mere whiff of the tea's aroma allowed him to experience the sensation of being a sage, an utterly astonishing phenomenon. However, Kunpeng soon found himself in a state of bewilderment. The innate talents and divine abilities he possessed, along with the insights he had gleaned from the demonic arts, suddenly evaporated from his memory. My Kunpeng speed, my netherworld ghost claw, my demonic master thunder. I have forgotten them all. A look of panic crossed Kunpeng's face. He had initially believed that by relinquishing the Kunpeng's treasury, he was merely sharing a portion of his powers. Little did he know that they were being forcibly stripped away from him. Such a method was terrifying and utterly unfathomable. Gazing at Lin Xian, he intended to utter something to inquire further. Yet, upon meeting Lin Xian's tranquil and inscrutable gaze, he instinctively shuddered, retracting his glance and lowering his head. He dared not blame the sage of the Tao, instead turning his thoughts inward. Indeed, this was a pawnshop. How could anything traded still belong to oneself? The Kunpeng treasury had been exchanged for the primordial enlightenment tea, and thus it no longer belonged to him. Was it not merely a matter of the Tao and divine abilities? This demon master would simply comprehend them anew. After a moment of self-affirmation, Kunpeng resigned to this reality. Transaction complete. You may depart. Lin Xian's voice resonated softly. Kunpeng hesitated, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Even merely being in the presence of the sage was an extraordinary opportunity. Yet, given the sage's command, how could he dare to disobey? After bowing thrice, he gradually withdrew from the courtyard. Ding! The host has completed the transaction. Reward. Recruitment Voucher X1. Lin Xian examined the so-called recruitment voucher in his hand with keen interest. It emanated an aura of the Tao, adorned with intricate divine patterns. At its center lay an innate Daoic inscription, recruitment for miscellaneous staff. Naturally, in a pawnshop such as his, it was unreasonable to expect the proprietor to handle every task alone. Some employees were to be expected. However, he was curious as to what kind of employees would be summoned. Use. Upon Lin Xian's command, the recruitment voucher vanished, and the scenery before him shifted abruptly. The realm of the Tao unfolded, chaos swirling around him. The voucher transformed into a radiant light, dispersing throughout the chaos. Soon, a beam of demonic light surged forth, landing before Lin Xian. To his surprise, it was a cold, expressionless little girl. Her features were exquisitely carved, with a hint of baby fat on her cheeks, making one unable to resist the urge to pinch them. Ice Spirit, here to apply for the position of miscellaneous staff at the pawnshop. Please, master, take me in. She bowed respectfully. You are one of the 3,000 demonic gods, Lin Xian inquired, sensing a profound demonic essence emanating from her. I am the ice demon god, she replied succinctly. Oh, why do you appear in this guise? Lin Xian continued to question, as his recollection of demonic gods conjured images of colossal beings towering over millions of feet. I fear that revealing my true form might frighten customers, the ice spirit explained. If my master finds it unappealing, I can revert to my true appearance. Ah, how considerate you are toward the pawnshop. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. Splendid. You shall be the one. From this day forth, you will serve as the assistant at the pawnshop. Remember, diligence and dedication are paramount, and I shall not treat you unjustly. A smile blossomed on the icy visage of Bing Pe, akin to a flower unfurling on a frozen expanse, breathtaking in its beauty. Thank you, master. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished into the chaotic realm. Yet, just before their disappearance, Lin Xian caught a few voices whispering in his ear. Master, I can also be an assistant. Choose me. I am willing to toil for you. Master, Bing Pe is unsuitable. I am a natural-born assistant. Alas, it was already too late. Lin Xian had returned to the pawnshop with Bing Pe. Is this the master's pawnshop? Bing Pe exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Indeed, it is far more intriguing than the chaos. And the aura of the Tao is 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold richer than that of the chaotic world. Naturally, Lin Xian smiled. Hearing praises from his employee was a delightful experience, especially since he had personally designed this establishment. However, before he could bask in his pride for long, a chorus of critiques reached his ears. Master, your courtyard is rather untidy. Master, these rare treasures are strewn about haphazardly. They ought to be organized for the convenience of the customers. Master, where did this broken gourd come from? It should be classified as rubbish, don't you think? Lin Xian clicked his tongue. The ice god appeared so cold in the chaos. Yet upon arriving at the pawnshop, she had transformed into a chatterbox. Perhaps she should be dubbed the goddess of critique. Nevertheless, Bing Pe was indeed diligent, her efficiency remarkable. In no time, she had arranged the entire pawnshop with meticulous care, undoubtedly a significant improvement from its initial state. Master, may I prepare a meal for you? Bing Pe inquired. Lin Xian nodded, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. It had been ages since he had relished a fine meal, even though he had reached a state of existence where sustenance was unnecessary. Yet, the enjoyment of culinary delights is an experience not to be squandered, especially when prepared by a chaos deity. Lin Xian was curious about what exquisite dish she would conjure. As his mind wandered, the pawn before him froze into a solid sheet of ice. Bing Pe reached out, retrieving a golden koi of great fortune from the depths, her pride palpable. Master, we shall have fish for dinner. My goodness, this fish would surely be revered as an ancestor in the primordial world, yet it was to be served by Bing Pe at the dining table. However, Lin Xian felt no reluctance. It was merely a fish, and there were surely hundreds, if not millions, more in the pond. After a flurry of activity, the fragrant golden koi was presented. It must be said, Bing Pe's culinary skills were exceptional. The fish was tender, and she had meticulously removed every bone, a thoughtful touch. Let's dine together, Lin Xian said with a smile. Master, may I? A look of sheer joy illuminated Bing Po's face. How wonderful it would be to share a meal with her master. Of course, when there are no outsiders present, feel free to relax. Lin Xian gestured toward the small stool opposite him. Bing Po was unexpectedly moved to the point of tears. Rather than sitting down immediately, he remarked, I shall prepare a couple of dishes for the master. Under the night sky, the proprietor and his first employee reveled in an opulent dinner, thoroughly enjoying their moment. The usually tranquil courtyard of the pawnshop transformed into a lively gathering thanks to Bing Po's presence. Lin Xian felt immense satisfaction with this employee. In the 33 heavens, within the Demon Master Hall, Kunpeng cradled the Hunyuan Enlightenment Tea leaves in his hands, utterly entranced. This marked the 584th occasion he had inhaled the aromatic scent of the tea, revealing such an expression of delight. The sensation was simply exquisite. He could not bear to use these precious leaves for brewing tea, as, in Kunpeng's view, making tea would be a waste of such a divine substance, one that could grant a glimpse into the experience of becoming a sage. Of course, while Kunpeng's nature may not rank among the absolute pinnacle of the primordial beings, he was nonetheless a quasi-saint with formidable powers, not entirely ensnared by illusions. Utilizing the Hunyuan Enlightenment Tea leaves, Kunpeng comprehended some new supernatural abilities, rivaling even his own treasured skills. Most importantly, he grasped the true essence of written language. The creation of characters is indeed an act of immeasurable virtue. Chapter 6. Luya's tea brewing the primordial script, or the innate divine writing, has existed since the dawn of creation, comprehensible only to those remarkable beings who have attained enlightenment. In a vast wilderness, the majority of sentient beings are insignificant, akin to ants, for whom written language is a luxury. Even among the prominent demon clan, only a select few, Dijun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, the 10 great demon saints, and several thousand deities of the great Luo golden immortal realm, can decipher this ancient script. The lesser demons remain utterly ignorant of writing. As a master of demons, Kunpeng bears the weighty responsibility of enlightening his kin, and he often finds himself troubled by their lack of understanding of divine writing. However, under the influence of the Hunyuan Enlightenment Tea, he gradually conceives the idea of creating a universal script. Should he succeed, it would greatly benefit the entire demon race, and his standing among them would rise significantly, allowing him to challenge Dijun and Tai Yi, a dream within reach. With determination, this demon master vows to develop a script for the 3,000 demon tribes, creating a resounding impact. Kunpeng, having devoted a century to his studies, has successfully grasped 300 characters, and his cultivation has progressed further, moving from the late quasi-saint stage towards the state of quasi-saint perfection. One day, Kunpeng opens his eyes, compelled to conclude his retreat due to urgent matters concerning the North Sea lineage. Before departing, he carefully places the Hunyuan Enlightenment Tea leaves in safekeeping, anticipating his return to continue his exploration of the remaining characters. Shortly after Kunpeng's departure, an extraordinary event unfolds in the demon celestial court, where auspicious signs abound and golden lotuses spring forth from the earth, filling the air with enchanting fragrances and vibrant hues. The demon emperor Dijun, along with the Eastern emperor Tai Yi, and the sage Fu Shi, among other esteemed figures of the demon race, come forth to greet the arrival of the goddess Nuwa. As the radiant light envelopes the assembly, the demons bow in reverence, proclaiming, "We welcome the goddess Nuwa." The arrival of a saint among the demon race is a momentous occasion. Even the demon queen Shi-He, far away in Tang Valley, brings her young son Luya to pay her respects. Within the demon emperor's palace, celebrations ensue, filled with music and merriment. After exchanging pleasantries, Dijun remarks with a cold snort, "Those brash shaman clan members have been increasingly audacious. It would be splendid if the goddess could intervene for our race." Nuwa smiles gently, shaking her head. "It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that I cannot. This calamity concerns the shamans and demons. As a saint of the heavenly way, I cannot intervene." Tai Yi rises. "Fear not, the insignificant shaman clan shall ultimately be reduced to dust beneath the chaos bell. Fu Shi adds, with the Demon Emperor's assistance through the river diagram and Luo book to comprehend the great star array of the Zhou. Once we succeed, we shall possess power to rival the saints, leading to the shaman clan's inevitable collapse. Nuwa nods with a smile, for the strength of the demon race holds significant advantages for her as a saint. Should the demons manage to eliminate the shaman clan during this calamity and become the sole protagonists of the heavenly realm, Dijun, Tai, and Fu Shi, masters of the demon race's fortune, would attain unimaginable capabilities, potentially even achieving sainthood. Moreover, her own cultivation would surpass that of the Grand Taoist, placing her at the pinnacle among the six saints. There is one more matter to discuss with the goddess, Dijun states. In order to destroy the ancestral shaman's physical form, we must forge the shaman-slaying sword, which requires the assistance of the human race. He is interrupted by a soft cough from Yuhua. Evidently, the subsequent words were not what she wished to hear. Dijun, attuned to the atmosphere, chose to remain silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He had initially thought that since the human race was created by Yuhua and their souls were to be used to forge the Slaughter Witch sword, it would be prudent to inform them beforehand. However, Nuwa's unwillingness to listen added layers of intrigue to the matter. After a brief moment, Dijun grasped the crux of the situation. Some matters, when not weighed, carry no significance, yet when placed on the scales, they may weigh 1,000 pounds. Nuwa's unequivocal stance, whether in agreement or dissent, would bring her the infamy of betraying humanity while simultaneously offending the demon race. The most astute course of action was to remain silent. Should the demon race succeed, she would share in the rewards, and if calamity struck, she could deflect the blame. What a clever calculation. Dijun chuckled softly, refraining from further mention of humanity, instead raising a toast to Nuwa alongside the demon race. Meanwhile, outside the Demon Master Hall, the little golden crow Luya peeked in, calling out, "Teacher, the goddess Nuwa has arrived. Father summons you to keep her company." Inside the hall, an eerie silence prevailed. How strange, is the teacher not here? What a pity, on such a grand occasion, the teacher is absent. Luya stepped into the hall, surveying the empty space. Just as he was about to leave, a faint, ethereal glow caught his attention. It seemed the teacher had come upon a marvelous treasure. Approaching, Luya opened an exquisite purple jade box, revealing a single tea leaf nestled within. The fragrant aroma was intoxicating. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Luya's eyes as he wore a smug smile. If I present this, surely Father and Goddess Nuwa will commend me. With that thought, Luya tucked the box away and swiftly exited the Demon Master Hall. In the Demon Emperor's Hall, Nuwa, Dijun, Tai Yi, and Fu Shi were engaged in discourse regarding the occurrences of the world. Luya entered, carrying a pot of tea. "Goddess, Father, the teacher is not in the heavenly court, so I have specially brewed a fine pot of tea for you, Mother, Uncle, and Emperor Shi to savor." "Oh," Nuwa smiled, inhaling the aromatic air that wafted from the tea, exclaiming, "What exquisite tea!" Dijun, too, caught the scent, and his eyes sparkled. The fragrance was extraordinary, imbued with a hint of Taoist rhythm. Tai Yi instinctively straightened his posture, fixated on the tea, while Fu Shi leaned forward, his eyes reflecting the flow of Taoist essence. Nuwa, Shi He, and the three demon sovereigns each received a cup to savor slowly. "This tea is remarkable," Nuwa couldn't help but exclaim. Though she was a sage, she found it profoundly delightful, surpassing even the enlightenment tea she had tasted from the Tao ancestor. As for Shi He, Dijun, Tai Yi, and Fu Shi, they became enveloped in golden light, exuding the essence of the Tao, with the sounds of the Great Way resonating thunderously. This spectacle astonished young Luya. This tea is truly extraordinary. If the teacher returns and discovers, he shivered at the thought. After a considerable time, Dijun and the others opened their eyes, their faces radiant with satisfaction. The experience of enlightenment had allowed them to savor the sublime essence of a sage, and most importantly, their long stagnant cultivation had taken a significant leap forward. After savoring this tea, one can comprehend the grand celestial formation of the stars, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Fushi, in high spirits, found that this single cup of tea had brought him closer to enlightenment. Indeed, it was so. Emperor Jun nodded in satisfaction and inquired, Luya, from whence did you procure this tea? Is there more? Luya, momentarily at a loss for words, hesitated and replied, I obtained it by chance, dear father. There is but a single leaf, which I specially present to honor my elders. Ha, splendid. Tai Yi arose, his mood exceedingly buoyant. Your thoughtfulness is commendable. As your uncle, I cannot be outdone. As he spoke, a purple-white gourd materialized in his hand, enveloped in an aura of innate killing intent. This artifact, known as the Celestial Slaying Flying Blade, is bestowed upon you for your protection. Tai Yi's gesture was that of a premium, innate spiritual treasure. Nuwa and the others, having enjoyed the tea, also expressed their gratitude by bestowing upon Luya some trinkets, a gesture of goodwill. At this moment, far in the North Sea, Kunpeng felt an inexplicable quickening of his heartbeat, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Strange, why does it feel as though something is amiss in the heavenly court? Murmured Kunpeng, summoning his kin and commanding, the remaining matters are entrusted to you. This old ancestor shall return to the heavenly court. Chapter 7. The turmoil in the Demon Emperor's Hall, Kunpeng hastily returned to the Celestial Court, his first destination being the Demon Master Hall. The moment he pushed open the hall doors, his anxious heart reached a crescendo. He dashed towards the place where the primordial enlightenment tea was kept, only to be struck dumb in an instant. Both the tea and its container had vanished without a trace. The Demon Master Hall had been robbed. Kunpeng calculated with his fingers, and a small golden crow's silhouette appeared before him. Elia. It was indeed Elia who had taken the primordial enlightenment tea. Kunpeng's eyes turned crimson, filled with fury. He had left the tea in the Demon Master Hall out of fear it would be tainted by the bloodshed in the North Sea, yet in such a brief span, it had been stolen. Had he known, he would have kept it with him. Kunpeng stormed out of the Demon Master Hall, making his way directly to the Demon Emperor's Hall. Along the way, he had heard that Nuwa had arrived, with Elia presenting tea to curry favor. Damn it! Bang! The doors of the Demon Emperor's Hall were forced open. What he beheld shattered Kunpeng's composure entirely. Emperor Jun was beaming with delight. What exquisite tea! I feel as though I am floating. Tai Yi was engulfed in the true fire of the sun. Drinking this tea enhances my solar flames by 30%. Fushi was shrouded in divination light, tracing out ethereal patterns as though he were manifesting the innate 8 trigrams. Even Shiha was surrounded by interwoven lunar principles, her silver radiance dazzling to the extreme. Though the effects of the primordial enlightenment tea were somewhat diminished for Nuwa, this sage could not help but exclaim, This tea is truly divine, far superior to the enlightenment tea leaves. Kunpeng was on the verge of madness. The primordial enlightenment tea had been acquired at the cost of everything he possessed, including his precious Kunpeng techniques. He had hoarded it for so long, reluctant to taste it, only able to savor its aroma daily, and now it had fallen into their hands. Kunpeng's gaze fixed upon Elia, his cold stare piercing like daggers, as if he wished to rend him asunder. It was all his doing. Elia trembled, sensing a storm on the horizon, instinctively inching closer to Tai Yi for protection. His uncle was his greatest shield. Only beside Tai Yi did he feel secure. At that moment, Nuwa, Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and the others turned their attention to Kunpeng, their brows furrowing in unison. What had befallen the Demon Master today, that he displayed such a lack of decorum? Tai Yi suddenly rose, shielding Elia, and rebuked Kunpeng. What are you attempting to do? Dong Huang, ask Elia where this tea originated. Kunpeng's eyes brimmed with rage, yet in the presence of Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Nuwa, the remnants of his rationality restrained him from acting. At this moment, all eyes fell upon Elia once more. Speak, what transpired? Emperor Jun's countenance was as cold as frost. The little golden crow stammered, I found it in the Demon Master Hall, thinking with Nuwa's arrival. This situation clearly placed Elia in a position of blame, yet Tai Yi, accustomed to being domineering, coldly interjected, Kunpeng, is it merely a leaf of tea? How can you press a child so harshly? Kunpeng scoffed inwardly, feeling an intense revulsion towards Tai at that moment. A mere leaf of tea? Tai, you too have partaken of this tea, yet you dare utter such deceitful words? Tai let out a cold scoff. Although he refrained from retorting, he maintained an expression that suggested, "What can you do to me?" Compared to him, the Kunpeng's cultivation and status within the demon clan were utterly insignificant. The ruckus he caused in the demon emperor's palace today, without facing retribution, was already an act of mercy. Lady Nuwa spoke. "Kunpeng, from whom did you acquire this tea?" Before the sages, Kunpeng dared not act rashly, yet he harbored smoldering resentment, unwilling to disclose the source of the great sage's fortune. He merely replied, "In response to your inquiry, my lady, I obtained it from a great master." "A great master?" Lady Nuwa's brows furrowed as she calculated, but after a moment, she slowly shook her head. Although the calamities obscured the heavenly secrets, if that great master did not belong to either the witch or demon tribes, her capabilities as a sage should have allowed her to deduce some clues. Yet now, she found herself utterly bewildered, unable to grasp any trace. "Do not be angered. Demon Master." Dijun, being the demon emperor, was not as reckless as Tai. He considered the broader picture of the demon race. Kunpeng, as a demon master, held considerable importance, especially since the entire Northern Sea lineage was under his command. This power was not to be underestimated and needed to be secured firmly with the demon tribe. "Since you managed to acquire this tea from a great master, I shall undertake a journey on your behalf and return with another for you." Kunpeng's ire subsided slightly, yet his disdain for Tai and Luya remained unabated. Plotting in his heart, "Humph, should the opportunity arise, I will stealthily steal that chaotic bell from the feathered bird and present it to the great sage." Kunpeng relayed the general location of the pawnshop to Dijun, omitting all other details. At that moment, Shiha, who had been silent, stood up. "Dijun, you still need to study the great array of the Zhou Tian starry sky with Shi Huang. This concerns the calamity between the witches and demons, and time is of the essence. I shall undertake this journey instead." Tai spoke in a low voice. "Allow me to meet this so-called great master." Upon hearing this, Kunpeng felt a surge of joy in his heart. With Tai's arrogant disposition and fiery temper, offending the great sage would surely result in dire consequences for him, perhaps even leading to his utter demise. A chance for vengeance. However, Shiha shook her head. "Little uncle, temper your anger and do not offend the great master. Let me go instead." Dijun pondered for a moment and nodded. "Very well. I shall trouble the demon empress with this matter." He then turned to Kunpeng. "Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this affair." Moreover, Liao was to meditate in the Tang Valley for 100,000 years. Liao shuddered, casting a pitiful glance at Tai. 100,000 years? Stuck in the Tang Valley for 100,000 years. Will I not suffocate? Tai shook his head. Although he held Kunpeng in disdain, he respected Dijun above all. With his brother's words, he naturally would not counter them, merely stating, "In these 100,000 years, focus on refining the immortal slaying flying knife. Once you achieve mastery, few in the primordial world will match your prowess." After speaking, he cast a cold glance at Kunpeng. Liao could only obediently nod, resigned to his fate. As the banquet dispersed, Nuwa returned to the Nuwa Palace. Dijun and Fushi entered seclusion to comprehend the great array of the Zhou Tian starry sky. The malevolent aura between heaven and earth thickened, and the impending battle between the witches and demons loomed closer. The sooner they comprehended the array, the greater the odds for the demon race. Meanwhile, Tai was responsible for overseeing the daily affairs of the demon clan. The Kunpeng decisively returned to the North Sea to further comprehend the ancient script of the demon race. Remaining in the heavenly court was a source of discontent for him. Meanwhile, Xia exited through the southern heavenly gate, making her way towards the revered sage that Kunpeng had mentioned. Her thoughts extended beyond merely exchanging for a handful of tea leaves. If she could entice that sage to join the ranks of the demon clan, would they not gain a greater advantage in the impending calamity of witches and demons? Xia believed that with the might of the demon race and her own allure, such a feat was not beyond reach. With a swift motion, a beam of golden light descended upon the nameless valley. After an extensive search, the unparalleled demon queen finally beheld a magnificent edifice. Ethereal rhythms intertwined, and purple mist swirled, a clear indication of a sage's abode. With her heart brimming with anticipation, Shiha approached, only to find a delightful girl in a white dress diligently sweeping the entrance. At the first glance, Shiha was struck dumb, her body trembling. This aura, a terrifying presence she had never encountered even in Dijuan, and even the goddess Nuwa seemed to pale in comparison to the girl before her. Could she be a sage? A sage sweeping the ground? Surely, the actions of a sage are beyond comprehension. Perhaps it was a unique method of cultivation? Taking a deep breath, she had gathered her composure and approached, bowing deeply to the young girl. I, Sha, Empress of the demon race, pay my respects to the esteemed sage. Leave, came the frigid command from a girl, her voice as icy as her demeanor, as she continued to sweep at Shiha's feet. Chapter 8. The transaction with Shiha. As Bingpa swept the floor, Shiha took a step back. Despite her indifferent demeanor, Shiha grew increasingly respectful. Senior, I have come here at the recommendation of the Demon Master Kunpeng. What Demon Master? I am unfamiliar with such a title. I am here to request a piece of the primordial enlightenment tea in exchange. Finally lifting her gaze, Bingpa regarded Shiha and pointed at the plaque. Are you here to pawn something? Shiha glanced over, the essence of innate Taoist divine inscriptions imprinting in her mind, and nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Follow me, Bingpa instructed, turning without a backward glance as she entered the house. Such a personality, Shiha marveled inwardly, not daring to exhibit any semblance of indifference as she hurriedly followed. In the courtyard, every sight and object astounded Shiha. Even an inconspicuous piece of refuse was a priceless treasure in the wilderness. Upon entering, Bingpa bowed toward Lin Xian. Master, a guest has arrived. What? A thunderous shock reverberated in Shia's mind. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The aura of the girl in white surpassed that of a sage. And yet she referred to the youth as master. Could it be? Shia cautiously glanced over. That visage was simply exquisite. In an instant, her heart raced, leaving her dizzy and breathless on the verge of fainting. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. How dare anyone attempt to provoke me? A gentle breeze swept through, lifting Shiha back to her senses. After a considerable time, she regained her composure. I pay my respects to the senior. Lin Xian appraised her. Shiha was strikingly beautiful, embodying the cold elegance of the lunar fairy while exuding the maturity of a married woman. A perfect fusion of both qualities. Speak, what do you wish to pawn? And what do you seek in return? Lin Xian stated with a calm demeanor. His voice felt like a refreshing spring breeze to Shiha, and it took her a moment to respond. I wish to exchange for a piece of primordial enlightenment tea. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Hadn't this item just been exchanged by Kunpeng? Could there have been an unforeseen circumstance? In his establishment, he was an omnipotent sage of the Tao, yet he remained oblivious to the events outside, left only to speculate. However, this was of no concern to him. He merely needed to conduct business. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the primordial enlightenment tea floated toward him. She had glanced over to see a large tea tree in one corner of the courtyard, bearing at least several million pieces of the tea. Compared to this courtyard, the demon clan's heavenly court appeared as a destitute household. How splendid it would be to reside here. Place your wager. Lin Xian's voice snapped Shiha back to reality. She hastily complied, placing a considerable array of rare treasures upon the golden scales. However, while the treasures were numerous, few were truly remarkable, especially when compared to the innate spiritual treasures of the Demon Master's palace. This, Shiha was taken aback. Was it truly not sufficient to procure even a single piece of tea? Yet, upon reflection, the efficacy of the primordial enlightenment tea was lauded even by sages. Despite the abundance of treasures before her, they were mere scrap metal in comparison to this singular tea leaf. Furrowing her brow, Shiha contemplated the competition among the celestial beings. In addition to the treasures of the demon race, she possessed a companion spirit treasure, the tiny divine wheel, which is a superior innate spiritual treasure that could potentially be exchanged for the primordial enlightenment tea. However, to pay such a price for a Kunpeng seemed utterly unworthy. It would be far more prudent to procure something for herself. As Shiha pondered, an alluring fragrance suddenly wafted into her nostrils. How delightful! Though she had already reached the quasi-saint realm, the significance of food had diminished for her. Yet the enticing aroma made her stomach audibly rumble, a sensation she had never experienced since acquiring sentience. So this was what it felt like to crave food. She had presumed only the lowly beings would feel such desires. "Master, let us dine first," Bingpa interjected, having specially prepared chopped chili golden carp head, stir-fried chaos spiritual root, and steamed demon god egg for her. "Only when you're satiated will you have the strength to discuss business." "Very well," Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, taking a seat beside Bingpa without a care for Shiha. Though it appeared as if he were neglecting her, Lin Xian was acutely aware that, faced with such an abundance of treasures, Shiha would never willingly depart. To flatter her would be to undermine his position. Under Bingpa's attentive service, Lin Xian relished the delightful dishes. "Bingpa's culinary skills have improved yet again," he praised. "It is all thanks to your guidance, Master," Bingpa replied with a giggle. Shiha felt a pang of displeasure at being left aside. "Umph. And what of that, Bingpa? So cold towards her yet so warm to the youth." As the demon queen, she had never endured such indignity. But upon reflection, she realized that the girl named Bingpa exuded an aura surpassing that of a saint, while the young man was enveloped in the essence of the Tao. How audacious of her to harbor resentment towards them. It was indeed a transgression. Fortunately, they seemed unconcerned, engrossed in their culinary delights. As Shiha swallowed hard, her appetite intensified with every glance and whiff of the food. Gathering her courage, she approached cautiously. "Senior, may I have a taste?" Lin Xian smiled gently. Of course. Shiha's heart soared with joy as she eagerly prepared to sit down. However, Lin Xian's next words left her momentarily speechless. "You may exchange items for food." Shiha was taken aback. Must one pawn items even to partake in a meal? Every grass and grain, every flower and fruit must be exchanged if one wishes to acquire something from this courtyard, Lin Xian stated, seemingly discerning her thoughts. "Then I shall exchange these rare materials for a meal," Shiha urged anxiously. Lin Xian shook his head. "Only for a piece of golden carp flesh." This, Shiha was once again stunned. Although these rare materials could not compare to innate spiritual treasures, they were still exceedingly precious. If they could not be traded for the primordial enlightenment tea, could they not even secure a meal? Whether to pawn is but a single word. "Do not disrupt the master's dining," Bingpa said coolly, her gaze fixed on Shiha. An aura comparable to that of a saint enveloped the space, almost compelling Shiha to kneel. With a gritted jaw, she acquiesced. "Very well, I shall exchange." Though she felt a tinge of humiliation, she deemed it acceptable in the presence of these two. Most importantly, the allure of the food was too great to resist. Upon the golden scales, the treasures of heaven and earth vanished, and simultaneously, a palm-sized slice of golden koi fish floated before me. Shiha, unable to contain her excitement, tasted it immediately, her eyes gleaming with delight. What had she previously consumed? The flavor of the fish was beyond compare, and astonishingly, it contained a thread of fortune, an essence of the Tao. How exquisite! Shiha felt as though she might float away, enveloped in the embrace of the Tao. How could such a delectable dish exist in this world? Yet, observing the demeanor of Bingpa and the elder, it seemed utterly mundane to them. Such ingredients were merely commonplace in their eyes. Instead, it was Bingpa's culinary skills that occasionally earned a few words of praise from the elder. After the meal, Bingpa began to tidy up. Lin Xian then turned his gaze to Shiha. "How about it? Do you have anything else to pawn?" Shiha pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Elder, may I pawn myself to remain here, to care for you, in exchange for but a day's worth of meals?" Chapter 9. The capture of an ancestral dragon. Lin Xian's tranquil gaze remained fixed upon her, silent and contemplative. She lowered her head, beads of cold sweat cascading down her brow. After a prolonged silence, a voice devoid of discernible emotion resonated beside her. Bingpa escorted her out. "Wait, senior." Yet, before she could finish her plea, she was transformed into a solid block of ice and unceremoniously hurled away by Bingpa. Did this woman presume she could linger here for her own indulgence? A fanciful notion. Oomph. I have long harbored disdain for her. Being pouted. Relishing the satisfaction of casting she-he aside. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the transaction. Reward obtained. Dao fishing rod, Jiehai. A fishing rod, intricately engraved with Dao inscriptions, materialized in Lin Xian's hand, its azure form radiating a divine light and resonating with the profound sounds of the Dao. Truly extraordinary. Perfectly content in his courtyard, he mused that becoming a fisherman would be delightful. With the Dao fishing rod in hand, he surely would not return empty-handed. With that thought, Lin Xian cast Jia high into the air, the rod vanishing into the void. The fishing was not for aquatic creatures of rivers or seas, but for the myriad paths of the heavens. Bing Po brought over a small stool to sit beside Lin Xian, thoughtfully preparing some snacks as they both awaited the catch, enjoying their simple yet blissful life. Master, what will you reel in? Who knows? Lin Xian chuckled lightly. The greatest joy of fishing lies in the exhilarating anticipation of the unknown when a catch is imminent. If one knew in advance, it would lose its charm. Suddenly, a tug, with a swift motion, he raised the rod and reeled in seamlessly. Boom! In the void, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted, revealing a resplendent seven-colored phoenix emerging from the depths of Jiehai. Bing Po's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "What a plump bird!" The seven-colored phoenix, a divine beast from the time of the Dragon Han, stood just below the Yuan Feng in status, akin to the dragon clan's Zhu Long logically. It should have perished long ago. Who would have thought it would be caught by him? The magnificent seven-colored phoenix trembled in his grasp. Bing Po's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, roasting it will surely be delectable. Sprinkle some of the chaos cumin I ground just a few days ago. Initially, Lin Xian intended to keep it as a pet, but Bing Po's words swayed him. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Take it to prepare. The seven-colored phoenix was lifted as if it were a chick. Once cleaned, it was roasted beside Lin Xian, sizzling with oil, complemented by special spices, an exquisite delight. After roasting a leg of the phoenix, Bing Po personally fed it to Lin Xian. Master, please catch some more ingredients. I am weary of the same few golden fish. The Dao Fortune golden carp, feeling somewhat relieved, sighed. Finally, this mischievous little demon had shifted her focus. Perhaps it would no longer suffer. All right, I shall comply with your wishes. Lin Xian resumed his fishing, and with such an auspicious start, he was filled with anticipation for what else he might catch. Before long, the float began to stir again. Lin Xian gently lifted the rod. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated, shaking the very heavens and earth. With the dragon's beard, horns, head, and body, a colossal dragon, exuding a dark ethereal glow, leaps from the water, adorned with 9 claws, a supreme emblem of the dragonkin. The 9-clawed black dragon is indeed the ancestral dragon. Bing Po claps her hands in delight. Wonderful! Having just feasted on phoenix flesh, I now have dragon meat to savor. Upon hearing this, the ancestral dragon is instantly startled, retracting its imposing demeanor and curling up in a submissive posture. Great sage, chaos demon god, spare this little dragon's life. Bing Po sneers coldly. Insect, this demon god can only promise you that your meat must surpass that of the phoenix. Ice-cold ancestral dragon sashimi. Master, what do you think? Lin Xian's eyes glimmer with intrigue. Indeed, this young girl is quite resourceful, yet he harbors other intentions. The pawnshop business remains somewhat lackluster, necessitating the allure of patrons. It is said that the Dragon Clan has a penchant for collecting treasures, undoubtedly a significant clientele. Ancestral Dragon, exert your aura to the fullest. Although the Ancestral Dragon is perplexed by Lin Xian's motives, it comprehends that this is its chance at survival. Without a hint of negligence, it strives to unleash its dragon might. Meanwhile, Lin Xian slightly opens a portal in the pawnshop, allowing the ancestral dragon's essence to permeate the primordial realm. Now, it is merely a matter of waiting. Our pawnshop is in need of a guardian beast. Would you be willing? Lin Xian states nonchalantly. Willing. The position of a guardian beast may outwardly seem like an insult, yet it depends on who is being asked to guard. Serving the great sage is indeed a tremendous honor. Thank you for your benevolent gift, great sage. In the primordial realm, within the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Roar. That thunderous dragon's roar transcends infinite space, directly reaching the Eastern Sea. Countless dragon offspring tremble in their hearts, prostrating on the ground, shivering, too fearful to move. What is happening? How can such a terrifying dragon's roar echo forth? Moreover, this power emanates from a bloodline suppression that compels them to submit. However, the elder dragons who survived the initial cataclysm weep tears of joy, for the master of this aura was once the unparalleled pride and faith of the dragon race, tragically perishing in that great calamity. The ancestral dragon. Has the ancestral dragon returned? Has the elder not perished? Will it return to the primordial realm to lead the dragon kin to new heights? Could the dragon race finally witness the resurgence of its ancient glory once more? In the depths of the ocean abyss, Zhu Long leans on his cane, tears streaming down his face. Brother, I never imagined that one day I would hear your dragons roar again. Since you yet live, wherever you are, we shall welcome you back to the Dragon Clan. Zhu Long emerges from seclusion, personally leading Dragon King Ao Guang and several other dragon elders toward the primordial realm, following the ancestral dragon's aura. Elder, is it truly possible that our ancestor is still alive? In midair, Ao Guang cannot help but inquire. During the initial cataclysm, they witnessed their ancestral dragon vow under the heavenly path, sacrificing its life to bless the primordial realm, securing a glimmer of hope for the dragonkin. Its body and primordial spirit transformed into nourishment, effectively perishing, rendering any return to the primordial realm seemingly impossible. I know not, but it is undoubtedly the roar of my brother. There can be no mistake. The candle dragon spoke in a deep voice. If anyone dares to deceive, using my elder brother longing to trick the dragon clan, the consequences will be dire, and we shall not let him escape unscathed. Indeed, we must not let him evade justice. Echoed Ao Guang and several other elders of the dragon clan in unison. With a swift motion, they transformed into beams of golden light, tearing through the fabric of space, and soon arrived near the valley. The dragon clan appeared, silently attuning themselves to the ancestral dragon's aura. After a brief moment, Candle Dragon proclaimed, "It is here." They descended and began a meticulous search, gradually venturing deeper into the valley. Roar! Another resonant dragon's roar echoed through the air. It is our elder brother, the ancestor. Instantly, their eyes widened, and their hearts raced as if they might leap from their chests. Indeed, the sound of that dragon's roar was undeniably authentic. It must be the ancestor dragon. Who would have thought that after countless ages, the dragon clan could still anticipate the return of the ancestor? Come, let us hasten to welcome our elder brother, Candle Dragon urged, moving swiftly ahead with the rest of the dragon clan trailing closely behind. Yet in the next moment, they were left utterly stunned. The ancestor dragon was indeed present, but at that moment, he was bound by iron chains to a large pillar huddled at the entrance, resembling a pet meant to guard the door. Chapter 10. The primordial box. This scene left the dragon clan trembling with fury. Our noble ancestor dragon has been subjected to such humiliation. Brother, this is outrageous. Who has imprisoned you here? The candle dragon was on the verge of tears, feeling such unjust sorrow for the ancestor dragon. The ancestor dragon slowly raised his head, gazing at the candle dragon and the younger members of the clan, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Who would have thought that one day they would be reunited? No one has imprisoned me. All of this is by my own volition. The ancestor dragon looked back at the magnificent structures behind him, revealing an unparalleled devotion. It is an honor for me to be here. Ancestor, regardless of who has confined you, the dragon clan is willing to fight to the death for you. Ao Guang drew the sea wave sword and slashed at the chains. Channeling the power of the entire Eastern Sea, he struck down, yet the iron chains merely trembled slightly, emitting faint runes, suffering no damage whatsoever. This is the chain of order, the candle dragon exclaimed. When the heavenly path punished the dragon clan, it was to place upon them the shackles of order, which until today have bound them, preventing their descendants from ever transcending the golden immortal realm. This led to the decline of the dragon clan, reducing them to mere vassals of the demon race. Now, the chains of order imprison the ancestor dragon. Could this also be the handiwork of the heavenly path? A wave of despair swept over the dragon clan. Oof. The ancestor dragon scolded, "You ungrateful fools dare to strike at the master's possessions?" This, for a moment, the candle dragon and the others were left speechless. What has come over the ancestor dragon? Who does he refer to as his master? Has the once mighty ancestor dragon, who looked down upon heaven and earth, vanished? The ancestor dragon briefly recounted the events concerning Lin Xian and the pawnshop. A saint of the great Tao? Does such a being truly exist? The candle dragon inhaled deeply. Even if these words came from the ancestor dragon, they were still hard to believe. In the wilderness, do entities exist that surpass the heavenly path? Indeed, they do. If you gather sufficient tokens to pawn, you shall surely rescue the dragon clan from the shackles of the heavenly path. A glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of the candle dragon and the others. If a saint of the great Tao were to assist, liberating the dragon clan from the shackles of the heavenly path might not be so difficult after all. After granting permission and offering further advice, the ancestor dragon allowed the dragon clan to enter the pawnshop. And what they witnessed along the way convinced them that the shop's owner was indeed a being of the great Tao. In the courtyard, dragons, phoenixes, and cheelants, along with various chaotic fierce beasts piled high with ingredients. These were all caught by Lin Xian. Bing Pu was diligently carrying them back to the kitchen to freeze. Boom! Another devouring beast bit the hook. Despite its ability to devour the heavens, it could not escape a mere fishhook. The chaos fishing rod was indeed deserving of its name. A true calamity for the beings of the myriad realms and the seas of time. The candle dragon and the others watched Lin Xian with admiration, daring not to disturb him, and could only wait patiently. After a while, Lin Xian turned to them. "Are you all clear on the rules of the pawnshop?" The candle dragon and the others hurriedly nodded. "We understand." "Speak. What does the dragon clan seek?" The candle dragon replied, "May we request the saint of the great Tao to allow the ancestor dragon to return to the Eastern Sea?" Lin Xian remained indifferent. If the ancestral dragon is willing, and you can afford the price, nothing is beyond reach. In truth, following the ancestral dragon, Lin Xian had captured many chaotic ferocious beasts, their realms not inferior to that of the ancestral dragon. The dragons engaged in hushed discussions. Ultimately, they resolved to abandon the idea, not out of reluctance to pay, for they would not hesitate to deplete the entire dragon clan for the ancestral dragon. Yet, the ancestral dragon was simply unwilling to depart. From the nuances of their earlier conversation, it was evident that the ancestral dragon held an unwavering faith in the great Tao saints. Remaining here as a guardian was an immense fortune. After their deliberations, Zhulong spoke. "We wish to request the great Tao saints to lift the shackles of the heavenly Tao from the dragon clan, allowing us to return to a normal existence." Lin Xian's gaze swept over the group with a mild indifference. "This is not an issue, but I fear you may lack the necessary stakes." The golden scales appeared, one side bearing the fruit of the great Tao, the other an empty tray. "Name your price," Lin Xian stated coolly. Sensing the aura of the great Tao fruit, Zhulong and the others found it difficult to breathe. Trembling, they retrieved an ancestral dragon pearl from their bosoms and placed it on the tray. However, the golden scales did not budge. In comparison to this fruit, the ancestral dragon pearl weighed as lightly as a feather. "What shall we do?" Zhulong turned to Aoguang and the others, exchanging glances. The weight of the great Tao fruit was such that even if they multiplied all the treasures of the dragon clan 100 million times, it would still be insufficient. They were utterly unqualified for this transaction. Lin Xian chuckled lightly, waving his hand to let the great Tao fruit drift away. Then a box floated towards them. The Hunyuan box, containing the laws of time and space, would allow the dragon clan to temporarily evade the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, Zhulong's eyes sparkled with hope, and they eagerly declared, "Excellent. We shall exchange for this." The ability to temporarily avoid punishment was more than sufficient. It represented an opportunity for the younger generation of the dragon clan to cultivate, freeing them from the eternal shackles of the Tai golden immortal realm. As for the chains binding the dragon clan, they could only gradually gather treasures, hoping that one day they might exchange them for liberation through the great Tao fruit. The Hunyuan box settled on the scale, with the ancestral dragon pearl in the tray, causing the scale to finally shift, though the transaction was still incomplete. Bring every treasure from the Dragon Palace, Zhulong commanded. Soon, through the time-space passage, countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures were transported. It must be noted that the Dragon Clan's treasures were indeed extraordinary, exceeding Lin Xian's expectations. Among them were numerous innate spiritual roots and even 2 pieces of innate spiritual treasures. Given the current status of the Dragon Clan, possessing such a wealth could indeed be deemed miraculous. As the treasures from the Dragon Palace were brought forth one by one, the golden scales finally reached a state of balance. Transaction complete, Lin Xian announced, and the treasures from the tray vanished, causing Zhulong and the others to feel a pang of regret. These were the cherished possessions of the Dragon Clan, accumulated over countless ages. Yet, for the future of the Dragon Clan, all was worth the sacrifice. The Hunyuan box floated into Zhulong's hands. Inside, a universe was contained, interwoven with the laws of time and space at the great Tao level, cloaking the powers of the heavenly Tao. Everything of the Dragon Clan was entrusted to this. The candle dragon gently caressed the small box, carefully securing it away, and bowed respectfully alongside A.O. Guang and the others, expressing their gratitude for the benevolence of the great sage. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, remarking that it was a fair transaction and there was no need for thanks. He emphasized that the pawnshop was centered around business. He owed them nothing, nor would he allow them to owe him. Indeed, there was no necessity for gratitude. With matters concluded, he instructed them to return. The treasures of the Dragon Clan had been largely depleted. They would gather more before continuing with their transactions. The Candle Dragon and the others slowly retreated, bidding farewell to the Ancestor Dragon before hastily returning to their clan. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Bing Po emerged with a braised demon head, inquiring if their master was ready to dine as the others had departed. Just then, a chime echoed, announcing the system's voice. Congratulations, host, on completing the transaction. Reward obtained, Great Tao Spirit Spring. Chapter 11. Confrontation in the backyard. A vast spring emerged, seemingly descending from the heavens, coalescing into a boundless ocean. Lin Xian stood at the water's edge, witnessing the chaotic mist swirling around him, as the rich spiritual energy enveloped him. In a mere breath, his cultivation ascended from that of a mere mortal to the realm of the immortal. Following this, he swiftly transitioned to the earth immortal realm, and then to the celestial immortal realm. Lin Xian could not help but rejoice within. In the pawnshop, he was indeed a saint of the great Tao. However, his personal cultivation was rather low. With the presence of this divine spring of the great Tao, while it might not guarantee his ascension to sainthood, entering the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal was certainly a foregone conclusion. Lin Xian stepped into the spring, bathing within its depths, absorbing the essence of the great Tao through his skin, nourishing both his primordial spirit and physical body. Boom! In that instant, Lin Xian soared directly from the celestial immortal realm to the true immortal realm. The transition from mortal to true immortal took less than 10 breaths, a testament to the power of the great Tao. In the East Sea, within the Dragon Palace, under the gaze of countless eager eyes, Zhulong revealed the primordial box from his palm, emanating a faint aura of the great Tao, where time and space intertwined in a splendid display. Great Elder, can this box truly shield us from the heavenly Tao? Inquired the dragon offspring. Could there be any doubt in the offerings of a saint of the great Tao? Zhulong replied confidently. The moment he stepped into the pawnshop, he understood that the heavenly Tao was insignificant in the presence of that figure. As long as they firmly grasped the thigh of the saint of the great Tao, the Dragon Clan was destined for greatness. Zhulong unfurled the primordial box, revealing an inner space suffused with the laws of the great Tao, effectively isolating them from the machinations of fate. This was an opportunity earned through the treasures of the entire Dragon Clan. You must cherish it dearly. Zhulong addressed the 36 dragon offspring before him, the most outstanding of their kin. Obey the great elder's command. They shouted in unison, bearing the weight of their clan's future. Though still young, they felt the immense burden resting upon their shoulders. Zhu Long nodded, placing a hand on one of them. Huang Long, I have particular faith in you. Enter the primordial box and cultivate diligently. Do not be negligent. Huang Long, a youthful dragon, could not contain his tears in the presence of Zhu Long's expectations. Kneeling on one knee, Huang Long will never disappoint the great elder or the hopes of the Dragon Clan. Zhu Long nodded, waving his hand to send the 36 dragons into the box. He then commanded, proclaim my edict. All members of the Dragon Clan, from this day forth, must spare no effort in gathering all heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Zhu Long understood that with sufficient treasures, they could barter with the Saint of the Great Tao for invaluable items. In the North Sea, Kunpeng was enveloped in a demonic light, with 2,990 characters swirling around him in ceaseless motion. Yet, no matter how he contemplated, he could not comprehend the 3,000th character, leaving him feeling unfulfilled. If only this ancestor had the primordial enlightenment tea in hand, I would have grasped all 3,000 characters long ago. This is all due to Lu Ye's interference. Kunpeng rose, teeth clenched, his expression as cold as frost. The demon clan of the North Sea shared Kunpeng's indignation. Ancestor, they are being far too oppressive. Indeed, our lineage in Beihai has long been subjugated by the lineage of the demon emperor. Now, they have the audacity to bully our venerable ancestor. None of our brethren shall tolerate this. Did not the demon empress promise to provide an explanation to our ancestor? How has such an extensive period elapsed without any sign of action? Ancestor, it is rumored that the demon empress has returned to the heavenly court. What? Kunpeng's narrow, elongated eyes squinted into a slit. The fact that Shiha returned to the heavenly court without seeking him out troubled him deeply. What of the primordial enlightenment tea? Could it be that she intends to renege on her word? Kunpeng felt a growing sense of unease. No, this demon master must personally return to the heavenly court. Kunpeng unfurled his wings, transforming into an emerald hue of demonic light as he soared towards the heavens. At this moment, Tai presided over the heavenly court, engaged in discussions with the demon empress Shiha regarding strategies to deal with the witch clan and the forging of the witch slaughtering sword, which would initiate the massacre of the human race. The ancestral witches are difficult to vanquish. Thus, the forging of the witch slaughtering sword should be expedited. I hereby decree that the 10 great demon saints shall lead billions of demonkin to exterminate the human race and gather their souls. Tai spoke coldly, his finger flicking. A ball of solar true fire transformed into 10 small golden crows, which flew to various locations within the heavenly court, landing in the hands of the 10 great demon saints. Excellent. Shia's response was merely perfunctory. Ever since exiting the pawnshop, her mind had been in disarray. She had not anticipated being dismissed by the Saint of the Tao. In retrospect, she realized her own rashness. It was crucial to acknowledge that Bingpa was a primordial demon god, deserving of serving the Saint of the Tao, while she was but a mere being, audaciously hoping to remain by the side of the saint. Yet the sumptuous delicacies of fish continuously tantalized Shiha's spirit, particularly the trace of Daoic fortune contained within, leaving her craving for more. On several occasions, she contemplated emptying the demon clan's reserves, but out of consideration for Tai and fear of irritating the Saint of the Tao, she refrained from taking action. Alas, next time she must remember to observe proper etiquette. Furthermore, she must also seek to please Bingpa, who stands by the Saint of the Tao. She has silently resolved to return to the pawnshop. Bang! Demon Master. One cannot intrude upon the Demon Emperor's palace without prior announcement. The grand doors of the Demon Emperor's palace were thrust open. Both Tai and Shiha frowned. Who was audacious enough to breach the sanctity of the Demon Emperor's palace? Upon recognizing Kunpeng, Tai's frown deepened further. This Kunpeng, emboldened by his status as a demon master, was becoming increasingly brazen. Shia's heart skipped a beat. After all, she was in the wrong. She had promised Kunpeng the primordial enlightenment tea, but had failed to deliver. Surely he had come to demand accountability. A cold snort echoed in her heart. During such a time, one must remain resolute. With Tai backing her, Kunpeng would hardly dare to act against her. Kunpeng, this is the Demon Emperor's palace. How dare you be so disrespectful? Xia spoke coldly, standing tall, her gaze sharp as she sought to place blame upon Kunpeng. Demon Empress, it was you who initially pledged to provide this demon master with an explanation. Where is the primordial enlightenment tea? Kunpeng extended his hand, demanding his due. Xia's expression darkened instantly. Kunpeng's brazen demand for repayment left her feeling utterly humiliated. She cast a pleading glance towards Tai Yi. Uncle, with that single utterance, Tai Yi could not remain indifferent. He sprang to his feet, locking eyes with Kunpeng. Kunpeng, I shall repay the debt that Luya owes you on his behalf. Should you continue to target the Empress of the Demons, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. He stepped forward, his towering figure casting a shadow over Kunpeng. Though both were formidable quasi-saint beings, Tai Yi wielded the Chaos Bell, rendering him virtually invincible beneath the sanctified realm. Were it not for the greater good of the demon clan, he would have already silenced his opponent with the bell. Such tyranny is intolerable. Kunpeng gritted his teeth, feeling utterly aggrieved. Tai Yi, if you seek to oppress me, how could this old ancestor simply acquiesce? Boom! Within the Demon Emperor's hall, two potent forces collided. On one side, the true fire of the sun blazed fiercely, possessing the might to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. On the other, a divine light surged, with 2,999 characters of the demon clan swirling incessantly around Kunpeng. The entire heavenly court trembled, and countless demons quaked in fear, hastening to flee from the Demon Emperor's hall. Whether it be the Eastern Sovereign or the Demon Master, none of them could be trifled with. It was prudent to keep their distance to avoid misfortune. Chapter 12. Cancellation of the transaction. The true fire of the sun clashed with the characters of the Demon Clan. Kunpeng gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Yet Tai Yi remained unperturbed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Kunpeng, though I address you as Demon Master, do not presume that you can overturn the heavens. At that moment, a great chaotic bell of deep yellow materialized in the void. Surrounding the bell were the sun, moon, and stars, entwined with the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Within the bell lay mountains and rivers, the myriad beings of the primordial world flickering into view. Dong! The sound of the bell echoed powerfully, and in an instant, a five-colored radiance illuminated the heavens. The sacred might of chaos overwhelming the universe. The might of the innate treasure was unmistakable. Countless demons trembled in fear, kneeling toward the Demon Emperor Palace. With the emergence of the chaotic bell, all spirits bowed in submission. Bang, bang, bang. The characters of the demon clan shattered in sequence, numbering 2,999. Kunpeng spat out a mouthful of old blood, his complexion pale, his divine essence wilting. He fixed his gaze on the chaotic bell, his heart shaken. Is this the power of an innate treasure? Tai Yi approached him with a mocking smile, his pressure growing more intense with each step, making Kunpeng feel as though his very bones might shatter. Uncle, enough, enough. We are all of the demon clan. Let us not damage our harmony. She has stepped forward to mediate. Ultimately, this matter stems from the missteps of Luya and myself as the mother. Demon Master, accept this item as a token of apology. She had produced a perfectly round orb from her bosom, emanating a soft spiritual light, a postnatal high-grade spiritual treasure. Kunpeng found it laughable. Luya had brewed his own primordial enlightenment tea, and Xia, in her fickleness, now sought to smooth over the consequences with a mere postnatal spiritual treasure. Treating him as a child to be toyed with, he cast a cold glance at the two, dragging his injured body step by step out of the Demon Emperor Palace. Wait! Tai's authoritative voice resonated from behind. Kunpeng halted, feeling as though Tai, bolstered by the chaotic bell, had transformed into an insurmountable mountain, pressing down upon him. In light of your contributions to the creation of the Demon Clan's characters, let this matter conclude here. Should you persist in this entanglement, even if my elder brother cherishes your talent and protects you, I shall still suppress you beneath the chaotic bell. Kunpeng's face was as cold as frost. He remained silent, and exited the Demon Emperor Palace. Watching Kunpeng's retreating figure, Shiha smirked disdainfully, thinking to herself, how could he ever contend with me? She then turned to Tai, instantly changing her demeanor, her face blooming with a radiant smile. Thank you, uncle, for protecting me and Liya. Tai waved his hand dismissively. My elder brother is in seclusion. Should I allow my sister-in-law to suffer grievances, he would surely blame me. Outside, the Demon Emperor Palace. The lesser demons whispered and pointed, their gossip inciting even greater anger in Kunpeng. Tai, you lack compassion. Do not blame this demon master for being heartless. Kunpeng's expression was frigid to the core. He was aware that within the chambers of Dijuan and Tai lay two innate spiritual treasures. The first was the Demon Emperor's sword, a treasure imbued with the fortunes of the demon clan. Encountering the Demon Emperor's sword was akin to the presence of Dijuan himself, embodying the authority of the Demon Emperor, a superior innate treasure. The second was the Chui Guang Liangyi lamp, an artifact of the Eastern Emperor's palace. Within its light, a single thought could transform into myriad thoughts. Regardless of how potent one's magical power might be, one could easily fall into a daze, unwittingly becoming consumed by the flames of the Liangyi lamp. The lamp possesses the extraordinary ability to transform spiritual energy into the duality of existence. Its master, upon entering the realm of practice, experiences remarkable acceleration in their cultivation. This is indeed a premier, innate spiritual treasure. If I were to pilfer these items and pawn them before a great sage, I could surely exchange them for something of great value. As for the consequences, what do I care for the aftermath? If one possesses the prowess, let them attempt to subdue this demon master. With resolute determination, the Kunpeng transformed into a wisp of ethereal light and entered the palace of the Demon Emperor, subsequently soaring forth from the southern celestial gate towards the primordial expanse. In the pawnshop, Lin Xian was leisurely fishing, with the ancestor dragon resting beside him and the ice soul basking in the sunlight, leading a rather tranquil life. You've been here for quite some time. Do you not wish to return to the dragon clan? Lin Xian inquired. How can I not long for my dragon offspring? Yet, being in the company of the great sage affords me a broader horizon, the ancestor dragon replied. Having spent ample time here, the ancestor dragon shed its initial timidity and fear, and under the guise of respect, was occasionally able to exchange playful banter with Lin Xian, creating a familial atmosphere. Suddenly, Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. We have a visitor, bring them in. At this, the ancestor dragon hurriedly departed. Outside the pawnshop, a young Kuan sought an audience with the great sage. The Kunpeng wore a broad smile, exuding utmost respect. The door opened, and the ancestor dragon's voice resonated, enter. The ancestor dragon. The Kunpeng was instantly startled. Hadn't he perished long ago? How could this be? Yet, considering that the great sage resided within the pawnshop, everything seemed to fall into place. The appearance of Pangu one day would hardly be an extraordinary occurrence. A dragon and a bird soon materialized in the courtyard. Upon seeing Lin Xian, the Kunpeng began to lament his woes, speaking of how Tai and Shiha had bullied him, beseeching the great sage to intervene on his behalf. With tears and snot flowing, Lin Xian immediately discerned that the Kunpeng's performance was undoubtedly inspired by the antics during the seat-grabbing at the Zhixiao Palace. It was strikingly vivid, almost identical. The ancestor dragon listened with righteous indignation, while the ice soul nibbled on the leg of a chaotic beast, seemingly insatiable. Once the Kunpeng concluded his display, Lin Xian merely stated, Speak, what do you wish to pawn? The Kunpeng, somewhat embarrassed, wiped away his tears and snot, revealing the Demon Emperor's sword and the duality lamp. I wish to pawn these two innate spiritual treasures. Ding! Detected that the Demon Emperor's sword and the duality lamp do not belong to Kunpeng, thus cannot be pawned. Oomph. Instantly, Lin Xian's gaze turned frigid, causing the Kunpeng to tremble, beads of cold sweat cascading down. Hastily, he knelt. Great sage, did I err in any way? Fear gripped him. In that fleeting moment, the Kunpeng felt as though his very soul were at risk of being torn asunder. The great sage could extinguish his life with but a thought. I ask you, are these two treasures yours? Lin Xian's icy voice pierced the Kunpeng's ears like daggers of frost. With a gasp, the Kunpeng could no longer withstand the pressure and spat forth a mouthful of blood. The eye's soul raised its gaze. The blood instantly froze into a solid lump, then burst apart, vanishing without a trace. The Kunpeng's blood was unworthy of tarnishing the courtyard. The Kunpeng deserves death. These two treasures are indeed not mine. Lin Xian rose to his feet and strode before him, towering with an air of authority. In a cold voice, he proclaimed, "I operate this pawn shop with principles of integrity, ensuring fairness in every transaction. To bring stolen goods here for pawning, what do you presume to cast upon me?" Kunpeng acknowledges his misdeed. "Please, O sage of the Great Way, grant me mercy. Spare Kunpeng's life." He repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. He had initially believed that by stealing treasures, he could complete a transaction at the pawn shop, thereby enhancing his own power, thinking that even if Emperor Jun or Tai pursued the matter, they would be powerless against him. Yet, it was clear that his calculations had been misguided. These two spiritual treasures could neither be pawned nor refined for his own use. He had truly lost both his wife and soldiers in this endeavor. At this moment, Kunpeng was bereft of tears, lamenting the cruel fate that beset him. "Show him out," Lin Xian said nonchalantly. Isol approached and effortlessly lifted Kunpeng as if he were a mere chick, preparing to escort him away. Suddenly, Kunpeng cried out, "Wait, wait, I have one more item to pawn. Please, O sage of the Great Way, grant little Kunpeng another chance." Chapter 13. The Path of Slaughter. "Only one can ascend," Lin Xian signaled with his gaze. Bing tossed Kunpeng onto the ground. Since he still had items to pawn, it was only reasonable for him to not turn away. "Speak, what do you wish to pledge?" Bing posed with hands on his hips, radiating an intimidating presence, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Zulong circled behind him, prepared to bite off his head should the answer prove unsatisfactory. Kunpeng, already terrified, dared not prolong the suspense and immediately stated, "I, Kun, have gleaned the essence of the Hunyuan Enlightenment Tea, deriving 2,999 characters. Although not complete, the heavenly Tao must respond with merit." Kunpeng wished to use this merit as collateral. Upon finishing his words, Kunpeng cautiously observed Lin Xian, his heart lodged in his throat, fearful that the great sage would refuse. However, when he saw Lin Xian nod, a sense of relief washed over him. He sat cross-legged, as the ethereal script of the demon clan swirled around him, and he gazed skyward, proclaiming, "I, Kunpeng of the demon clan, have created 2,999 characters. May the heavenly Tao bear witness." As he had done with Zulong, Lin Xian tore open a small rift in the pawnshop's space. The heavenly Tao immediately sensed it, and immense clouds of merit descended, showering down radiant golden light. However, as the colossal golden light approached Kunpeng, Lin Xian deftly redirected it with a flick of his finger, channeling it into the tray of the golden balance. After a lengthy moment, the golden clouds and light dissipated. The tray now brimmed with an abundance of merit, sufficient to elevate Kunpeng's cultivation directly to the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Though there remained a slight distance to match the likes of Dijuan and Tai, it was no longer far off. Kunpeng gazed at it, his heart aching with longing and reluctance. "What is this? Having second thoughts?" Lin Xian's voice drifted in coolly, causing Kunpeng to shudder. He hastily replied, Kunpeng would not dare. "The transactions of the great sage are always fair. Even exchanging for merit, I do not lose." Lin Xian nodded, acknowledging that Kunpeng's words resonated with him. Fair trade implies that one does not take advantage of another, nor should anyone expect to gain without cost. "Now, what do you wish to exchange for?" Kunpeng fell into deep contemplation. In his heart, he longed to slay Tai, Shihe, and Hongyun. Yet he understood that while merit was precious, it was insufficient to compel the great sage to act on his behalf. Killing, he recalled the day when Hongyun emerged from the valley, slaughtering 100,000 demons, a scene that left even him, a formidable demon master, trembling in fear. Before the great sage, Kunpeng too desired to cultivate the path of slaughter. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a flicker of intrigue. Even Bing looked somewhat astonished. Among the 3,000 paths, there existed 3,000 Hunyuan Dao fruits. Each path could only yield 1 Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal. In the wastelands, there were already the likes of Mingi and Hongyun practicing the path of slaughter before Bing Po could finish his thought. Kunping interrupted. Does this mean that among the three, only one can ascend to become a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal, while the other two must perish? Lin Xian slowly nodded precisely. Kunpeng suddenly burst into laughter. This suits my intentions perfectly. Slay Mingi, slay Honyun, slay Dijuan, Tai, Shiha, Luya. Let them all perish. Boom. The air around Kunpeng was thick with a violent aura, enveloped by a haze of hatred and murderous intent. This individual was indeed a promising candidate for the path of killing. However, he was equally perilous. A moment's carelessness could plunge him into the demonic realm, where his bloodthirsty nature would take control, leading him not to enlightenment, but to becoming a mere puppet, drained of vitality by the fruits of the killing path. Kill, kill, kill. Kunpeng's visage twisted into a grimace, consumed by an insatiable desire for slaughter. However, a gentle cough interrupted his reverie. Lin Xian's soft sound brought Kunpeng back to reality, drenched in cold sweat as he knelt, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. The young Kunpeng, momentarily bewitched, had confronted the saint of the great Tao, pleading for forgiveness. He continued to bow fervently, resembling a meek quail, in stark contrast to the bloodthirsty demon he had just been. Enough, let us conclude the transaction, Lin Xian said dismissively, waving his hand lightly. A nascent fruit of the killing path floated towards him, transforming into a weight on a golden balance that now stood evenly, symbolizing a fair exchange. Your killing path fruit and that of Honyun are indistinguishable, both still incomplete. As for who will attain enlightenment first and unlock the fruit of the primordial Tao, that relies solely on your capabilities. Once one achieves enlightenment, the other's killing path fruit will wither and vanish, Lin Xian remarked coolly. This added an intriguing layer to the primordial realm. The three practitioners of the killing path would inevitably become entwined in the future, especially between Hongyun and Kunpeng, whose fates were already intertwined, now further complicated, promising an eternal conflict. However, all of this was of no concern to Lin Xian. He sat comfortably in his pawnshop, observing the unfolding of events in the primordial realm. It must be me. Kunpeng gritted his teeth. Lin Xian merely smiled lightly, offering no words, gesturing that the transaction was complete and he could depart. As the ancestor dragon prepared to see him off, Kunpeng suddenly spoke. Little Kun has one more matter to inquire the saint of the great Tao. Speak, Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. If these treasures ever become ownerless, may little Kun pawn them? Ownerless items can be pawned, the system chimed in. Lin Xian nodded slightly yes. Kunpeng's heart surged with joy, concurrently planting a seed of bloodlust within. He surveyed the Demon Emperor sword, the verdant light dual instrument lamp, and the river map and Luo book, secretly resolving, once I have slain all of you, these treasures will become ownerless. At that time, I shall return upon them. After respectfully bowing to Lin Xian, Kunpeng slowly exited the small courtyard, leaving the pawnshop. Now, he needed to return the Demon Emperor sword and the verdant light dual instrument lamp to avoid arousing suspicion and continue his cultivation of the killing path. He sought an opportunity to eliminate his rivals, Hongyun and Mingi, so that he alone would traverse this broad path, destined to attain the status of a primordial golden immortal. After Kunpeng's departure, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the transaction. Reward obtained. Vast fields of tilling. A field of farmland? The system has rewarded me with a plot of agricultural land. Lin Xian led Bing Pe and the ancestor dragon to the backyard, which had once been barren land, but had now transformed into a thriving farmland, conveniently situated beside the chaotic spirit spring to facilitate irrigation. In this realm of boundless possibilities, several spirit roots had already been planted, including Tai Su Bodhi, 5 elements Huang Zhong Li, and Hongmeng Pantao tree. Some of these spirit roots originated from the primordial era, yet they had ascended to a higher level, achieving the status of chaotic spirit roots. In truth, the 10 innate spirit roots were originally chaotic spirit roots as well, but they had succumbed to the overwhelming force of creation, diminishing to the level of innate spirit roots. Most importantly, under the dominion of the heavenly Tao, such entities were not permitted to exist. However, within the confines of one's own establishment, there were no issues at all. Once these spirit roots matured, they would yield exquisite delicacies. Lin Xian's gaze shifted to Bing Pe, who in turn looked at the ancestor dragon, who was unfortunately left with no one to observe. Instead, had to lift heavy stones to construct a water channel, drawing a portion of the chaotic spirit spring for irrigation. Following this, he tilled the soil and applied fertilizer. After a series of efforts, the ancestor dragon was already drenched in sweat. After all, this was the realm of Tai Su, not an ordinary field. Each effort to till the soil was akin to opening a small world. "Aren't you going to lend a hand, little girl?" Lin Xian inquired with a smile. Bing Pe made a playful face and replied, "I still need to prepare a meal for the master." With that, she scampered away. The ancestor dragon wiped his brow and said earnestly, "As long as the master is well, I consider this as part of my training." Lin Xian chuckled and shook his head, leaving him to his toil while he returned to the front yard to bask in the sun, eagerly awaiting the meal. Chapter 14. The Lament of Humanity Within the Pawnshop. Tranquility reigned as Lin Xian and his companions savored delectable dishes. Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of the primordial world, the 10 great demon saints, under the command of the Eastern Emperor Tai, led countless demon kin in a relentless slaughter of the human race, forging the sword of slaughtering witches. In an instant, a tempest of bloodshed ensued, echoing with the cries of despair. This massacre was far more brutal than the conflict between witches and demons. In mere hundreds of days and nights, over 1 billion humans perished, their souls cast into the furnace to nourish the sword. These insignificant beings were far easier to slay than the witch clan. Delightful. First, they would exterminate the humans, and once the sword was forged, they would turn their blades upon the demon race. One could only ponder why the goddess Nuwa would create such fragile creatures. You see, despite their weakness, humans reproduce with astonishing rapidity, making them prime sustenance. Indeed, many of them possess tender flesh, far more delectable than that of fierce beasts. This cataclysm reverberated throughout the entire primordial realm. While many beings felt compassion, who among them dared to meddle in the affairs of the demon race? Only the celestial master Jinyuan of the 5 Zhuang of Wanshou Mountain, with a heart full of pity, could no longer bear to witness the slaughter. He allowed a portion of the humans to take refuge within the mountain, yet simultaneously established prohibitions, forbidding any from entering the 5 Zhuang, as if concealing some unspeakable secret within. The black-haired Heng Yun gazed at the throngs of humans hidden within the mountain, his expression devoid of emotion, and remarked, "Brother, why have you also tread upon the path of righteousness that I once walked?" Jinyuan shook his head. "Compassion has been within me since the day I took form. My initial opposition was solely to your misguided benevolence." Indeed. Heng Yun sighed deeply. Ever since he embarked on the path of slaughter, he had grown cold and distant, speaking less and less. Jinyuan expressed concern. "The path of slaughter is fraught with peril. You must maintain control over your heart, lest you fall into the abyss from which there is no return." Heng Yun nodded solemnly. "I understand." After a moment of silence, he continued, "Brother, there is another who has also traversed the path of slaughter." Jinyuan was taken aback. "Who?" Heng Yun replied without hesitation, "Kunpeng." The countenance of Jinyuan darkened significantly. The ties between Kunpeng and Heng Yun were profound, and now it seemed, on the path of slaughter, only one of us can survive. Heng Yun remained cold and detached, as though this was merely a matter of little consequence. Jin, listening intently, felt a shift in his expression. "Brother, I shall assist you." However, Heng Yun shook his head, resolutely stating, "Brother, do not involve yourself in this matter. Regardless of life or death, it is between Kunpeng and me. If you aid me on the path of slaughter, it would only cloud your heart and hinder your path to enlightenment." Jinyuan could only acquiesce with a nod and inquired, "What do you plan to do?" Heng Yun replied, "I shall enter seclusion for a while longer, then venture to the blood sea of the underworld. That is the domain of the ancestor of the River of Souls, a master of the path of slaughter." Jinyuan remained silent for a long time, uncertain of what to say, before finally exhaling a deep sigh, simply saying, be cautious in all things. As time passed, the number of human beings seeking refuge on Mount Wanshou steadily increased. Yet, the confines of the mountain were limited, and the capabilities of Xinyuanzi were equally constrained. It was impossible for him to protect the entirety of humanity. Should the celestial beings Dijuan and Tai be stirred into action, accompanied by the two golden crows, the chaos would be unfathomable, and the very existence of Mount Wanshou would be threatened. Reluctantly, Xinyuanzi opted to seal the mountain, leaving those outside to face a brutal slaughter. A mere sliver of distance separated the realms within and outside the mountain, heaven and hell. On Shouyang Mountain, countless humans knelt in desperation. This was the sacred ground where Nuwa had originally created humanity, now also the sanctuary of the sage Laozi from the Taiching lineage. Among them was the esteemed Xuandu, the Grand Master of the Xuanwu, who diligently followed Laozi in his spiritual practice. Many factors led humanity to believe that Shouyang Mountain offered a glimmer of hope. Under the protection of the Taiching sage, they felt assured of their safety. However, Laozi merely cast a fleeting glance at the ants at the foot of the mountain and directed Xuandu to refrain from interfering with the calamity, commanding him to expel the intruders and seal the mountain gate. A momentary look of reluctance crossed Xuandu's face, but it was fleeting. He was resolute, adhering to the principle of detachment that Laozi espoused. Laozi, devoted to the path of non-action, did not wish to witness his disciples engage in futile emotions. Ignorant of the celestial mandate, Xuandu, with a stern expression, exited the 8th Scenery Palace and descended the mountain. It is the fate of humanity to endure this tribulation. You must depart swiftly and not disturb the sage's tranquility. This proclamation incited immediate outrage among the masses. Xuandu, you too are of the human race. Does your heart not ache at such words? What do you mean by saying we must face this calamity? Do we deserve to be slaughtered by the demon race? As a member of humanity, should you not stand with us against this tribulation? By heaven, we shall fight you. An innumerable throng of humans surged forward, intent on tearing Xuandu apart. Suddenly, a wave of pure, sacred energy descended, casting all humans back 800,000 miles. Furthermore, an array was established around Shouyang Mountain, preventing any from approaching. Xuandu bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your intervention. Yet, his brow furrowed with concern. 800,000 miles away, vast clouds of demonic energy approached, followed by anguished cries that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard them, even from such a distance. Xuandu closed his eyes, choosing to seal off his senses, retreating to the 8th Scenery Palace for seclusion. Out of sight, out of mind. Then there was Suiren, one of the 3 progenitors of humanity, a member of the first generation of innate humans created by Nuwa, whose cultivation had reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He stood at the pinnacle of humanity. Thanks to Suiren's protection, the tribe could still tenuously resist the demon race. However, this was only because they had not yet faced a true army of demons, merely skirmishers. Even so, they suffered significant losses. Yet, fortune does not smile eternally. One of the 10 demon saints, the Ghost Chariot, had set its sights upon the Suiren tribe. Under the overwhelming might of a half-step quasi-saint demon, humanity found itself with no avenue for resistance. Even Suiren was grievously wounded after only a few exchanges, perilously close to demise. The only option left for humanity was to flee, with their survival left to the whims of fate. In a surreal tableau, Suiren was akin to a puppet, pursued and toyed with by a spectral chariot, reveling in the sensation of manipulating the insignificant, relishing their expressions of panic and dread. Such is the delight of the superior. Whoosh! Suiren plunged into a valley, with the ghostly vehicle leisurely following suit. Yet, he furrowed his brow in confusion. Despite being in the same valley, he sensed no trace of his pursuer. Could it be that the insignificant had evaded him? Impossible. How could such lowly creatures possess the means to slip through his grasp? The valley, though a singular location, existed in disparate realms of time and space. Suiren gazed blankly at the structure before him, a profound sense of a mere insect gazing up at towering mountains enveloping him. A pawnshop? Could it truly facilitate everything? The proprietor of the pawn shop, Swearin, was prepared to offer all he possessed, yearning only for a glimmer of hope for humanity. With that, he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground. Moments later, the door swung open. Bing Shuang, frowning, uttered a discontented remark. Unfortunate. The icy laws manifested a colossal claw of frost, lifting Swearin and guiding him into the pawn shop. Chapter 15. Heroes of Humanity. With a resounding thud, Swearin was cast before Lin Xian. A torrent of ethereal spring water erupted from the ancestral dragon, splashing across his face. Slowly, Swearin regained consciousness, his blurred vision settling upon a man of indescribable beauty, the term Great Tao echoing in his mind. A sage of the Great Tao. This was Swearin's initial impression. Strangely, with this singular impression, he became convinced that the figure before him transcended the very heavens as a sage of the Great Tao. Rising to his feet, Swearin found that his grievous injuries had mysteriously healed. In an instant, he bowed deeply to Lin Xian, tears streaming down his face. I implore the sage of the Great Tao to save our human race. The ancestral dragon circled around him, shaking its head. Master, I see nothing of value on him, pawn. I have something, Swearin exclaimed, producing a shattered post-heaven spiritual treasure. TCH. Both Ice Soul and the ancestral dragon scoffed in unison. Especially Ice Soul, who had been baffled when Lin Xian had instructed her to bring in this impoverished soul. When had the master become a benevolent savior willing to rescue a destitute wretch? Swearin's face flushed crimson. He understood that in the eyes of Lin Xian, this item scarcely merited even the status of scrap. Observing the plethora of treasures of great Tao caliber in the distant courtyard only amplified his embarrassment, as he felt that this post-heaven spiritual treasure was an affront to the small courtyard. Yet, apart from this, he had nothing of worth to offer. If the sage of the Great Tao could extend even a modicum of assistance to save humanity, Swearin would willingly sacrifice his life. Desperation overwhelmed him, tears flowing freely as he repeatedly bowed in supplication. Humanity was being relentlessly slaughtered by the demon race. Each recollection of such horrors brought forth a suffocating wave of despair. At last, Lin Xian spoke, his tone as tranquil as a placid stream. A pawnshop engages in commerce. What need have I for your life? But Swearin wished to articulate that apart from his life, he possessed nothing else. Surely, there must be alternatives to offering his life as collateral? Unfortunately, he was unaware that, in the eyes of Lin Xian and his companions, even a life was as light as a feather, worth not a penny. Lin Xian regarded Swearin, proposing a condition. If you desire my aid for humanity, you must exchange 30% of its future fortune. As one of the three ancestors of humanity, Swearin could command a fortune of approximately 30%. To pawn such fortune? Swearin murmured, but our kind is on the brink of annihilation. Is there even fortune remaining? Lin Xian replied coolly, I do not deceive you. The future fortune of humanity is indeed worth this price. With gritted teeth, Swearin acquiesced. If that is the case, I am willing. The golden scale materialized, drawing upon 30% of humanity's future fortune from Swearin. Of course, this fortune would only be realized in the future. But once transacted through the golden scale, it was certain to be obtained. The scale's weights represented the vitality of humanity. What this entailed, Swearin did not know, but he trusted that if the sage of the Great Tao spoke, it would undoubtedly come to pass. As the scale reached equilibrium, the objects at both ends vanished. At that moment, Swearin's eyes widened in astonishment. A wondrous sensation surged within him as he realized that his identity as the ancestral progenitor of the human race had inexplicably vanished. He was no longer one of the three revered ancestors of humanity, but merely an ordinary member of the Daoyuo human lineage. Was this truly the means of the Great Tao sage? Swearin was filled with astonishment, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. The transaction was one he had to fulfill. As long as it could save the human race, he bore no grievances. However, as time passed in silence, with no occurrences to speak of, anxiety gnawed at him. Could it be that he had encountered a deceiver? Was this Great Tao sage before him perhaps a guise worn by Emperor Jun or Tai, merely to manipulate the fortunes of humanity? That seemed implausible. Those two golden crows could not possibly possess such capabilities. Hush! Bingpa shot a glare at Swearin, signaling him to be silent. Swearin quickly covered his mouth, obeying her cue. Suddenly, a thunderous tremor shook the heavens and the earth, and a rift in time and space opened. A radiant beam descended and erupted upon the ground, revealing a figure. It was a man. Mosey, the proponent of universal love and non-aggression, had arrived at their behest. Soon after, a second and a third radiant figure followed, each more resplendent than the last. Han Fei, representing the legalists, arrived at their command. Zhuangzi, embodying the Taoists, came forth. Mencius, championing the Confucians, presented himself. As the 100 schools of thought contended, they bowed towards a singular, dazzling light. If there were no Confucius, the ages would be as a long night. As the brilliance unfurled, a venerable elder, towering at 9 feet with a square face and long beard, appeared and respectfully bowed to Lin Xian. The Confucian virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom summon me. Confucius, at your service. Quasi-saint. Swearin gasped in astonishment. The figure before him was indeed a quasi-saint, and a perfected one at that. Overwhelmed with joy, Swearin could hardly contain his tears. The human race was saved. Yet, the revelations did not cease there. Bai Qi, the human butcher of the Qin, arrived at their command. Wei Qing, the flying general of Longcheng, came forth. Shuirengue, the arrow of Tianshan, presented himself. Li Mu, the god of military formations, appeared. At last, another blinding figure emerged, equally radiant as Confucius. The assembled generals bowed in unison. We welcome the great Tang Taizong Emperor. A strikingly handsome man with a broad forehead and curling beard stepped forth from the resplendent light. Bowing to Lin Xian, Heavenly Khan, Li Shimin, at your behest. Another perfected quasi-saint. Swearin was left utterly speechless, for in total, there were precisely 100 figures present. Aside from Confucius and Li Shimin, the remaining were all at the pinnacle of the Daluo golden immortal realm. Most astonishing of all was the fact that such a multitude of formidable beings were all of the human race, creating a stark contrast to the current plight of humanity. Were they all descendants of the human lineage? Swearin cautiously inquired, still unable to believe the sight before him. How could the human race, nearly driven to extinction by the demon clan, be so resplendent in its descendants? Indeed, Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, you have met your ancestors. The 100 figures clasped their fists in reverence. We pay our respects to our ancestor. Excellent. Sui Run, with tears streaming down his face, expressed profound relief at the future of the human race. You protect humanity and help us survive this calamity. Lin Xian replied coolly, remember, do not involve yourselves in the matters between the witch and the demon. If one becomes too entangled in the great calamity, it will alter the original trajectory of the primordial world, and the laws of heaven will inevitably restore order, potentially summoning a sage. It is not that I fear the sage, but rather that the stakes offered by Sui Run are only worth this much. Otherwise, I could summon the likes of the Emperor of the Wild Heaven, the Emperor Yi, Gu Chansha, and various other emperors from the myriad realms of humanity. Additionally, there are the Supreme Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Golden Palace, the great celestial venerable Xiankong, and numerous mythical figures who could descend and shatter the primordial world. Alas, it seems that one who could forge such an alliance is nearly impossible to find in the entirety of the primordial world. The 100 human heroes responded in unison. We obey. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. Sui Run held his head high, leading the 100 human heroes out of the pawnshop beyond the valley and into the vastness of the primordial world. Chapter 16. The arrival of the Eastern Emperor outside the valley. The half-step quasi-saint demon sage, Ghost Car, furrowed his brow. He had summoned 100,000 demon soldiers to seal off the entire valley, yet he still could not find any trace of the figure known as Sui Run. Had he slipped into another dimension? Ghost Car shook his head. His cultivation was merely one step away from the quasi-saint realm. What other dimension could he not uncover? Moreover, this valley was utterly unremarkable, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, Where could such a dimension arise? My lord, we have discovered another human tribe to the southeast, reported a demon soldier. Ghostkar pondered for a moment before issuing a solemn command. Leave 10,000 demon soldiers to continue the search. The rest shall follow me to exterminate the humans. It is not worth our time to linger here for one sway run. We shall kill more. Torment them. Their wails and cries invigorate me whenever I recall them. Leaving 10,000 demon soldiers behind, Ghostkar led the remainder away. However, he had not ventured far when he suddenly furrowed his brow again. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Ghostkar turned back, and in an instant, cold sweat poured down his face. The valley he had just left was now piled high with the corpses of his kin, the blood nearly forming a river. How could all 10,000 demon soldiers have perished without a sound? His heart raced. It would not be difficult for him to kill 10,000 demon soldiers. But the challenge lay in doing so silently, unless the enemy's realm surpassed his by a considerable margin. My lord, what should we do? A soldier stammered. Ghostkar gritted his teeth, reluctant yet resolute. We must leave. His half-step quasi-saint instinct warned him that they could not remain. At that moment, a voice resonated from a void. Ziyu, since you have come, you must find peace here. What does this mean? Was Confucius implying that they should be buried here? Indeed, the voice suddenly turned stern. Since you have come, you shall be interred here. Boom! Suddenly, the entire space transformed into a cage, trapping Ghostkar and the 100,000 demons within. Sway Run and 100 heroic figures of humanity descended from the void, their gazes cold and indifferent. These demons, each stained with the blood of humanity, all deserved death. Quasi-saint, Ghostkar stared in disbelief at the humans before him, particularly at the two quasi-saints. He could not discern the true realms of Confucius and Lier, but he sensed they were comparable to the Demon Emperor and the Eastern Emperor, not to mention the numerous great Luo golden immortals. When had humanity grown so powerful? Kill, Lier commanded, without further ado. The 100 heroic figures of humanity charged into the cage, and the air filled with endless cries of anguish. In this moment, the roles had reversed. It was now the demons who faced slaughter, their blood raining down like a torrential downpour. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the demons, including Ghostkar, met their demise. Witnessing this scene, Sway Rin stood in disbelief and suddenly began to weep uncontrollably. Humanity had endured for far too long, teetering on the brink of extinction. Now, they had finally risen again, and he could no longer contain himself. Lier approached and gently patted his shoulder. The darkness of humanity has passed. Let's go save the other tribes. Sway Rin nodded gravely, not daring to delay, and alongside 100 heroic figures of the human race, he hurried between various tribes. Unbeknownst to the primordial world, a whirlwind of humanity had emerged, leaving rivers of demon blood in its wake. The myriad beings trembled in alarm. How could these once easily slaughtered ants suddenly become so formidable, leaving even the demon race at a loss? Particularly notable were those called Confucius and Lier. Merely by standing there, radiated a brilliance of Confucian and Taoist ideals capable of fracturing the very fabric of space. Unless the likes of Di Jun or Tai Yi were to personally intervene, no other demon could stand against them. Sway Rin and the 100 human heroes raised the banner of humanity atop Kongtong Mountain, summoning all the human tribes of the primordial world to gather. Gradually, this place became a sanctuary for humanity, a new sacred ground. The demon race launched several assaults, each resulting in heavy casualties and retreating in vain. In the demon court, Tai Yi's expression was grim as he gazed upon the severely injured demon saints, his anger palpable. Is it truly so difficult to eliminate the human race? He seethed. If I cannot forge the slaughter which soared before my elder brother emerges, what face shall I show him? The demon saints Ji Meng, Ying Zhao, and Shang Yang knelt before him, their faces pale, their spirits waning. The Eastern Emperor, perplexed by the sudden emergence of a formidable group of human warriors, was aware of the calamity that had befallen them. Even the ghost chariot had fallen, and countless demon soldiers lay slain. Tai Yi's countenance was like frost, yet the true fire of the sun within his eyes blazed more fiercely. He had heard tales of the human race, But the affairs of the demon race had always seemed more pressing to him. The extermination of humans was a trivial matter he seldom pondered. Yet, this unforeseen turn of events had caught him off guard. With a cold snort, the demon emperor's palace shook violently. All present understood that the Eastern Emperor's wrath had been awakened, and they lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Summon 100,000 demon soldiers. I shall personally venture to Kongtong Mountain, he commanded. The three demon saints breathed a sigh of relief. With the Eastern Emperor taking action, all would surely be resolved. On this day, Kongtong Mountain, once tranquil, was suddenly engulfed in tempestuous turmoil. The heavens transformed into a sea of flames, countless fireballs raining down, smoke billowing, incinerating the world. It was the true fire of the sun. The Slayer Bai Chi coldly declared as he shattered a fireball with a single punch. Activate the formation, Mosey urged swiftly. In an instant, a protective barrier enveloped the entirety of Kongtong Mountain. Mosey's formation could withstand the true fire of the sun for a considerable time. At the pinnacle of Kongtong Mountain, Confucius and Li Er stood side by side, these two monumental figures in human history, coldly gazing at the fire-laden clouds, beyond which the Eastern Emperor Tai led 1,000,000 demon soldiers. This was the true test for humanity. Let us slay, Li Er proclaimed, unafraid, rather exhilarated. The last time he felt such a surge of blood was during the battle to capture the Twin Kings. Yet back then, he was merely a mortal. Now, summoned to the primordial realm, he wielded the power of a quasi-saint. This suits me perfectly. Boom! The two fully realized, quasi-saint human warriors charged into the fiery clouds, traversing the true fire of the sun to engage Tai in fierce combat. The humans on Kongtong Mountain could not discern the unfolding chaos. Soon, the heavens began to rain blood of the demon race. Moments later, thunder rumbled as a colossal black hole was formed in the fabric of space, voraciously devouring everything in its vicinity. The spring and autumn brush, the Emperor's sword, two resplendent beams of light cleaved through the firmament, accompanied by the roar of thunder, carving a vast gash in the heavens, reminiscent of the Milky Way. Following this, Tai unleashed a fierce roar. The terrifying tolling of a bell resonated throughout the cosmos, causing the grand formation atop Kongtong Mountain to crack and nearly shatter. The very heavens and earth were utterly obliterated. All around surged the chaotic elements of earth, wind, water, fire, and turbulent currents of time and space. Suddenly, myriad phantoms of armored cavalry emerged from the void, the heavy cavalry of the Tang dynasty charging forth. Simultaneously, from all directions, the harmonious sounds of Confucianism echoed. The master does not speak of strange forces. To seek benevolence and attain it, what grievances remain? The strength of Confucius, guarding the nation's gates, unwilling to rely solely on might. All these forces collided with the resounding bell, soaring towards the heavens, as countless stars in the universe shattered into dust. The myriad beings of the primordial world stood in awe. The gaze of the Witch Clan turned towards Kongtong Mountain, and even the sages cast their eyes in its direction. Chapter 17. The retreat of the Demon Clan at Mount Bujo. The 12 ancestral witches simultaneously cast their gazes towards Mount Kongtong. Tai wielded the Chaos Bell, engaging in fierce combat with two quasi-saints of the human race, exchanging blows with remarkable intensity. It was perplexing. How had the human race become so formidable? Xieming was at a loss. The news of the Demon Clan forging the slaughter, which soared using the souls of human beings, had stirred the primordial world into a frenzy, and the Witch Clan was undoubtedly aware of it. Yet, the 12 ancestral witches, steeped in arrogance, were descendants of Pangu. They regarded a mere postnatal treasure forged from human souls as nothing more than a fanciful dream. They had dismissed it entirely, though they were cognizant of the tragic plight faced by the human race. The corpses of billions of beings had piled up into innumerable mountains of flesh and seas of blood, a sight that would move any soul, especially after the Earth Mother Ancestral, which had lamented, "When will such slaughter come to an end?" Yet, who could have imagined that the human race, once considered as mere ants, would suddenly unveil so many powerful figures, even subtly overshadowing the Demon Clan? The rapid transformation left everyone astounded. Oof, Tai deserves his fate. Zhurong sneered. It would be best if those two human beings were to defeat him. Gong Gong also scoffed. If the human race cannot contend with them, how could the demon clan stand a chance against us? Di Jiang's eyes flickered. As the leader of the 12 ancestral witches, he pondered many aspects. At this moment, he furrowed his brow, deeply contemplating why the human race had undergone such a remarkable transformation. After much reflection, Di Jiang chose to abandon his musings. Never mind. The rise of the human race against the demon clan is a good thing. I shall not concern myself with them further. Let us return to the Pangu Palace and continue our understanding of the 12 capital heavenly God's great formation. At Mount Shouyang, within the palace of Niuhua, both Laozi and Niuhua wore solemn expressions. One was a sage of the human race, imparting the golden elixir Tao, while the other was the Holy Mother, who had personally created humanity. They were undoubtedly the closest beings to the human race. Yet at this moment, they sensed the fortune of the human race gradually draining from their very beings. The human race, on the brink of extinction, had risen in strength, and their faith and longing for the saints had significantly waned. When I kneel before you, pleading for salvation, only to be met with indifference, why should I continue to believe in you? Trusting you seems less worthwhile than trusting myself. This encapsulated the greatest realization of humanity following the emergence of 100 heroes. Laozi and Niuhua simultaneously engaged in divination, eager to uncover the source of the sudden emergence of so many formidable human figures. However, no matter how they attempted to divine, they could not grasp even a hint of the truth. Niuhua eventually ceased her efforts, while Laozi pressed on with his calculations. The pure essence of Taiji surged forth, manifesting vast, auspicious clouds overhead, adorned with 3 flowers. Today, I must uncover the mysteries that lie within. He pointed into the void before him, gradually revealing a scroll that promised to unveil the truth. However, before the scroll could disclose even a corner, Laozi's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of foreboding rising within him. We must leave. In a swift motion, he seized Xuandu and ascended into the air. Boom! The entire 8 scenic palace erupted instantaneously, reduced to ashes. Even Mount Shouyang had been severed in half. Xuandu gazed at the scene before him, his complexion pale and incredulous. Teacher, what has transpired? Laozi remained silent, merely drenched in sweat. At last, bowing before the ruined Baiying Palace, I acknowledged my missteps. At this moment, outside Kantong Mountain, not only Confucius, but also Li Er engaged in a fierce battle against the Eastern Emperor Tai, while the rest of humanity's heroes led the charge against the demon clan. Smoke billowed and blood rained down like a torrential downpour. After numerous violent clashes, the demon clan sounded the retreat. Upon witnessing the demons' withdrawal, the human warriors stood in stunned silence, many unable to believe that they had repelled the army personally commanded by the Eastern Emperor Tai, an inconceivable feat from this day forth. Who would dare to regard humanity as mere insects, despite their wounds and the blood they shed? Many could not contain their overwhelming joy, raising their voices to the heavens in cathartic release. The feeling of standing tall was exhilarating. In the celestial court, what? You say those human warriors initially emerged from a valley? Shiha glared at a demon general, her expression darkening. At that moment, an ethereal figure etched itself into her mind. Could it be the handiwork of that illustrious individual? Was this the location? Shiha recounted the general vicinity of the valley, to which the demon general promptly replied, "Reporting to your majesty, this is indeed the place where the demon saint, Ghost Chariot, also fell outside the valley." Shiha took a deep breath. Undoubtedly, the transformation of the human race must be linked to that great sage. Had they struck a bargain with him? Yet, what could humanity possibly offer in exchange for such a monumental transaction? Unable to fathom it, Shiha realized that they could no longer confront humanity directly and promptly departed the palace to head to the demon emperor's hall. There, Tai had returned, his body marred by wounds. The sun's true fire enveloped him, and after a terrifying surge of energy passed through, his injuries healed. Unbelievable! Seated upon the enormous golden chair that belonged to the Eastern Emperor, Tai was seething with rage. Hundreds of demon generals knelt below, trembling uncontrollably. This time, he had personally intervened, yet he had been thwarted by two mere insects. The one, named Confucius, radiated an unparalleled aura of sanctity, almost making him believe he was a sage, and that Li Er, with an imperial presence, could contend with him. Had it not been for the Chaos Bell, he would have suffered a grave setback. Oof. I shall have my elder brother Fushi emerge early to eradicate humanity once and for all. This grievance was one that Tai could not swallow. At that moment, the demon empress Shiha hurried in, signaling for the demon generals to withdraw. Then she said, "Uncle, we must not confront humanity head-on." Tai furrowed his brow. Though he was furious, he refrained from lashing out at Shiha, for he held considerable respect for her due to his brother Dijuan. A mere human race. As long as my elder brother and I act together, we need not fear subduing them. There is no need for you to worry, sister-in-law. Tai remained arrogant. In his view, despite humanity's unexpected fortuitous emergence of numerous strong figures, they were still inferior to the demon clan. As long as one was willing to pay a price, they could be annihilated completely. Shia shook her head. "Uncle, do you still remember that cup of primordial enlightenment tea?" Tai paused, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. The exquisite charm of that cup of clear tea lingers in my memory, a delightful reminiscence that I often revisit to this day. The tea leaves, it turns out, originated from a venerable sage of the great Tao. She proceeded to relay to Tai all that she had witnessed and heard within the pawnshop. Chaos demons? Great Tao sages? Countless treasures of the Tao? All of this sounded utterly fantastical to Tai. How could such entities possibly exist in the primordial chaos? Yet, observing Shihi's earnest demeanor, Tai understood that his sister-in-law spoke not but the truth. "Are you implying that the human race has forged some kind of pact with that great Tao sage?" Tai inquired gravely. Shihi nodded, stating, "It is my conjecture that this is indeed the case. Henceforth, we cannot continue to clash with the humans, lest we provoke the wrath of the great Tao sage." Tai furrowed his brow, sensing a kernel of truth in Shihi's words. Yet the idea of relinquishing his ambition to slaughter the human race and forge the sword of slaughtering witches seemed utterly absurd. If that is the case, I shall personally venture to the valley to ascertain whether the great Tao sage truly plays within the primordial chaos or if someone is merely engaging in deception. She pondered for a moment, concerned that Tai Yi's fiery and proud nature might offend the great Tao sage. After some deliberation, she refrained from dissuading him, merely advising, "Above all, do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. You must show utmost respect to the great Tao sage." Tai chuckled lightly. "If he is indeed a great Tao sage, I shall naturally bestow my respect upon him." Chapter 18. The fire demon god Tai's figure arrived at the valley's entrance. He gazed upward, finding the surroundings utterly unremarkable, with even the spiritual energy markedly thin. Any corner of the wilderness would surpass this place in terms of vitality. Is this truly where the saint of the great Tao resides? Tai scoffed, questioning the selection of such a lackluster location. To this day, he remained skeptical about the existence of the great Tao saint, for it seemed too extraordinary to be true. The saint of the great Tao is a being that even Pengu, the primordial deity, could only aspire to reach. Let us see what sort of entity you are. Tai strode directly into the valley. However, as he wandered aimlessly, circling again and again, he discovered nothing. Yet, an inexplicable sensation lingered within him, suggesting that an extraordinary presence must exist in this locale. What nonsense! This is absurd. Annoyed, Tai prepared to depart, yet he was reluctant, for that enigmatic feeling grew increasingly palpable. At this very moment, in the pawnshop, Lin Xian held a recruitment voucher in his hand. This was obtained from the system after exchanging fortunes with the Swearing clan. Bing Po was responsible for cooking, and the ancestor dragon managed the gate and farmed. But they were indeed short on manpower. Especially in the Taishu fields, it was challenging for the ancestor dragon to cultivate, resulting in the underwhelming growth of the Taishu Bodhi. The five elements Huang, Zhongli, and the Hongmeng Pantao tree. Bing Po was also rather languid. Sigh, it seems I should apply some pressure to her, to make her aware that there are plenty of others willing to work. The The recruitment voucher in Lin Xian's hand floated into the air, radiating with the brilliance of the great Tao. As before, the surroundings transformed into a realm of chaos. Countless luminous orbs exuded the essence of the great Tao. Rushing towards him, leading the charge was a true flame of the great Tao, the fire demon god. As the flames dispersed, it revealed a mature enchantress, with long legs, cascading waves, and adorned in a fiery red gown. Her curvaceous figure and alluring visage formed a striking contrast to Bing Pe. What was it that someone once said? Cuteness pales in comparison to sensuality. Ahem. Of course, as a saint of the great Tao, one would not be swayed by mere appearances. However, she is indeed striking, and quite fair. Fire Goddess pays her respects to the saint of the great Tao. The woman smiled gracefully, her charm radiant, her enthusiasm akin to flames. I beseech the saint of the great Tao to grant me the opportunity to serve by your side. Lin Xian regained his composure and scrutinized her. I possess a fertile land known as the Taishu Fields. Are you willing to cultivate it? Lin Xian anticipated that the fire goddess would hesitate, for it seemed rather peculiar to have such a fiery and alluring chaos demon act as a farmer. However, the fire goddess showed no sign of hesitation and promptly replied, I am willing to serve the saint of the great Tao. Lin Xian nodded slightly. If that is the case, you shall accompany me. One fire goddess and one ice maiden. A harmonious duality of ice and fire. They could embody the extremes of their elements, or they could blend them to create unforeseen results, all depending on how he chose to guide them. With that, Lin Xian stepped forth, accompanied by the fire goddess. The scenery around them suddenly shifted, returning them to the courtyard. As the two demon gods of water and fire met each other's gaze, a moment of recognition struck. It's you, Bing Pao exclaimed, her eyes wide. What are you doing here? The fire maiden was equally astonished. Clearly, these two divine beings were quite familiar with one another. With a playful gesture, she indicated the height of ice spirit, even contemplating giving her a light tap on the head or pinching her cheeks. Little Bing Bing, you truly are adorable. Get away, you annoying woman. Ice spirit retreated, her head off limits to anyone but Lin Xian. Half complaining, half pouting, she said, Master, why did you summon her? If that's the case, perhaps we should send her back to chaos. I can manage the affairs of the vast void as well. Upon hearing this, the fire maiden grew anxious. Little Bing Bing, how can you say that? After all, during our time in chaos, I cared for you so deeply. Who cared for whom? Ice spirit crossed her arms, the laws of ice swirling around her. The fire maiden's entire being was ablaze with the flames of the great Tao. The clash of ice and fire was imminent. The ancestor dragon quickly hid behind Lin Xian, knowing he couldn't provoke either of these formidable ladies. He also worried, as the tavern grew increasingly bustling. With these powerful divine sisters around, would he one day find himself tossed out? No, he must intensify his cultivation. He was determined to remain by his master's side. The collision of ice and fire beneath the great Tao reverberated through the space. Yet fortunately, the tavern had been specially fortified against such disturbances. In the primordial realm, even a mere clash of powers could obliterate millions of miles into nothingness. Ice and fire would neither yield to the other. If they overflowed, it would surely lead to disaster. At that moment, only a greater force could suppress them all. Enough! Is this tavern a place for your childish antics? The words, imbued with the power of the great Tao, instantaneously subdued them. Ice spirit and the fire maiden broke into a cold sweat, their faces paling. In that instant, they felt as if their very souls had been drained, leaving them unable to stand, collapsing onto the ground. Especially Ice Spirit, who was used to frolicking with Lin Xian. It was her first time witnessing such anger from him, and her heart raced with anxiety. Without further ado, she quickly stated, Ice Spirit is willing to coexist peacefully with Sister Fire Maiden. The Fire Maiden hurriedly added, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall serve alongside Sister Ice Spirit in the future. Her heart was filled with tension, regret, and profound sadness. Having just arrived at the tavern and already inciting her master's ire felt like a grave sin. Lin Xian slowly shook his head. Ice Spirit arrived at the tavern first. She is the elder sister, while Fire Maiden shall be the younger sister. You must support each other in managing the tavern and remember not to engage in frivolous quarrels. The two women sighed in relief and bowed. We shall obey Master-S command. Sister Ice Spirit, Sister Fire Maiden. Hand in hand, they resumed their camaraderie as if nothing had transpired. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Fire Maiden announced, Master, I shall go cultivate the fields in chaos. Lin Xin shook his head. No need to rush. There's a mischievous child playing with fire outside. Go accompany him and temper his enthusiasm, then bring him back to the tavern. Upon hearing this, the Fire Maiden's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of scuffle. I'm on it, Master. In the valley, Tai had already turned 384 circles. This is outrageous. There must be a concealed space here. Why can I not locate it? If that is the case, I shall shatter all spaces. Let us see if I cannot unearth it. With this declaration, Tai retrieved the Chaos Bell. Instantly, a resplendent light of 5 colors illuminated the heavens. The sacred might of chaos reverberated throughout the universe as the bronze giant bell floated slowly between heaven and earth. Once the bell tolled, this place would vanish without a trace. Should you engage in deception, do not blame this sovereign for being merciless. Tai promptly activated the Chaos Bell. However, the bell merely hovered in midair, failing to exert any influence. Tai furrowed his brow, for this was the first occurrence of such an event. With a cold snort, he once again channeled his spiritual energy to compel the Chaos Bell. The bell only trembled gently in the air, yet it remained silent. Suddenly, a languid and enchanting voice echoed. It is truly regrettable that the heavenly axe of little Pangu has shattered into such a state. In an instant, Tai felt a shiver run down his spine and abruptly looked up, only to behold a red-clad woman reclining and half-sitting upon the Chaos Bell, captivatingly beautiful, gazing intently at him. Chapter 19. The true fire of the original path. The enchanting woman in the red dress caressed the Chaos Bell, her face awash with nostalgia. This very axe had once sent a host of demonic gods fleeing in terror. How had it now been reduced to a mere bell? Ding! With a flick of her finger, the Chaos Bell emitted a sound never before heard. The elements surged, earth, water, wind, and fire, while chaotic energy roared, its brilliance overshadowing the 3 luminaries, rendering the bronze bell the sole source of radiance both above and below. Tai's gaze turned icy, his heart shaken to its core. This woman could actually ring the Chaos Bell. The clarity of the sound surpassed even his own. Who are you? Who am I? The fire goddess smiled alluringly. Once, I left a scar on Pangu's chest, and he tore me asunder. How terrifying that thought is. A chaos demon god. Tai's eyes narrowed sharply, fixating on the fire goddess. The only beings capable of confronting Pangu were the chaos demon gods. Moreover, the aura emanating from her caused him to tremble. The fire goddess lazily swept her captivating gaze over Tai. You must be the little one who wields fire, as mentioned by the master, right? Burn your sister with your flames. Tai's expression hardened. The woman before him regarded him with such disdain, referring to the esteemed Eastern Emperor as a mere child, which irked him. Even a chaos demon god ought to show some respect to the current protagonist of the celestial realm. Furthermore, the master she spoke of, could it be that great sage of the Tao? Why hasn't she made a move yet? If you do not act, sister shall. The fire goddess pressed down, her seemingly delicate form radiating an overwhelming presence akin to the vast, unfathomable chaos of the 33 heavens. The true fire of the sun instinctively shielded its master, blazing fiercely. Tai snapped back to reality, conjuring a barrier with his true fire. Is this your flame? It appears to be a mere toy for a child, the fire goddess chuckled, her body igniting in flames. The true fire of the original path, the very essence of all fires in heaven and earth. The sun's true fire, the samadhi true fire, the 6th divine fire. The southern brightly fire, the heavenly divine fire. All must acknowledge it as their ancestor. Surprisingly, the blazing true fire of the original path devoured the sun's true fire, and the fire goddess savored it like a delectable dish, her expression one of satisfaction. Tai, drenched in sweat, realized that his proud son True Fire was but a plaything in her presence. He felt as though both his physical body and spirit were being scorched. With a mere thought from her, he could be utterly melted away. "Senior, spare my life." Tai finally lowered his proud head. In the face of such terrifying peril, his sense of self-worth felt trivial. TSK, TSK. How dull. The fire goddess glanced at Tai, finding his surrender lackluster. He could not even engage in a fierce battle. It was utterly unexciting. "Come, follow me." The fire goddess swayed her serpentine waist as she walked ahead, and Tai dared not be careless, swiftly retrieving the chaos bell and closely trailing behind her. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a grand establishment. Tai was even more astonished. He had scoured the valley time and again, yet had never encountered such a magnificent structure. Under the guidance of the woman, everything unfolded so seamlessly and naturally, leading them to this moment. Truly, the methods of the great sage are commendable. You understand the rules, don't you? The Fire Princess gestured toward the characters inscribed on the plaque. The primordial divine script was imprinted upon his primordial spirit, and Tai immediately replied, "I comprehend." The Fire Princess nodded and led him inside. After a brief passage through the corridor, they arrived in a small courtyard. The ancestor dragon was giving a young boy a back massage, while another chaotic demon god fed him delicacies. Even if Tai were utterly foolish, he could discern that the boy must be the legendary Great Sage. Junior Tai pays his respects to the Great Sage. Lin Xian opened his eyes and waved his hand, signaling the ancestor dragon and ice soul to cease their actions. "Let us get straight to the point. What do you wish to exchange with me?" Tai pondered for a moment. "May I request the Great Sage's assistance in annihilating the Witch Clan?" "Certainly," Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, "as long as you can afford the price." Tai gritted his teeth. His most treasured possession was the Chaos Bell, yet he could not bear to part with it. After some contemplation, he reasoned that the Witch Clan could never rival the Demon Clan and would eventually be eradicated, making such a steep price unnecessary. Unbeknownst to him, even offering the Chaos Bell would still fall short. This was a matter of altering the celestial order, which would instigate a monumental upheaval across the vast wilderness. Only a primordial treasure of the caliber of the heaven-splitting axe might suffice. The affairs of the Witch Clan should not trouble the Great Sage. Tai then added, "I desire the true fire of the original Tao." The true fire of the Tao, bestowed by the Fire Princess, had directly consumed the true fire of the sun, leaving a profound impression on him. Moreover, possessing such flames would make the extermination of the Witch Clan and even the human clan a trivial task. With a wave of Lin Xian's hand, the golden scale appeared. The Fire Princess understood the cue and placed a portion of the original Tao true fire upon it. "Little brother, please place your collateral," she said with a smile. Tai dared not meet her alluring gaze and hurriedly placed a piece of innate spiritual treasure on the scale. However, the golden scale merely shifted slightly, still far from equilibrium. "Hee, you think a mere innate spiritual treasure is sufficient to exchange for my sister's true fire of the Tao? Such a bargain is too generous for you, little brother." Tai felt his face flush with embarrassment at her teasing and quickly added another item. Two innate spiritual treasures could drive all beings in the wilderness into frenzy. Yet they were still too light in the face of the true fire of the Tao. Gritting his teeth, Tai placed a third item. At this point, they were slightly closer to balance. However, Tai's expression had grown exceedingly grim. 3 innate spiritual treasures were already at his limit as the Eastern Emperor. Yet even so, it was still insufficient. "Little brother, doesn't my sister recall that you possess a bronze bell? If you were to put it up as collateral, you could surely obtain the true fire of the Tao." The Fire Princess continued to tease. Yet the Chaos Bell was akin to Tai's very life, and he was unwilling to part with it under any circumstances. However, the allure of the true fire of the Tao was equally irresistible, making it difficult for him to relinquish. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated the idea of pawning the Chaos Bell, but quickly bit his tongue, the pain serving to bring him back to his senses. Lin Xian scrutinized him, realizing that persuading Tai to pawn the Chaos Bell was no simple task. Engaging in coercive dealings was not something he wished to partake in. I will permit you to utilize the great Tao, true fire, 3 times in exchange for 3 innate spirit treasures. How does that sound? Lin Xian's voice resonated softly. Tai Yi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Thank you, great sage of the Tao. Thus, the opportunity to comprehend the great Tao, true fire, and transform it into his own possession slipped away. Nonetheless, possessing 3 instances of the great Tao, true fire, if wielded wisely, could yield unimaginable value. Lin Xian flicked his fingers, and a surge of great Tao, true fire returned to the body of the fire princess, while a minuscule flame, no larger than a fingernail, landed in Tai Yi's hand. Concurrently, the 3 innate spirit treasures vanished, signifying the completion of the transaction. Fire princess, please see him off, Lin Xian instructed. Outside the pawn shop, the fire princess escorted him. This is where I shall leave you. Be sure to make good use of your sister's fire, dear brother, she said with a cheerful smile. Thank you, great sage of the Tao, and thank you, Chaos Demon God, Tai Yi acknowledged. I shall take my leave now. After bowing respectfully, he prepared to depart. An inexplicable discomfort lingered within him when in the presence of this woman, as if she might devour him at any moment, prompting a subconscious desire to distance himself from her. Wait, a voice called from behind. Tai Yi paused, quickly turning around. Does the demon god have further instructions? The fire princess, shedding her playful demeanor, addressed him with a serious tone. Remember, the great Tao, true fire, must not be used against the human race. With that, she turned and returned to the pawn shop, leaving Tai Yi alone, furrowing his brow in perplexity. Chapter 20. The Second War of Demons and Humans. Tai Yi gazed intently at the closed door of the pawn shop. He had 3 opportunities to wield the true fire of the great Tao, and one of those times, his intention had been to reduce the entire human race to ashes. It was particularly infuriating that 2 insignificant beings, Li Er and Confucius, could stand on equal footing with him. Why should a dignified sage of the great Tao protect these mere ants known as humans? Tai Yi clenched his fists, a simmering anger brewing within him. Yet, he dared not unleash it. He could only swallow his resentment and return to the celestial court of the demon clan. Within the pawn shop, Fire Princess posed a similar question. Master, why do you regard the human race with such favor? Lin Xian chuckled lightly, casting a glance at Bing Pe. Understanding his intent, Bing Pe explained initially, the Swearin clan pawned away 3/10 of the human race's fortune in exchange for a glimmer of hope. This transaction has been fulfilled. If we were to let the true fire of the great Tao incinerate the humans, would that not sever their path to survival? Lin Xian nodded slowly. In business, we must uphold our integrity. How can we forget our old patrons merely because new customers have arrived? Fire Princess suddenly realized, I see, but it seems that Dongwang Tai Yi is quite unwilling to accept this. One cannot guarantee he will not act impulsively. Lin Xian smirked disdainfully. He is not in a position to dictate terms. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the transaction. Reward. The area of the pawn shop has doubled. A glint sparked in Lin Xian's eyes. Although he had not received any tangible items within the confines of the pawn shop, he was equivalent to a sage of the great Tao, an invincible presence. The expansion of the area meant a broader realm for his activities. Furthermore, the pawn shop had become somewhat congested. The entrance, corridors, front yard, backyard, and several resting rooms were already filled to capacity. Should the staff increase further, there would be no space left for lodging. This reward was indeed timely. Bing Pe, Fire Princess, let us construct some new premises. In the celestial court, Tai Yi toyed with the 3 strands of true fire from the source of the great Tao, an expression of obsession adorning his features. Such beauty! He could not help but exclaim. Compared to these flames, his solar true fire seemed dim, akin to the pitch-black abyss of space. Tai Yi even contemplated whether he should exchange the chaos bell for the genuine true fire of the great Tao to facilitate his comprehension and refinement. However, he decided to wait until the Witch clan was vanquished before visiting the pawn shop for an exchange. Tai Yi had come to a realization. Once he became the singular protagonist of heaven and earth, he and his elder brother would undoubtedly attain sagehood. At that time, who could say how many treasures they would possess? Even without the chaos bell, true fire of the great Tao could be acquired. Report. Suddenly, a messenger demon entered the hall of the Demon Emperor, bowing respectfully before Dongwon. I report to you, Dongwon. The Demon Emperor has sent word to inquire about the progress of the Zhou Star Array, which is nearing completion. How fares the Slaughter Witch Sword? Once these two monumental tasks are accomplished, we shall confront the Witch Clan in the battle at Mount Buzhou. In an instant, Tai's expression darkened, a sense of shame washing over him as he felt he had disappointed the hopes of his elder brother. You shall inform the Demon Emperor that when he emerges from seclusion, the Slaughter Witch Sword will undoubtedly shine forth simultaneously. This subordinate obeys. Tai abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze fierce and resolute. I must forge the Slaughter Witch Sword. The human race shall perish. He could not bear to witness his elder brother's disappointment upon emerging from seclusion. The Slaughter Witch Sword, capable of shattering the physical form of the ancestral witch, was crucial for the impending battle against the witch spirits and could not be forsaken under any circumstances. As for what Fire Princess had mentioned regarding the prohibition of using the primordial true fire against humanity, if it could be avoided, he would refrain. However, should the moment of necessity arrive, he would disregard such concerns. Boom, boom, boom. In the heavenly court, the drums reverberated like thunder. Tai assembled countless demon soldiers and generals, a dark tide numbering in the millions. The formidable army surged forth with a might of thunder, sweeping across the primordial world towards Kongtong Mountain, instilling fear in all beings. Were the demon race preparing to confront humanity once more? Last time, it was said that the Eastern Emperor had intervened personally, yet ultimately faced defeat. TSK, it was likely that this time they would only bring humiliation upon themselves. It was uncertain. Perhaps the demon race possessed new trump cards, prompting them to attack humanity again. Within Kongtong Mountain, emboldened by their previous victory over the demon race, humanity was undoubtedly more confident this time. Coupled with the teachings of various schools and the strategies passed down by future generals, the overall strength of humanity had qualitatively improved compared to the past. The sole issue lay in the increasing unsuitability of the golden core path for postnatal practitioners, leading to the emergence of some mortals in this primordial world who were utterly incapable of cultivation. This was undoubtedly ironic. The paths established by the sages for humanity were failing to be inherited. However, the undertaking of establishing new doctrines was beyond the capabilities of Confucius and Lier, and thus had to be temporarily set aside for future resolution. At present, everyone raised their heads. It was imperative to deal with the demon race first. Defeated foes, how dare they return? Bai Qi scoffed disdainfully. Let them return as they came. Cheng Yaojin was eager to engage. They dare to come again, likely with hidden strategies. We must exercise caution in this primordial realm. Li Jing spoke solemnly. The demon race may lose 1,000 times, but if humanity loses even once, it would spell our annihilation. At this moment, Confucius and Lier approached, gazing up at the endless clouds of demons with grave expressions. This time, the demon race's momentum was even more formidable, yet the key to victory still rested on Tai and themselves. If Tai could not prevail, the efforts of billions of demons would be in vain. Let us first meet them. Clang! Lier drew forth the imperial sword, and its radiant golden light spread across the heavens and earth, challenging the brilliance of the demon race. Confucius likewise produced the Chinchou brush, its scholarly radiance surging forth, resonating with echoes of Confucian teachings amidst myriad phenomena. Kill! The two led the charge, with countless humans rallying behind them. There were no superfluous words. The encounter was to be one of slaughter. After all, they were old adversaries. Nothing was more satisfying than seeing bloodshed instead of idle chatter. Rumbling, the heavens quaked and the earth trembled. Chaos ensued as raw magical power and divine abilities tore at the fabric of reality. In a matter of moments, the space was ravaged, elements clashed violently, and the primordial winds howled, leaving the world in disarray. Buzz! The imperial sword unleashed a vast sword aura, stretching for billions of miles. This innate spiritual treasure bears the fortune of humanity, symbolizing the emperors of future generations. At this moment, The sword's aura radiates with the brilliance of humanistic runes, exuding an overwhelming momentum capable of shattering all that exists. The Eastern Emperor Tai, majestic and imposing, dares not be negligent and promptly summons the chaotic bell. As the chime resonates, silence envelopes the world. The might of the innate supreme treasure suppresses all, even shattering the emperor's sword aura into fragments. However, before he can catch his breath, Confucius arrives wielding the eternal ink brush. With the radiance of Confucianism and Taoism as his ink, he inscribes a scroll of spring and autumn across the heavens and earth. Each character imbued with the power of these philosophies, striking towards Tai with the force to shake the very foundations of the world. This compels the Eastern Emperor to stagger back, his insides trembling. How outrageous! Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Tai's gaze turns cold as ice. Yet he refrains from unleashing the true fire of his primordial path, mindful of the admonition from the chaotic demon god. Defeated adversary, let us see what other stratagems you possess. Lier brandishes the emperor's sword with his left hand. Since fate has brought us here, let this be your final resting place. Confucius grips the reincarnation ink brush with his right. Together, they form a pincer movement, sealing off the space around them. Prepare to engage in a decisive battle with the Eastern Emperor Tai. Chapter 21. Bloodshed at Kong Tong, gasping for breath. The ancestral dragon lugged a chunk of chaotic wood into the pawnshop. What peculiar habit does the master possess? It is evident that he could summon the materials with a mere gesture, yet he insists on transporting each piece of timber to construct a building, seemingly relishing the labor. The two chaotic demon gods are unfazed, but it is I, the old dragon, who bears the brunt of this toil. Master, the demon and human races have gone to war, Bingpa remarked, gazing into the distance where the two factions clashed fiercely, shattering the very fabric of heaven and earth. Sister Bingpa, shall we place a wager? In the end, Tai will undoubtedly resort to the primal true fire. Huijie chimed in with a mischievous grin. Bah, who would wager with you? Bingpa retorted, quickly distancing herself from Huijie. Master, I also think it wise to wait until Tai employs the true fire of the great Tao. Then let Xiao Bing intervene to suppress it. Lin Xian delivered a light rap on the heads of Huijie and Bingpa, saying, focus on your tasks. The affairs outside require not your concern. He was intent on erecting a celestial museum here, projecting the wonders of the myriad worlds' chaos and primordial essence to showcase the robust strength of the pawnshop. In this space, there existed nothing unattainable, only that which had yet to be conceived. Bingpa pouted, All right. I merely care for the master's business. Wu Linxian could not help but smile wryly. The illustrious chaotic demon god had stooped to feigning tears and pouting for the sake of leisure. Very well, that will suffice for today. Huijie, go to the vast expanse and gather some 5 elements Huangzhong, Li, and Hongmeng Pan Tao. Bingpa, you shall prepare the meal. Ancestral dragon, give the master a shoulder massage. Outside Kongtong Mountain, a resounding crash echoed as the spring and autumn brush and the emperor's sword struck the chaotic bell simultaneously. A torrent of formidable magic surged forth, a billion rays of light soaring into the heavens. Though the chaotic bell surpassed the emperor's sword and the spring and autumn brush in rank, the brilliance of Confucianism and the imperial aura, embodying the essence of the world's singular protagonist, could not be fully repelled by the chaotic bell. Boom! The ink-black radiance of Confucianism and the golden rainbow of the emperor pierced through the chaotic bell, directly striking Dongwang Tai. How outrageous! The true fire of the sun blazed fiercely, transforming into countless 3-legged golden crows, raining down like a meteor shower. Yet, it still could not withstand the might of Confucianism and humanity. The 2 long rainbows struck Tai fiercely, causing him to spew blood and be sent flying. The other demons fared no better against the humans. Bai Qi was terrifying, tearing through great demons, as even those of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm could not last 10 exchanges against him. Meanwhile, Qi Jiguang excelled in formations, often allowing a group of lesser human cultivators to unleash combat power 100-fold their usual might. Hua Tsiubing moved with astonishing speed, dispatching swathes of demons before they even had a chance to react. Mozi, adept at crafting mechanisms, devised many ingenious contraptions. Prepare the human artillery, ready for launch. Zhuangzi was capable of inducing dreams, where he could do as he pleased. The battle raged for 10 days and nights, with the demons facing an irreversible defeat. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood accumulated, filled with countless dead. Even the myriad beings of the primordial world trembled at the sight of this massacre, which rivaled a cataclysm. Particularly, the 3 practitioners of the Path of Slaughter were exceedingly exhilarated. In the northern sea, the Kunpeng, shrouded in a dense aura of murderous intent, revealed blood-red eyes and savage fangs, exclaiming, "Die! All of you perish. It would be best to eliminate that offspring of Tai." Regrettably, the elder was still in seclusion. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly partake in this grand feast. At Wuzhuang Temple, Hong Yun had entirely concealed his murderous intent. Apart from his piercing gaze and jet-black hair, he bore no resemblance to his former self. Even the mark of slaughter on his brow had vanished. "Brother, with your mastery of the Path of Slaughter, what do you make of Kongtong Mountain?" Zhen Yuanzi inquired. Hong Yun cast a cold glance, observing the blood-red landscape above and below, disdainfully snorting, "A mere path of indiscriminate killing." Zhen Yuanzi's eyes brightened with joy. Hong Yun's words indicated his complete mastery over his murderous intent, ensuring he would not become a puppet of the fruit of slaughter. He was solidly treading the path of this pursuit. "Excellent. Your ability to articulate such thoughts brings me great comfort," he remarked. Hong Yun replied solemnly, "Rest assured, brother, if ever I find myself ensnared by the Path of Slaughter, I shall be the first to end my own life." In the blood sea of Yomi, the ancestor of the underworld river, the first to practice the Path of Slaughter in the primordial world, predated both Hong Yun and Kunpeng. Renowned for his ability to slay heaven, earth, and all beings, he could attain enlightenment. Yet, he was excessively timid. Aware of the dangers of the primordial world, he cowered within the blood sea of Yomi. Too fearful to show his face. Lacking resolve, he imitated the creation of humanity by Nuwa upon witnessing her sanctification, and he fashioned the Azura race. Upon observing the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West achieving sanctification, he established the Azura teachings. Though his cultivation was profound, he drifted further from the Path of Slaughter. Gazing towards the vast blood clouds above Kongtong Mountain, he sighed deeply, his brow furrowing in turmoil. "What troubles you, master?" The enchanting Tianfei Wuma inquired cautiously. Strangely disinterested in such a captivating beauty, the ancestor merely lamented, "Those who practice the Path of Slaughter are bound to seek me out. What shall I do? Why not simply slay them?" Wuma suggested, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. "Humph! I shall first rectify your teachings." At Kongtong Montaigne, the demon race was steadily retreating, and the battle had devolved into a relentless pursuit of the demon race by the human race. Countless demons screamed in agony as their bodies plummeted from the sky. "Eastern Emperor, save us! How dare you, mere ants! Ah, Eastern Emperor, help us! These people are too terrifying." The chilling cries echoed in Tai's ears, igniting his fury. With a thunderous roar, the true fire of the sun ignited, forming a colossal fire vortex that surged into the crowd. In an instant, thousands of humans were reduced to ashes. "Tai, do you still dare to concern yourself with others? Taste my blade." With his sword in hand, Li Er struck fiercely, the golden light dispersing the sea of flames, as if tearing the heavens and earth apart. Aimed at his crown. Clang! The chaos bell instinctively defended its master, narrowly blocking the strike. Confucius had already inscribed the myriad words of spring and autumn in the air, cascading down like an overwhelming deluge. Tai retreated 100,000 zhong, his body now drenched in blood. "It is you who have forced my hand." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and the sun's true fire that enveloped him suddenly retracted, replaced by an even more perilous aura. A small flame flickered at his fingertips, dancing with countless runes of the Great Way. The space around him twisted, and numerous divine spells were instantaneously reduced to nothingness. Even the radiance of Confucianism and the aura of the emperor were evaporated. "This is dire. Confucius and Li Er exchanged a glance, both acutely sensing an unprecedented threat. Sound a retreat. Withdraw. Withdraw? Tai cackled coldly. Do you think you can escape? Under the true fire of the Great Way, you shall all meet your demise. Chapter 22. Reaping the consequences, Tai let out a chilling, derisive laugh, his visage contorted and frenzied. You insignificant insects! You have slain my kin. Today, even if it invites the wrath of the great sage, I shall annihilate you all. Boom! The small flame surged violently, engulfing the heavens in a crimson blaze, while countless symbols of the great Tao danced exuberantly. The very rules of the celestial order were consumed by the inferno. Alas, in that fleeting moment, both Li Er and Confucius felt an ominous sense of impending doom. The power of the flames had reached a level beyond their capacity to contend with. Were they to betray the expectations of the great sage and fail to protect humanity? Yet, astonishingly, humanity remained unscathed. Instead, the expanding flames rapidly contracted, transforming into a great Tao imprint that surged directly into Tai's brow. In an instant, true flames enveloped him, and Tai writhed in agony, his cries echoing through the air. Countless demons stood dumbfounded as the Eastern sovereign was unexpectedly consumed by the flames, darting chaotically like a shooting star. He soared toward the Milky Way, shattering countless celestial bodies, and plunged into the primordial chaos, evaporating vast rivers, causing the waters of the four seas to boil. The space around him warped and collapsed under the intensity of the blaze. Tai's piercing screams sent shivers down the spines of all who heard them, a chilling resonance that was truly hair-raising. In the void, Tai had been reduced to a mere skull, finally comprehending that this was the punishment bestowed upon him by the great sage. With utmost reverence, he knelt, exclaiming, Tai acknowledges his transgressions. I beseech the great sage for mercy. Yet, there was no response. In a state of panic, Tai bowed thrice, pleading once more. Tai recognizes his error in defying the will of the great sage. Please spare me. At long last, the flames that had encased Tai dissipated with a thunderous roar. The once formidable and majestic Eastern sovereign was now left with nothing but a skull. Even with the strength of a quasi-saint, he could not restore himself and would be condemned to bear this head as a mark of his punishment for eternity. In that moment, Tai was consumed by thoughts of survival, relieved to have escaped with his life. Had the flames burned for just a moment longer, both his body and soul would have been reduced to ashes. He bowed once more, expressing gratitude. Thank you, great sage, for your mercy. After his final bow, Tai gazed upon the primordial chaos. With the loss of his demon army, only the remnants lay slaughtered by humanity, blood staining the ground, cries of despair echoing throughout. The demons had once treated humanity in this manner, and now humanity returned the favor, leaving not a single demon to escape. Tai gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Yet he dared not return to the primordial chaos. This debt of karma shall one day be settled. As long as I do not wield the flames of the great Tao, I shall exact my vengeance upon humanity, and the great sage shall not intervene. First, I shall eradicate the witch clan, and then I shall slaughter humanity. None shall escape. Employing the golden crow transformation technique, he returned to the celestial realm. The demons who beheld his countenance were left wide-eyed with astonishment. Even Shiha covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes brimming with incredulity. How had her uncle come to be in such a state? However, before she could voice her question, Tai turned his back and entered seclusion. In the pawnshop, it became evident that the master had long since established rules within the flames of the great Tao. After Ice Soul meticulously peeled the 5 elements yellow skin and cut it into small pieces, she offered them to Lin Xian with an expression of deep admiration. Silently, within the essence of the grand source true fire, other rules were established. Aside from the master, no one else could achieve such feats. How amusing! It is no wonder the master remains carefree, utterly unperturbed by Tai Yi's potential breach of promise, under the laws of the Tao. Even Tai Yi cannot be regarded as more than a quail. Fire Princess knelt on the other side, bringing a piece of primordial peach to her lips, saying, Master, please partake in mine. Ice Soul shaking her fist and casting a glare at Fire Princess, retorted, "No, the master should eat mine." Lin Xian smiled subtly, ensuring fairness as he took a bite, embodying impartiality. With Fire Princess cultivating, the chaotic spiritual roots in the vast expanse of the void were flourishing splendidly. The first fruits had already emerged, and they were quite delectable. One could only hope for more chaotic spiritual roots in the future, transforming the void into a garden of chaos. Suddenly, Lin Xian's gaze sparkled with interest as he observed the direction of Wuzhuang Temple, remarking, "Hong Yuan has emerged from seclusion. Another splendid drama awaits." At Wuzhuang Temple, Hong Yuan had completely suppressed his murderous intent. Ironically, the path of the benevolent man he had once practiced was in stark contrast to the path of slaughter. Yet fortune had fortuitously helped him maintain his composure, preventing him from being consumed by bloodlust. "Are you leaving Wuzhuang Temple, my dear brother?" Zhen Yuanzi inquired. Hong Yuan nodded. "I cultivate the path of slaughter. How can I remain cooped up in the mountains?" Zhen Yuanzi asked again, "Where do you intend to go?" In a succinct and powerful manner, Hong Yuan replied, "The blood sea of the underworld." Zhen Yuanzi understood that Hong Yuan sought to visit the ancestor of the underworld river to apologize. Although it was termed a discussion, the method of cultivation in the path of slaughter would inevitably lead to a struggle between life and death. After all, in the realm of slaughter, only one can reign at the pinnacle. With a heavy sigh, Zhen Yuanzi said, "Take care, dear brother." Hong Yuan bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, elder brother, for your care along the way. If you have any wishes, you may visit the Sage of the Tao." After imparting the precise location of the valley, he departed. Watching Hong Yuan's retreating figure, Zhen Yuanzi murmured, "Sage of the Tao, Sage of the Tao." In recent days, he had often heard Hong Yuan speak of that pawnshop and the sage, his eyes forever brimming with fervent faith. He had long desired to witness it himself. After a moment of contemplation, Zhen Yuanzi picked 10 fruits from the ginseng fruit tree and set off towards the valley Hong Yuan had mentioned. At the pawnshop, Soul exclaimed, "Oh dear, that Hong Yuan truly is foolish. How could he possibly wield murderous intent in such a manner? If it were me, I would have already brought the underworld river to its knees." The underworld river was equally foolish, practicing the path of slaughter in a disjointed manner. Soul waved her small fists, eager to rush into the blood sea of the underworld for a lesson. Before Lin Xian, Soul, Fire Princess, and the Ancestor Dragon, a space materialized, vividly displaying the scene of the fierce battle between the underworld river and Hong Yuan in the blood sea. The two practitioners of the path of slaughter exchanged no words. The moment Hong Yuan arrived at the blood sea, the ancestor of the underworld river understood that only one of them would survive. The treasures, Yuan Tu and Ubi, were renowned for their ability to kill without causing karmic retribution, making them exemplary artifacts for those who tread the path of slaughter. Beneath his feet lay the 12 grades of fiery red lotus, while he was surrounded by the northern Xian Yuan's water controlling flag, allowing him to both attack and defend with remarkable fluidity. However, Red Cloud's mastery of the path of slaughter surpassed that of the river of the underworld by a considerable margin. Even in the absence of formidable spiritual treasures, their abilities were well matched. Indeed, had it not been for the advantageous terrain of the blood sea of the underworld, Red Cloud might have very well subdued the river of the underworld. Is this the disparity created by the abundance of inferior tools? Lin Xian chuckled softly, internally lamenting. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and with a gentle flick of his finger, the space around him transformed. From a resplendent brilliance of the great path emerged a figure, a Taoist. He looked around in bewilderment, recalling how he had been in the valley, following Red Cloud's guidance to find a pawnshop, only to find himself in a small courtyard in the blink of an eye. This individual was none other than Zhen Yuanzi. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Xian and the others, his heart trembled, and his face reflected sheer astonishment. The Ancestor Dragon, the chaotic demon god, and that figure reclining leisurely in the chair. Surely, he must be the saint of the great Tao. The junior Zhen Yuanzi pays his respects to the saint of the great Tao. Chapter 23. The earthly book. Zhen Yuanzi bowed respectfully. Lin Xian said nothing, merely gesturing towards the space before them. It was then he noticed a luminous screen depicting the fierce battle between the Red Cloud and the Nether River amidst the sea of blood. How peculiar it was that he had not perceived such a vast display earlier. Could it be that one required the permission of a great sage to behold it? The ancestral dragon brought over a small stool, and after Zhen Yuanzi expressed his gratitude, he sat down, both anxious and exhilarated, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. Although he had spoken lightly at their parting, concern for his young companion lingered heavily in his heart. On the screen, the Red Cloud and the Nether River were locked in a fierce struggle, their formidable powers stirring the blood sea into tumultuous waves that surged skyward, turning both heaven and sea a deep crimson. Red Cloud, how far you have ventured down the path of slaughter. The Nether River panted, his body marred with wounds, having lost half of his 480 million blood spirits. He could not fathom how a man known for his amiable nature could so suddenly embrace the path of killing with such ferocity. The Red Cloud's expression remained stern, his silence unwavering. With a mere raising of his hand, dark energy and bloodlight enveloped the scene. As the devouring heaven sorcery could even consume the souls within the blood sea, conjuring shadowy figures akin to blood spirits to assail the Nether River. The sounds of the devouring heaven sorcery rang out with a demonic resonance. In the blink of an eye, 3 days and nights had passed, and the two remained locked in combat, each claiming half of the blood sea, momentarily withdrawing their forces. During this time, influenced by the presence of the two transcendent beings, countless souls converged upon a solitary skeleton, which miraculously sprouted flesh and gained consciousness. This skeleton sought out the Red Cloud, lamenting the Nether River's cruel treatment of the Blood Sea's vengeful spirits, requesting to be taken as his disciple. The Red Cloud accepted the apprentice, bestowing upon him the name Dizong. Dizong vowed, as long as the Blood Sea remained unemptied, he would not transform into a true human. Thus, he took on a form that was half skeleton and half flesh, cultivating under the tutelage of the Red Cloud. He occasionally ventured forth to hunt the Azura race while gathering vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts to aid the Red Cloud in his cultivation. Lin Xian waved his hand, causing the luminous screen to vanish. Having observed the conflict between the Red Cloud and the Nether River, he now felt a sense of fatigue. Turning to Zhen Yuanzi, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Now, speak your mind. What do you seek to exchange here? Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback, having been engrossed in the harrowing scene. He felt a sense of relief upon confirming the Red Cloud's safety. However, Lin Xian's inquiry left him momentarily hesitant. The primary purpose of his visit had indeed been to ascertain the existence of a great sage. As for what he desired in exchange, he yearned for sanctification and to attain the fruit of the primordial Tao. But through the Red Cloud, he understood that even if he relinquished all his possessions, such a transaction would be unattainable. What then did he truly desire? Perhaps it was that ginseng fruit tree. Originally a chaotic spiritual root that had fallen into the primordial realm, it had degraded into an innate spiritual root. If he could restore it to its original essence, it would fulfill his innermost wish. Great sage above, is there a method to return an innate spiritual root to chaos? Bing shot him a glance. What do you mean by is there? Here, my master possesses everything. At this glare, Zhen Yuanzi felt as though his very soul were on the verge of dispersing, hastily exclaiming, Yes, yes, I acknowledge my error. The flame maiden approached with a cheerful demeanor, inviting, Come, dear sister, allow me to show you the master's garden. With a graceful wave of her hand, the ethereal pathways erupted with resplendent chaos, revealing the quintessence of the 5 elements: the yellow middle-lee, the primordial peach tree, the purple jade bodhi, and the chaotic golden gungwood. A dozen or so chaotic spiritual roots swayed gently amidst the luminous brilliance, each movement resonating with the thunderous echoes of the great Tao's principles. Zhen Yuanzi stood in awe, unable to fathom the abundance of these chaotic spiritual roots. How splendid it would be if his own ginseng fruit tree could transform into such a root. With utmost respect, he bowed deeply, his expression earnest. I humbly seek the method to transform my ginseng fruit into a chaotic spiritual root. Lin Xian nodded slightly, acknowledging his desire, and with a flick of his finger, a fist-sized orb of radiant chaos descended before them. This orb contained the essence of chaos, a precious nourishment capable of aiding the growth of chaotic spiritual roots, imbued with the innate power of returning to chaos. Zhen Yuanzi was deeply stirred, his body trembling with anticipation. Having nurtured the ginseng fruit tree for many years, he understood the immense value of this chaotic essence. Its latent powers might indeed enable his tree to evolve into a chaotic spiritual root. When that time came, the fruit born would not merely be ginseng fruit, but rather a chaotic ginseng fruit, the consumption of which could potentially offer the chance of enlightenment. Swallowing hard, Zhen Yuanzi's desire intensified as he retrieved 10 ginseng fruits. After a moment's contemplation, he steeled himself and produced the heavenly and earthly fetal membrane. In the primordial world, there exist 3 tomes: the heavenly book, the earthly book, and the human book. The heavenly book is the list of deities. The earthly book is the heavenly and earthly fetal membrane, and the human book is the register of life and death. Each of these tomes is an extraordinary innate spiritual treasure, corresponding to the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, possessing certain profound abilities. For instance, the heavenly book can elevate one's true spirit to the ranks of celestial beings, triggering a great calamity in later ages. The human book governs the lifespan of beings. When the king of hell decrees death at the 3rd watch, it cannot be postponed to the 5th, not due to his overwhelming power, but because the register grants him such authority. As for the earthly book and its fetal membrane, little is known about their mystical powers, except that they possess unparalleled defense, ensuring invincibility once deployed. However, their status alongside the heavenly and human books should not be underestimated. The golden scale appeared, one side containing the essence of chaos infused with the principles of the great Tao, while the other held 10 ginseng fruits combined with the earthly fetal membrane. As Zhen Yuanzi watched the scale's arm shift, his heart raced with anxiety, fearing his offerings might prove insufficient. The cost seemed exorbitant. Would he have to risk the longevity of Mount Wanshou and the 5? The scale gradually reached equilibrium, and, astonishingly, it tilted slightly towards the tray, indicating that the value of the ginseng fruits and the earthly book was greater. This was a first occurrence in the small courtyard. Bingpa could not help but furrow her brow. How could 10 ordinary fruits, along with an innate spiritual treasure, surpass the value of the chaotic essence? Her eyes glinted with intrigue as she scrutinized the scene, discerning a hint of mystery. The earthly book bore a great Tao restriction. The flame maiden also knitted her brows, having perceived the same vision as Bingpa, yet the nature of the restriction remained elusive at this moment. The pawnshop, run by the honest Sister Tom, offers a fair exchange. Since the value of your collateral is significantly greater, I shall naturally compensate you. I grant you a chaos spirit fruit. Would you accept? Zhen Yuanzi was overwhelmed with joy and repeatedly exclaimed his agreement. He had initially worried that his collateral might fall short, but was astonished to find it exceeded expectations. The saint of the great Tao was undoubtedly a principled merchant. Furthermore, the chaos spirit fruit was something he had never dared to dream of possessing. At Lin Xian's gesture, Fire Ji plucked a walnut, imbued with the essence of purple energy from the vast expanse of the void. Its intricate patterns of the great Tao emitted a soft glow, resonating with the principles of the universe, while the surrounding atmosphere was suffused with auspicious phenomena. With just a glance, Zhen Yuanzi found himself entranced. In comparison, his own ginseng fruit seemed insignificant. Thank you, O Saint of the Great Tao. Zhen Yuanzi quickly expressed his gratitude. Since you are satisfied, let us finalize the transaction. Lin Xian stated calmly. The brilliance of the great Tao enveloped the golden scales. As the essence of chaos and the purple energy walnut found their way into Zhen Yuanzi's hands, while the earth script and ginseng fruit simultaneously vanished. Chapter 24. The classic of mountains and seas. Zhen Yuanzi departed the pawnshop, clutching the essence of chaos and the walnut of purple chi from the east. Ice Soul, Fire Maiden, and the ancestral dragon swiftly gathered before Lin Xian. The 2 chaotic demons possessed the ability to perceive the great seal of the Tao, yet they could not penetrate the mysteries that lay behind it. The ancestral dragon, in a state of bewilderment, pondered the secrets concealed within the membrane of heaven and earth, unable to discern its depths. Was it not merely a supreme, innate spiritual treasure? Yet, he understood that the exchange of chaos essence alongside a chaotic spiritual fruit was far from simple. It was merely a reflection of his own insufficient cultivation that rendered him blind to the truth. Master, please reveal to us what lies behind the Earth Book. Soul implored eagerly. Indeed, we are most curious. Do not keep us in suspense, dear Master. Fire Maiden added playfully, adopting a charming demeanor. The two women flanked him, chattering animatedly, filling the courtyard with a lively commotion. Enough, I shall show you, Lin Xian replied, flicking his finger. The vanished membrane of heaven and earth returned to his palm, radiating a brilliant chaos light. Countless runes ascended, disintegrating in midair. Ultimately, a pillar of chaotic light soared into the heavens, unsealing the great Tao, revealing three monumental characters composed of Taoist runes, classic of mountains and seas. Countless mountains, vast rivers, and fierce beasts materialized in the air, as if constructing an entirely new world. This is, Soul blinked in astonishment. This is the betraying heaven ant, a chaotic ferocious beast, Fire Maiden exclaimed, and the devouring beast, time worm, fate scorpion, soaring serpent, all of them are chaotic level ferocious beasts. Furthermore, within the realm of the classic of mountains and seas, numerous plants had also attained chaotic levels. Master, may I enter the realm of the classic of mountains and seas to engage in battle? Fire Maiden asked with excitement, her hands itching for action after a long period of inactivity. Go ahead, Lin Xian said, not wishing to dampen her enthusiasm. With a grateful shout of thanks, Fire Maiden transformed into a streak of red light, diving into the world of the classic of mountains and seas. Though the chaotic ferocious beasts were formidable, the apex beings of the chaotic realm remained the chaotic demons. As soon as Fire Maiden entered the classic of mountains and seas, she unleashed a relentless slaughter, tearing off the horns of the devouring beast and skinning the soaring serpent. Soul watched with envy. Master, I wish to join as well. Lin Xian nodded and turned to the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon stepped back a few paces, hastily shaking his head. The chaotic ferocious beasts were far too powerful. While the chaotic demons could contend with them, he could not. After a bout of carnage, nay, one might say a massacre, Soul and Fire Maiden returned, laden with an abundance of spoils. Their expressions clearly indicated they had relished the experience. Although the chaotic ferocious beasts within the classic of mountains and seas could not rival those of the true chaotic realm, they offered a unique thrill. Soul appeared invigorated, her cheeks flushed with excitement, as the bounty before them formed a small mountain. Not only did they possess the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts, but also a plethora of spiritual roots and herbs, which could serve as seasoning during their feasts. It was no wonder that the mere membrane of heaven and earth could be exchanged for the essence of chaos and the walnut of purple chi from the east. It turned out, it was a treasure of chaotic caliber in its own right. Fire Maiden echoed her excitement. In truth, Jin Yuanzi was utterly oblivious to the true value of the Earth script, and deceiving him would indeed be quite effortless. However, the master conducted business with utmost sincerity, truly a conscientious merchant. Lin Xian remarked nonchalantly, well, since we've had our fun, let us display the classic of mountains and seas in our newly renovated abode. My lord, you should bestow a name upon the house we have labored to restore, Bingpa suggested. Indeed, master, do think of a name. With Ji chimed in, as these two women gradually transformed from bitter rivals to harmonious companions. It was unprecedented for Huiji to echo Bingpo's sentiments. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian declared, let us call it the museum. The museum? Bingpo, Huiji, and Zhu Long exclaimed in unison, bewildered. What does that mean? I have never heard such a term. Bingpo blinked, her expression one of confusion. Signifies the vastness of the heavens, while represents all things under heaven. Lin Xian fabricated a rationale. Thus, the essence of a museum is to house the myriad treasures of all realms. Bingpa nodded repeatedly, asserting, what you say is indeed insightful. Master, You are truly learned. She then proceeded to carry the classic of mountains and seas toward the museum. At that moment, the system's reward arrived as anticipated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the transaction. You have received a reward, 10 Chaos Spirit Roots. Amidst the hazy brilliance of chaos, 10 Chaos Spirit Roots appeared, each shimmering with remarkable Tao patterns. Taisu Starwood, Tianji Willow, Kong Ming Bamboo. Most notably, among them was a seedling of the Chaos Green Lotus. Huaji gasped, covering her mouth. Master, should we plant the Chaos Green Lotus as well? Lin Xian shot her a glance, of course. Among the 10 Chaos Spirit Roots, the one that captured his admiration the most was indeed the Chaos Green Lotus. How could he not plant it? When it matures, it wouldn't give rise to Pangu, would it? Huaji felt a twinge of fear. As vivid memories of being pursued by Pangu flashed through her mind, it was truly a terrifying and calamitous experience. What is there to fear? Lin Xian chuckled. Isn't the master here? Instantly reassured, Huaji relaxed, realizing that the master was a sage of the great Tao. After all, Pangu had failed to attain the Tao. She then clung to Lin Xian's arm, saying, if Pangu does emerge, you must protect me, master. You cannot fathom how fierce Pangu is. At that moment, Bing returned and, upon witnessing this scene, erupted in fury. Vixen, are you trying to seduce the master again? Huaji shot her a glare. The master loves me dearly. Who believes that? The master clearly favors me the most. Enough. Lin Xian interjected, needing to quell the brewing rivalry. Quickly head to Tai Su Qian Mo and plant these Chaos Spirit Roots. It was only then that Bing Po noticed one of the roots was indeed the Chaos Green Lotus, her mouth agape as she turned to Lin Xian. Yet, he had already reclined in a grand chair, closing his eyes to rest. Respecting the master's repose, Bing Po dared not inquire further and, along with Huaji, took the 10 Chaos Spirit Roots towards Tai Su Qian Mo. Mount Wanshou. Zhen Yuanzi returned to Wuzhuang Temple, filled with both excitement and trepidation. Gazing at the ginseng fruit tree, he took a deep breath. Could the essence of chaos truly transform a tree? A glimmer of determination flickered in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. If the sage of the great Tao proclaimed it possible, then it must indeed be so. Cradling the essence of chaos, he approached the tree. Though he held great faith in the pawnbroker, an undercurrent of anxiety still coursed through him. Sighing, he realized that since gaining sentience, this was the first time he felt so hesitant, so fearful. Resolving to cast aside his doubts, Zhen Yuanzi plunged the essence of chaos into the ginseng fruit tree without further hesitation. Boom! A brilliant radiance of chaos enveloped the heavens and the earth. Countless profound runes sprouted densely upon the sturdy trunk of the ginseng fruit tree. These runes flickered incessantly, gradually extending to the branches, the leaves, and ultimately branding the ginseng fruits with the marks of the great Tao. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed in a trembling voice, Is this the root of chaos? Chapter 25. This entity is fated with the west one after another. The grand runes of the Tao illuminated, and the chaotic energy surged forth. In an instant, the ginseng fruit tree soared to an astonishing height of 100,000 zhang, its canopy enveloping the entirety of Mount Wanshou. The ginseng fruits it bore exuded a fragrant aroma, a mere whiff cleared the mind, as if one were on the verge of comprehending the Tao. Countless spiritual roots bowed in reverence to the ginseng fruit, demonstrating their profound respect for this chaotic spiritual root. Zhen Yuanzi was overwhelmed with excitement. The scene before him was beyond his wildest dreams. As he caressed the fruit tree, it seemed as if sand had entered his eyes. The ginseng fruit tree swayed gently, as if expressing gratitude to Zhen Yuanzi. Without his sacrifice of the earth book, the tree would not have been able to revert to its primordial chaotic state. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding stirred within Zhen Yuanzi. The emergence of a chaotic spiritual root in the primordial world was too significant. A common man, possessing a precious gem, may unwittingly invite calamity. Now that he had lost the earth book and his strength had diminished, he needed to exercise caution. Zhen Yuanzi promptly activated the grand formation of Wuzhuang Temple, to conceal the chaotic aura and obscure the heavenly secrets. Gradually, the surroundings of Mount Wanshou returned to normal, appearing no different from usual. However, unbeknownst to Jin Yuanzi, at the very moment the ginseng fruit tree transformed into a chaotic spiritual root, 6 sages turned their gazes. Mount Shiyang. Laozi furrowed his brow. A chaotic entity? How could it manifest in the primordial realm? When Pangu opened the heavens, the heavenly Tao forbade the existence of such grand entities within the primordial world. Thus, all chaotic spiritual roots fell to the realm of innate spiritual roots, and all chaotic treasures were relegated to innate treasures. Logically, there should be no chaotic-level entities in the primordial realm. This was a covenant between the heavenly Tao and the grand Tao. Of course, at that time, the heavens had just been established. The heavenly Tao was incomplete and did not permit chaotic-level powers to descend, lest they disrupt the fragile primordial world. Now that the heavenly Tao was nearing completion, the acceptance of chaotic spiritual roots and treasures was no longer an issue. The variables were multiplying. Laozi murmured, his brow deeply furrowed. First, a human race unexpectedly defied fate, and now a chaotic spiritual root had appeared. The primordial realm seemed to be deviating from its destined path. This displeased him somewhat. After all, as the leader of the human teaching, Laozi practiced the unfeeling heavenly Tao and believed that the primordial realm should continue along the predetermined course of the heavenly Tao. Mount Kunlun. Yuan Shirtian Zun opened his eyes. Within them shone the sun, moon, and stars, embodying the birth and death of myriad worlds. In an instant, all radiance dissipated, replaced by confusion. A chaotic-level treasure had emerged. He calculated with his fingers, yet a veil of hazy light enveloped him, preventing him from discerning the truth. Golden Ao Island. Although the calamity of the Wu and Yao was still present, an atmosphere of 1,000 immortals visiting had begun to manifest. Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao were busy training the outer disciples. Duo Bao, Jin Ling, Wu Dang, and Gue Ling sat together, sipping tea and discussing various topics, engaging in philosophical discourse. Whenever Zhao Gongming and the others encountered confusion, Duo Bao would personally elucidate matters for his fellow brothers. Despite the multitude of people on Golden Ao Island, harmony and joy prevailed, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Within the ethereal abode of Bio Palace, the formidable Tontian teacher abruptly opened his eyes, his piercing gaze traversing the myriad realms in search of the source of the chaotic aura. Yet he found nothing and had to relent. In the realm of Taizu, the revered In-Wa sat gracefully upon her cloud bed, her attention suddenly drawn toward the primordial chaos. However, after a mere glance, she withdrew her gaze. Among the 6 saints, her power was the weakest. Should a treasure of chaotic caliber indeed manifest, it would scarcely concern her. Why engage in a futile contest? The 3 pure ones, along with En-Wa, were obscured by the calamity of the witch and demon conflict, compounded by the chaotic spiritual roots that confounded the heavenly mechanisms, leaving them unable to locate the chaotic ginseng fruit tree nestled within Wuzhuang Temple. Yet in the western blissful world, the pineapple flowers bloomed, carpeting the ground in golden treasures. Beneath the Bodhi tree, Junti suddenly trembled, his eyes wide with alarm. "Master, what is happening?" Jane inquired, perplexed. "My esteemed brother, a chaotic spiritual root has emerged," Junti replied, a blend of tension and exhilaration in his voice. Indeed, a chaotic entity had unveiled itself in the primordial chaos, though the heavenly mechanisms obscured its presence. Ah, what a pity! What a pity! Jane sighed deeply, feeling the weight of being unable to acquire an object intertwined with the West. "Although it may be obscured, I can still sense its presence," Junti remarked with profound significance. "Oh," Jane's interest was piqued. "Pray tell, dear brother." Junti chuckled. "Have you forgotten my true form?" Realization dawned upon Jean. Junti was an incarnation of the primordial Bodhi tree, sharing a unique resonance with chaotic spiritual roots. "Could it be that you might locate this entity?" Jean queried. Junti, beaming with pride, responded, "This spiritual root is destined to align with the West. How could elude my grasp? And shall we proceed?" Indeed, the two ascended into the void, embarking on their journey. At Wanshou Mountain, within Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi tenderly caressed the chaotic ginseng fruit, his heart brimming with joy. In a short span, he had circled the tree 49 times, his delight only intensifying with each glance. The chaotic spiritual root was indeed exceptional, far surpassing the previous ginseng fruit tree. Merely standing beneath it, he felt an abundance of enlightenment. Determined, Zhen Yuanzi resolved to enter seclusion beneath the ginseng fruit tree, hoping to break through his limitations and ascend to a new realm. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside Wuzhuang Temple. Zhen Yuanzi furrowed his brow. He had sealed Wanshou Mountain with a grand formation. Who could possibly be arriving? Anxiously, he opened the temple doors to reveal two figures before him, filling him with an ominous premonition. Standing there were the Western saints, Jane and Junti. "I pay my respects to the two saints of the West," Zhen Yuanzi said, instinctively on guard yet compelled to maintain decorum, bowing respectfully. "Ah, my dear friend, there is no need for such formality." Junti beamed. "My brother and I have come because there exists an item within your temple that resonates with the West." At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi's heart raced, and he hastily replied, "What could possibly be of interest to the saints in this humble abode?" Jane chuckled. "Whether it exists or not, do my discerning eyes not see through the veil?" Although Zhen Yuanzi concealed the chaos ginseng fruit tree with a grand array, the high cultivation and profound wisdom of the saints allowed them to see through it effortlessly. Zhen Yuanzi realized that his trivial ruse was utterly laughable in the presence of such beings. Thus, he directly stated, "The ginseng fruit tree has accompanied me since my transformation. How could it possibly be connected to the West?" Upon exchanging glances, Jane and Junti could not contain their laughter. They completely disregarded Zhen Yuanzi and proceeded into the Wuzhuang Temple, arriving before the chaos ginseng fruit tree, their eyes gleaming with admiration and awe. They marveled at the existence of such a spiritual root in the primordial world, exclaiming in delight, "How strange and wondrous! Such a spiritual root ought to be planted in the Pure Land. This way, our Western realm will undoubtedly be filled with spiritual energy, restoring its former glory." The two saints from the West were filled with immense joy. Meanwhile, behind them, Zhen Yuanzi clenched his fists, his face darkened with anger. It was said that the two from the West had no sense of shame, yet he was astonished that they would dare to brazenly seize what belonged to Wuzhuang Temple. This was an affront that he could no longer tolerate. Chapter 26. The river of the underworld. Do not blame this humble monk, Zhen Yuanzi, for his wrath, which causes the very mountain of Wanshou to tremble. Yet, Jijin and Junti appear utterly unfazed, continuing to admire the unparalleled beauty of the chaotic spiritual roots. Beneath the sages, all are mere insects. Even though Zhen Yuanzi has attained the pinnacle of quasi-saintly prowess, he lacks the qualification to even summon their attention. Indeed, what a marvel it is, this connection to the West. Junti exclaims in admiration. "Friend Zhen Yuanzi, do not act foolishly," Jiajin interjects lightly. Suddenly, his emaciated form erupts with a radiant golden light, revealing a majestic golden body, and the oppressive aura of a sage envelopes the surroundings. Even a mere wisp of it compels Zhen Yuanzi to kneel involuntarily. With a flourish of his grand sleeves, Junti conjures a tempest, drawing the chaotic ginseng fruit tree into his fold. Only then does he turn to Zhen Yuanzi, smiling. "By offering your spiritual root, you have forged a benevolent connection with the West. This is an immense fortune." Zhen Yuanzi yearns to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet under the weight of the sage's pressure, he finds himself rendered speechless. "Ha ha ha!" Jiajin and Junti share a hearty laugh, deeming Zhen Yuanzi's reaction unworthy of further attention. Boom! The void contorts, and amidst the golden radiance, the two sages of the West, along with the chaotic ginseng fruit tree, vanish without a trace. Only then does the oppressive aura of the sages gradually dissipate. Puff! Zhen Yuanzi coughs up a mouthful of old blood, not from injury, but from sheer exasperation. After expending such great effort to transform the ginseng fruit tree into a chaotic spiritual root, he now watches helplessly as it is seized by Jiajin and Junti. The sages of the West. Utterly shameless. Zhen Yuanzi bellows, his voice reverberating through the mountains and forests. Countless spirits cover their ears, daring not to hear his blasphemy against the sages. After a fit of rage, Zhen Yuanzi regains his composure. He must devise a means to reclaim the chaotic ginseng fruit tree. Naturally, a great sage could accomplish this with ease, yet he currently possesses nothing worthy of collateral. How could he possibly summon a great sage's aid? As for seeking help from other sages, Zhen Yuanzi shakes his head, fearing he might merely exchange one peril for another. After much contemplation, he concludes that only Hong Yun remains a viable option, though he hesitates to disturb him during his path of enlightenment. He finds himself with no alternative but to journey to the blood sea of the underworld in search of an old friend. Zhen Yuanzi transforms into a beam of light and swiftly departs towards the blood sea. In the pawn shop, Lin Xian leisurely holds a grand fishing rod, enjoying the tranquil pastime of fishing. Bing Pe is experimenting with new culinary creations. Recently, her spicy stir-fried fish scales and oil-fried toes have displeased Lin Xian, leading him to chastise her sharply. Realizing her missteps, Bing Pe resolves to concoct a dish that will earn her master's unequivocal praise. Meanwhile, Hu Ji is in the void, wielding the primordial fire of the way to fashion a long whip, fiercely striking the chaotic blue lotus. Initially unable to contend with Pangu, she now vents her frustrations upon the blue lotus. In her heart, Hu Ji harbors a mischievous thought: if she relentlessly lashes the chaotic blue lotus day and night, might it come to instinctively fear her once it gives birth to a small Pangu? Perhaps it would become her loyal follower. The mere thought invigorates Hu Ji, compelling her to strike with even greater fervor. The ancestral dragon is the one most resembling a cultivator within a pawn shop. Surprisingly, he is engaged in meditation and cultivation, while the small courtyard brims with chaotic spiritual springs, surpassing any cave or blessed land of the primordial era, rendering it an unparalleled sanctuary for cultivation. Regrettably, the inhabitants of this courtyard are excessively formidable. They are either saints of the great Tao or chaotic demons, rendering any need for cultivation quite unnecessary. The ancestral dragon mused, realizing he must hasten his efforts. He does not aspire to stand equal with the chaotic demons, but at the very least, he must attain the realm of the primordial unity. Otherwise, he would bring shame upon his master. With a swift motion, Lin Xian reeled in his fishing rod, catching a vividly colored fish. This creature is, in fact, a world fish, with each scale representing an entire universe. Lin Xian casually tossed it beside the ice spirit, deciding it would be today's meal. The ice spirit's eyes sparkled with delight. Rest assured, master, I will ensure the exquisite essence of this world's origin is preserved perfectly. Setting aside his fishing rod, Lin Xian reclined in his armchair, his eyelids fluttering as the space before him unveiled a vision of a blood sea. Zhen Yuanzi sought out Hong Yun to share his grievances, his heart seething with indignation, stirring waves within the blood sea. How outrageous! It is them again. Mentions of Jin and Zhuanti made Hong Yun grit his teeth in resentment. Initially, the Zixiao Palace had yielded its seat to the two of them, yet when he was hunted by Kunpeng, those two, already ascended to sainthood, did not even offer a word of support. Do not worry, elder brother. We shall slay the river Styx, seize his 4 great treasures, and summon the saints of the great Tao to reclaim the chaotic ginseng fruit tree. Hong Yun replied coldly. He had clashed with the river Styx several times, each encounter resulting in a stalemate, but this time, with Zhen Yuanzi's assistance, the situation would undoubtedly change. Very well, let it be as you say. Zhen Yuanzi nodded, acknowledging that there was little else to be done at this point. Within the tumultuous blood sea, Hong Yun challenged the ancestor of the river Styx. Words were exchanged, and an intense battle ensued. Yuan Tu and Abyss took the offensive, wielding the flames of karma, while Xian Yuan's water-controlling banner provided defense. Despite Hong Yun's superior cultivation, he still managed to hold his ground. Hong Yun, I shall certainly expel you from this blood sea. With a resonant hum, 2 swords vibrated, unleashing crimson and ghostly white beams aimed directly at Hong Yun's head. Oomph! Hong Yun snorted coldly, unflinching in the face of the heavenly killing artifact. Astonishingly, a celestial pot materialized behind him, its ghostly light roaring and shattering the sword's aura. This manifestation was a testament to his mastery of the swallowing heaven demonic technique. When perfected, the pot would become a lethal treasure, also serving as the key to his path of enlightenment. Attack! The two figures transformed into blinding flashes of blood and darkness, colliding with such force that the blood sea surged, countless souls turning to ash. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanzi remained hidden in the shadows, quietly biding his time for the right moment to strike. In the past, he had dismissed such underhanded tactics, yet now, with the chaotic spiritual roots seized by the saints, he no longer cared for matters of pride. If even the saints resorted to such despicable means, why should he hesitate? Suddenly, Jin Yuanzi made his move. The aura of a perfected quasi-saint enveloped the blood sea. With a wave of his hand, he intended to seize the Yuan Tu sword from the river Styx. Caught off guard, the Yuan Tu sword was indeed drawn away. While the Abyss sword barely stabilized under the influence of the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner and the flames of karma, Jin Yuanzi, the river of oblivion, suddenly turned. His eyes filled with astonishment. In his recollections, Zhen Yuanzai was a figure of ethereal grace, never one to resort to the ignoble act of ambush. Yet now, he appeared monstrous, his demeanor fierce, intent on taking the very life of his adversary, resembling a deity of darkness. Boom! The infernal red lotus and the mysterious water-controlling banner intercepted Zhen Yuanzai's descending palm. Before he could catch his breath, Hong Yun unleashed the devouring heaven demonic technique, advancing with lethal intent. Faced with two consummate quasi-saints, even with his supreme treasures for protection, the river of oblivion was forced back 100,000 jom, blood spilling from his mouth, injuring his very essence. In this fierce battle, the river of oblivion fought valiantly against two opponents, but was clearly at a disadvantage, continuously spitting blood. Today, the blood sea shall change its master, declared Hong Yun from his elevated position, his tone frigid. Zhen Yuanzai echoed with an equally icy voice. Surrender your supreme treasure in exchange for my fruit tree. Old ancestor of the river of oblivion, do not blame this poor monk for his ruthlessness. Ha ha! The river of oblivion, drenched in his own blood, could not help but let out a bitter laugh. You are all but hypocrites. Boom! At that moment, the blood sea surged violently, parting to reveal a waterway from which countless Azura warriors surged forth under the leadership of the heavenly consort, Yumo. Master, we have come to lend our aid. Chapter 27, Blood Feud of Causality. The blood sea split in two, unleashing a multitude of Azura beings. This race, fashioned by the river of the underworld in a manner reminiscent of Nuwa's creation of humanity, bore inherent flaws. The males were grotesquely ugly, yet possessed formidable strength, while the females were strikingly beautiful, adept in the arts of seduction. However, their unions could not yield offspring, marking a deficiency in the river of the underworld's handiwork compared to Nuwas. At this moment, the celestial Empress Yumo stood at the forefront, as countless members of her race surged forth. Master Flea, we shall protect you, Yumo cried out. How could I? The river of the underworld felt a deep reluctance towards the race he had personally crafted. Master, seek vengeance for us in the future, Yumo shouted, leading billions of her kin into battle against Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. The males raised their great axes, while the females formed alluring formations. In an instant, the blood sea roiled, giving rise to various extraordinary phenomena. The river of the underworld understood that time was of the essence. Gritting his teeth, he transformed into a crimson light and turned to flee. Umph, can you escape? Hong Yun sneered, unleashing the devouring sky sorcery. Countless tendrils of darkness morphed into scythes of death, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the Azura. Though Zhen Yuanzi harbored deep resentment towards the theft of the chaos ginseng fruit by Jing and Put, he was not yet capable of the unburdened slaughter that Hong Yun executed. He sought only the life of the river of the underworld or the surrender of a spiritual treasure, intending to exchange it with the great Taoist for his own benefit. Brother, hold back the Azura. I will pursue the river of the underworld. With that, Zenuanzi transformed into azure light, distorting space as he broke through the blood sea. The blood rain fell, claiming countless azure lives. Slay those who obstruct my path. Kill those who confuse my heart. Destroy those who oppose my will. Hongyun's expression remained impassive as he waved his hand, slaughtering the Azura. Bathed in the blood rain, he became drenched in a vivid crimson, a stark contrast to his original hue, now a terrifying blood red that would strike fear into any onlooker. The river of the underworld and Zenuanzi pursued each other through the void, ceaselessly breaking through the fabric of space. Zenuanzi, I, the river of the underworld, shall remember this blood debt. Between us, there shall be no peace until death. The river of the underworld seethed with rage, feeling a profound sense of indignation. He had been minding his own business within the blood sea when first Hongyun, then Zenuanzi, had turned his realm upside down. Now, with the slaughter of the Azura, the enmity was irreconcilable. I seek not causality. Causality seeks me, he declared. If you wish to place blame, then curse the whims of fate. Zenuanzi once more invoked the power of his sleeves, summoning a furious gale that emanated from his seemingly innocuous cuffs, devouring all in its path. Yet at that moment, a streak of black light flashed across the heavens, a murderous intent surging forth. This is bad. A sense of foreboding surged within Zenuanzi as he shouted and turned to flee. Moments later, an individual approached, cloaked in swirling black mist, with eyes as red as blood. Resembling a vengeful deity emerging from the depths of hell, standing before the river of the underworld. It is you. The river of the underworld gasped in shock, recognizing the figure before him after a prolonged moment of contemplation. It was none other than the formidable demon master Kunpeng. What has happened to you? Even the venerable ancestor of the Blood Sea, upon seeing his current form, felt a chill run down his spine. Oomph. Kunpeng scoffed. Mingi, accompany me to the North Sea. Mingi furrowed his brow. Why should I go with you? Kunpeng replied coldly. You seek to kill Hongyun, and so do I. As for the karmic ties between us, we shall resolve them after we eliminate Hongyun. Mingi's frown deepened. In this world, the three great figures who practiced the path of slaughter knew that to achieve the ultimate Tao fruit, they must conclude their enmity. This was an unavoidable karmic certainty. Gritting his teeth, Mingi declared, very well. We shall first slay Hongyun and then settle our scores. A streak of black light and a streak of red light pierced through the void, racing towards the North Sea. The sea of blood was littered with the corpses of the Azura clan, with only a handful escaping under the guidance of the heavenly consort Wuma, their whereabouts unknown. Hongyun stood atop a mountain of corpses, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a radiant light descended as Zenuanzi emerged, staring at Mingi in astonishment. At that moment, his entire being was drenched in crimson, a stark contrast to his black hair when he had first embraced the path of slaughter. Glancing at Zenuanzi, Hongyun, aware that the pursuit of Mingi had failed, simply stated, Big brother, my path of slaughter has advanced further. With that, he unfurled the 3 flowers atop his head, revealing a murder Tao fruit that had blossomed largely, while the devouring demon jar beside him was nearly condensed. Once I slay Mingi and Kunpeng, my path shall reach completion. At that time, I shall ascend to the west and seek justice from Jane and Juanti. Seeing that Hongyun's Tao was on the verge of completion, Zenuanzi felt a surge of joy for his younger brother. Excellent. I shall await your return. In the west, amidst the realm of ultimate bliss, flowers cascaded from the heavens while golden lotuses erupted from the earth, welcoming the return of the sage. Jin was in high spirits, having acquired a primordial spirit root from Wuzhuang Temple, a tremendous opportunity indeed. Let's plant it beside the 8 treasures merit pool, with the pool's waters nourishing it. It shall surely thrive, Jane proposed. You speak wisely, brother. With this spirit root, we can undoubtedly restore the spiritual veins of the West to their former glory, Juanti concurred, producing the primordial ginseng fruit from his sleeve. The waters of the merit pool flowed forth, nurturing the spirit root. However, rather than thriving, the primordial ginseng fruit tree began to wither. Its branches and leaves shrank, the Tao runes on its trunk dimmed, and the ginseng fruit quickly shriveled, leaving only a skin behind. What could have happened? Jane gasped, staring in disbelief at the fruit tree. As he spoke, dried leaves fell like rain. Soon, the primordial ginseng fruit tree had transformed into a desiccated husk, devoid of any spiritual energy. Let us try nourishing the fruit tree with sacred power, Juni suggested. Agreed. The two of them simultaneously channeled their primordial sacred energy into the primordial ginseng fruit tree. Crack. Instead of improving, a crack the size of a thumb appeared on the trunk. Jane and Junti exchanged glances, their expressions filled with uncertainty as they contemplated their next move. We must find a remedy for this tree. Jane gritted his teeth. Otherwise, we may need to seek the assistance of the primordial heavenly venerable. I hear that his jade-clear bottle contains the divine water of the three lights, capable of healing all things in the universe, Junti remarked. No. The abrupt refusal of Jane was palpable. Yuan Shi Tianzun, being aware of the existence of the chaos spiritual root, would undoubtedly covet it. Can the two of us withstand the might of the three pure ones? After a prolonged silence, Cheng Tue finally replied, Indeed. It seems we must seek a solution for the medicinal tree ourselves. In the pawn shop, the ethereal aroma of the world fish being cooked by Bingpa wafted through the air, enticing even Lin Xian, whose eyes sparkled with delight. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction as Bingpa finally relinquished her avant-garde dark cuisine in favor of a simple, yet exquisite meal. The Fire Princess, enticed by the fragrant scent, dashed out from the ethereal pathways, her eyes wide with excitement. Is it time to eat? The ancestral dragon also awakened from his state of enlightenment, drool cascading down his chin. The finest ingredients, complemented by an exceptional chef, truly culminated in a culinary masterpiece. As Bingpa presented the steamed world fish, the entire pawn shop was enveloped in an intoxicating aroma. It was simply delectable. Meanwhile, the great witch Jiufeng, having just emerged from a fierce battle against a lich, inadvertently stumbled into the valley. What a delightful scent! Just a whiff dissipated her fatigue, and even her wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. With her eyes narrowed, Jiufeng relied solely on her sense of smell, taking cautious steps towards the pawn shop. Chapter 28. The Earthly Gate Sniff. Sniff. The exquisite nose of Nine Phoenix twitched, detecting a tantalizing aroma that led her to the entrance. She looked up, her eyes filled with bewilderment. A pawn shop? What would this possibly be? Yet, it soon dawned on her. Although the witch clan lacked spiritual essence, the profound nature of the innate divine script was such that even a mere mortal could grasp its meaning if Lin Xian wished it. How could a place meant for pawning items exude such a rich fragrance? Her mouth watered, and unable to restrain herself, she boldly ventured inside. Boom! As she stepped in, an overwhelming force bore down upon her, causing Nine Phoenix to break into a cold sweat and half kneel on the ground. Entering uninvited was a breach of etiquette. Fortunately, after a moment, a figure approached her, and the oppressive aura gradually dissipated. The master has summoned you, he said. Nine Phoenix looked up, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, Ancestral dragon? Was he not lost during the primordial cataclysm? How could he be here? The ancestral dragon shot her a displeased glare. Who visits a household during mealtime? I haven't even touched my chopsticks, and already the master sends me to fetch guests. Truly a wretched dragon. With that, he turned and briskly walked back into the courtyard, leaving Nine Phoenix to follow. The deeper she ventured, the more intoxicating the fragrance became. Imbued with an alluring power she could not quite articulate. Traversing the corridor, she arrived in the courtyard, where an enormous, plump fish was being savored by three individuals. The fish meat was suffused with the essence of the world's primal energy, implying that with each bite, they consumed an entire universe. Yet, the three seated around the table appeared utterly unconcerned, as if merely relishing an ordinary delicacy. The women flanking the youth were strikingly beautiful, yet exuded an aura of terror. Just their presence compelled her to kneel in submission. This was not a matter of cultivation, but rather the overwhelming pressure emanating from those of higher status. The youth himself was one she felt unworthy to gaze upon. When had such formidable beings emerged from the wilderness? Had she not yet encountered a sage of the great Tao? Lost in thought, the ancestral dragon's voice interrupted her reverie. A sage of the great Tao? Nine Phoenix gasped in astonishment. The title was so formidable that she instinctively took a step back, her body trembling slightly, her complexion pale. Yet, for reasons unknown, it felt entirely plausible. Merely upon the ancestral dragon's declaration, she believed the youth to be an authentic sage of the great Tao, and she immediately bowed respectfully, declaring, "I am 9 Phoenix of the Witch Clan, paying my respects to the sage of the great Tao." At that moment, Lin Xian raised his head and scrutinized her carefully. Though the Witch Clan was known for their brutish demeanor, 9 Phoenix was undeniably beautiful, her exquisite features imbued with a wild allure that was captivating. "Speak, what do you wish to pawn?" At a loss for words, 9 Phoenix hesitated. She had merely followed the fragrance to the pawn shop and had no intention of pawning anything. Moreover, the Witch Clan possessed little of value beyond their own flesh. Flushing crimson, she admitted, "I have nothing to pawn." "Then let us see you out," he replied. Lin Xian spoke lightly, noting that without any items to pawn, remaining here held no significance. Wait, Jiu Feng exclaimed in haste. "Must I also offer something to trade for a taste of the fish?" Before Lin Xian could respond, Hui Ji stood up, her striking figure nearly leaving Jiu Feng breathless. "Little sister, this is a pawn shop. Every blade of grass and tree must be exchanged for something of value," she remarked. "Moreover, this dish was personally prepared by Sister Bing Pe. It is not something you can simply sample at will." Jiu Feng's face flushed deeper with embarrassment. Yet the allure of the delicacy before her made it hard to relinquish her desire. Furthermore, the fish contained a certain mystical power, greatly beneficial to the Wu clan. "Very well, I shall return to the Wu clan immediately and fetch treasures to trade for the fish." With a determined bite of her lip, Jiu Feng dashed out of the pawn shop, racing back to her tribe. Lin Xian, however, merely smiled, unfazed by Jiu Feng's eagerness to barter for the fish. "Go ahead and eat. One cannot let the enjoyment of fine cuisine be stifled by the constraints of commerce. Besides, with what lies in the courtyard, what business could not be conducted?" The group feasted heartily, a whirlwind of activity, leaving only remnants of the fish behind. Mount Buzhou. Jiu Feng hurriedly passed through the Ho-Tu tribe. At this moment, the 12 ancestors of the Wu had just comprehended the Duhua divine formation, returning to their respective tribes to prepare for battle. At a single command from their elder brother, they would charge towards the heavenly court, slaughtering the demon race and plucking the feathers from the 2 little birds. "Jiu Feng, what brings you in such haste?" Ho-Tu's voice suddenly rang out, halting her. "Elder ancestor Ho-Tu." Jiu Feng's eyes brightened with joy. Among the Wu clan, aside from the esteemed ancestor Di Jiang and the powerful ancestor of her own family, her greatest admiration was for Ho-Tu's day. She rushed to Ho-Tu's side, exclaiming, "I was just on my way back to the tribe to fetch treasures from the earth to trade with the great sage for some fish." Ho-Tu chuckled. "Jiu Feng, are you jesting with me? In this vast primordial world, where could one find a great sage? I once shared the same view as the ancestors." But upon entering the pawn shop, Jiu Feng animatedly recounted. The grandeur of the shop was overwhelming, its oppressive aura formidable. She had even encountered the once-fallen ancestor dragon. The fish, imbued with the power of the world, made her mouth water at the mere thought. Yet, when it came to describing Lin Xian, Bing Pe, and Hui Ji, she had a distinct impression, but no details would come to mind. All her words coalesced into a single sentiment. They were all terrifying, ineffably so. Ho-Tu's expression grew serious as she listened to Jiu Feng's vivid descriptions, which seemed far too genuine to be false. Could it be that a great sage truly existed in the world? If so, might it illuminate her own uncertainties? Ho-Tu lowered her head, lost in contemplation. "Ancestor, ancestor," Jiu Feng called out several times before Ho-Tu returned to her senses. "Elder ancestor Ho-Tu, I must return to the tribe. It would be ill-mannered to keep the great sage waiting." "Wait," Ho-Tu suddenly called her back. "You need not return. Simply take the treasures from our tribe, and I shall accompany you to exchange with the great sage." With that, she led Jiu Feng to the ancestral treasury. The treasures of the Witch Clan are rather few, primarily consisting of herbs that nourish one's vital energy. However, among them lie several rare gems capable of inciting a tremendous uproar in the primordial realm. After some contemplation, Ho-Tu decided to empty the treasury. If these items could lead to enlightenment from the great sage, they would be invaluable. Off they went, traversing immense distances in mere steps towards the valley. At the pawn shop, Lin Xian indulged in a brief respite after his meal. Beside him, the great Dao fishing rod, Jia Hai, was inexplicably casting its line. Moments later, a chaotic beast was caught, and all were promptly stored by Bing Pe in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Ho Tu and Jiu Feng circled the valley repeatedly. Yet they failed to locate any trace of the pawn shop. It was perplexing, as it was supposedly nearby. Jiu Feng grew anxious. Recall it more carefully. Ho Tu furrowed his brow. The valley appeared ordinary, devoid of any powerful aura. Yet, Jiu Feng would not deceive herself. There might be unfathomable mysteries within. Lin Xian, stretched lazily in his armchair, found great pleasure in a brief nap after a satisfying meal. As Lin Xian yawned, the space within the valley began to distort, and a magnificent edifice suddenly manifested before Ho Tu and Jiu Feng. Chapter 29. The Ice Spirit Cuisine in a Resplendent Pawnshop. The divine splendor of the great Tao enveloped the surroundings. 3,000 statues of demonic gods radiated their luminous glory, among which even the figure of the father god Pangu was included. For the Wu clan, this was an act of great disrespect. Yet at this moment, both He Tu and Jiufeng felt an inexplicable sense of naturalness in it. Indeed, the presence of Pangu's statue amongst them felt like an honor. As this thought crossed their minds, a slight tremor ran through their hearts. Creak! The door swung open, and as customary, the ancestor dragon emerged, welcoming the two into the courtyard. Along the way, the essence of the great Tao shimmered, and even though the Wu clan did not cultivate the primordial spirit, they could effortlessly perceive it. Truly, this was the residence of a saint of the Tao. He Tu murmured in awe, having once believed that the Pangu Hall was the ultimate abode. Yet in comparison to this pawn shop, it felt akin to a mere lavatory. As they traversed the winding corridors, He Tu caught sight of a woman clad in a flowing white dress. With just one glance, she was struck with astonishment. Such an aura, if merely a wisp were to grace her, would shatter her flesh and blood. He Tu had encountered the saint of the Tao before. The ice spirit stifled a laugh. You mustn't speak carelessly. The master is over there. He Tu froze momentarily in disbelief. Such an intimidating aura did not belong to the saint of the Tao after all. She cast a reproachful glance at Jiufeng, blaming her for not clarifying the appearance of the saint and thus causing her embarrassment. Fortunately, the people here were amiable and did not hold it against her. The ancestor dragon guided them to the edge of a shimmering pond. The waters sparkled, interwoven with 3,000 laws. Suddenly, a great fishing rod of the Tao plunged into the depths, pulling forth a soaring serpent, 1 billion feet long. Yet, upon leaving the pond, it swiftly shrank to merely 10 feet in length, frozen by the ice spirit and carried to the kitchen. At that moment, He Tu realized that the true saint of the Tao must indeed be the languid youth reclining in a chair. Although the being known as the ice spirit was terrifyingly powerful, the youth before her was perfectly formidable in an unsettling way. He Tu bowed to the saint of the Tao. After respectfully lowering her head, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, appraising her from head to toe. The legendary He Tu ancestor, which, compassionate and benevolent, had transformed into a figure of the 6 paths of reincarnation, establishing the underworld and altering the primordial order, now stood before him, trembling slightly in nervousness, reminiscent of a bride on the verge of marriage. Lin Xian nodded slightly and inquired nonchalantly, "Have you brought items to pawn?" Although He Tu held significant sway in the primordial realm, in Lin Xian's eyes, all beings were equal, merely customers of the pawn shop. He would neither belittle anyone nor exalt anyone above the rest. Jiufeng hurriedly replied, "To the saint of the Tao, we have brought the treasures of our entire tribe," though the Wu clan did not favor the collection of rare materials. As one of the 2 great overlords of the primordial world, their ancestral treasure trove was still formidable. With a flourish, treasures of dazzling brilliance appeared before Lin Xian, forming a mountain of riches, predominantly comprising herbs, with some being exceedingly rare, rivaling the top 10 innate spiritual roots. Lin Xian's gaze remained calm as he lightly beckoned with his finger. In an instant, an even more radiant glow enveloped the mountain of treasures. A golden scale floated in mid-air, while the mountain of treasures shrank to the size of a palm, resting upon the scale's pan, leaving the counterweight representing the stakes empty. Do you still wish to exchange for a meal? Lin Xian stated with an indifferent tone. Heavenly Earth and Nine Phoenix engaged in hushed deliberation, aware that these treasures constituted the very essence of the Heavenly Earth tribe and served as their formidable support in the war against the demonic entities. With these herbs in their possession, even a severely wounded shaman could swiftly recover and continue battling the demon clan. They knew they had to tread carefully. Nine Phoenix, do you truly possess the miraculous efficacy you speak of? Heavenly Earth inquired softly. Ancestral shaman, having witnessed the great sage of the Tao with my own eyes. What is there to fear? Our enhanced powers will also spare the lives of our shamanic kin, Nine Phoenix replied solemnly. Very well. Heavenly Earth was not one to hesitate and nodded affirmatively. Great sage of the Tao, we seek to exchange these treasures for a meal. Lin Xian nodded, clenching his palm, and a radiant orb appeared atop the weighing stone, exuding a delectable aroma. A mere whiff ignited a fervent sensation within their veins. At that moment, the golden scales achieved equilibrium, slowly vanishing along with the copious treasures. Lin Xian instructed, Ice Soul, prepare a meal for them using the aquatic ingredients. Although Heavenly Earth's treasures were plentiful, they were insufficient to procure a sumptuous feast at this location. The chaotic beasts serving as ingredients were already a generous boon from Lin Xian. Ice Soul's eyes sparkled, having just processed a batch of fierce beast carcasses. She was left with their less desirable parts, which she had intended to discard. To her surprise, she could utilize them to assist her master in completing the transaction. Just wait, Ice Soul exclaimed with enthusiasm, her mind swirling with creative ideas. In recent days, her master had prohibited her from experimenting with new dishes, leaving her yearning for an opportunity to showcase her culinary skills. In the kitchen, a cacophony of sounds erupted, occasionally interspersed with ghostly wails, demonic echoes, and earth-shaking tumult. Heavenly Earth and Nine Phoenix felt a surge of trepidation, as if the very fabric of the primordial world was about to be torn asunder. Even the ancestral dragon expressed concern, uncertain of what concoction Ice Soul would ultimately produce. After a while, Ice Soul emerged from the kitchen, wearing an utterly triumphant smile. The first dish was sashimi of a nine-turned soaring serpent's intestines. Heavenly Earth and Nine Phoenix exchanged glances, a shiver coursing through them, an ominous premonition taking hold. The second dish was Heavenly Phoenix's living pearls. Heavenly Earth and Nine Phoenix's faces drained of color. The third dish was Void Beast gallbladder mixed with Swallowing Beast's powdered liver. Heavenly Earth and Nine Phoenix recoiled several steps, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Great sage of the Tao. Heavenly Earth's voice trembled, the names of these dishes evoking an unsettling dread. Lin Xian closed his eyes. Though the transaction remained fair, he felt a twinge of guilt regarding this particular deal. Noticing the great sage of the Tao in contemplation, Heavenly Earth and Nine Phoenix felt an immediate sense of unease. Could it be that the great sage was displeased? They dared not act recklessly, yet the prospect of Ice Soul's culinary creations was equally daunting, leaving them frozen in place. Guess, to savor the new dishes crafted by Ice Soul herself is indeed a stroke of fortune. I must tell you, these three dishes have yet to be tasted by my master. Ice Soul beamed, proudly promoting her culinary masterpieces. As the tension mounted, Ho-Tu and Jiufeng wiped the sweat from their brows, caught in a predicament. Suddenly, Bing Po's expression shifted dramatically, with her hands firmly placed on her hips. She adopted an indignant stance, exclaiming, "What? The Chaos Demon God has personally prepared this for you, and you dare to express disdain?" "And no, we wouldn't dare," the two replied weakly. "Then hurry up and eat," Bing Po insisted, stamping her foot and roaring fiercely. Startled, Ho-Tu and Jiufeng exchanged alarmed glances. With a deep breath, steeling themselves as if facing death, they bravely took their first bite of the nine-turning serpent sashimi. The taste was utterly repulsive, exceedingly unpalatable. Both struggled to suppress their urge to retch. Yet, At the moment the dreadful dish descended into their stomachs, an explosive surge of immense power suddenly erupted within them. Their vital energies surged, voraciously absorbing the terrifying strength. Hotu and Jiufeng's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented brightness, each recognizing the astonishment mirrored in the other's gaze. Chapter 30. Utilizing the virtue of the earth to redeem the dish of sashimi, 9-turned serpent's intestine, though bitter in taste, concealed an immense power that surged within the bodies of Hotu and Jiufeng. The might of the magical beast was indeed formidable. The two immediately activated their 9-turned mystical arts to begin absorption. A radiant blood light enveloped them, and a torrent of vital energy surged forth. After a considerable time, they gradually regained their composure. Hotu and Jiufeng exchanged glances, each recognizing the joy reflected in the other's eyes. Despite the dish's challenging flavor, the power contained within the ingredients was a remarkable boon. At this moment, Jiufeng exhibited a hint of ancestral shamanic grace, her physical form ascending to a new level. Hotu, while less dramatically transformed, radiated a subtle glow, with traces of Taoist power emanating from her, an unprecedented phenomenon among the shamanic clan. Ice Spirit, hands on hips, beamed with pride. What do you think? Isn't my culinary skill remarkable? The ancestral dragon muttered under his breath. Isn't that just the inherent ability of the ingredients? Ice Spirit shot him a glare. The ancestral dragon, discontent, distanced himself quickly, knowing well that he could not provoke the ice god. Hotu and Jiufeng bowed respectfully towards Ice Spirit and Lin Xian. Thank you, Ice Spirit, and thank you, Sage of the Tao. The dish, though indeed unpalatable, was insignificant compared to the power gained. They could endure tenfold bitterness if necessary. Excellent. Ice Spirit rejoiced, feeling a sense of validation, and gestured towards the second dish. The living phoenix pearl, which, to put it plainly, consisted of unhatched young phoenixes. It was not merely a test of taste, but also a psychological challenge. Fortunately, having hunted various demon races and ferocious beasts in the primordial world, they were accustomed to such experiences. Coupled with the latent power contained within, they swallowed it whole without hesitation. Instantly, their stomachs roiled tumultuously. Yet, driven by the desire to absorb this power, they persevered, unwilling to expel it. Under the pressure of their shamanic bloodline and the 9-turned mystical arts, they ultimately succeeded in absorption. Boom! Ancient and primal runes flickered across Jiufeng's body, a testament to the peak strength of the shamanic bloodline. With each movement, it seemed she could rend the heavens. Hotu emanated an aura of deep yellow, resplendent with rich light. Her power now rivaled that of the ancestral shaman, Emperor Jiang, and she had taken a significant step toward mastery of the Earth's principles. Nearing perfection. Next came the third dish, the essence of void beast's gallbladder, mixed with the powdered liver of the swallowing beast. The moment it touched their tongues, even with their formidable willpower, they could not suppress their urge to vomit. Naturally, such repugnant substances were unfit for their courtyard, so they were transported to the void until they had purged themselves sufficiently. A quarter of an hour later, Hotu and Jiufeng were pale-faced, nearly emptying their stomachs. Yet, the benefits reaped were substantial. Jiufeng's physical form had attained a level comparable to that of the ancestral shamans, while Hotu achieved a perfect grasp of the Earth's principles, placing her at the pinnacle among the 12 ancestral shamans. Though they endured great suffering, the surge in power made it worthwhile. Regarding the enhancement of their abilities, Bingpa was utterly indifferent. On the contrary, she felt a surge of indignation. Was her meticulously prepared dish truly so unpalatable? They were retching and rolling their eyes in disgust. Pray tell, how do you find the culinary skills of this demoness? With hands on her hips, Bingpa inquired with an imposing demeanor. This, Hotu hesitated momentarily, cautiously asking, Bingpa, have you yourself tasted it? Bingpa shot her a glare. What do you mean by the transaction bestowed upon you by the master? What need have I to taste? Jiufeng could not refrain from interjecting. Might the esteemed demoness consider trying it herself? Bingpa, vexed, retorted, what do you imply? With a wave of her hand, frost began to envelop the air, threatening to encase Hutu and Jiufeng in ice. Enough, came the calm voice of Lin Xian. In an instant, the ice and snow dissipated, as if touched by the gentle breath of spring. The transaction is complete. You are free to depart. The sage's words commanded respect, and the two did not dare to disobey. After bowing deeply, they prepared to leave. Hutu suddenly halted, turning to Jiufeng. You may return to the tribe. I have matters to discuss with the great sage. After a cautious glance at Lin Xian and receiving a slight nod of acknowledgement, she felt reassured. Although Jiufeng harbored doubts, she deemed it unwise to question the ancestral shaman's intentions and thus departed to await her return. What further inquiries do you have for the master? Bingpa, visibly agitated, clearly felt slighted by the two's dismissal of her culinary prowess. Hutu bowed deeply, her expression grave. I wish to ask the great sage, does the calamity between the witch and demon tribes, which has brought untold suffering to countless beings, truly hold any meaning? In recent days, she had witnessed the anguished cries of myriad souls and the fields strewn with corpses, as both the witch and demon tribes relentlessly slaughtered one another. The enmity had escalated to such a degree that cessation seemed impossible. The malevolent aura in the world thickened, inciting all beings to become frenzied and murderous. In Hutu's eyes, the culmination of the witch-demon calamity was not the emergence of a victor, but rather annihilation, a complete and utter destruction. The primordial realm would transform into a domain of vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts. Such thoughts she dared not voice to the other ancestral shamans, lest she be perceived as yielding to the demons. The witch tribe's mandate was unequivocally to vanquish the demons and seize absolute control over the primordial expanse bequeathed by the Father God. There could be no room for doubt. These questions had long been bottled up within Hutu, and upon encountering the great sage today, she could no longer contain her heartfelt musings. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation, hoping the sage might illuminate her uncertainties. Lin Xian's gaze sparkled with a glimmer of approval. Hutu, indeed, was an exceptional ancestral shaman, possessing a vision that extended beyond the ordinary. However, one must adhere to the established protocols. I can certainly provide you with an answer, but it shall require compensation, Lin Xian stated with serene composure. This, Hutu was taken aback, not anticipating that even inquiries would necessitate collateral. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. These questions likely pertained to celestial secrets, and the great sage had no reason to divulge such knowledge for free. However, all treasures within the tribe had already been pledged as collateral. Hutu's expression fell, and with a sudden sigh, she conceded, I understand now. My apologies for troubling the great sage. I shall take my leave. The rules here are inscribed upon the plaque bearing the words pawnshop. Without any valuable assets, one naturally lacks the right to remain. Who says you have nothing to pawn? Lin Xian's voice softly resonated behind Hutu's day. What? Hutu turned, her face a canvas of confusion as she gazed at Lin Xian. Having already relinquished all the treasures of her tribe, how could there be anything left? I shall not conceal the truth from you. Your future holds great fortune and immense merit, which can indeed be pawned, Lin Xian replied calmly. Hutu was momentarily taken aback. The concept of the future was nebulous to her, yet given that the saint of the Great Way had declared it, she felt compelled to believe. Very well, I shall offer my future fortune and merit in exchange for enlightenment from the saint of the Great Way. Lin Xian nodded, noting the absence of the golden scales this time. The merits of the underworld were sufficiently vast. Later, they could be redeemed based on what was exchanged. With that said, I shall speak candidly. The calamity of the Wu and Yao is significant to the heavenly Tao, but for the Wu and Yao, it only heralds destruction. Lin Xian's voice was even-toned. However, to Hutu's ears, it struck like a thunderclap, rendering the Earth Mother Witch pale and unsteady. Chapter 31. A difficult choice. The expression on Hutu's face turned ashen as she staggered backward on the verge of collapse. It became painfully clear that all her efforts had been in vain, merely serving as a bridal gown for the heavenly path. For the Wu clan, this was undoubtedly the most brutal of outcomes. A bitter smile crept upon Hutu's lips, although she had contemplated such a conclusion. Hearing it confirmed by the voice of the great Dao made it an irrevocable fate. Eldest brother, Xianming, my brothers, Huta murmured, as visions of their tragic end flooded her mind. Rivers of blood, the annihilation of the Wu clan. After a prolonged silence, Huta bit her lip until it bled, forcing herself to regain her composure, and bowed deeply to Lin Xian. Great Dao sage, can the Wu clan be salvaged? Lin Xian smiled gently. As long as the stakes are sufficient, what difficulty could there be? Within the pawnshop, the will of the heavenly path was nullified. Only the great Dao remained eternal. Even if Hong Jun himself were to descend, it would not warrant a glance from Lin Xian. To save the Wu clan was merely a matter of thought. A glimmer of hope sparked in Hutu's eyes, as if she had grasped a lifeline. She hastily declared, "The great Dao sage has stated that I shall attain great merit and opportunities in the future. I wish to exchange all my merit and fortune for the Wu clan's survival." Lin Xian's gaze was as tranquil as water, as if he had anticipated Hutu's choice all along. He waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Not enough." In truth, this was merely a matter of the balance between the heavenly and earthly paths. Ideally, both should hold equal weight. However, the early awakening of the heavenly path overshadowed the still slumbering earthly path, rendering the former significantly more powerful within the vast chaos. Hutu lowered her head, confusion, despair, and fear flickering in her eyes. The ancestral Wu, proud and self-proclaimed as the true descendants of Pangu, now realized how insignificant she was beneath the overwhelming might of the heavenly path. Even her desperate struggles merely stirred ripples in the vast river of fate. The great Dao sage, transcending all, observed the world's transformations with indifference, playing games with the primordial chaos. Only with sufficient stakes would he be inclined to intervene. What seemed hopeful was, in reality, futile. Could it be that the fate of the Wu clan was truly immutable? Hutu pondered, her heart heavy with sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Enough," Lin Xian spoke softly. "I shall present you with another choice. In exchange for half of your future fortune, 5 of the 12 ancestral witches, excluding yourself, may safely traverse the tribulation." "Only 5? Hutu lifted her gaze, gritting her teeth. "I am willing to offer all my fortune for my brothers to pass through the tribulation." Lin Xian shook his head. This was not a mere arithmetic exercise. To save 12 would require a complete alteration of the heavenly path's current trajectory, and the earthly path's bargaining power was far insufficient. Otherwise, with the earthly path's equitable standing, he could easily rescue the remaining 11 ancestral witches. Huta bowed her head, her eyes filled with turmoil. The 12 ancestral witches were akin to her own brothers. Such a choice was unbearably cruel. Her heart felt as though it were being pierced by needles. Eldest brother, Xianming, Juin, Zhurong, Gonggong. No, there were also Gomong and Xiangliang, Shibi, Rushu, Zhujiuin, Tianwu. They were all brothers. How could she abandon them? Huta's expression was one of anguish, as she struggled to make a decision that seemed impossible. She remained silent for a long while before finally raising her head to bow towards Lin Xian, saying, "I beseech the great sage to grant me some time for contemplation." Lin Xian nodded, understanding that this was not an easy request for Ho Tuesday. After all, in matters of business, haste is unwarranted. It would not be too late for her to make a decision when she was ready. Ho Tu took her leave and wandered alone through the vast wilderness, her brow furrowed, each step filled with deep contemplation and struggle. In the pawnshop, Fire Ji emerged from the courtyard, leaning gracefully against the doorframe, her alluring figure on full display. With a playful smile, she remarked, "Hee hee, I wonder which 5 choices this little girl will make. I am indeed quite curious." Binpo, hands on her hips, shot her a glare. "Fire Ji, were you eavesdropping the courtyard? Are you afraid of witnessing this demon god's culinary skills?" Fire Ji giggled. Though the truth was indeed as Bingpa suggested, she could not admit it. "Nonsense. I am merely fulfilling my master's command, tending to the chaotic spiritual roots day and night, especially that chaotic green lotus." Lin Xian inquired, "How is the chaotic green lotus faring?" Fire Ji responded joyfully, "It is thriving splendidly. I dare say it won't be long before it bears a Pangu." At that moment, our master must protect us. Lin Xian chuckled. You whip the chaotic green lotus daily. Who knows who will need protection then? Fire Ji feigned a pout, swaying her body. Oh dear. I am merely venting my frustrations from being chased by Pangu when emerging from chaos. Lin Xian laughed lightly, unfazed by Fire Ji's whims. Such trivial matters, he thought, she could handle on her own. At Mount Buzhou, within the Panga Hall, 11 ancestral witches surrounded the 9 phoenixes. Their powerful physiques, with each movement, seemed capable of reversing the very heavens. Indeed, Gomang nodded repeatedly. Your physique is no less than ours. Xian Ming appraised her from top to bottom, expressing admiration. Remarkable. Never has a witch clan reached such heights. Come, let's exchange a blow. Zhu Rong was eager to engage. The 9 phoenixes hesitated, stating, what is there to fear? If you wish to try, then do so. It will be best to bring Zhu Rong down. Gong Gong excitedly added, indeed. We all wish to witness this. Gomang stoked the flames of excitement, relishing the spectacle. Eventually, even Di Jiang spoke up, it would not hurt to try. With a thunderous clash, when Zhu Rong and the 9 phoenixes struck each other, the earth trembled and the heavens quaked. Both retreated a step, achieving a stalemate. The ground split open, creating vast chasms, and countless mountains crumbled to dust. Zhu Rong, exhilarated, shouted again, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, 100 punches flew by. In terms of physical prowess, the 9 phoenixes were already capable of standing toe-to-toe with Zhu Rong, only lacking in their mastery of the laws. When Zhu Rong revealed her true ancestral witch form and summoned the divine fire of the heavens, the 9 phoenixes found themselves at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, this was already a tremendous surprise. If a few more such great witches emerged, would it not be as simple as crushing the demon clan, akin to squashing an ant? 9 phoenixes, how did you refine your physique to such an extent? Di Jiang inquired solemnly. Jiufeng would certainly not deceive, and she conveyed the events within the pawnshop to the ancestral witches in their entirety. The existence of a sage of the Grand Tao. Could such a being truly exist in the world? Zhu Jiuyin found this hard to believe. It was not that they doubted Jiufeng, but rather the notion of a sage of the Grand Tao was simply too astonishing. The Earth Mother ancestor, which was still within the pawnshop, upon her return, the ancestral witches could inquire in detail. Jiufeng remarked. She was not surprised by the ancestral witch's skepticism. However, once the Earth Mother ancestor which returned and spoke of it firsthand, their doubts would undoubtedly dissipate. At that time, the witch clan would be fully committed to the transaction, surely capable of forging several beings comparable to the ancestors. In the war of witches and demons, the witch clan would secure victory. Very well, Di Jiang nodded. We shall await the return of our sister Hutu before making a decision. However, as time swiftly passed, several years went by, and the 11 ancestral witches had yet to see any sign of Hutu. Even more astonishing was that the connections among the ancestral witches had been severed. They could no longer perceive Hutu's presence. Jiufeng, what is the meaning of this? How long must the transaction with the sage of the Grand Tao take? Di Jiang inquired gravely. Jiufeng's heart began to feel uneasy. The duration for the transaction was typically brief. Furthermore, the sage of the Grand Tao was not fond of guests lingering in the small courtyard. Hence, logically, the transaction should have concluded long ago. Could it be that an unforeseen incident had occurred? Chapter 32. Zhu Rong realizes his mistake. The ancestral shamans and the 9 phoenixes began to sense an ominous foreboding, their hearts growing increasingly restless. This situation had transcended the bounds of reason. Moreover, this was the most critical moment of the great calamity for the shamans. For the sake of brotherhood and the welfare of the shaman clan, Hutu must not come to harm. Eldest brother, we can no longer delay, spoke Zhu Jiuyin. Indeed, let us proceed to the valley. Regardless of whether the great Taoist sage truly exists, we must first locate Sister Hutu. Zhu Rong could no longer contain his impatience. In truth, a few years may seem but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of the primordial world, yet it had severed the ties among the ancestral shamans. And this was a matter of great significance. It was the true source of their unease. They even began to speculate whether the so-called great Taoist sage was merely a ploy of the demon clan. leading them to fear that Sister Hudu had already met with misfortune. The more they indulged in such thoughts, the more agitated they became, to the point where they could not concentrate on cultivating the 9 transformations of profound arts. Jiu Feng, lead us to the valley, declared Di Jiang, resolute in his decision. Outside the valley, a thunderous roar resounded as a rift in space-time opened. Di Jiang, the ancestral shaman who commanded the laws of space, effortlessly transported everyone in the blink of an eye. Is this the place? Di Jiang furrowed his brow. The undulating mountains were neither perilous nor magnificent, resembling countless other landscapes in the primordial realm, and certainly did not appear to be the dwelling of the great Taoist sage. It cannot be mistaken. It is right here, Jiu Feng asserted with conviction. Since that is the case, let's not tarry and hasten to find Sister Hutu, Xian Ming proclaimed, rushing forward first. Following him were Di Jiang, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and Go Meng. 11 ancestral shamans surged forward with great fervor. Do not show disrespect to the great Taoist sage, Jiu Feng shouted. Yet, it was too late. The shamans had already plunged into the valley, their figures vanishing from sight. With no other choice, Jiu Feng followed closely behind. Circling through the mountains again and again, they could find no trace of the establishment. The fiery tempers of the ancestral shamans began to fray. I shall shatter this valley and see where you can hide, Zhu Rong scoffed, enveloped in the divine fire of heaven. Ancestral shaman, do not, Jiu Feng exclaimed. The thought of destroying the dwelling of the great Taoist sage was utterly reckless and profoundly disrespectful. Pale-faced, Jiu Feng realized that if this punch were to land, it would invoke the wrath of the great Taoist sage, and the entire shaman clan would be reduced to ashes. She prepared to rush forward and intercept Zhu Rong's strike. However, she was seized by Gong Gong. What are you afraid of? This is a perfect opportunity for Zhu Rong to test the true nature of the great Taoist sage. Di Jiang, Xian Ming, Zhu Jiuyin, and the others did not intervene, quietly awaiting the outcome of the impending blow. It was over. Despair flooded Jiu Feng's heart. Had it not been for Gong Gong's grip, she would have knelt and begged for the great Taoist sage's forgiveness. Boom! With a single strike, the sky erupted in flames of the divine fire of heaven. Inside the establishment, how rude of the shamans to dare wreak havoc. Ice Soul exclaimed, visibly agitated. Master, let Ice Soul go out and teach them a lesson, turn them into ingredients. The fire maiden expressed her indignation. Yet another reckless child playing with fire. My master has commanded me to show them what true, transcendent fire is. Lin Xian remained silent, lazily raising his eyelids and snapping his fingers. In the valley, the ferocious heavenly fire of the din dissipated in an instant, revealing a clear azure sky with not a trace left behind. The ancestral witch's fist, capable of shattering stars, vanished without a ripple, as if a cow had plunged into the ocean. Zhu Rong furrowed his brow in disbelief. How could this be? That strike, while not destined to obliterate the heavens, should have effortlessly flattened the valley and the surrounding area of millions of miles. Humph! Such trickery! Zhu Rong's brow glimmered with fiery runes as he prepared to unleash a full-force punch. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the heavens, as stark white lightning illuminated the face of the ancestral witch. The radiance of the Great Path shimmered, revealing a colossal grinding mill. The Great Path Mill. As it slowly rotated, space twisted, contorting Zhu Rong's formidable body into a grotesque shape, blood spattering forth, his anguished cries resonating through the heavens and the earth. Zhu Rong, Di Jiang exclaimed in shock, immediately harnessing the power of spatial laws to rectify the distortion. Xian Ming, Gomong, and Zhu Jiuyin, among other ancestral witches, prepared to intervene, hoping to obstruct the Great Path Mill and rescue Zhu Rong. No, Jiu Feng cried desperately, positioning herself before the ancestral witches without a moment's hesitation. She understood that if they all acted together, they might very well perish here. Zhu Rong quickly apologized to the Great Path Saint. The wails of Zhu Rong continued to echo. His physique was unparalleled in the primordial realm, yet under the Great Path Mill, he was akin to a mere rag being twisted at will. Blood gushed forth, threatening to reduce him to mere jerky. Great Path Saint Zhurong was in the wrong. Spare his life. Under the might of the Great Path. Even the proud heads of the ancestral witches had to bow low, pleading for mercy. Despite Zhurong's acknowledgement of his mistake, the Great Path mill continued to spin for 3 more rotations before finally coming to a halt. Zhurong's body collapsed, leaving only a single drop of essence blood, which Di Jiang caught. With this drop, Zhurong could potentially be reborn, albeit at a considerable cost. The remaining ancestral witches stood frozen in terror, their bodies trembling slightly. Was this the power of the Great Path Saint? The ancestral witches, mighty as they were, could be so easily twisted and shattered beneath such force. A mere increase in pressure from the mill could have left Zhurong with not even ashes remaining. It was utterly terrifying, completely beyond their comprehension. After a prolonged silence, the ancestral witches slowly emerged from their shock, daring not to harbor even a fraction of a vengeful thought for Zhurong. Carefully and respectfully, they bowed and proclaimed, "We, the Wu clan, tremble in fear for having offended the Great Path Saint. We thank the Great Path Saint for allowing Zhurong a glimmer of hope." With a resounding roar, the heavens erupted once more, revealing 2 immense black holes from which 2 colossal hands emerged. One was enveloped in dark ice, while the other blazed with fierce flames. These giant hands, akin to pinching ants, seized 10 ancestral witches in Jiufeng, hurling them far beyond the valley. As one of the principal protagonists of the celestial realm, the Wu clan had no right to resist, cast aside like refused to a distance of millions of miles. Shattering countless mountains, it finally came to a halt. At this moment, the ancestral shamans were in disarray, their faces etched with terror. They never anticipated the existence of a great sage. Go Meng murmured, still pale and haunted by the echoes of fear. Although they had not laid eyes on Lin Xian, the events that transpired were sufficient to ascertain that a great sage dwelled within the valley. "We were too reckless," Gong Gong lamented, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. At that time, he shared the same sentiment as Zhurong, both consumed by anger and wishing to raze the valley to the ground. Yet, Zhurong acted first, resulting in a fate that left him with nothing but his essence. "Do you think Ho Tu could fall at the hands of a great sage?" Xianming suddenly inquired. Instantly, all the ancestral shamans fell silent. The thought of a great sage wishing to slay Ho Tu could merely be a fleeting notion. If that were the case, they would be deprived even of the right to seek vengeance. "Not at all," Jiufeng interjected. "A great sage plays with the primordial world. How could they care for the lives of mere ants? Moreover, Ho Tu has not clashed with the great sage, so she should be safe. Yet, we indeed cannot sense her presence," Xianming remarked. "The unique connection among the ancestral shamans has never faltered, even amidst calamities. Either Ho Tu has perished, or she has temporarily severed this bond. But if it's the latter, what could be the reason?" The ancestral shamans exchanged glances, unable to conjure an answer. The 12 ancestral shamans were akin to 12 siblings. Such a voluntary severance of connection had never occurred in the vast expanse of primordial time. Chapter 33. The Cycle of Rebirth in the Primordial Land. Hutu wandered aimlessly across the vast expanse, her heart heavy with sorrow for the fate of the witch clan. As she bore witness to the tragic plight of all beings, tears flowed for them as well. In the face of calamity, no race could escape its grasp. The ground was strewn with corpses, rivers ran red with blood. The witch clan and the monster clan were embroiled in relentless slaughter. She had intended to intervene, yet ultimately sighed and departed, recognizing that the outcome was already sealed, rendering her efforts futile. Guided by an unseen force, Hutu's footsteps led her toward the abyssal blood sea. The closer she drew to this tainted land, the more her heart ached. Countless spirits drifted, lamenting in her ears, recounting their tragic tales of life and death. Since the dawn of creation, the primordial realm had amassed an overwhelming number of vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts. The chilling winds howled, leaving a bone-deep coldness, further chilling her heart. Perhaps, she mused, she ought to establish a place of reincarnation for the souls of the primordial realm. The thought startled her. Was such audacity truly within her grasp? Yet, reflecting upon the words of the great sage, who spoke of her immense merit and grand destiny, She considered that perhaps this was her fate. Hutu's gaze grew resolute as she comprehended her purpose. However, the matter of the 5 quotas for the ancestral witches to transcend the calamity. How should she choose? At the shore of the abyssal blood sea, Hutu paused, observing the surging sea of blood, lost in contemplation. Surrounding her were billions of souls, their numbers increasing, and the frigid atmosphere caused frost to form beneath her feet. Beneath the blood sea, in the former Azura teaching palace, both Hongyun and Xinyuanzi turned their gazes simultaneously to Hutu. The ancestor witch Hutu? Xinyuanzi furrowed his brow. The abyssal blood sea was the most polluted place in the primordial realm, generally avoided by cultivators. Even the witch clan, known for their physical cultivation, shunned this locale. Her aura is peculiar, Hongyun remarked. Xinyuanzi nodded in agreement. At this moment, Hutu had subdued the overwhelming bloodthirst of an ancestor witch, exuding a semblance of compassion. Countless cosmic laws swirled around her, resonating with a melody never before witnessed among the witch clan. Let's meet her. Upon Hongyun's command, the blood sea surged, coalescing into a colossal blood lotus, elevating Xinyuanzi and Hongyun into the air. Ancestor witch Hutu, what brings you here? Hongyun's voice was icy. Hutu looked up, momentarily taken aback. Before her stood a figure radiating a formidable killing intent, clad in blood-red robes, with blood-red hair and eyes that flickered with a murderous light. Grand Ancestor Hongyun. Rumors had long circulated that the once benevolent figure of the primordial realm had transformed into the foremost harbinger of death, ruling over the blood sea. Seeing her in person confirmed the tales were not mere fabrications. Yet, Hutu was undeterred by the prospect of confrontation, bowing respectfully. I have come to seek a place of rebirth for all beings and the countless vengeful spirits. Faced with the lethal aura of Hongyun, Hutu did not waver. As she approached the blood sea, she understood her mission in the primordial realm, to embody reincarnation, establish the underworld, and open the path to the netherworld. This was a force that could not be obstructed. Hongyun and Xinyuanzi exchanged a glance, both secretly alarmed. To seek a resting place for all souls, what a grand aspiration. If truly realized, it would undoubtedly yield immeasurable merit. Since this is the case, relinquishing a portion of the blood sea seems inconsequential. For this realm is not one's own dominion. The benevolent heart of Hutu we hold in high esteem. Please proceed. Upon finishing his words, Xinyuanzi, alongside Hongyun, opened a path. Hutu was somewhat taken aback. Facing Hongyun's fierce intent, she had anticipated a fierce battle. Yet these two displayed remarkable understanding. It appears that although Hongyun has embraced the path of slaughter, he has not been consumed by frenzied bloodlust. Xinyuanzi, despite being shrouded in resentment, remained clear-headed. Both maintained their true essence. Hutu bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you both for your support." She stepped forward, arriving at the center of the blood sea. With reverence, she proclaimed to heaven and earth, "I am Hutu. Having once endured the war of witches and demons, I have brought untold suffering to the beings of the primordial chaos, and countless vengeful spirits have arisen. Henceforth, Hutu wishes to transform into the 6 paths of reincarnation, for the heavenly path, the human path, the Azura path, the animal path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path. The 6 paths of reincarnation arise. Thunderous roars echoed as the blood sea surged, and 6 beams of light ascended into the heavens, representing the 6 paths of reincarnation. Countless spirits were drawn forth, rushing in frenzy. Hutu's form gradually became ethereal, replaced by an indescribable, profound force, the power of the Tao. A fleeting look of reluctance passed through her eyes. Elder brother, Xianming, dear brother's kin, Hutu is departing. Her gaze then turned indifferent, embodying a sense of equality among all beings. From that moment forward, whether witch or demon, or any of the myriad races of the primordial world, all who came to the underworld for rebirth would be treated equally. In the primordial world, the 10 ancestral witches suddenly raised their heads, gazing towards the direction of the dark blood sea. Hutu's aura, Xianming exclaimed. The essence of Hutu was dissipating at an alarming rate. Gong Gong frowned. Could it be that Hutu is on the verge of falling? Let's go. Di Jiang immediately utilized spatial laws to open a portal. The 10 ancestral witches and the 9 phoenixes stepped through, arriving at the banks of the dark blood sea in the blink of an eye. The scene before them left them all in shock. In the midst of the blood sea stood a colossal dark city, inscribed with the words Fengdu. 6 beams of light connected to the heavens, and an uncountable number of souls surged forth. Hutu stood at the city gate, her back to heaven and earth. Despite her relatively small stature compared to the city walls, she emanated a presence that felt equal to the heavens themselves. The aura of the witch clan upon her was nearly extinguished, rendering her a stranger even to the ancestral witches. Hutu, what are you doing? Xianming bellowed. Hutu, return to me. Di Jiang's authoritative voice rang out as the 10 ancestral witches and 9 phoenixes prepared to step into the blood sea, intent on bringing Hutu back. To them, no matter how Hutu transformed, she could never compare to the sister they had always known. Hearing the familiar voices behind her, Hutu paused just before entering Fengdu City. Turning to face her beloved brothers, she sighed softly. 12 beams of ghostly light descended from the heavens, enveloping them, rendering them immobile. To transform into reincarnation is Hutu's destiny. I ask for your understanding, Hutu spoke calmly. Understanding my foot. Transform into what reincarnation? Join us in vanquishing the demon clan. For it is your destiny to become the singular protagonist of heaven and earth, roared Emperor Jiang. The other ancestral witches echoed his sentiments, their hearts brimming with indignation. In the eyes of Hutu, a flicker of sorrow emerged. At this juncture, she could vaguely foresee the outcome of the calamity facing the witch and demon clans. As the great sages had foretold, both the witch and demon races were destined for annihilation. Yet, she could neither articulate this grim fate nor alter its course. The only course of action left was to bid farewell to her fellow ancestral witches. Hutu took her leave. The moment she raised her head, the last vestige of the ancestral witch's essence vanished without a trace. The world would no longer know Hutu, the ancestral witch, but only the serene goddess, Pingxin. Boundless merit descended, paving the way for the construction of the underworld. The 6 realms of reincarnation and the 18 layers of hell were established. An infinite multitude of spirits surged into Fengdu City. Simultaneously, the figure of Pingxin dissipated. Ah! Emperor Jiang howled to the heavens, his heart unwilling to accept. Hutu, how could you bear to depart so soon? Sister Hutu, a drop of essence surged forth, transforming into a blood figure, which was Zhu Rong. At this moment, he yearned to tear Fengdu City asunder. It was not only they, the entire witch clan was engulfed in sorrow, gazing longingly at the underworld, many shedding tears. Chapter 34. Paying homage to the compassionate Lady of Tranquility on Mount Shouyang, at the 8 scenic palaces, the ancient sage Laozi, whose tranquil eyes rarely stirred, unexpectedly rose and reverently bowed towards the underworld. The supreme clarity pays respect to the compassionate Lady of Tranquility. At Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme being led the 11 golden immortals in a simultaneous homage. The Jade Clarity congratulates the compassionate Lady of Tranquility on attaining the status of a saint. On Golden Tortoise Island, at the Azure Cloud Palace, the Master of Heaven paused mid-discourse with his 4 esteemed disciples, abruptly standing. You shall join me in paying homage to the compassionate Lady of Tranquility. The likes of Duo Bao and Jinling were momentarily taken aback, soon realizing the establishment of the underworld as endless souls surged forth. It became evident that the primordial world had gained the realm of the afterlife. With the 6 paths of reincarnation, a truly remarkable act of merit, the upper clarity offered their respects to the compassionate Lady of Tranquility. Duo Bao, Jinling Wudong, and Gui Ling pay homage to the compassionate Lady of Tranquility. In the heavenly abode of the Great Purity at Nuwa's palace, the goddess Nuwa hastily rose from her cloud bed. After being attended to by her attendants, Kaiyun and Tsai, she bowed towards the underworld. The compassionate Lady of Tranquility, with her profound benevolence towards all beings, earns my admiration. I humbly pay my respects. in the Western Paradise beside the 8 treasures pool of merit. The chaotic ginseng fruit tree withered. Its leaves turned a withered yellow, littering the ground, and even the bark of the old tree cracked on the verge of demise. The figures of Jean and Juanti often gazed at it, sighing in despair. Despite their various attempts to revive it, they only expended precious resources, exacerbating their already strained circumstances. In fleeting moments, they even contemplated returning the tree to Zenuanzi, yet pride and shame held them back. Suddenly, Jean and Juanti turned their gaze towards the blood sea, their eyes filled with astonishment. The earthly saint, the two, not daring to delay, immediately bowed. Juanti pays homage to the compassionate Lady of Tranquility. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the chaotic world, boundless chaos drifted without the confines of time or space, unchanged since antiquity. Suddenly, the chaos surged, forming a massive vortex from which purple mist emanated, suffused with the essence of the Tao, revealing an ancient Taoist temple. Within the purple cloud palace, Hongjun opened his eyes, remaining serene, merely uttering, "Greetings, fellow Taoist." All beings in the primordial universe felt a resonance and bowed in heartfelt gratitude. The transformation of Hutu, through reincarnation, granted sentient beings a path of retreat, even in demise. There was an opportunity for rebirth and renewed cultivation. Moreover, the second life cultivated would be even more potent, drawing closer to the Tao. In the heavenly court of the demon clan, an eruption resounded. Starlight dazzled, illuminating the heavens. Dijun and Fushi emerged from their meditative retreat, comprehending the great array of the heavenly stars. At this moment, their joy was doubled. With Hutu's transformation into reincarnation, one of the 12 ancestral witches was lost, meaning they could not enact the 12 capitals of the heavenly gods' grand array. The great array of the heavenly stars is now complete, and the witch clan has lost one of their own. The outcome of the conflict between the demons and the witches is now certain. The rightful protagonists of the heavens are none other than my demon clan. Dijun sneered, brimming with pride. The Zhou Tian star array can unleash the might of a sage. Without the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation, the witch clan's ancestral shaman would stand no chance against such power. Soon, by refining the Zhou Tian star banner, this protracted conflict could be brought to a close. In the northern sea, the situation was utterly absurd. The ancestor of the underworld rose abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the blood sea. His teeth gritted in fury. Just moments ago, he had irrevocably lost his connection to the blood sea. What is this underworld? What is this reincarnation? Why must they covet the blood sea that belongs to me? He trembled with rage. Initially, he was ousted by Hongyun and Zenuanzi, but the blood sea was his birthplace, and an intrinsic bond still lingered. Now, however, with Hutu establishing the underworld, that bond was severed entirely, leaving the river of the underworld adrift and rootless. Ha! Kuanpeng sneered coldly, enveloped entirely in dark energy, with only his blood-red eyes visible, exuding an unsettling aura. Would it not have been wiser to have dispatched Hongyun and Zenuanzi earlier and seized their Mount Wanshou? The river of the underworld scoffed, dismissive of Kuanpeng's current form. A mere puppet entirely governed by murderous intent. How could such a being stand alongside him? Yet, at this moment, he found himself under another's roof, devoid of options, and coldly remarked, "One day, I shall settle the score with them." In the pawnshop, Lin Xian stretched lazily, basking in the warm sunlight, relishing the beauty and comfort of the day. Alas, such tranquil moments are fleeting. Outside, a shadow descended, resembling Hutu, holding a mysterious luminescent orb, standing there with utmost reverence. The witch clan as Hutu had come, bearing the merits of the earth, to pay homage to the sage of the great Tao. At this moment, she could not possibly be the true Hutu ancestor, but rather an embodiment of the earth's power, here to fulfill the covenant with the sage of the great Tao. Suddenly, the space warped. In an instant, Hutu was transported to the courtyard, where Bingpa and Huajijai approached, scrutinizing her. TSK. Is this the sage of the earth? How does she compare to that old mudfish? Back then, The mudfish slipped away so effortlessly. Who would have thought it has now become a figure of the heavenly Tao? This demon god finds you pleasing. How about joining us to topple the mudfish's domain? Huda could not help but smile ruefully. The awakening of the earth power had come too late, its strength entirely confined within the underworld. If she attempted to step into the wilderness, her cultivation would be instantly shackled by the heavenly Tao, relegating her beneath the status of a sage. It was utterly impossible to contend against the heavenly Tao. For a moment, she was at a loss regarding how to respond to the two demon gods. Enough, Lin Xian said calmly. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Have you decided on the names of the 5 ancestral witches? In exchange for half the merits of the earth, 5 ancestral witches would successfully transcend tribulations. This was the arrangement made between Hutu and Lin Xian. Yet even at this moment, her heart was still in turmoil. They are all brothers. How could she save one and forsake another? Hutu bowed her head, remaining silent for a long time. Alas, it is only at that moment that you shall truly make a decision. Lin Xian waved his hand, summoning the golden scales. One side of the scale bore the weight of virtuous deeds, while the other required the Earth Mother to inscribe the names of the 5 primordial shamans. The radiance of virtue flickered incessantly as the Earth Mother stood rooted in place, still entangled in the celestial struggle. You possess but a quarter of an hour. Once elapsed, the virtue shall dissipate, and the transaction will be nullified. Having said this, Lin Xian reclined upon the grand armchair and closed his eyes. Even the usually boisterous ice spirit and fire princess fell into silence. The courtyard was enveloped in tranquility, save for the increasingly labored breaths of the Earth Mother. Time passed swiftly, and the final moment drew ever closer. At last, the Earth Mother raised her hand and inscribed the first name upon the weight, Di Jiang. The foremost among the 12 primordial shamans, the elder brother Di Jiang. With him, hope for the shaman clan remains. For names remain. After a brief hesitation, the Earth Mother inscribed the second name, Xian Ming, the shaman with whom she shared the closest bond. Yet, when it came to the final 3, the Earth Mother found herself unable to choose, standing there in a daze. Meanwhile, time continued its relentless march forward. The moment was nearly upon them. Chapter 35. The Fate of the Ancestor Witch? A moment's thought, 3 names, though they represent the redemption of the 3 esteemed ancestor witches, present a tormenting dilemma for Hutu. The decision to forsake one is, in itself, a grave sin. Ultimately, she could no longer endure the anguish and deeply bowed to Lin Xian, beseeching, "Might I request the enlightened sage to help me decide upon the final 3 names?" Lin Xian nodded slightly and replied with an air of tranquility, "It is permissible." A wave of relief washed over Hutu as she exhaled, bowing deeply once more. "Thank you, enlightened sage." At that moment, her figure gradually transformed into a scattering of luminous motes, her final attachment dissipating. With her heart's wishes fulfilled, she had not failed the witch clan. Huaji toyed with the ethereal glow, revealing a playful expression. So this is the essence of earthly virtue, cold and intriguing. Yet Lin Xian did not even glance at it, stating, "Utilize this virtue to nurture the Yin attribute of the chaotic spirit root. The earthly essence belongs to Yin, making it quite suitable." "Excellent. I shall proceed at once." Huaji joyfully cradled the virtue and set off towards the vast expanse of the void. It was not merely for the purpose of fertilizing the earth's essence, but rather to whip the chaotic blue lotus. Ever since its planting, this had become her greatest passion. Ding! At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. "Congratulations, host, on completing the transaction. Reward received, celestial soft jade." A grand jade stone appeared before Lin Xian, radiant with 12 hues of light, possessing a soft touch. Enveloped in chaotic energy, with celestial runes occasionally erupting forth. It was undeniably a rare treasure amidst the chaos. Lin Xian pondered. His current grand chair felt somewhat cold and rigid. This piece of celestial soft jade was just right for carving a new chair. With a thought, Lin Xian gently snapped his fingers. The celestial soft jade, seemingly imbued with sentience, transformed into a new grand chair. Reclining upon it, he was enveloped in the aura of the celestial, and no matter how he lay, it conformed perfectly to his body, providing immense comfort. As for its potential to aid one in attaining enlightenment, that was of little consequence. Reclining contentedly, Lin Xian summoned the ancestor dragon. Pray tell, among the remaining ancestor witches, whom should we rescue? The ancestor dragon contemplated for a moment. It is entirely at the master's discretion. This humble dragon dares not presume. This was a transaction between the master and the saint of the earthly path, and naturally, it was beyond the scope of a mere quasi-saint to interject. Huh! Lin Xian shot him a sidelong glance and extended his hand, conjuring a 9-sided die, each face engraved with the name of an ancestor witch: Go Meng, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Zhu Jiuyin, Shibai Shi. You shall roll 3 times. Whoever you land upon is the one. What? The ancestor dragon was momentarily taken aback. His mouth agape. He thought to himself that this seemed rather hasty. After all, it concerned the lives of several ancestor witches, entwined with the fate of the Empress of Equanimity. However, upon reflection, what manner of existence was his master? And what of the Empress? Even adding the venerable Hong Jun would not suffice to capture the master's attention. The lives and deaths of the ancestors were trivial matters, certainly not worthy of the master's expenditure of spirit. Thus, he lifted the 9-sided die and cast it into the air. The first name emerged: Go Meng, the ancestor witch of the Eastern Wood. In response, the name representing the side of the die marked with Go Meng vanished, replaced with roll again. The ancestral dragon cast the die for the second time, and yet another fortunate soul emerged: Zhu Jiuyin, the time ancestral witch. On the third roll, it landed on roll again. The fourth roll yielded the same result. Who? The ancestral dragon was now drenched in sweat. Casting the die was indeed a strenuous task. On the fifth cast, the die traced a beautiful arc in the air before it landed, producing the final name: Gong Gong, the ancestral witch of the Northern Waters. This indicated that the ancestral witches who survived the calamity of the Lich included Di Jiang, Xian Ming, Go Meng, Zhu Jiuyin, and Gong Gong. Lin Xian cast a casual glance, resolving the matter in his mind. As for saving the 5 individuals, it was merely a thought away. Languidly reclining upon the soft jade of the great Tao, basking in the sunlight, Lin Xian stifled a yawn. It was time for a brief respite. In the vast expanse of the primordial earth, the ancestral witches remained oblivious to the transaction between Ho Tu and Lin Xian. The entire witch clan was engulfed in sorrow over the loss of the ancestral witch Ho Tuesday Bang. The restored Zhurong struck the Pangahal with a fist, unleashing a deafening roar. I detest. Why did Ho Tu abandon the witch clan? Shebi gritted her teeth. The malevolent energy of the primordial world grows ever denser. We are on the brink of a decisive battle with the demon clan, and yet we never anticipated Ho Tu would make such a choice. Xian Ming sighed silently, the figure of Ho Tu surfacing in her mind. In truth, before leaving the witch clan, she often gazed silently at the primordial world and had questioned herself whether there would truly be a victor in the conflict between witches and demons. At the time, she paid it no heed, but now, in retrospect, it was evident that Ho Tu had contemplated her decision for a long time. Given the circumstances, blaming her was futile. Xian Ming spoke. Enough. Di Jiang rose, imposing and grand, declaring in a deep voice, from this day forth, the witch clan shall not utter the name of Ho Tu. Jiu Feng, you shall take Ho Tu's position and join us in orchestrating the 12 capital celestial array, preparing for battle against the demon clan. Jiu Feng bowed. As you command. In the demon clan's heavenly court, Di Jun and Fu Shi emerged from their contemplation of the great Zhou Tian star array, currently practicing. Once perfected, it would be time for a confrontation with the witch clan. How fares the crafting of the witch slayer sword? Di Jun suddenly inquired of those around him. With the great Zhou Tian star array and the witch slayer sword at hand, victory over the witch clan seemed inevitable. Those present exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Bai Zhe, what is going on? Where is Tai Yi? How can one still be in seclusion without resolving the matter of the witch slayer sword? Di Jun called out, his voice cold as he sensed a subtle tension. The situation regarding the witch slayer sword had taken an unexpected turn. Bai Zhe fell into contemplation, recognizing that this matter was a disgrace to the demon clan, and for a moment, he found it difficult to articulate. Speak. Di Jun's anger flared, the might of the demon emperor descending, causing the ministers to kneel and bow their heads, cold sweat trickling down. Your Majesty, the witch slayer sword. It may not be able to be forged. Bai Zai's voice trembled slightly. In an instant, Di Jun's countenance turned frigid. The witch slayer sword could pierce the flesh of the ancestral witches. It was a weapon of great significance in the war between witches and demons. Such a monumental affair. How can one simply declare it impossible? Is the battle against the Lich King to be treated as mere child's play? In Di Jun's gaze, the true flames of the sun blazed fervently, his wrath seemingly capable of incinerating the heavens themselves. The ministers bowed their heads, kneeling upon the ground, scarcely daring to draw breath. Suddenly, a voice resonated from outside the hall. This matter is due to Tai Yi's failure. Please, elder brother, impose punishment. There appeared Tai Yi, adorned with a skull, upon which the true flames of the sun continued to burn. Doi. Upon witnessing Tai Yi's disheveled state, Di Jun instantaneously rose from his throne, rushing to confront him. His pupils widened, shock, confusion, and fury flickering across his countenance. Who has done this to you? The Witch Clan? Or someone else? No matter who it may be, even if it is a saint, I shall avenge you. Di Jun's eyes blazed with fury, and in his wrath, the true flames of the sun even obliterated the dome of the Demon Emperor's palace, vanishing into the infinite starry river. Yet, Tai Yi could only manage a bitter smile. Elder brother, there is no need for vengeance on my behalf. This is the will of the great Tao Saint. Chapter 36. The Demon Emperor's Pawnshop, the East Emperor's Lament Great Sage. Di Jun furrowed his brow, gazing intently at his brother. Have you been befuddled by the true fire of the sun? How could there possibly be a great sage in the primordial world? Tai, what nonsense are you spouting? The grand celestial array has already been perfected. Even the sages are not to be feared. You need not conceal anything, speak plainly. Di Jun spoke in a grave tone, suspecting that Tai Yi's peculiar demeanor was a result of the sage's influence, a reluctance to disclose the truth for the sake of the greater good. However, the demon race was thriving, and there was little to fear. Even the sages must reclaim their dignity. Yet Tai Yi shook his head. Elder brother, my words are not false. There indeed exists a great sage. He recounted how he had ventured into the valley and bartered 3 opportunities to harness the true fire of the original path. Ignoring the admonitions of the chaos demon god, he had unleashed it upon the human race, suffering a severe backlash, which had resulted in his current state. To say he bore no hatred would be disingenuous. Yet, deep within, Tai Yi understood that a mere ant had no right to resent the sun in the sky. If there were to be hatred, it could only be directed towards oneself. As Tai Yi spoke earnestly, Di Jun's brow knitted tighter, lost in contemplation. Could it be that the primordial world truly housed a great sage? After all, Kunpeng's enlightenment tea had also been exchanged from a great sage, and even his sister-in-law had ventured there. Tai Yi continued, and now Di Jun could not dismiss the notion. Such an existence indeed graced the primordial realm. Then let us together pay a visit to the great sage. We shall offer our tokens and beseech him to restore your true form. Aiding our demon race in overcoming the calamity of the witch and demon conflict, Di Jun proposed. To his surprise, Tai Yi shook his head once more. The great battle is imminent. There is no need for you to divide your focus on my behalf. Di Jun placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Let Fushi continue to train the grand celestial array for the decisive battle against the Witch Clan. There is no urgency in this matter. Furthermore, I too wish to meet the great sage. After issuing his commands, the 2 brothers employed the Golden Crow's rainbow technique, a radiant light piercing through the void as they made their way toward the primordial continent. In an unremarkable valley, Di Jun and Tai Yi descended, seeking the location of the pawnshop. Meanwhile, within a small courtyard. Oh, how delightful, came the sounds of indulgence. Lin Xian reclined upon the jade of the great path, with Bing Pen kneading his shoulders, Zhu Long massaging his legs, and Huiji beside him, feeding him fruits of chaos, reveling in sheer bliss. Life, indeed, should be lived to the fullest. With his eyes half closed in contentment, Lin Xian eventually raised a hand. All right. That shall suffice for today. We have guests arriving. Zhu Long, please escort them in. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Long led the way, and Di Jun and Tai Yi re-entered the pawn shop. Tai Yi, having previously visited, felt somewhat more at ease. However, Di Jun was a different story. Upon his first glance at the pawn shop, he was utterly entranced, the divine essence of the great path weighing upon him, causing him to tread carefully, fearful of making a misstep that might offend the great sage. As they traversed the corridor, nearing the small courtyard, Di Jun even grasped Zhu Long's arm, cautiously inquiring, "Is there anything I should be mindful of?" Once more, Tai Chi cast his gaze towards the venerable figure of the Grand Tao. "Is my attire appropriate?" The ancestor dragon chuckled softly, reassuring him, "Fear not. The saint of the Grand Tao embodies a nature of great leniency. As long as one does not overstep their bounds, no punishment shall befall you." With this, Emperor Jun felt a slight release of tension as he followed the ancestor dragon into the quaint courtyard. Upon his first glimpse of Lin Xian, his spirit was profoundly shaken. Perfection incarnate. Even the esteemed Hong Jun appeared tarnished in the presence of this youthful figure. All descriptors of the world seemed utterly inadequate when applied to him. Without the need for any introduction, Emperor Jun instinctively understood who the saint of the Grand Tao truly was. "I, Tai Chi of the Demon Clan, humbly pay my respects to the saint of the Grand Tao." Lin Xian lazily opened his eyes and gave a slight nod. Meanwhile, Fire Princess scrutinized Tai Chi, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Oh dear little brother, you should have heeded your sister's advice and refrained from using flames against the human race. Do you now grasp the severity of your actions?" Tai Chi, filled with trepidation, hurriedly bowed. "It was my folly." The impression left by the primal fire of the Grand Tao was indelibly etched in his memory, even with his proud disposition. He could only bow his head in the courtyard, too intimidated to act recklessly. "May I beseech the saint of the Grand Tao to restore my original form?" Emperor Jun deeply bowed. Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, "The customs here Tai Chi has discussed with you and the ancestor dragon, have they not?" Emperor Jun nodded. "I am aware. Items are pledged as collateral for exchange." With a wave of his hand, an uncountable array of heavenly materials and treasures manifested in the courtyard, meticulously prepared and stacked into 10 small mountains. The Demon Clan's collection was impressively vast, exceeding that of the Witch Clan by an order of magnitude, containing many innate treasures that would make the denizens of the primordial chaos envious. However, Lin Xian did not even lift his eyelids at the sight. While there were many treasures, was there even a single one worthy of his gaze? Mere scrap and trinkets. Yet, he remained indifferent. The completion of the transaction would yield a reward, rendering the size of the trade irrelevant. He summoned the golden scale, its radiant rules shimmering and slowly descending into the void. The mountain-like treasures were drawn into the tray like a black hole, while on the other end of the scale hung Emperor Jun's request. By a stroke of coincidence, the golden scale achieved equilibrium for the first time, signifying that the transaction could proceed. "Excellent," Lin Xian remarked with a gentle smile, casting a glance at Ice Soul. The Ice Demoness, understanding the unspoken command, approached Tai Chi, hands on her hips, and commanded, "Close your eyes." Although Tai Chi was puzzled, he complied, believing the Chaos Demoness had her reasons. "Do not open your eyes. I am about to commence." With a resounding thud, a punch landed squarely upon Tai Chi's face. Following that, a second, a third, a fourth. One blow after another fell like a torrential downpour. Tai Chi howled in agony. "Huh? It hurts. Lighter, please. Spare me, Demoness. Spare me, Saint of the Grand Tao." Emperor Jun watched with concern, but felt powerless to intervene, urging, "Tai Chi, hold on. Demoness, could you ease your blows? I fear Tai Chi may not endure." Ice Soul shot a glare at Emperor Jun. "What do you know? This is the Restoration Fist, specifically designed to restore appearances. A lighter touch would undo all prior efforts." Bang! As the words were spoken, yet another 100 blows fell. Indeed, flesh and blood began to appear on Tai's face, albeit in an irregular manner, with some areas concave and others protruding. "This cannot continue. Demon God, Spare me. I can no longer endure. Tai cried out repeatedly. The power of the Chaos Demon God was far more terrifying than that of the Witch Clan. If this continued, not only would he be unable to restore his appearance, but he might also lose his life here. The sight was too pitiful for the ancestral dragon to bear. However, Fire Princess stifled a giggle. Lin Xian sat calmly upon the jade of the great Tao, his demeanor unperturbed. The only one anxious was Emperor Jun, who feared that Ice Soul might inadvertently kill Tai. Great Sage, please command the Ice Soul Demon God to cease. Is there truly no other way for Tai to be restored? Tai's condition is far too dire. It would be better for him to remain as a mere skull. At least then, you would not suffer. Ice Soul shrugged innocently, saying, "Of course there is. Simply extracting the primordial true fire from his body would suffice." Chapter 37. A message. Bingpa gazed at Di Jun as if he were a fool, bewildered that he could not grasp such a simple truth. Was it not evident that Tai could not be restored due to the primal Tao true fire within him? Otherwise, a quasi-saint could revive even with just a strand of hair, and what was the point of wandering about with a skull for a head? The notion of being a demon emperor was utterly ridiculous. Then why does that demon god insist on using the return my beautiful fist? Di Jun inquired tentatively. After being hammered several hundred times, Tai had become unrecognizable. To be honest, Di Jun felt a surge of annoyance, yet within the confines of the small courtyard. He dared not express his frustration alone. The master had merely agreed to let Tai return to his original form. As for how that would happen, was it not up to this demon god to decide? Bingpa stood with her hands on her hips, visibly upset. After all, she had acted out of goodwill, only to be reproached by Di Jun. Had it not been for her agreement with the master, she would have dismantled Tai Yi's skeletal structure without hesitation. Di Jun, somewhat speechless, thought this was quite unreasonable. He glanced at Lin Xian, who lay on the jade of the Tao, seemingly in deep meditation, clearly indifferent to Bingpa's actions. Resigned, he softly pleaded, "Mighty demon god, please employ your divine powers to extract the Tao true fire and cease tormenting Tai Yi." "Very well," Bingpa replied succinctly. This straightforward response left Di Jun momentarily taken aback. Such an unexpected turn of events. Yet the next words that followed were, "However, there will be an additional fee." Di Jun's mouth fell open, feeling that this demon god was rather shameless. Casting another glance at the Tao Saint, who remained unmoved as if in slumber, he realized that there was no escaping this predicament. Lin Xian had little interest in such matters, as long as Bingpa fulfilled the transaction. How she did so was of no concern to him. After contemplating briefly, Di Jun produced a piece of solar crystal essence. This was the purest form of solar true fire, nurtured over 1 billion years, capable of nourishing yang energy with miraculous effects. Training with it could yield extraordinary results, and it was of great value even to Di Jun himself. "Please accept this, O demon god." Bingpa cast a glance at the small trinket, finding it unimpressive. However, her intention was not to acquire something of great worth. She simply wished to amuse herself with a couple of little birds. Very well. This demon god will reluctantly accept it. With that, Bingpa took the solar crystal essence and casually tossed it into the pond, leaving Di Jun and Tai dumbfounded. Such a precious treasure, discarded so carelessly? In their shock, they understood that the Tao Saint played with the primordial world, accompanied by the chaotic demon god. They, along with their numerous spiritual treasures, were merely a facet of their amusement, utterly unworthy of attention. The realization brought a profound sense of sorrow. It was indeed the first time Di Jun and Tai felt akin to mere ants. Having had her fill of play, Bingpa promptly tapped Tai Yi's head. In an instant, an icy blue cover enveloped him, freezing him solid. She then lightly struck his forehead, forcibly expelling the primal Tao true fire. The frozen remnants of the true fire shattered into dust. "How violent you are, Sister Bingpa," Fire Ji complained. Bingpa shot her a glare. Meanwhile, Tai felt the warmth of the solar true fire course through him once more. The power of the quasi-saint surged forth, no longer hindered, and in an instant, it regained its original form. Overwhelmed with joy, Emperor Jun and Tai immediately bowed, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, great Tao Saint. Thank you, I soul demon god." Lin Xian could not help but sigh softly within. Alas, why bother with such matters? The calamity of the witch and demon tribes was about to erupt completely. All would turn to ash. Appearances were utterly inconsequential. Of course, Lin Xian would never voice such thoughts, not out of fear of revealing celestial secrets, but rather because, as an honest pawnshop owner, it was unnecessary to engage in excessive conversation with customers. Otherwise, Emperor Jun and Tai's lamentations would be quite a spectacle. "Great Tao Saint, I wish to negotiate a matter," Emperor Jun suddenly announced. At this moment, Lin Xian slightly opened his eyes and, with a languid tone, replied, "Pray speak." Emperor Jun took a deep breath and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "I wish to exchange the Chaos Bell, the river map and book, the Demon Emperor's sword, and all the treasures of the Demon Clan for the calamity of the Witch and Demon tribes, ensuring the victory of the Demon Clan and the annihilation of the Witch Clan. As long as we can become the protagonists in this realm, all treasures will be of no consequence. At that time, my brother and I shall undoubtedly ascend to sainthood with boundless fortune, surpassing even the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao. We might even stand alongside the venerable Hongjun. Such is the might of the protagonist's fortune. For this, they were willing to pay any price." However, Lin Xian responded nonchalantly, "Not enough. The entirety of the Demon Clan's treasures, combined with the lives of all its members, still fell short." Even at this moment, Emperor Jun and Tai failed to comprehend the true significance of the witch and demon calamity, a point far removed from the understanding of the Earth Mother. This, for a moment, Emperor Jun was left speechless. They were willing to offer such a substantial price, yet it was still insufficient. It appeared that this calamity could only be faced through their own efforts. Lin Xian remarked indifferently, "To exchange for the position of protagonist in this realm, you are indeed far from sufficient. However, I do possess a piece of information that you may exchange for." Emperor Jun was taken aback. "What information?" Lin Xian chuckled softly and remained silent. Once spoken, would there be any value left in the transaction? Emperor Jun quickly regained his composure, sinking into contemplation. "Brother, the great Tao Saint's transaction emphasizes the importance of timelessness. It must be of great significance," Tai suggested. Emperor Jun nodded. Perhaps that information pertained to the weakness of the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. Or perhaps it concerned a solitary ancestor, that could be ambushed. A mere piece of information could shift the balance between the witch and demon tribes. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. "Very well, great Tao Saint, we are willing to trade." Lin Xian lightly gestured in the void. The weight on the golden scale transformed into the information that Emperor Jun sought, while the tray remained empty, awaiting his offering. After much discussion, Emperor Jun and Tai found that several treasures were insufficient. Finally, with a firm resolve, Emperor Jun decided to pledge the Demon Emperor's sword as collateral. This was an innate spiritual treasure, rich with the fortune of the Demon Clan, exceedingly precious. At this moment, the golden scale slowly shifted, gradually reaching a state of balance, signifying that the transaction could be completed. Both Emperor Jun and Tai were filled with anticipation. What could be exchanged for the Demon Emperor's sword must undoubtedly be extraordinary. It is indeed likely to pertain to a matter of great consequence concerning the Lich's calamity. "Pray, esteemed saint of the great Tao, enlighten us." Di Jun and Tai gazed on with eager anticipation, their hearts pounding fervently as they deeply bowed to Lin Xian. "Your son has perished," Lin Xian stated matter-of-factly. "What?" Di Jun's face contorted in confusion, convinced he had misheard. "What do you mean my son is dead? Did you not hear?" Bing Pa interjected coldly. "My master has proclaimed that your son is no more." Boom! This single statement struck like a thunderclap, rendering Di Jun's face ashen as he stumbled back several steps, faltering and ultimately collapsing to the ground. Tai, equally pale, stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. The gravity of this revelation left them utterly speechless. "O saint of the great Tao, are you implying that?" Di Jun's voice trembled with disbelief. Lin Xian regarded him with an uncommon seriousness. "The golden crow has fallen, and blood has drenched the primordial wilderness. Chapter 38. The Final Battle of the Lich and the Time Reversal. As Emperor Jun and Tai made their way to the pawnshop in the East Sea at Tang Valley, the legendary abode of the sun was revealed. Here, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the Fusang tree, took root, ceaselessly absorbing the pure and radiant fire spirit energy from the heavens and earth. This energy nourished not only its own growth, but also provided an unending supply of fire spirit energy for the 10 little golden crows perched upon its branches. Suddenly, a gaunt Taoist emerged from the void, gazing upon the treasure-laden Tang Valley with a sigh. All this is indeed fated to be mine from the west. This individual was none other than the western sage, Junti. Suppressing his greedy gaze, he resolved to attend to business first. Junti stepped into the heavily guarded Tang Valley, unnoticed, and deftly severed the threads of destiny. Moments later, through some unknown means, 10 dazzling rays of light surged skyward. The 10 suns ascended into the heavens, illuminating the primordial world, all heading toward the Witch Clan's stronghold at Mount Bujo. The earth cracked, rivers ran dry, and the Witch Clan bore the brunt of the devastation, suffering heavy casualties. Even a mighty Wu Qua Fu fell, scorched to a mere husk. The ancestral witch, Chong, seized the tail feathers of the 9 phoenixes to craft arrows, while Zhu Rong fashioned the arrows. With the laws of space granted by Di Jiang, the Yi drew the bow. Whoosh, whoosh. 9 arrows were released in succession, causing 9 golden crows to plummet. Only the smallest, Luya, evaded the final arrow, falling into the primordial chaos, lost to the ages. At the pawnshop, the same scene unfolded before Emperor Jun Juani. The Witch Clan. Anger surged through Emperor Jun, veins bulging as he howled at the heavens. His children had perished just like that. You shall all pay for this. Tai clenched his fists, trembling with rage. The chaotic bell manifested. The true fire of the sun blazed fiercely, ready for a desperate confrontation. They could hardly fathom that it was a saint who had deceived them, luring the 10 golden crows into the primordial realm only to be slain by the Witch Clan's arrows. Their fury reached a fever pitch, eyes ablaze with crimson, as the true fire of the sun soared to unimaginable heights. Oof! Suddenly, an icy snort echoed, the aura of the demon god rippling. What do you take this place for? In an instant, the true fire of the sun extinguished, and the chaotic bell dimmed. The tranquility of the small courtyard was restored. Cold sweat dripped from the brows of Emperor Jun and Tai. In that fleeting moment, they felt as though they had been on the brink of death. They could not contain their rage before the great Tao Saint. Yet it was utterly unbearable. Gritting his teeth, Emperor Jun desperately strove to rein in his emotions. Even golden blood oozed from his wounds. After what felt like an eternity, he finally took a deep breath and beseeched, I implore the great Tao Saint to understand my anguish of losing a child and forgive my transgression. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. Enough, I hold no grudge against you. You may leave. Emperor Jun and Tai, suppressing their boundless anger, exited the pawnshop. Upon reaching the valley's edge, Emperor Jun let out a primal roar, his black hair swirling wildly as the true fire of the sun surged uncontrollably in all directions. A sea of flames engulfed the surroundings. Tai, equally incensed, caused the chaotic bell to clang wildly as the void collapsed in fragments. I shall ensure their demise, be it the Witch Clan or Junti. Emperor Jun seethed with rage, his teeth clenched. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 beams of golden light soared into the heavens. Returning to the Demon Clan, Emperor Jun summoned all the demon soldiers and announced the news of the fall of the 9 sons of the Golden Crow. In an instant, the demons were incensed, clamoring to avenge the fallen young Golden Crows. Emperor Jun commanded Bays to lead a contingent of demon soldiers to the primordial chaos to seek the whereabouts of the young prince. The remaining demon clan mobilized to the unmatched mountain, determined to engage in a life-and-death battle with the Witch Clan. As for Junti, once the Witch Clan was vanquished and he claimed the central position of the heavenly land, he would naturally make his way to the western paradise. In the courtyard of the pawnshop, a chime resonated. Congratulations, host, for completing the transaction. Reward received, primordial soil, born from the most ancient chaos. This soil embodies the essence of all primordial chaos, nurturing the roots of chaotic spirituality. When spread out, it extends endlessly, capable of withstanding all divine spells and treasures. The legendary chaos green lotus grows atop this primordial soil. At this moment, the mystical yellow soil lay before Lin Xian, radiating a hazy, chaotic glow, countless profound runes dancing in delight, captivating to the utmost degree. A perfect medium for cultivating the chaos green lotus. Fire Princess, take it to the void's thoroughfare. Lin Xian instructed calmly. Master, with this substance, it won't be long before we can truly cultivate a Pangu, Fire Princess replied, her heart filled with anticipation and anxiety. The thought of Pangu's power sent shivers down her spine. Yet, after wielding the whip in the void for so long, she had longed for the day when Pangu would emerge as her subordinate. No need to worry about that. Fire Princess hoisted the primordial soil and headed towards the backyard. A voice from my soul called out, "Hurry back. There's a splendid show to watch today." In the center of the courtyard, a hot pot was set up, the aroma wafting enticingly, making one salivate. Hee, those two little birds must be furious, Fire Princess chuckled, seemingly indifferent to the fall of the golden crows and the impending war between the witches and demons. However, it cannot be said that she was entirely unconcerned. At that moment, a light curtain appeared before them, revealing the scene of the demon army pressing upon the unmatched mountain. The witch and demon clans had already set their formations, ready for an imminent clash. The prospect of the unfolding drama made the meal all the more delectable, especially as Ice Soul had abandoned her dark culinary experiments for something truly delicious. Suddenly, the ancestor dragon sighed. How familiar was this scene? Once the dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin had all dreamed of becoming the protagonists of the heavenly land. Yet in the end, they realized it was merely a cog in the wheel of the heavenly Tao. The dragon clan, Phoenix, and Shilin had all become auspicious beasts, bestowing blessings upon the world and completing the primordial chaos. Fortunately, now that they followed the great Tao sage, they had transcended all worries. As Lin Xian's words fell, within the light curtain, the witch and demon clans simultaneously launched their assault. The great star array unfolded, countless starlights cascading like a waterfall, each gleam of starlight equivalent to an ancient star. In an instant, billions of stars fell. The witch clan, equally relentless, replaced Hutu with the 9 phoenixes and summoned the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. Pangu's true form emerged from the endless malevolent energy, and with each punch he threw, countless starlights were obliterated. The Lich War unfolded, and soon the battlefield was strewn with corpses, rivers flowing with blood. In the vast primordial land, all beings were keenly observing this monumental conflict. Whether it be the witch tribe or the demon tribe, the victor would irrevocably alter the dynamics of the primordial realm. Even the saints cast their gaze upon the spectacle, though their interest did not lie in the outcome of the witch-demon struggle. Rather, they awaited a definitive conclusion in silence. In the northern sea, the Kuanpung felt the movements of the demon army almost instantaneously. Rising to its feet, its elongated eyes fixated on the direction of Mount Buzhou, a cold smile gracing its lips. Hith. At long last, the opportunity one have awaited for years has arrived. In the past, I had surreptitiously pawned the treasures of Dijuan and Tai, but at that time, the great Tao saints declared them as owned and refused to accept them. Yet now, amidst this war, should I seize the treasures of Dijuan and Tai, causing their downfall, they would become unclaimed possessions, ripe for pawning. Dark River, assist me first, and in turn, I shall help you reclaim the Sea of Blood. Chapter 39. The World Upturned. The fall of the Lich King, Mount Buzhou trembles as the grand constellation array collides with the 12 heavenly gods array. Stars cascade like a torrential downpour, and the roar of giants reverberates through the cosmos. The battle rages with such ferocity that it distorts the heavens and obscures the sun and moon. A terrifying force surges upwards to the 33rd heaven, stirring the primordial chaos, while it plunges down into the 18 layers of the abyss, inciting the wails of vengeful spirits. The entire realm is engulfed in catastrophe. In the void, shrouded by the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner and the 12-petal fiery lotus, Kunpeng and the River of Netherness quietly arrive, taking refuge in the shadows. Despite their mastery of the path of slaughter, the sight of mountains of corpses before them still sends ripples of shock through their hearts, particularly for the River of Netherness, who prides himself on his ability to slay heaven, earth, and all beings. In the face of the calamity wrought by the great cataclysm, he feels like a mere novice. Who could rival the heavens in the art of killing? Kaka. Can the River of Netherness perceive the river diagram and the Book of Lo? Kunpeng's eyes narrowed into slits. These treasures are but collateral, capable of being exchanged with the great saints of the Tao. You go seize the Chaos Bell and obstruct Dong Huang Tai Yi. I shall pilfer the river diagram and the Book of Lo. Once accomplished, I shall assist you in slaying Hong Yun and reclaiming the Blood Sea. Before the River of Netherness could respond, Kunpeng transformed into a streak of demonic light and surged into the grand constellation array. The array was vast, rivaling the expanse of the galaxy. En route to the heart of the formation, Kunpeng encountered numerous demon clansmen, who treated him with respect due to his status as a demon master. The demon master has arrived just in time. Let us join forces to eradicate the witch tribe. I knew the demon master would come, despite past grievances with Dong Huang. When it comes to the greater good, the demon master will surely discern right from wrong. Kunpeng responded with a beaming smile indeed. This demon master has come to lend his support to the demon emperor. Upon reaching the core of the grand constellation array, he beheld the river diagram and the Book of Lo suspended above Emperor Jun's head, emanating countless innate hexagrams and cosmic phenomena, truly a marvel to behold. Kaka. A cold sneer curled upon Kunpeng's lips as greed swelled within him. Disregarding all else, he seized the river diagram and the Book of Lo. With a thunderous roar, the core was shattered and the grand constellation array collapsed, scattering radiant light into the void. Pooh! Emperor Jun coughed up blood, his expression drained and incredulous as he glared at Kunpeng. Fury etched across his face. Kunpeng! This cry echoed among millions of demons. Terrified, Kunpeng took flight. The Chaos Bell of Tai Yi descended to suppress him. Old wretch! In nick of time, the ancestor of the River of Netherness summoned the fiery lotus to block the Chaos Bell, unfurling the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner to envelop Kunpeng. The two transformed into beams of light, vanishing into the void. Tai Yi attempted to pursue, but the witch tribe had already descended upon them. The true form of Pangu, manifested by the 12 heavenly gods array, struck the Chaos Bell, forcing Tai Yi to cough blood repeatedly. I wield the true fire of the great Tao to annihilate you all. Dong Huang Tai Yi unleashed the primal true fire of the Tao and battled fiercely against the 12 heavenly gods array. Once again, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked, as countless witches and demons fell. The three demon sovereigns, Demon Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and the sovereign of Xian, Fushi, were battered and bloodied, their bodies marred with wounds. The witch tribe, too, suffered greatly, as the 12 heavenly gods array was forcibly shattered by the true fire of the great Tao. The ancestral deities are on the brink of collapse, many places reduced to charred remnants, particularly the 9 phoenixes, who, in a desperate bid to unleash their vital energies, have surpassed their limits and may fall at any moment. Meanwhile, within the pawnshop, Lin Xian and his companions enjoy a hot pot while singing, treating the impending catastrophe as mere accompaniment to their meal. Only the ancestral dragon is filled with deep reflections. How foolish! The little bird of Tai is squandering the true divine fire of this demon god. Had he directed it elsewhere, the witch clan would have long since crumbled. As the fire princess simultaneously cooks the flesh of chaotic beasts and gestures animatedly, she sighs repeatedly, embodying the frustration of unfulfilled potential. How regrettable! If the true form of Pangu had landed a single blow here, both Emperor Jun and Tai would be reduced to mere ashes. With their paltry strength, how dare they claim to be the true successors of Pangu? They bring shame to his legacy. I Soul, too, points and critiques. Perceiving that the witch clan's grasp of power is far too crude, possessing only brute force, with no connection to the Tao. Amidst their clamor, the war between the witches and the demons finally comes to a close. Fuxi has perished, and both Emperor Jun and Tai have self-destructed their primordial spirits. Countless witches and demons fall in a sea of blood. 10 ancestral witches are engulfed by the explosive force of Emperor Jun and Tai, while the 9 phoenixes are forcibly evacuated by Dijiang. Song Kong, in a fit of rage, provokes Mount Buzhou. The pillars of heaven collapse, the earth trembles. A great chasm appears in the sky, and torrential floods engulf all living beings. The 6 saints of heaven, who have remained aloof, seem to have made a silent agreement and simultaneously spring into action, each fulfilling their role. The Old One unfolds the Tai Chi diagram. Yuan Shi presents the Panga banner. Tong Tian materializes the blue lotus, and Jie Ying casts forth the 12-petaled golden lotus of virtue, while Zhuan Ti manifests a towering golden form, together supporting the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, Nuwa painstakingly refines stones to mend the sky, even venturing to the northern sea to slay the black tortoise, and after much toil, finally restores the heavens. Virtue flows in, and each is granted a portion. Yuan Shi then removes half of Mount Buzhou, and only then are the 6 saints satisfied, departing in their own directions. Back in the pawnshop, Ice Soul gazes at the 6 saints, her eyes openly revealing a scornful disdain, truly a pitiable lot. The ancestral dragon is taken aback, wide-eyed at Ice Soul's words. They are, after all, saints, immortal and unyielding, carefree and at ease. This is the ultimate pursuit of every cultivator. Although Ice Soul is mightier than the saints, how can she deem them pitiable? Sensing the ancestral dragon's confusion, Ice Soul chuckles lightly. Did you not notice the ropes binding them? The ancestral dragon is once again bewildered. The 6 saints appear perfectly fine, moving freely. What ropes could bind them? The Fire Princess covers her mouth in laughter. It's the little loach-s ropes around them. Dear 6 saints? Hee, they are but 6 puppets on strings. Poor little Pangu, his body transformed into the wilderness, his spine shattered, his essence reduced to ash in the calamity, and his primordial spirit manipulated by others. TSK, Ice Soul Sister. Do you think little Pangu would still willingly become the wilderness if he knew this would be his fate? Ice Soul gives her a sidelong glance, arms crossed over her chest. In any case, I would not. Listening to the banter between the 2 chaotic demon gods, the ancestral dragon cannot help but feel a deep sympathy for Pangu. Upon reflection, one must ponder the absurdity of feeling pity for Pangu. With a satisfied sigh, Lin Xian rubbed his belly after savoring the last bite of the meticulously prepared hot pot, a fitting complement to the climactic battle between the witch and the demon. It was indeed a gratifying meal. Now, we must attend to serious matters, Lin Xian declared. What serious matters? Queried Bing Pe and Huiji, their eyes wide with confusion. Lin Xian playfully delivered a series of light taps to their heads. Have you both forgotten? It was during the earthly deeds of Hutu that the 5 ancestral witches were saved. Oh, so it concerns that matter, Bing Pe scratched her head, realizing she had indeed overlooked it. I remember. It was to assist Di Jiang, Xian Ming, Go Meng, Zhu Jiuyin, and Gong Gong in overcoming their calamity. Huiji chimed in cheerfully. Lin Xian nodded approvingly. Precisely. Since you recall, I would like you to take charge of this matter. Ah, Huiji gasped, tugging at Lin Xian's arm and pouting. I merely remembered, but I do not wish to leave my master for the primordial chaos. It is far too perilous there, I am frightened. Lin Xian shot her a stern look. Do not delay any longer. If I must, I shall go. With that, Huiji transformed into a streak of red light and vanished in an instant. Chapter 40. The chaotic azure lotus and Pangu of the unyielding mountain. With a swift motion, a crimson light descended, and from the distorted space emerged an exquisitely graceful woman of unparalleled beauty. The Fire Maiden gazed upon the once sacred mountain of the primordial wilderness, a derisive smile gracing her lips. The remnants of ruins lay scattered, desolate and forlorn, with corpses strewn across the ground and blood pooling beneath. Even the carrion-eating ants seemed reluctant to approach. The Fire Maiden picked up a fragment of the unyielding mountain, weighing in her hand. TCH. The essence of Pangu has vanished entirely. Oh Pangu, how lamentable it is to see you in such a state. She casually tossed the stone aside. This place offers little amusement. It is best to complete the task at hand and return to the small courtyard of the pawnshop. After all, within the vast void, a true Pangu is on the verge of awakening. With a gentle flourish of her hand, the radiance of the chaos demon illuminated her surroundings. 5 charred pieces of flesh descended into her palm, remnants of the primordial fire's caress, emanating an appetizing aroma. Naturally, the Fire Maiden had not descended into madness to the extent of tasting the roasted ancestral witch. Instead, she stowed them away in her sleeve, tearing through the void and returning to the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in the palace of the purple clouds, 33 heavens away, the reclusive Hong Jun suddenly displayed a flicker of intrigue. Just now, he seemed to have sensed the presence of an old friend, only for it to vanish in an instant, eluding his grasp. Could it be merely a figment of his imagination? After pondering for a moment, he concluded that indeed, the essence of her being could not be found within the primordial realm, and thus he let it go. In the pawnshop's backyard, Lin Xian, Bing Pe, and the ancestral dragon stood together, surveying the chaotic azure lotus. Nurtured by countless strands of chaotic spiritual energy and the essence of primordial soil, this chaotic spiritual root had nearly matured. At the heart of the magnificent lotus lay a fair-skinned child, radiating the brilliance of the Tao, utterly enchanting. Who would have thought that Pangu could possess such an adorable aspect? Binpochaked. In the age of chaos, Pangu was merely a brutish madman, wielding his broken axe. Hacking from the east of chaos to the west, he ranted about how dark the chaos was, declaring a desire to split heaven and earth, only to ultimately doom 3,000 demon gods and himself, transforming into the primordial wilderness, leaving behind a fortunate little catfish. If only the Pangu of that time had been this endearing. The fair child, upon seeing Lin Xian, performed a fish leap, standing atop the lotus heart, bowing respectfully. However, he soon lost his balance and tumbled onto the lotus leaf. Scratching his head, he babbled unintelligibly. Suddenly, the little Pangu trembled, as if sensing some dreadful entity. Quickly darting behind the lotus leaf, too afraid to reveal his head. With a whoosh, a crimson light swept over, and the Fire Maiden appeared, her face beaming with joy. "Hooray! Master, I've returned," she exclaimed. "Going to the perilous, unyielding mountain nearly frightened me to death." Bing Pe shot her a disapproving glare, retorting sharply, "Vixen." The Fire Maiden paid her no mind. Instead, she focused on ingratiating herself with Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. "Have you brought back the items?" The Fire Maiden confidently patted her chest, as if to convey that with her presence, no task was insurmountable. With a wave of the hand, 5 pieces of fragrant roasted meat were laid before him, symbolizing the 5 ancestral witches, once formidable and self-proclaimed protagonists of the primordial realm. These ancestral witches had now been transformed into mere roasted meat, a sight that appeared rather absurd. "Master, shall we resurrect them now?" asked Bing Pe. For saint of the great Tao, reviving the ancestral witches was as simple as a breath. However, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian replied, "Fire Ji, since you have taken on this task, the resurrection of the ancestral witches is entrusted to you." "What, me?" Fire Ji's mouth fell slightly open, her expression a mix of confusion and astonishment. Though she was a chaos demon god, the art of resurrecting the dead was not her forte. Such duties were more suited for the life demon god. Her expertise lay in slaying, not reviving. "Master this." Lin Xian remained silent, merely raising his eyelids to gaze at the chaos Qinglian, understanding his unspoken intent. Fire Ji's heart leaped with joy. Did the master mean that the chaos Qinglian had birthed a young Pangu? As she spoke, she parted the leaves to reveal a plump, fair-skinned little one standing there. The little chubby one was startled and quickly scurried deeper into the chaos Qinglian. It was that big sister in red who, for no reason at all, would whip him, leaving him traumatized. Running away? The more you run, the more excited I become. With a whoosh, Fire Ji transformed into a height of merely a foot, diving into the chaos Qinglian to chase after the young Pangu. The vast chaos Qinglian became their playground, with Fire Ji and Panga darting about like sprites in a forest. After a spirited chase, the young Pangu was finally caught, held aloft like a chick by Fire Ji. Hee, little Pangu, do not be afraid. I want to eat you. The chubby child, however, paid no heed, kicking his feet wildly and crying out. Fire Ji delivered a sharp slap to Panga's bottom, glaring at him fiercely. No noise. The little one trembled and, astonishingly, fell silent. Seizing the moment, Fire Ji squeezed out 5 drops of essence blood from him and sprinkled them upon the 5 charred pieces of meat. Sizzle. Billowing smoke arose as the flesh of the ancestral witches, previously reduced to ash by the true fire of the great Tao, began to fervently absorb the essence blood of Pangu. The flesh writhed, exuding a vigorous aura of life. Suddenly, 5 beams of crimson light shot into the sky. The flesh gradually coalesced into human forms. Di Jiang, Xian Ming, Zhu Jiu Yin, Gomang, and Gong Gong emerged amidst the endless bloodlight, forming their corporeal bodies and being reborn in the primordial realm. Moreover, they had shed the karmic ties of the witch and demon tribulation, marking this moment as their true escape from calamity. As the 5 emerged, the bloodlight dissipated, revealing them in a small courtyard, exchanging bewildered glances. Is this the underworld? I had heard it was a place of dread and terror. To think that the afterlife could be so pleasant. Had I known, what fear should there be in life and death? But where are the other brothers? Alas, the protagonist of heaven and earth is ultimately a fleeting illusion. We have fallen in a Hong Jun scheme. Wait, is that one in red Mangpa? And could this youth be the king of hell? What position do you hold? Little girl in white, in the underworld? Here, the goddess Pingxin was once the ancestral shaman of the land. I can intercede on your behalf, securing you a modest position without difficulty. As she spoke, Jujiam's hand reached out to ruffle the head of Bingpa. Seeking death, though Bingpa possessed an adorable appearance. The temperament of the chaos demon god was not to be trifled with. Who do you think you are to touch her head? Boom! The oppressive aura of the demon god descended, causing all 5 ancestral shamans to kneel, drenched in cold sweat, their hearts filled with terror. Such a fearsome presence, far more formidable than that of a sage. Who is she, and what place is this? Bingpa hovered in midair, her gaze icy and piercing. Open your eyes and behold. What manner of place is this? Dare the mere underworld compare? Do you insignificant insects presume to make a ruckus here? Chapter 41. The earth does not fail the witch clan. The 5 ancestral witches knelt upon the ground, trembling and drenched in sweat, their freshly resurrected flesh on the brink of collapse under the oppressive force of the demonic deity. With a few coughs, they expelled old blood and fell limply to the earth. It was only then that Bingpa released her pressure, had it not been for her masteress' presence. Her temperament would have turned the 5 into mere jerky long ago. Hee. The fire maiden stifled a giggle, remarking, "You are indeed audacious. Even I would not dare to touch Sister Bingpa's head. You have just been reborn, truly like a newborn calf unafraid of tigers." Reborn? The 5 ancestral witches, still shaken, exchanged glances upon hearing the term, perplexed. Had they not all perished in the calamity of the witch and demon? Gong Gong, I recall you were not consumed by the self-detonation of Emperor Jun. What transpired? Di Jiang inquired. This. Gong Gong hesitated, struggling for words. At that time, in my grief and fury, I struck the unyielding mountain and perished. What? Upon hearing this, the 4 ancestral witches glared fiercely at Gong Gong, wishing to pummel him into a paste. You fractured the spine of our father god. How dare you commit such an act of disrespect? Gong Gong, you are utterly vile. Enough. Suddenly, a calm voice resonated, crashing upon the ancestral witches like thunder, forcing them to prostrate on the ground, unable to move. I did not expect the ancestral witches to prattle so much, disturbing my tranquility. Behind Bingpa and the Fire Maiden, Lin Xian reclined on the jade of the Great Tao. Slightly furrowing his brow, the Great Tao roared, countless patterns swirling into a tempest. Crack! The physical forms of Di Jiang and the others could not withstand this aura. tearing open hundreds of wounds, leaving them in excruciating pain. Bing scoffed coldly. To let you clamor before the sage of the great Tao is truly deserving of punishment. The ancestral witches lay prostrate, not daring to stir. Yet, upon hearing the title of the sage of the great Tao, they could not help but feel a tremor. They had once heard Jiu Feng speak of the sage and had personally visited the valley. However, due to Zhu Rong's recklessness and angering the sage, they had been unable to enter the shop. Who could have imagined that their true entrance would come only after their demise? Great sage of the Tao, forgive us. We recognize our errors. Lin Xian inclined his head slightly. He was but an affable merchant and had no desire to drive the ancestral witches to despair. He glanced at the Fire Maiden, signaling her to convey the events leading to their current predicament. After a poignant recounting, the ancestral witches found their eyes misting with unshed tears. When the earth returned to the cycle and departed from the witch clan, they had mostly expressed grievances, confusion, and even deemed the earth as a traitor to their clan. Di Jiang had even decreed that the name of the earth was not to be mentioned within the witch clan. It turned out they were in the wrong. The earth had long discerned the truth behind the calamity of the witch and demon, and at the cost of half of her earthly merits. She had crafted a path for them. The earth did not fail the witch clan. It was the witch clan that betrayed the earth. Xianming murmured, filled with regret and bitterness. It was my elder brother who was wrong. With Di Jiang leading the way, the 5 ancestral witches bowed simultaneously towards the direction of the underworld. The great Tao Saint is above, and Di Jiang wishes to pawn. After redeeming the merits of the earth, Di Jiang spoke solemnly, and the other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. This is a debt owed to the earth, which must be repaid. Oh, Lin Xian scrutinized the group. Though the ancestral witches were somewhat simple-minded, they were indeed loyal and righteous. However, you stand alone. What do you possess to redeem? Di Jiang replied, we currently lack the means to pawn, but there will come a day when we can gather what is necessary. We hope the great Tao Saint can preserve the merits of the earth for a time. Lin Xian chuckled lightly and responded nonchalantly, there is no need for preservation. As long as your means are sufficient, this trivial matter can be had in abundance. As he spoke, he casually grasped at the void, conjuring a large orb of deep yellow light, suffused with rich earthly merits. This single orb is worth 10 hells. A resolute gleam flickered in Di Jiang's eyes. Regardless of the hardships or costs, they must repay the debt owed to the earth. Can we remain here to serve the great Tao Saint, earn credits, in exchange for earthly merits? Di Jiang inquired. Lin Xian merely smiled and did not respond. It was Huiji who burst into laughter, staying in the pawn shop, enjoying food and drink. How delightful, you think? Gong Gong hurriedly said, we are strong and can do much work. Bing Pe and Huiji could not help but shake their heads, gazing at the ancestral witches with disdain. With such meager strength, could they bear the weight of chaotic beasts or till the vast, empty fields? Begone you, Bing Pe said bluntly, kicking each ancestral witch and sending them out of the pawn shop. Whoosh, whoosh. The void was pierced by several beams of light. The bodies of the ancestral witches penetrated space, landing in the underworld. Boom! The bridge of helplessness collapsed, and Meng Pu was left in a state of panic. Countless ghost soldiers surged forth, causing a stir in the underworld, even alarming the Lady of Tranquility. When she locked eyes with the ancestral witches, waves of emotion surged within them. You are alive? Is it because of the great Tao Saint? Lady of Tranquility asked. Di Jiang and the others nodded and bowed towards her. In the past, we were in the wrong, Lady Tranquility. She smiled gently. The past is like smoke. Since you have nowhere else to go, you may stay in the underworld for now. Inside the pawn shop, after kicking out the ancestral witches, the small courtyard finally regained a semblance of tranquility. Huiji's gaze returned to the chaos Qinglian. At some point, the little Pangu had once again hidden deep within the Qinglian, evading all sight. This time, he had offered 5 drops of essence blood. Though it was not grievous, it had only increased his fear of Huiji, who he felt might one day drain him dry. Master, I will go play with little Pangu again. Huiji, exhilarated, grew more eager upon realizing Pangu's fear of her. The chaos Qinglian has not yet fully matured. Do not disturb for now, Lin Xian chuckled. Ah, what Ji pouted. I fear that once it matures, it will be he who disturbs me. Lin Xian and Bing Pu were both taken aback. Realizing the ambiguity of her words, the fiery maiden's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she stamped her foot, exclaiming, "Oomph! I shall whip him a few more times, and in that moment, even the fully realized Pangu shall tremble before me." In the vast expanse of the primordial continent, the Kunpeng and the River of Oblivion emerged from the battlefield of the Lich, gasping for breath. At that moment, when the Kunpeng had stolen the river diagram and the Luo book and the Tai Chaos Bell came crashing down, he truly believed death was imminent. Alas, fortune favored this old ancestor, and it was instead the two little birds, Emperor Jun and Tai, who met their demise. Now, with the river diagram and the Luo book in hand, we can venture to the great Tao Saint you mentioned and exchange them for opportunities, spoke the River of Oblivion. Though he remained somewhat skeptical regarding the existence of the great Tao Saint, the Kunpeng's unwavering confidence, coupled with the transformations of Hanyan, instilled in him a greater sense of belief. This time, he was determined to accompany the Kunpeng to broaden his horizons and discern whether the great Tao Saints truly existed in the world. Naturally, the Kunpeng cackled with a cold laugh, harboring immense anticipation within. The river diagram and the Luo book were both exquisite innate spiritual treasures. They would surely yield remarkable rewards. With that thought, he was ready to transform into a harbinger of slaughtering light as he made his way to the valley. Chapter 42. The Banner of Souls. When Kunpeng and Mingi reached a distance of 8 million miles from the valley, they halted in their tracks. The Tao Sage resides here? Mingi furrowed his brow, for the expansive plain was devoid of any sign of the venerable Tao Sage. Could it be that Kunpeng was merely jesting? The Tao Sage is undoubtedly not present here, Kunpeng declared. Mingi's frown deepened, awaiting an explanation from Kunpeng. How could one so exalted as the Tao Sage be so easily encountered? You shall wait here whilst I pay my respects, after which I shall summon you for an audience. Kunpeng chuckled slyly. He was not naive. Both he and Mingi were practitioners of the path of slaughter, and a final reckoning was inevitable. Why would he divulge such a monumental opportunity to Mingi? Mingi glared coldly at Kunpeng before finally stating, "Do not attempt to deceive me." Kunpeng replied with a smile, "Naturally." He then transformed into a spectral light and vanished into the void. When he reappeared, he was once again 8 million miles away from the valley. His heart raced with both trepidation and anticipation, for he finally deemed himself worthy of another audience with the Tao Sage. Adjusting his attire and appearance, he approached the valley. Before the entrance, Kunpeng bowed respectfully, proclaiming, "I, the humble demon Kunpeng, seek an audience with the Tao Sage, bearing items for pawn." The gates opened, and, as customary, the ancestor dragon guided him. Throughout the journey, Kunpeng wore a smile, feverishly suppressing his murderous intent, exchanging pleasantries. "How has the Tao Sage fared of late? Should there be any tasks for which this small Kun can be of service, please do not hesitate to command." The courtyard appeared even more splendid. Indeed, it was worthy of the Tao Sage. The ancestor dragon shot him a fierce glare, commanding, "The master delights in tranquility. Speak less of irrelevant matters." Kunpeng hastily covered his mouth, becoming acutely mindful of his breathing. At that moment, Lin Xian was taking a brief respite in the courtyard. The soft luminescence of jade enveloped him, with 12 colors of brilliance swirling around him. Each breath resonated with the profound truths of chaos. Kunpeng dared not disturb him, instead waiting patiently. As the sun set and rose anew, Lin Xian finally stretched and lazily opened his eyes. Casting a glance at Kunpeng, he inquired, "What you brought this time?" Kunpeng quickly produced the river diagram and Luo book, grinning broadly. "These two treasures are what I offer." "Ah," Lin Xian chuckled inwardly. Having witnessed Kunpeng's theft of the river diagram and Luo book through the light curtain, which disrupted the grand celestial array. Indeed, he had come to barter with the very items he had pilfered. It was a pity for Emperor Jun, who, even in his final moments, still placed his trust in this trickster. "What do you wish to exchange for?" Kunpeng bowed reverently, stating, "The river diagram and Luo book pertain to formations and the art of deduction, Yet, as a practitioner of the path of slaughter, I find it difficult to refine or utilize them. I seek to exchange them for a treasure of massacre. The thought of the vessel atop the crimson cloud filled him with envy. He had long desired a weapon of slaughter for himself. Most importantly, it was clear that the river diagram and Luo book alone would not suffice to acquire the fruits of the path of slaughter. Thus he settled for a more modest request. Having visited the pawnshop a few times and gleaned some understanding of the ways, he naturally dared not make excessive demands. Lin Xian nodded slightly, refraining from further words as he waved his hand, summoning the golden scales of the Tao. An endless brilliance of trade illuminated the surroundings, casting a golden glow upon Kunpeng's dark visage. The river diagram and Luo book floated onto the tray, while one end of the scales was suspended with a large banner. The banner emitted a swirling black mist, infused with a murderous intent so palpable that even from a distance, Kunpeng could feel a chilling aura piercing through him. This banner, known as the 10,000 Souls Banner, was a treasured artifact of slaughter, positioned between the supreme innate spiritual treasures and innate ultimate treasures. Shall we proceed with this transaction? Lin Xian inquired calmly. Yes, 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 Kunpeng hastily replied. With just a glance, he had become enamored with the 10,000 Souls Banner. Possessing this treasure would undoubtedly allow him to outpace others in the realm of slaughter, vanquishing both Hong Yun and Mingyi. Then it is settled, Lin Xian declared. With a flick of his finger, the golden scales along with the river diagram and Luo book vanished, and the 10,000 Souls Banner was now in Kunpeng's grasp. The more slaughter you engage in, the stronger its power will become. Tread wisely. Kunpeng bowed in reverence, acknowledging, I understand. Lin Xian waved his hand, signaling him to depart. At that moment, from the kitchen, a voice filled with confusion emerged from Bingpa. Strange, where's my cloth? It was just here a moment ago. In the courtyard, the ancestral dragon, while serving Lin Xian, inquired, Master, among those 3 practitioners of the path of slaughter, who will attain the status of a sage? Lin Xian rhythmically tapped his finger upon the soft jade of the Tao, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If one must strive to see through all the world's mysteries, then this world would be rather dull indeed. The ancestral dragon nodded in agreement and continued, However, I foresee that Kunpeng will eventually be consumed by the path of slaughter. Lin Xian nodded slightly, recognizing that it was only in this environment that he could maintain humility and clarity. In the primordial chaos, Kunpeng would only descend further into madness and degradation. Yet, this did not preclude him from having the opportunity to attain enlightenment. Being manipulated by slaughter to manifest the Tao fruit of the primordial chaos was also a form of realization. However, this held little significance for Lin Xian. What mattered most was that Kunpeng deceived Mingyi, preventing him from coming to the pawnshop, which was a taboo for a businessman. Nonetheless, a mysterious smile danced upon Lin Xian's lips as he observed the shifting tides of fate. Long-term business does not require haste. Ultimately, it all belongs to him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the transaction and receiving the reward, the Tao Dragon Boat. In the pond, a dragon boat shimmering with golden light suddenly appeared, adorned with countless Tao runes dancing upon its surface. The host can ride the Tao Dragon Boat to traverse the myriad heavens, temporarily possessing the power of a Tao sage. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Xian's eyes gleamed with joy. His identity as a Tao sage was confined to the pawnshop. Once he left this place, his current realm was comparable to that of a primordial ancestor, with cultivation roughly at the quasi-saint level. Although formidable, it still fell short of transcending life and death or overcoming the tribulations of slaughter, let alone wandering freely in the primordial chaos governed by Hongjun. The Tao Dragon Boat was undeniably a precious artifact. However, Lin Xian was in no rush to venture out. As a Tao sage, when he emerged into the world, it was only fitting that he astonish all of heaven and earth, garnering reverence from all beings, even compelling the heavenly Tao to bow in deference. Such was the grandeur he sought. Summon Bingpa to prepare a barbecue, and have Huojie gather some fruits. Let us together glide upon the lake. Lin Xian was in high spirits. The ancestral dragon was equally exhilarated and promptly complied. Beyond the valley, spanning 800,000 miles, a sudden black wind swept through, causing all flora and fauna in its path to wither away. Within that gust echoed maniacal laughter, a spectral glow radiating forth, consuming everything in its wake. What a treasure! What a treasure! Mingi widened his eyes in astonishment, for it was the Kuenpung. At the eye of the black wind stood the Kuenpung, brandishing a grand banner, dancing with reckless abandon. Such a terrifying intent to kill. Though Mingi had cultivated the path of slaughter, he could not help but feel a twinge of fear. After a moment, the Kuenpung descended, and Mingi hurriedly approached to inquire, "Have you encountered the great Tao Saint? What treasures did you acquire?" The Kuenpung, with a smug grin, raised the banner in his hand. "This is the banner of 10,000 souls, a supreme treasure of the path of slaughter." Mingi gazed in awe. Indeed, it was extraordinary. He possessed the heavenly Tao weapon, the primordial annihilator, capable of killing without incurring karmic retribution, yet in comparison to the banner of 10,000 souls before him, he felt a profound sense of loss in brilliance. This banner devoured all, slaughtered indiscriminately, its dominance overwhelming, causing Mingi to salivate uncontrollably. "Kuenpung, my friend, would the great Tao Saint be willing to see me? I possess numerous treasures that I could exchange with the great Tao Saint for even more remarkable items." The Kuenpung blinked, a thought swirling in his mind. No matter what, I cannot allow this fellow to meet the great Tao Saint." With a sly smile, he replied, "I shall first assist you in reclaiming the sea of blood, and then introduce you to the great Tao Saint. Lead the way." Chapter 43. The unashamed Kuenpung. Before him lay the river of the underworld, with Kuenpung behind. The two stood a mere foot apart, the atmosphere laden with subtle tension and intrigue. Kuenpung's gaze fixated on the silhouette of the river of the underworld, and suddenly, a cold smirk emerged. If he could pilfer the river map and the Luo book to complete his own schemes, why should he refrain from slaying the river of the underworld and seizing his treasures, such as the fiery red lotus of karma and the Xian Yuan water control banner, to barter with the saints of the great path? After all, death awaited them both. What distinction lay between striking first or later? "My dear friend of the river of the underworld, once I reclaim the blood sea, I have a rather unpleasant request," Kuenpung proclaimed unexpectedly. "Oh, pray, do tell," the river of the underworld responded, his spirits lifted at the thought of the blood sea's return. As long as it was not an outrageous demand, he would entertain it. Cackling, Kuenpung continued, "It is nothing excessive, merely your little life." With a thunderous clap, Kuenpung struck, simultaneously wielding the banner of 10,000 souls. Dark mist surged, transforming heaven and earth into the realm of the banner, where a vast, bloodied maw emerged, ravenously seeking to consume him. The 12th grade fiery red lotus and the northern Xian Yuan water control banner instinctively shielded their master, radiant crimson light filling the skies, successfully blocking Kuenpung's strike. Yet, the might of the banner of 10,000 souls eclipsed even these two supreme, innate treasures, and through a cunning ambush, it breached their defenses in an instant. In a moment of dire urgency, the river of the underworld sensed impending doom and instinctively sought to rend the void to escape. Yet, even this attempt was a beat too late. The bloodied maw of the banner tore away half of his form, blood gushing forth. A scream of agony erupted, sending chills down the spine of any who heard it. The river of the underworld's eyes widened in fury, fixating on Kuenpung. Shock and rage filled his gaze. He had trusted Kuenpung, even saving his life beneath the chaos bell, only to find this ungrateful wretch betray him, weaving lies about reclaiming the blood sea. Despicable and shameless. Cackling, Kuenpung demanded, "Surrender the fiery red lotus, the Xian Yuan water control banner, and the abysmal sword, and I shall grant you a swift end." Gritting his teeth, the river of the underworld refused to resign himself to fate. 480 million blood divine children flitted about, striving to mend his ravaged body. However, the remnants of his form, marred by the banner of 10,000 souls, seemed imbued with some arcane power, rendering even quasi-saints incapable of restoration. He found himself inexorably eroded. "I have truly misjudged you." The river of the underworld roared in wrath. Your naivety is to blame. You shall not die in vain today. Kunpeng swung the banner of 10,000 souls once more, an ominous aura swelling as thick black smoke enveloped them, within which the remnants of chaotic beasts roared, instilling terror. With a sweep of the banner, countless ferocious spirits surged forth, all lunging to rend the river of the underworld. Fiery Red Lotus, Xian Yuan Water Control Banner. The river of the underworld bellowed, his two defensive treasures radiating blinding light as they desperately shielded against the banner of 10,000 souls. While the abysmal sword struck fiercely towards Kunpeng. A cornered beast still fights, seeking death. In his prime, the river of the underworld would have commanded Kunpeng's respect. But now, severely wounded and reduced to half his form, he dared to challenge him. Such delusion was laughable. Kunpeng brandished the banner of 10,000 souls, transforming it into countless ghastly apparitions that shattered the abysmal sword's defense, aiming directly for the river of the underworld's brow. Is this truly my end? The river of the underworld cried out in despair, unwilling to accept such a humiliating demise. 480 million blood gods transformed into the visage of the Nether River, standing resolutely before him, while fervently urging the flaming Red Lotus and the Xian Yuan Water Control Banner to counter the Myriad Souls banner. Dragging his battered form, he tore through the void in a desperate bid for escape. Can you truly flee? The Kunpeng let out a fierce shriek, its murderous intent coalescing. Boom! The blood gods were obliterated, drawn into the Myriad Souls banner as sustenance. Even the flaming Red Lotus and the Xian Yuan Water Control Banner were devoured. Black mist coiling around the Nether River like tendrils, attempting to pull him into the banner. How could I be harmed by you? The Nether River roared, a cloud of auspicious celebration blooming above, with three figures resembling him standing atop it, erupting in a dazzling crimson glow. They were the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self-corpse of the Nether River, exerting their utmost effort to resist. Ultimately, the Myriad Souls banner consumed the good and evil corpses, while the Nether River narrowly escaped, dragging its severely injured form away from peril. Infuriating this old ancestor, the Kunpeng's visage twisted in rage, extracting the 12th rank flaming Red Lotus and the Xian Yuan Water Control Banner from the Myriad Souls banner. Though he had acquired these treasures, the Nether River remained, still a possession of another. According to the pawnshop's rules, such items could not be accepted. One day, I shall drag you out and slay you. Then I will pawn all your treasures. The Kunpeng's expression darkened as he turned and journeyed back to the northern sea. Meanwhile, in an unnamed desert, the Nether River crashed heavily from the void, drenched in blood. His realm had plummeted from perfect saint to early saint, barely salvaging a life. Spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, the Nether River lamented, unable to refrain from striking himself. How naive I was, believing the Kunpeng while traversing the path of slaughter. Have I lingered too long in the blood sea to forget the perils of the primordial world? Now, severely injured, I feel an overwhelming sense of desolation, as if the vastness of heaven and earth has left me homeless. At that moment, a group hastened towards him from the edge of the desert. Master, Master, who has inflicted such injuries upon you? This is outrageous. Was it Red Cloud or Jin Yuanzi? The Nether River looked up to find it was the celestial Maiden Yumo and the Azura clan. What brings you here? Yumo assisted the Nether River, saying, We were driven out of the Blood Sea by Red Cloud, and after encountering the calamity of the primordial witches and demons, we were left to wander in this desolate desert, establishing a tribe named the Yasha tribe. Who would have thought we would meet the Master today? The Nether River sighed. Everything seems to be fated. Meanwhile, in the Chaos World, within the Purple Cloud Palace, the 6 saints gathered, receiving the mandate of Hongjun, deliberating on the selection of the next heavenly emperor. Unlike the era of witches and demons, where the demon clan ruled the heavens and the witch clan governed the earth, this time, they sought to choose a heavenly sovereign of the 3 realms, ostensibly to prevent the resurgence of tragedies akin to those of the witches and demons. Undoubtedly, this was a noble endeavor. The first to speak was Jin. In my humble opinion, my disciple Yaosher possesses both virtue and talent and is well suited for this position. Yuan Shi Tianzun immediately retorted, "The foremost among my disciples, the illustrious Guang Chengzi, is indeed the most suitable candidate." At this moment, within the ranks of the Chan teaching, there exist only 11 golden immortals: Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, Qing Su Dao de Zhenjun, Tai Yi Zhenrun, Yu Ding Zhenrun, Ling Bao de Fa Shi, Pu Xian Zhenrun, Si Heng Dao Run, Zhu Lu Sun, Dao Xing Tianzun, and Wen Shu Guang Fa Tianzun. The absence of a 12th individual to complete the perfect dozen left Yuan Shi Tianzun in a state of considerable distress. Nevertheless, this predicament did not hinder him from advocating for Guang Chengzi's ascension to the throne. Our Jie Jiao's duo Bao is the one and only choice. The Tong Tian Jiao Zhu was also unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. Should duo Bao ascend to the position of heavenly sovereign, the development of Jie Jiao in the vast wilderness would surely flourish immensely. To allow a mere rodent to become the heavenly emperor, such a notion could only originate from the mind of Tong Tian's disciple. Yuan Shi Tianzun swiftly interjected, just as Tong Tian was about to retort. He was interrupted by Laozi, who declared, "Enough of this quarrel. In my humble opinion, none of your disciples are suitable." The assembled saints turned their gazes towards him in unison, inquiring, "Master brother, who do you propose?" Even Hongjun Lao Zhu leaned in, eager to discern whether Laozi's choice aligned with his own thoughts. Chapter 44. You are the supreme being of the three realms, Laozi, the revered master of the three pure ones and the foremost among the sages, while sharing the title of saint, occupies a transcendental position, far surpassing others. At this moment, the gazes of all the saints are fixated upon him alone. Even Hongjun casts a sidelong glance, eagerly anticipating a unique response from him. After all, uttering that name from his lips could be perceived as biased. With a subtle smile, Laozi begins to speak. In my view, the true candidate from the human sect is Xuandu. He possesses both virtue and talent. In an instant, the saints furrow their brows. They had not expected the usually uncontentious Laozi to endorse his own disciple. The position of the supreme being of the three realms is indeed a coveted prize, even stirring the heart of the eldest disciple. A flicker of displeasure crosses Hongjuan's eyes, revealing his disappointment in Laozi. Sensing a chill in the purple cloud palace, the six saints tremble internally. Their master is displeased, and none of these proposals have met his approval. It seems their master had a preferred choice all along, rendering their discussions mere pretense. Despite their inner murmurs, they dare not slacken their reverence, bowing to Hongjun and saying, "We beseech you, master, to decide upon the position of the emperor of the three realms." Hongjuan's eyes narrow as he surveys the three pure ones, Niwa, and the duo of Jane and Juni, finally resting upon Hao Yan. Is a master intending for Hao Yan to ascend as the emperor? The six saints are momentarily taken aback. Although Hao Yan has resided in the Purple Cloud Palace for years, he is ultimately but a mere child, serving tea and water to govern the three realms? It sounds utterly absurd. Each of the six saints harbors reluctance. Yet Hongjuan's gaze remains fixed on Hao Yan, his intention unmistakable. The decision is made. Summoning you all was merely for show. Who could have anticipated that the six saints would fail to play their roles convincingly, forcing him to express his own stance? The Purple Cloud Palace is enveloped in a haunting silence, with all six saints bowing their heads. Hao Yan's heart races, on the verge of bursting forth. He lowers his gaze, striving to conceal the exhilaration within, knowing he must not reveal it until the final moment. Suddenly, a voice shatters the stillness. It is Xuanti. I believe that the child of the Purple Cloud Palace, Hao Yan, is close to the way and possesses great fortune and opportunities, making him the ideal candidate for the supreme being of the three realms. At last, the frozen atmosphere of the Purple Cloud Palace is disrupted. Hongjun nods with a smile and inquires, "What do you all think?" To which Niwa responds, "I believe it is a splendid choice. Ultimately, it matters little to her who becomes the supreme being. Why not align with Hongjuan's wishes? In truth, any candidate is inconsequential to her." Niwa's thoughts are solely with Fushi. Following her, Jane expresses his agreement. The three pure ones, resigned to the fate that has been decided, can only collectively acknowledge that Hao Yin is indeed an excellent choice. Hong Jun smiles and nods. Since you all share this sentiment, let us confer upon Hao Yin the title of Supreme Being of the Three Realms, to govern all spirits and dwell in the heavenly court. Yaoqi shall be designated as the Queen Mother of the Three Realms, assisting Hao Yin in managing the vast expanse of the primordial heavens, in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere within the Purple Cloud Palace. The scene at the pawnshop is one of radiant springtime, filled with an aura of leisurely contentment. Lin Xian, Bing Pe, Fire Ji, Zhu Long, indulging in skewers, drinking wine, savoring the chaotic spiritual fruit, and drifting upon the lake, enveloped in poetic imagery. The Fire Maiden composed a poem, rowing without oars, relying solely on the waves. Half a bottle of fine fruit wine, dizzy as the captain. Splendid. What a delightful poem. I never imagined the Fire Maiden possessed such talent. I'm truly impressed. Another. Please. Both Ice Spirit and the Ancestor Dragon applauded, their cheers echoing with glee. Lin Xian was in high spirits as he savored his wine, nodding in agreement. Oh, you all flatter me. The Fire Maiden, unexpectedly shy, tugged at Ice Spirit's sleeve, saying, "Let Sister Ice Spirit take the stage." "Fine, I shall." Ice Spirit, never one to shy away, pondered for a moment before beginning with confidence. The grilled skewers smelled delightful, beauties surrounding in a cluster. Poetry flows on the boat with laughter. However, suddenly, Ice Spirit furrowed her brow, struggling to find the next line, her feet tapping anxiously. Lin Xian chimed in. Poetry flows on the boat with laughter, while children on the shore weep. Ice Spirit's eyes sparkled with delight as she grasped Lin Xian's hand, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you, Master. Wait, look over there." Following Ice Spirit's gaze, a chubby little child rushed towards them, bouncing with urgency and shaking his fists in protest, as if to say, "Why didn't you bring me along? Little Pangu." The Fire Maiden gasped in astonishment. In such a short time, little Pangu had already emerged from the chaotic azure lotus, able to walk freely. Hearing their cheerful calls, he couldn't resist approaching the shore, eager to join. "Master, let us take little Pangu with us," the Fire Maiden suggested. "Please let him come aboard. I long to pinch his chubby little face. It looks so squeezable." Ice Spirit was already brimming with excitement, her hands raised in the air, mimicking the sensation, her expression one of sheer delight. Lin Xian, wishing to indulge their joy, waved his hand, and a gentle breeze lifted Pangu onto the Grand Dragon boat. Instantly, Ice Spirit and the Fire Maiden began to playfully poke and prod him. Little Pangu protested, but to no avail. Such a moment, once unimaginable in the chaotic era, was now utterly enjoyed by the Fire Maiden and Ice Spirit. Only the Ancestor Dragon remained still, his heart yearning, yet daunted by the presence of Pangu. "It would hurt to try," Lin Xian chuckled. Summoning his courage, the Ancestor Dragon gently pinched Pangu's plump thigh. Boom! A surge of overwhelming energy surged through him, coursing through his limbs, and after traversing 360 circulations, it left behind a fragment of the Tao of Power. Such magnificent fortune! The Ancestor Dragon felt as though he might faint from joy. The Grand Dragon boat drifted upon the pond for 3 days and nights, and feeling somewhat fatigued, Lin Xian remarked, "You all may go play with little Pangu." "Master, can we take little Pangu out to play?" the Fire Maiden asked eagerly, clearly still yearning for more fun. Lin Xian contemplated for a moment and nodded. Just keep it low-key. After all, it was a rare occasion for joy. He would allow them this reprieve. "Excellent. Thank you, Master." He. "Now we shall go play, and we will be back shortly." Ice Soul and Fire Maiden, accompanied by little Pangu, set sail on the Grand Dragon boat. Meanwhile, the Ancestor Dragon remained at the pawnshop, attending to Lin Xian. In the midst of chaos, an echo resounded. The Grand Dragon boat made its appearance. Lin Xian had specifically instructed them to maintain a low profile, believing that their playful antics within the chaos would pose no issue. At this moment, within the Zixiao Palace, Hao Yin and Yaoqi were overwhelmed with boundless joy as they knelt to accept the decree from Hongjun. The radiant light of the heavenly Tao enveloped the two, and their once diminutive forms transformed instantaneously. Hao Qian exuded an air of majesty, while Yao Qi embodied grace and dignity. Thus, they were bestowed with the countenance of the heavenly emperor and the queen mother. Hao Qian was conferred the title of supreme deity of the three realms, receiving the Hao Qian mirror and the heavenly emperor sword. Yao Qi was elevated to the status of queen mother, granted the plain-colored cloud realm banner and a silver hairpin. Both Hao Qian and Yao Qi bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Hong Jun." Hong Jun nodded slightly. "From this day forth, you too shall bear the responsibility of safeguarding the order of the three realms, ensuring that the primordial chaos does not descend into calamity again." Hao Qian and Yao Qi bowed once more. "We shall heed your command, esteemed one." Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed through the Zixiao Palace, shaking its very foundations. Radiant light flickered, causing even the golden lanterns to tumble to the ground. Un indescripable terrifying aura abruptly descended. Chapter 45. The extraterrestrial demons, the purple clouds, trembled. The golden lantern fell to the ground, and the mat shifted. The celestial pool of the vast heavens tumbled headlong. The six sages looked around in alarm, feeling as though a colossal beast from the abyss was gazing upon them. As sages, they were merely prey. This sensation was one they had not experienced in a long time, strange and terrifying. "Master, what is happening?" Above Laozi's head hung the exquisite treasure tower of the heavens, and in his hand, he tightly gripped the southern flame flag, already on high alert. Hong Jun furrowed his brows, rising to his feet, his heavenly eye gazing outward. In the chaos, three indistinct figures were barely visible, towering to the heavens and radiating a terrifying aura. One of these figures exceeded the heavens, instilling fear even in him. Hong Jun sought clarity, but the three figures were shrouded in the essence of the Tao, revealing only their silhouettes. "Master, can you discern anything?" The primordial heavenly sovereign was enveloped in the Panga banner, tightly clutching the central Wuji yellow flag. Hong Jun maintained a solemn expression, his brows knitting tightly. He could not see clearly, but how could he show any weakness in front of his disciples? "They are extraterrestrial demons," Hong Jun spoke in a hushed tone. The six sages' expressions changed, and the celestial pool of the vast heavens turned pale. They had heard of these extraterrestrial demons, violent and ferocious, dwelling in the chaotic space beyond the primordial realm, each one immensely powerful. But to disturb the purple cloud's palace, it could only be the king of the extraterrestrial demons, who had now arrived in the primordial realm, inevitably heralding a great battle. At that moment, a voice echoed, "What is happening? Did the master not say to remain low-key? Do not disturb the beings of the primordial realm. Quickly, restrain your aura." Within the purple cloud's palace, everyone, including Hong Jun, changed their expressions. "Master? Such powerful extraterrestrial demons have a master? How formidable must he be?" Moreover, the mention of not disturbing the beings of the primordial realm confirms they are indeed targeting this world. Hong Jun promptly activated his heavenly eye again, harnessing the power of the Tao to observe. However, while the Tao could perceive all worldly matters, it could not penetrate the essence of the great Tao. He could only see a vague brilliance of the great Tao, merging into the depths of chaos. On the great Tao dragon boat, countless divine inscriptions illuminated, obscuring and severing all. Ice Soul, Fire Princess, and Little Pangu leisurely consumed food while exploring the chaos. "I say, Little Pangu, you must not dismantle this chaos any further," Ice Soul expressed with concern. Chirping, Little Pangu, still unable to speak, shook his chubby little hand, signaling that he would not do so. Fire Princess brandished her whip, revealing a mischievous smile. "He dares." Crack! A whip struck beneath Pangu's feet, causing Little Pangu to leap in fright. As the great Tao dragon boat departed, tranquility gradually returned to the purple cloud's palace, yet the hearts of the assembly remained unsettled. Despite the extraterrestrial demon's departure, their covetous gaze upon the primordial realm left an unsettling feeling that one day they might return. At that time, the master they spoke of would surely descend as well. The celestial master glanced at Hao Qian, who appeared utterly intimidated and could not help but mock on the day when the extra-mundane demons descend. We shall still have to unite under the leadership of the Grand Supreme of the Three Realms to withstand the calamity. Hao Ian immediately shuddered. How could his diminutive frame withstand the onslaught of the extra-mundane demons? My lord, perhaps the position of the Heavenly Emperor should be bestowed upon Master Xuandu, for he is revered and esteemed. The Old One promptly interjected. The diminutive Xuandu possesses scant fortune. The title of Heavenly Emperor is rightfully Hao Ian's. Hao Ian then turned to the Primordial Supreme, Guang Chengzi. The Primordial Supreme turned away, showing no interest. After glancing at several others, all remained indifferent to Hao Ian. Even the ever-ambitious Jin and Zhuanti kept their distance this time. The might of the extra-mundane demons was formidable, and none wished to court disaster. Hongjuan's expression grew increasingly grim. The matter of the extra-mundane demons was a fabrication of his own making, yet Hao Ian's abject display was truly embarrassing. How could one so cowardly be deemed a heavenly emperor? The matter of the heavenly emperor was settled. None were permitted to backtrack. Hongjuan's voice boomed like thunder, sending a shiver down the spine. With a wave of his sleeve, he transported Hao Ian and the Yaoqi directly to the heavenly court, simultaneously dismissing the 6 saints, instructing them to return to their respective domains. The Zixiao Palace gradually faded into the chaos. As for the 3 figures that had not appeared since, they became a source of deep concern for Hongjuan. Thoughts of them left him restless. One thing was certain, even if they were not the extra-mundane demons, powerful entities that transcended the control of the heavenly Tao had emerged within the primordial world. This alone was sufficient to cause him great unease. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a millennium had gone by. Hao Ian and the Yaoqi established the heavenly court, yet they maintained a low profile, refraining from intervening in the affairs of the primordial world. Meanwhile, the human race, having evaded the calamity of the witch-slaying sword, flourished beyond the original trajectory of their world. Numerous tribes were scattered throughout the primordial expanse, with the human race reigning supreme, particularly within a radius of 3 billion miles centered around Mount Kongtong, where no other beings dared to challenge their dominion. Within Mount Kongtong, the leaders were Suiren, Wu Chao, and Zi. Among them, Wu Chao and Zi had ascended to the quasi-saint realm alongside the burgeoning human race, basking in fortune. Only Suiren remained at the great Luo golden immortal stage, hindered by the fact that he had once pawned the fortune of the human ancestors. Thus, despite being known as one of the 3 progenitors, he could not benefit from the human race's development, and his realm remained stagnant. On this day, a tremendous rumble resounded. Mount Kongtong suddenly trembled. An eruption of spiritual energy surged forth from within, heralding a celestial phenomenon, with golden rays rolling in resplendent hues and auspicious vapors emanating violet mists. Amidst billions of rays, a treasured seal emerged, entwined with 9 ancient dragon souls, its base engraved with the likenesses of the 5 heavenly emperors. At the bottom of the seal, inscribed in the form of a great Tao talisman, were the characters Kongtong. Li Er, Confucius, and the 3 progenitors of the human race were all momentarily dazzled. The Kongtong treasure seal, exclaimed Li Er joyously. This signifies the human race's ascendance as the principal actors in the celestial realm, and it shall serve as the testament for future human emperors. Having spoken, he ascended into the sky, enveloped by the majestic aura of the human emperor. With one hand, he removed the Kongtong seal and raised it high above his head. With this seal to suppress the destiny, the future of the human race shall surely flourish. The human race shall thrive. The human race shall rise. A tumultuous cheer erupted, each wave more fervent than the last. The faces of the crowd were etched with an indescribable excitement and joy. During the calamity of the witch and demon, they were but insignificant ants, nearly exterminated by the demonic tribes. Yet now, the human race stood tall amidst the primordial chaos, revered by all beings, and today, the emergence of the Kongtong seal symbolized their rightful ascendance as the sole protagonists of heaven and earth. After enduring hardship, how could they not rejoice? Bring forth a banquet. Let us celebrate, commanded the Qi clan. Casks of exquisite wine and plates of delectable dishes were promptly presented. The people sang and danced, reveling in the merriment. Li Er, Confucius and the three ancestors of humanity sat together, and after several rounds of wine, Confucius suddenly spoke. The manifestation of the Kongtong seal signifies that our mission has been accomplished. It is time for us to depart. Chapter 46. Farewell to the future. As the moment of departure approached, a sense of urgency swept through the crowd of humanity, compelling many to rise in desperation and plead for their stay. Why leave? In this era of human prosperity, why not remain and share in the glory? The future development of humanity still relies on all of us. Stay with us. Let us feast together and share in merriment. Lier and Confucius exchanged knowing smiles, leading the assembly of human heroes to stand. Confucius remarked, "Initially, we were entrusted by the great sage of the Tao to traverse the endless river of time, with the purpose of ensuring humanity's survival through perilous times. Now that the calamity of the witch and demon has passed, and humanity flourishes, there are no greater trials looming. With our mission fulfilled, it is only natural for us to return to the time and space we originally belonged to." Lier stepped forward with a smile, presenting the Kongtong seal to Swearin. "Take good care of the Kongtong seal, as long as it is passed down through generations. Humanity shall forever stand above all other races." "Are you truly departing?" Swearin and all of humanity's eyes brimmed with reluctance. After enduring countless crises together throughout the long years, they had become akin to family, bound by an unbreakable bond. How could they bear to part now? Zhuangzi, carefree and untroubled, raised a flask of wine to his lips. "Why fret? We shall meet again in the future. Indeed, farewell until then." In unison, the heroes of humanity echoed his sentiment. I will await you in the grand era of the Tang. I will be here during the flourishing debates of the spring and autumn. I will await you in the Ming. I will stand at Mount Langjiaxu for you. I will be here in Longchang." The three ancestral figures of humanity were moved to tears, sending off countless tribespeople. These heroes represented the promise of humanity's future prosperity, ensuring its endurance through the ages. Safe travels. All the primordial humans raised their cups in farewell, drinking deeply. Likewise, those from the river of time drained their cups, and one by one, stepped into the river of time, vanishing from sight. The primordial humans gazed at the empty void, feeling an ache within their hearts. After a prolonged silence, they understood that with the departure of these heroes, humanity must embark on a new era. "We're growing old." Swearin raised the Kongtong seal. "Humanity must select a new emperor to lead us forward." The members of the Zi and Wachao clans nodded in agreement. "Let us choose a new emperor, while we become the foundation of humanity, governing its fortune. From this new emperor, humanity shall enter a new epoch." At Mount Shiryang, in the Palace of Eight Scenes, Laozi contemplated the primordial world for a long time. The Grand Master Xuandu attended to him, offering a cup of fragrant tea. "Master, what occupies your thoughts?" Laozi accepted the tea and savored a sip. "Excellent tea." He then spoke slowly. "The fortunes of humanity are thriving. They now stand as the sole protagonists in the primordial realm." Xuandu was taken aback, a complex expression crossing his face. The title of sole protagonist was something even the formidable witch and demon could only dream of, yet it had ultimately been claimed by the frail humanity. As a member of humanity, one would expect joy, yet a sense of discontent lingered. Is it because the once insignificant ants aspire to ascend to a level of equality, thereby losing their former transcendence? Xuandu was uncertain and shook his head, casting aside such distractions. Laozi continued, "However, despite possessing the principal role bestowed by heaven and earth, such immense fortune cannot be monopolized by the human race. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. He established the teachings of humanity and imparted the golden elixir path, naturally sharing this fortune. As for Nuwa, having created humanity, she too ought to partake in this fortune. Yet, during the calamity of the witch and the zombie, when the demon race slaughtered humanity, they turned a blind eye, allowing a significant portion of the fortune they possessed to return to humanity. Now, it is time to intervene once more." Laozi transmitted a message to the other 5 saints, summoning them to the 8 Scenery Palace to deliberate on significant matters concerning humanity. Before long, The mountain of Shouyang was illuminated with a myriad of rays. Celestial flowers rained down, and golden lotuses emerged from the earth. The primordial celestial venerable arrived, riding a 9-dragon incense palanquin. The master of heavenly revelation rode a Kuei ox, while Lady Nuwa graced us on a 7-colored phoenix. Jean sat upon a lotus, and Junti rode on auspicious clouds. The saints gathered at Shouyang Mountain. Xuandu served tea, and the saints took their seats on mats. As Laozi spoke directly, humanity is the sole protagonist in the vast expanse of primordial chaos. I trust you are all aware of this. The saints nodded in agreement. The immense fortune of humanity could be said to overshadow the heavens, even surpassing the authority of the saints. The status of the protagonist is not mere rhetoric. What are your thoughts, elder brother? Inquired the primordial celestial venerable. Laozi spoke slowly. In the times to come, the 3 sovereigns will govern, and the 5 emperors will establish doctrines, as is destined. Each sect should dispatch their disciples into the world to become imperial teachers, guiding humanity and leading them onto the righteous path, while also sharing in the fortune to ensure the prosperity of their own sect. The saints nodded in deep agreement. However, the selection of which disciple would instruct the human emperor was bound to incite a spirited debate. Ultimately, it was decided Xuandu would teach the heavenly emperor, Daobao the earth emperor, and Guangchengzi the human emperor. As for the 3 sovereigns and the 5 emperors, each of the western sects, including Nuwa, would receive one, while the remaining 3 were allocated to the 3 pure ones. Regardless of the numbers, each sect would gain a share from humanity, which finally satisfied everyone. Xuandu observed the saints in discussion, and the complex feelings he previously harbored regarding humanity's rise suddenly dissipated. What of the heavenly protagonists? Were they not merely the dishes served at the saints' table? It was merely a matter of some feasting more and others less. And as for Xuandu, he was the only disciple of Laozi of the 3 pure ones. With major matters settled, the saints departed. According to the agreement, the first to emerge, the heavenly emperor, was to be guided by Xuandu. Laozi, gazing at his most cherished disciple, would certainly not be stingy. As you venture into the primordial chaos, exercise caution. You must ensure the heavenly emperor's smooth ascension while also preserving the dignity of our Taching lineage, Laozi admonished. Xuandu bowed respectfully, declaring, I shall not disappoint my master's expectations. Laozi nodded, satisfied with this disciple who had accepted the heavenly mandate, and with a wave of his hand, several treasures appeared before him. The first was a gourd, shimmering in purple gold, engraved with the inscriptions of the Tao, emanating a primordial aura. The exquisite purple gold gourd was once bestowed by the primordial vine of Mount Buzhou, containing within it 10 8-revolution golden elixirs and 1 9-revolution golden elixir, each destined to reveal its remarkable utility at a crucial moment. The second item is a long belt, embroidered with auspicious clouds, undeniably extraordinary. This belt possesses the ability to extend or contract, capable of restraining all worldly entities and serving as a binding rope for demons. The third treasure is a delicate jade bottle, crafted from sheep's fat, whose slender form, when suspended in the air, appears as though it could collapse the heavens. This bottle, known as the yin-yang bottle, contains within it the cosmos. Anyone ensnared within shall, in mere moments, be transformed into a viscous substance. You may take all these treasures. Xiandu, overwhelmed with excitement, bowed deeply in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. I shall promptly venture into the primordial realm to instruct the celestial emperor, ensuring that humanity will forever revere our profound teachings. From this day forth, may the offerings and incense flow ceaselessly through the generations. Chapter 47. Xiandu descends from the mountain in the vast expanse of the primordial wilderness. At the heart of humanity's domain lies Kongtong Mountain. Naturally, Xiandu chose this sacred place to seek the re-emergence of the celestial sovereign. As he traversed the landscape, he witnessed the remarkable evolution of the human race, and even his proud heart begrudgingly acknowledged their potential to become the principal actors on the cosmic stage. Being a primordial being himself, Xiandu faced little resistance as he entered Kongtong Mountain. In fact, Many humans regarded him with great reverence, for the primordial beings held a distinguished status. However, the further he ascended the mountain, the more his brow furrowed. Throughout the vast expanse of the mountain, numerous statues of human heroes stood tall, each unique in form, some exuding majesty, others grace. Names such as Bai Qi, Han Xian, Wang Yangming, and Mozi adorned these figures. Yet, despite passing countless stone effigies, he found not a single offering made to the old master of Ta Ching, nor even the revered image of the mother of humanity, Niuhua. How lacking in respect they are towards the sages, Xiandu mused silently. Approaching the summit, he encountered two colossal statues flanking the path. One on the left bore the visage of an emperor, known as the Eternal Sovereign, while the other on the right emanated a luminous wisdom, recognized as the teacher of all ages. Before these statues, incense wafted thickly, with numerous individuals queuing to pay their respects. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiandu seized an elder by the arm and inquired, "Pray tell, why is there no veneration for the old master of Ta Ching, nor for the mother Niuhua, upon this mountain?" At his words, the elder cast a perplexed and scornful glance in return. "What need have we to honor them?" he retorted. Xiandu furrowed his brow. Both sages have rendered invaluable contributions to humanity. Upon hearing his statement, a throng of people quickly encircled him, voices rising in vehement protest. When the demon race slaughtered our kin, were Mother Niuhua and the old master. In those dire times, heaven did not answer our cries, nor did earth heed our pleas. Without their intervention, would humanity have thrived to this day? My wife and children perished at the hands of the demon race. Had Mother Niuhua or the old master been able to resurrect them, I would surely honor them. Why should we pay tribute to deities who do not manifest their power? Amidst the cacophony, one individual suddenly shouted, "Are you not Xiandu?" Another voice joined in, "Yes. He is the one who barred us from entering Shouyang Mountain." In an instant, the crowd was aflame with rage. "Dare you show your face among us today? What audacity do you possess? Return to your Shouyang Mountain." Xiandu's countenance darkened. He had come in pursuit of the celestial sovereign to bestow fortune upon humanity. Yet these people dared to defy him. What foolishness! With a resounding force, he unleashed a fragment of his quasi-saintly aura, causing hundreds to kneel before him, silencing their accusations. Observing their humbled state, Xiandu felt a sense of satisfaction and coldly declared, "I have come to Kongtong Mountain for two reasons: to seek the celestial sovereign and to claim the Kongtong seal. All of this is for the benefit of humanity. Do not be ungrateful." The people glared at him with resentment. For the benefit of humanity? Such brazen arrogance. Yet, under the oppressive aura of the quasi-saint, they found themselves utterly immobilized, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, a voice echoed from the summit of Kongtong Mountain, "Xiandu, please ascend the mountain." A faint smile graced Xiandu's lips as he disregarded the kneeling crowd and proceeded directly towards the peak. There stood a grand hall, known as the Hall of the Three Ancestors, a sacred place for the cultivation of the three progenitors of humanity. Beside the hall, an even more magnificent altar loomed, its platform towering to a height of 120 zhang. Remarkably, there were no deities adorning it, only three incense sticks that soared higher than the mountains themselves. The altar was crowded with people, incessantly offering their prayers. Yet, the most striking feature was the four grand characters inscribed in the center, Saint of the Great Tao. Xiandu's brow furrowed in disdain. He found the notion utterly foolish. Where in this world could one find a Saint of the Great Tao? It seemed that although humanity occupied a pivotal role in the cosmos, they indeed required profound enlightenment to prevent being deceived by the unscrupulous. With a cold snort, he entered the Hall of the Three Ancestors. Upon encountering the three progenitors, Xiandu did not bow. His status as a disciple of a saint afforded him great privilege, and their lineage was of equal standing. He cut straight to the chase. "I have come at the behest of my master to request the Kongtong seal, to seek the emergence of the human emperor, and subsequently deliver this seal to him, guiding his growth." In Xiandu's view, this was an unparalleled opportunity, and the three ancestors had no grounds to refuse. However, their expressions darkened as they outright rejected him. "This is a matter for humanity alone. There is no need for the Ta Ching saint to concern himself. Xion Dieu es gaz tourné d'ici. His voice cold. Why do the three ancestors display such ignorance of heavenly mandate? Have you been misled? What nonsense is this worship of a saint of the great Tao? Where in the primordial realm does such a being exist? Such folly, without the guidance of a saintly lineage, will inevitably lead to missteps and a fall into the abyss. With a resounding clap, Sui Ren rose from his seat, fury radiating from him. You, mere Xiandu, dare to be disrespectful to the saint of great Tao? Without such a being, our kin would scarcely endure. Sui Ren's anger was palpable. Their reverence and faith in the saint of the great Tao stemmed from the depths of their hearts. Although it was a transaction, it had salvaged humanity and unveiled many remarkable successors. While the Zi clan and the Yuchao clan had never laid eyes upon the saint, they still held boundless admiration for that figure through the words of Li Er and Confucius. Thus, they constructed an altar at the apex of Kongtong Mountain. For Sui Ren could not adequately describe the visage of the saint, which was why no statue was carved. The audacity of Xian, due to disrespect the saint, incited the ire of the three ancestral figures. Xiandu, enveloped in the radiance of Ta Ching, pressed forward rather than retreating, boldly confronting the three ancestors. Hand over the Kongtong seal, and you shall retire into seclusion. I will usher in a new era for humanity. The clash of powers between quasi-saints reverberated through the hall of the three ancestors, stirring tempests of energy. Yet, neither side unleashed their full might. Otherwise, the entire hall would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Moments later, Xiandu revealed a look of disappointment and shook his head, saying, "Are you really so obstinate as to be swayed by the so-called great sage? Very well." With that, Xiandu's figure vanished into thin air. A sense of foreboding gripped the hearts of the three ancestors. Xiandu, after a furious roar, they hurriedly pursued him. Thunderous sounds echoed as the mountains trembled, and the colossal altar, towering 120 zhang high, shattered in layers. Xiandu hovered in midair, his Tao robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. With a mere gesture, the altar crumbled, burying even the words "great sage" beneath a blanket of ashes. Gazing down at the three ancestors of the human race, along with the enraged crowd, Xiandu remained unfazed, merely offering a faint smile. "Behold, is this the great sage you have placed your faith in? What a farce!" Chapter 48. The existence of the great sage gazing at the shattered altar, the entire human race seethed with fury, their eyes blazing with anger as they fixed their gaze upon Xuandu. It could be said that without the great sage, there would be no arrival of illustrious figures like Li Er and Confucius, nor would humanity enjoy its present state. "Xuandu, you possess an audacity beyond measure," Sui Ren shouted in wrath. Yet Xuandu remained unfazed, floating in mid-air, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "I act upon my master's command, serving as the emperor's teacher. It appears that the first lesson for the future emperor shall be the dismantling of ignorance. To believe in such absurd notions as the great sage. Humanity's future is indeed bleak." Sui Ren, in a fit of rage, retorted with incredulity. "Who is truly ignorant here?" Zi stepped forward, confronting Xuandu directly. "Your arrogance is unwarranted. Aspiring to claim the Kongtong seal and become the emperor's teacher is utterly impossible." Xuandu's expression darkened instantly, his gaze fixated on the three ancestral figures of humanity, internally cursing them repeatedly. Ignorance and disrespect towards the sages, impervious to reason, jeopardizing my grand designs. However, Xuandu was not a reckless individual. Voicing such thoughts would sever ties with the three ancestors entirely, and claiming the Kongtong seal would necessitate an all-out war. Perhaps it would require the intervention of my master, a scenario Xuandu wished to avoid. "Shall we engage in a wager?" Wu Chao spoke coldly. "A wager on what?" Xuandu replied. "If you can prove the existence of the great sage, I, Xuandu, shall apologize and relinquish the Kongtong seal. Conversely, should you fail, you will surrender the Kongtong seal, allowing me to become the emperor's teacher, while the three ancestors retreat into seclusion, leaving the emperor to govern the human race." Without a moment's hesitation, Sui Ren declared, agreed. Xuandu was taken aback by the promptness of the response. Could they truly possess such confidence? An ominous premonition surged within Xuandu. Yet he could not bring himself to believe that the great sage truly existed in the primordial world. It is settled, then? Sui Ren scoffed, eager to witness Xuandu's expression upon encountering the great sage in the pawnshop in the small courtyard. Follow me. The two soared through the air. Throughout their journey, despite being of the same race, no words were exchanged, the atmosphere laden with tension. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a valley. Observing the unremarkable surroundings, Xuandu sneered. The great sage resides here, you say? Sui Ren paid him no heed and strode directly into the valley. In the pawnshop, Lin Xian was engaged in a game of chess with little Pangu. The pieces, black and white, determined the victor by the number of occupied points. Clack! Yet another loss. Little Pangu appeared somewhat disheartened. After 100 matches, each concluded with a narrow defeat. It was difficult not to suspect that the master was intentionally controlling the score. Lin Xian chuckled, raising his hand in preparation to summon Huiji to restore his vitality on the chaos Qinglian, when his gaze unexpectedly drifted towards the valley's exterior. A visitor has arrived. Though they were not here to pawn anything, the matter pertained to his reputation within the primordial realm. Thus he felt compelled to address it, albeit reluctantly. After all, in business, reputation holds significant importance. It was merely a gesture to maintain Sui Ren's clientele. Within the valley, Xuandu derisively remarked, Sui Ren, do not engage in any tricks. It is best to hand over the Kongtong seal honestly. The three ancestors retiring would also preserve face. Sui Ren remained silent, resolutely advancing forward. Suddenly, a magnificent edifice materialized before the two, as if conjured from thin air. The grand avenue shimmered. Whispers of deities floated in the air, and divine patterns danced with vitality. Waves of formidable energy surged forth, compelling one to bow in reverence. Within this structure resided the saint of the great Tao. Sui Ren remarked coldly. Xuandu stood in awe. With 3,000 divine beings guarding the entrance and the brilliance of the great Tao radiating, he felt insignificantly small, akin to an ant before this monumental creation. Could it be that the true saint of the great Tao dwelled within? No, that was utterly impossible. How could such a being exist in the primordial wilderness? Surely, Sui Ren was employing some trickery, casting an illusion. Xuandu activated his enlightened vision. Boom! In an instant, his head felt as if it were about to explode, causing him to stagger back several steps before collapsing to the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. His quasi-saint cultivation apparently did not grant him even the right to glimpse through the enlightened gaze. Sui Ren cast a glance at Xuandu, a cold smirk creeping upon his lips, revealing the true folly of ignorance. He knelt on one knee, expressing profound reverence. Sui Ren seeks an audience with the saint of the great Tao. After a lengthy interval, the grand door creaked open. As the essence from within wafted outward, it transformed into a gentle breeze that lifted Sui Ren, while the same essence upon Xuandu felt like an immense weight pressing down, forcing him to cough up another spurt of blood. Enter, spoke the ancestor dragon. Sui Ren promptly rose, elated at the prospect of meeting the saint of the great Tao. Meanwhile, Xuandu remained on the ground, contorted in agony, struggling against the crimson tide. The ancestor dragon took a glance at him and effortlessly lifted him, much like one would a chick, dragging him into the establishment. Along the way, Xuandu beheld the treasures within, utterly astounded. Everywhere he looked, there were artifacts of the great Tao, and chaotic spiritual roots were as plentiful as blades of grass. The radiance of the great Tao here served merely as illumination. If this were indeed true, it was likely that a true saint of the great Tao resided within these walls. Xuandu's mind trembled with excitement, yearning to activate his enlightened vision once more. Yet he hesitated. The previous glimpse had nearly cost him his life. Traversing through the corridor, he arrived at a small courtyard. At first sight of the Fire Princess, his primordial spirit was engulfed in excruciating pain. On the second glance at the ice soul, he felt as if he had been encased in ice. Upon the third glance at a chubby child, an overwhelming dread coursed through him, as if he would be cleaved in two. Terrifying, utterly terrifying, though he was a quasi-saint. In the presence of these beings, he felt insignificantly diminutive. What is there to fear? This establishment is merely a pawnshop, not a den of vice, a voice resonated, dispelling all surrounding pressure. Xuandu felt as if he were basking in a spring breeze and finally dared to open his eyes. Before him stood an indescribably perfect youth. Compared to him, he felt like a decrepit old man. Yuan Shi appeared as a greasy middle-aged fellow, and Tong Tian resembled a mere rash youth. With no need for explanation, a single glance convinced Xuandu that this youth was undoubtedly the saint of the great Tao. Xuandu, blinded by his own ignorance, bowed before the saint of the great Tao. He prostrated himself in deep reverence. The fire master recounted all that transpired on Mount Kongtong to Lin Xian, pointing and rebuking. This individual, in his ignorance, brazenly slandered the great sage of the Tao and dared to desecrate the altar dedicated to him, inviting his wrath. Lin Xian merely chuckled lightly, his gaze devoid of emotion. In truth, he was already well aware of the matters the fire master spoke of. The incense offerings and beliefs were utterly superfluous. He held no regard for them. However, the incident concerning the altar pertained to reputation, and thus, a minor reprimand was warranted. Xiandu, how do you believe I ought to address this matter? Lin Xian inquired with an indifferent tone. Xiandu acknowledges his wrongdoing. I beseech the great sage of the Tao for forgiveness. He implored, repeatedly bowing his head in contrition. Thud, thud echoed the sound. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Already harboring a plan, I am not devoid of compassion. Since you find yourself in this predicament, let us negotiate a chance for redemption. Chapter 49. The celestial axe Xiandu was momentarily stunned, having dismantled the altar of the great sage. He was astonished that the sage did not express anger, but instead bestowed upon him an opportunity for atonement. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, for the great sage was indeed exceedingly benevolent, radiating a gentle, holy light. Xiandu bowed deeply in thanks, tears streaming down his face, moved by the sage's kindness. Even Sui Run, who had witnessed the event, was taken aback. He had expected that such an act of disrespect would result in the great sage stripping Xiandu of his cultivation, reducing him to a mere mortal. It appeared that he had underestimated the sage's grandeur. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian summoned a golden scale, the brilliance of the transaction enveloping everyone present. The weight upon the scale represented the opportunity for atonement bestowed by Lin Xian, while the tray remained empty, awaiting Xiandu's offering to secure this chance. Contemplating the great sage's magnanimity, Xiandu resolved to seize this moment. He retrieved a purple gold gourd, a flicker of reluctance and pain crossing his eyes. The gourd was itself a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, and within it resided 10 8-turn golden elixirs and 1 9-turn golden elixir. In the realm of the Tao, 9 was the ultimate number, and that 9-turn golden elixir represented the pinnacle of elixirs. Even Laozi, the master of the alchemical path, had only succeeded in refining a single one throughout his lifetime. Though reluctant, Xiandu gritted his teeth and placed the gourd upon the tray. With the gourd offered as collateral, he felt little hesitation in presenting the remaining treasures. He then produced a belt and a vial, placing them onto the tray as well. Is that all? Lin Xian inquired. Xiandu, filled with trepidation, assumed his offerings were deemed insufficient and hurriedly knelt, bowing his head. This is all that my master has bestowed upon me. Lin Xian smiled lightly and waved his hand. There is no need for such anxiety. I merely inquired. At this moment, the scale began to tilt and move. Since the transaction involved atonement, the extent of the sin and the manner of atonement rested entirely within Lin Xian's discretion, allowing for adjustments based on the collateral offered. Gradually, the golden scale reached a state of equilibrium, signifying that the transaction could be completed. The purple gold gourd, the auspicious belt, and the jade vial vanished. Xiandu felt as though his heart were bleeding. Yet, if he could secure the great sage's opportunity for atonement, then all of this would indeed be worthwhile. I beseech the great sage for a chance to atone, he implored once more, bowing deeply. Lin Xian replied calmly, You have defiled my altar, restore it, and I shall not hold it against you any further. Xiandu's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, almost doubting his own ears, and he hastily bowed his head again. Thank you, great sage, for your compassion. This punishment, to him, felt far less severe than anticipated. Repairing the altar presented no real difficulty. Sui Ren stood in stunned silence, surprised by the unexpected leniency of the punishment. The great sage was indeed remarkably accommodating. However, as the matter had reached its conclusion, he felt it was not his place to comment further. Now that this matter is settled, you may depart, Lin Xian stated calmly. Sui Run and Xiandu took their leave, but just before they exited, Xiandu heard a voice from behind, muttering in disdain, "Who is this attempting to refine elixirs? Their skill is utterly lacking." Immediately, Yu Guang caught sight of a young girl clad in white, disdainfully pouring the golden elixirs, including the 9-turn golden elixir, from the purple gold gourd into the pond to feed the fish. Hiss! Xiandu inhaled sharply, astonished by such extravagant wastefulness. After the two departed, Hui Ji murmured, "Master, you're simply letting him go?" She felt a surge of irritation. Had she been in his place, she might have skinned him alive piece by piece. Lin Xian merely smiled faintly. "What do you think?" Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the transaction. Reward received. Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Open Heaven Axe. Booming sounds echoed as chaos energy surged into the small courtyard, with chaotic divine thunder erupting incessantly. Amidst the overwhelming presence of the great Tao, an axe adorned with myriad inscriptions gradually materialized amidst countless bolts of lightning. Bing Pe and Huiji approached, their eyes sparkling with excitement. It was this very axe that had pursued them relentlessly before, and now it had reappeared, causing them a twinge of anxiety. The ancestral dragon shrank back behind Lin Xian, unable to withstand the overwhelming aura of the top-tier chaos treasure. Little Pangu danced with joy, eager to rush forward and seize the axe. Ahem! Lin Xian cleared his throat gently, and all extraordinary phenomena vanished instantly, the open heaven axe settling in his hand like an ordinary woodcutter's axe. Weighing it in his hands, it felt adequately balanced. Little Pangu scampered to Lin Xian's feet, tugging at his robe and gazing up with anticipation. However, Huiji and Bing Po appeared somewhat anxious, fearing that the Pangu who claimed the open heaven axe would no longer be the adorable little chubby one, but revert to the reckless and mad being he once was. "Master, please don't. Do you desire it?" Lin Xian disregarded Bing Po and Huiji, directly addressing little Pangu. "Chirp, chirp." Little Pangu nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with eagerness, drool trickling down his chin. "What do you wish for? If you do not speak, how can I know?" Lin Xian chuckled. "Chirp, chirp, chirp." Little Pangu, flustered, spun in circles, stamping his feet, yet he was still unable to articulate his desires, merely clinging to Lin Xian's leg and shaking it incessantly. His comical predicament drew laughter from those present. After a brief moment of amusement, Lin Xian ultimately handed the axe to him, reassuring Bing Pe and Huiji. "With your master here, what is there to worry about?" Upon hearing his gentle words, Bing Pe and Huiji felt a wave of emotion wash over them. Had their master been present during the great catastrophe of opening heaven, their own fates would have been far less tragic. At that time, their own bodies had been grievously wounded. Little Pangu, now clutching the open heaven axe, wore an expression of triumph. He hoisted the axe onto his shoulder, strutting back and forth, particularly puffing out his chest as he swaggered before Bing Pe and Huiji, shaking the axe for emphasis. Huiji, exasperated, raised her whip. Instantly, little Pangu shrank back, darting to hide behind Lin Xian. Observing this scene, Bing Pe and Huiji sighed in relief. Little Pangu remained true to himself, unchanged by the acquisition of the open heaven axe. "Since I possess the axe of creation and fire maiden, let us traverse the myriad realms and attempt to forge several universes," Lin Xian stated nonchalantly. Pangu, after all, must embark on the journey of creation. In the primordial chaos, Xuandu accompanied Swearin back to Kongtong Mountain. This time, he maintained a much lower profile, keeping his head down and refraining from mentioning the matter of the Kongtong seal. Nevertheless, he did not abandon hope. Once he had repaired the altar and sought the forgiveness of the great Tao saint, he still aspired to secure the position of the emperor's teacher. It was the only means through which he could gain greater benefits and visit the pawnshop. Ah, is that not Xuandu? Have you met the great Tao saint? Why the lowered gaze? Were you not quite arrogant when you last visited Kongtong Mountain? Sneered a voice. Humph. In a time of peril for the human race, you stood idly by, and now you wish to instruct the emperor? A delusion indeed. What brings you back to Kongtong Mountain? Best return to Shouyang Mountain. The ascent was fraught with scornful insults from the human race directed at him. Yet Xuandu endured it all. A minor concession today would safeguard his grander aspirations. He would have ample opportunity to reclaim his dignity in the future. Before long, Xuandu reached the summit of Kongtong Mountain, gazing upon the dilapidated altar with profound regret. Fortunately, the great Tao saint had granted him chance. Let's begin, Suiren said coldly, while the figures of Zi and Chao glared at him with stern expressions. Should there be even the slightest imperfection in the altar, they would not spare Xuandu. Xuandu bowed respectfully before the great Tao altar, his entire being suffused with the radiance of quasi-saintly power. Time and space twisted, and the laws shimmered. For a quasi-saint, restoring an altar to its original state was indeed a matter of mere moments. However, following the surge of quasi-saintly energy, the shattered altar remained untouched, with not a speck of dust restored, still a mere heap of rubble. Xuandu stood there, dumbfounded. Chapter 50. The True Punishment. Gazing at the rubble before him, Xuandu found himself momentarily bewildered. However, being a disciple of a sage, endowed with remarkable intellect, he quickly discerned that this was a test of his sincerity from the great Tao sage. If he genuinely wished to amend his ways, how could he employ magical powers to restore the altar? With the strength of a mortal, Xuandu gathered stones and laboriously rebuilt the altar, demonstrating profound reverence throughout the process. His efforts bore fruit. Within a single day, he had restored several zhang. Elated, Xuandu thought that although it would take some time, it was a minor inconvenience that would showcase his earnestness to the great Tao sage, thus yielding multiple benefits. On the following day, he repaired an altar rising 10 zhang high. On the third day, another 10 zhang. On the fourth day, Xuandu arose early, only to be struck dumb. Despite having restored 30 zhang, it had reverted to a heap of rubble, identical to its initial state. Who could be responsible for this? Gritting his teeth, Xuandu sought the truth from the three ancestors of the human race, insisting that this was not merely an affront to him, but also a disrespect towards the great Tao sage. Yet, all denied any involvement. Powerless, Xuandu realized he could not slaughter the inhabitants of Mount Kongtong. He resolved to start anew, vowing to vigilantly guard the altar day and night, permitting no one to disrupt his efforts. This time, it would require more time. On the fifth day, merely blinking caused the altar to crumble once again. A gnawing sense of foreboding welled up within Xuandu. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. Yet on the third day of his latest attempt, a significant portion of the altar collapsed with a resounding crash. Xuandu collapsed to the ground, fully understanding that this was all orchestrated by the great Tao sage. Was this his punishment? He clenched his jaw. Oomph. If I cannot restore it, why should I even try? Xuandu prepared to depart, intending to return to Yangshan. The position of the Heavenly Emperor's teacher no longer held any allure for him. Seeking his master's protection to preserve his life had become his foremost priority. However, just as he attempted to take a step away, a chain of order suddenly emerged beneath his feet, binding him firmly in place, rendering him unable to escape. Terror flickered in Xuandu's eyes. The great Tao sage would not permit his departure until the altar was restored. Yet the altar was simply beyond repair. Gritting his teeth, his entire body trembled. He hastily formed a seal with his fingers, murmuring incantations, seeking to communicate with the old master through the Tai Ching celestial method, pleading for rescue. Yet in the next instant, Xuandu collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of panic and disbelief. His magical power had vanished entirely, leaving him as an utterly ordinary mortal. Xuandu roared, the sound echoing through the forest, causing the trees to tremble. Yet those who gathered merely regarded him as a source of amusement, offering not a shred of sympathy. In the pawn shop, Lin Xian instructed Hu Ji and Bing Po to bring forth a mound of flour, a mound of rice, and a large lock. "Master, what do you intend to do with these?" Bing Po inquired, blinking curiously. "Once the dog finishes licking the flour, the chicken pecks the rice, and the fire consumes the lock, Xuandu will be able to restore the altar and regain his freedom," Lin Xian replied calmly. Hu Ji giggled, covering her mouth. "So, Master is punishing him here. Master is quite mischievous," she added with a grin. "The mountains of Mianshan and Mayushan are, of course, insurmountable. The lock remains unyielding. Ultimately, everything hinges upon Lin Xian's own volition. Should he desire it, accomplishing these tasks would merely be a fleeting moment." In the blink of an eye, several days and nights elapsed. Kongtong Mountain. Alas, Xuandu had succumbed to despair, realizing that he could never successfully restore this altar. "Why, oh why, must the great sage treat me thus? If I cannot cultivate, if I cannot depart, then I shall cease my efforts and slumber for a millennium." Xuandu resolved to abandon all hope. Everything he had undertaken felt futile. It was far better to fall into a deep slumber, awaiting his master to find him and rescue him. Yet, as he merely closed his eyes, an excruciating pain surged through his body, akin to needles piercing his flesh. Xuandu sprang up from the ground in an instant. However, the agony did not dissipate. Rather, it spread to his very core, rendering him in a state worse than death. Only through the continual restoration of the altar could he find some respite. In the primordial world, time rushed by, and in the blink of an eye, a century passed. The people had grown accustomed to seeing a disheveled figure atop Kongtong Mountain, day after day, year after year, clutching a massive stone and tirelessly mending the altar. However, Xuandu remained trapped upon Kongtong Mountain, causing delays in matters concerning the Heavenly Emperor. One day, within the 8 scenic palaces of Shouyang Mountain, Laozi heard the voice of the primordial lord resonate in his ears. "Elder brother, 100 years have swiftly passed. Why has Xuandu not yet found the Heavenly Emperor?" Laozi slowly opened his eyes, calculating with his fingers, and instantly furrowed his brow. He could not ascertain Xuandu's existence. It is crucial to note that, at this moment, there were no calamities to interfere. Saints, when divining the heavenly secrets, could theoretically possess omniscience. Yet, he could not even discern the whereabouts of his own disciple. The only certainty was that Xuandu still lived. "Elder brother?" Noticing Laozi's prolonged silence, the primordial lord grew perplexed. "Is there another arrangement regarding the Heavenly Emperor?" Laozi replied slowly. "Let's wait a while longer." In the blink of an eye, another century passed. Laozi still could not uncover any news of Xuandu. He had visited Kongtong Mountain, where the inhabitants claimed to have never seen Xuandu. They had only spotted a peculiar dog, carrying stones and running about wildly, even barking excitedly at him, inciting Laozi to strike the dog with his gourd. Xuandu seemed to have evaporated from the mortal realm. Even with the powers of a saint, he could find no trace of him. Laozi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. On a certain day, the voices of the saints echoed once more in Laozi's ears. "Master brother, why has Xuandu still not found the Heavenly Emperor? If this delay continues, it may jeopardize the timing. Could there be unforeseen circumstances?" The wisdom of the saints allowed them to sense something amiss. Laozi, unable to act, could only respond. "Xuandu has other pressing matters. Let the various saintly lineages manage the affairs of the Heavenly Emperor as they see fit." "Thank you, Master Brother. Thank you, Master Brother." The saints expressed their gratitude in unison. The role of the Heavenly Emperor's master is indeed a significant opportunity, even for the saintly lineages, as it promises a substantial share of the human race's fortune, ensuring the flourishing of their paths and the continuity of their fortunes. As for the events occurring in the Xiandu, it remains an internal matter for the human teaching, untouched by the tacit agreement of the saints. In a fleeting moment, the teachings of the Chanjiao, Jiejiao, and the Western teachings, even the usually indifferent Yuhua, cast their gaze upon the human race of the primordial wilderness. At Kunlun Mountain, in the Jade Void Palace, the golden bell tolled, and the white crane served as a guide. The primordial supreme, being summoned the lamp igniter, the cloud middle child, the southern polar elder, along with 11 golden immortals. The position of the Heavenly Emperor's teacher is in flux. Who among you is willing to bear this heavy responsibility? The Primordial Supreme being surveyed the assembly and spoke slowly. In that moment, the celestial beings were aflame with excitement, overwhelmed with joy. None had anticipated such a grand opportunity would suddenly present itself. I humbly report to my master, the Great One of Tai is willing to go. Qi Jingzi is prepared to undertake this significant duty. I, Pu Xian, shall not disappoint my master's lofty expectations. This old man, the Southern Polar Elder, is willing to alleviate my master's worries. In the end, even the vice leader of the Chanjiao, the lamp igniter, rose to his feet, respectfully bowing to the Primordial Supreme Being. I am willing to journey to the primordial continent to instruct the Heavenly Emperor to propagate our teachings and to elevate the prestige of our doctrine. Chapter 51. The Yellow Dragon Master in the Realm of the Way of Revelation. The esteemed and venerable Burning Lamp Taoist stood alongside the Primordial Supreme One, both as teacher and friend. With his presence, contention among the others naturally ceased. The Primordial Supreme One nodded slightly, stating, "You shall journey to the primordial wilderness to instruct the Heavenly Sovereign, proclaiming the teachings of our great doctrine, that he may comprehend our tenets." With a bow, the Burning Lamp Taoist replied, "I shall faithfully adhere to the Master's command." Having spoken, he gracefully descended the mountain. Once he departed, the true immortal of fortune, Cloudy Sun, inquired, "The number 12 signifies completeness. Now that our master has 11 golden immortals, is there yet one missing?" The Primordial Supreme One affirmed, "Indeed, there remains one, yet my acceptance of disciples must align with the celestial order. In my observations across the primordial expanse, I have yet to discover an individual suitable to become the 12th golden immortal of our doctrine." The Southern Pole Immortal remarked, "It is indeed intriguing that this final disciple is so profoundly concealed." With an impassive countenance, the Primordial Supreme One responded, "To enter our sect is a grand opportunity. As long as one exists within the fluctuations of the celestial path, fate is inescapable. We shall await in quietude." In the Eastern Sea, on Golden Tortoise Island, the sanctum of the celestial master of the way of the intercepting teachings was perpetually suffused with purple aura, a harbinger of auspiciousness. As azure phoenixes danced and white cranes sang, the Azure Pool Palace resonated in harmony with the Tao, often reverberating with profound sounds that enlightened the soul. At that moment, within the Azure Pool Palace, the Celestial Master was accompanied by his four foremost disciples, the Precious Treasure Taoist, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Non-Action, and the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit. Additionally, there were the four outer disciples, Zhao Gongming, Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao. The Celestial Master spoke slowly. "You are all aware of the matter regarding the Heavenly Sovereign's teacher. I intend for the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit to journey to the primordial wilderness with your assistance. Do you have any objections?" The assembly bowed in unison, declaring, "We dare not dissent." Nodding, the Celestial Master advised, "This is a significant opportunity that must not be squandered. Prepare thoroughly and then proceed to the primordial continent." The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, filled with joy, responded, "Disciple obeys." In the West, in the land of ultimate bliss, after a discussion between the guides, they resolved to send their two most favored disciples, the Medicine Master and Methra, to the primordial wilderness simultaneously. In their deliberations, they had only secured the position of teacher to one of the 5 emperors. Now, with the chance for their disciples to become the teacher of the Heavenly Sovereign, they were determined not to miss such a rare opportunity. Once appointed as the Heavenly Sovereign's teacher, they would instruct him to pay attention to the West, and when necessary, to relocate some of the human populace there. If we can attract a substantial population, it would not only rejuvenate the West, but also ensure the flourishing of our teachings, preventing the current state of desolation. Remarked the guide. As they prepared for their journey to the primordial wilderness, they also sought methods to heal the chaotic spiritual roots. The other guide reminded, "The chaotic ginseng fruit tree by the 8 Treasures Pool has completely withered, resembling a dead tree." Both guides often lamented, "Had we known this would occur, We should have harvested all the fruits at the first opportunity and consumed them, rather than gazing at the withered tree and sighing in despair. The medicine master and Mithra nodded vigorously. Rest assured, master. Revitalizing the West is our solemn duty. In the celestial realm of Tai-Su, within the palace of Nuwa, the goddess summoned the 9 heavens' mysterious maiden, instructing her to descend to the mortal realm in search of the heavenly sovereign. In an inexplicable manner, despite the fact that the position of the human sovereign bore no direct relation to her, Nuwa remained perpetually troubled. Recently, she found herself frequently stirred by whimsical thoughts, dreaming of a vague silhouette of the sovereign. It is said that when a sage dreams, it portends significant omens. Yet even Nuwa could not decipher what this truly signified. Perhaps the position of the imperial teacher rightfully belonged to the palace of Nuwa? With a wistful sigh, she reflected that ever since the fall of Fushi and the tumultuous calamity of the witch and demon, her heart had been detached from the affairs of the primordial world, desiring only to remain quietly within her palace. Were it not for the dreams, she would have preferred to remain uninvolved in matters concerning the sovereign. Take the map of mountains and rivers with utmost care, she advised, and soon after, the celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm. In a vast expanse of the primordial land, the disciples of various saints traversed. Yet, they were unaware of who the true sovereign was, only able to search and wait simultaneously. Meanwhile, they discreetly observed exceptional individuals among the human race, lest they overlook any potential opportunities. Thus, a decade slipped by in the blink of an eye. Deep within the eastern sea, a small box floated, the primordial box. This artifact had been procured at great cost by the Dragon Clan from the great Tao Sage, containing a self-contained space that could obscure heavenly secrets, allowing dragon offspring to transcend the shackles of the heavenly path for their cultivation. On this day, the small box trembled slightly, accompanied by the roar of a dragon and a burst of spiritual radiance. Concurrently, 108 spiritual veins at the seabed erupted in resplendent light. In the Dragon Palace, the Candle Dragon turned to observe. Ao Guang rose in excitement. It is the commotion from within the primordial box, he declared. Such a disturbance indicated that a dragon offspring was on the verge of transforming into a 5-clawed dragon. The Candle Dragon's face lit up with unmistakable joy, his eyes glistening with emotion. For countless ages, the Dragon Clan had been ensnared by the heavenly path. Even the most gifted descendants could not surpass the threshold of the great Luo Golden Immortal, let alone achieve transformation into a 5-clawed dragon. Among dragons, the number of claws denotes strength. The ancestral dragon possessed 9 claws, while the Candle Dragon himself had 7. Generally, dragons have between 3 to 4 claws, making a 5-clawed dragon an exceptional rarity, with a 5-clawed golden dragon being the pinnacle. Let's go and witness this, the Candle Dragon exclaimed, leading the assembly of dragons towards the depths of the eastern sea. Thunderous roars echoed as the brilliance of the 108 spiritual veins intensified, their luminous essence resembling 108 colossal dragons in a furious tumult. Within the world of the primordial box, the dragon's roar resounded, and a golden dragon's whisker emerged, followed by its head and massive body. The golden radiance shone brilliantly, each dragon scale exhibiting an immaculate hue of gold. Most importantly, as the Candle Dragon had proclaimed, it indeed bore 5 claws, a 5-clawed golden dragon. After endless epochs, the Dragon Clan had once again witnessed the emergence of a 5-clawed golden dragon. The roar reverberated through heaven and earth. As the 108 spiritual veins responded in unison, countless spiritual energies surged forth, all absorbed into the 5-clawed golden dragon, illuminating the entire abyss with a magnificent golden glow. After a considerable duration, the radiance gradually faded. A strikingly handsome young man approached, bowing respectfully to the Candle Dragon and Ao Guang. I am a younger Huang Long, paying my respects to the ancestor and the Dragon King. Well, Candle Dragon exclaimed, patting Huang Long on the shoulder with evident satisfaction. After such an extensive period within the primordial box, he had certainly fulfilled his promise. Not only had Huang Long attained the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, but he had also transformed from a mere yellow dragon into a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon. It was, without a doubt, a profound metamorphosis. All of this was attributed to the primordial box bestowed by the great Tao Saint. Huang Long explained that within the world of the primordial box, remnants of chaotic era spiritual energy and principles lingered. Over the course of countless years, Huang Long had diligently absorbed and comprehended these forces, ultimately achieving his transformation. Candle Dragon nodded repeatedly, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Without the great Tao Saint, our dragon lineage would not have attained such accomplishments today. Ao Guang added, in recent years, our clan has gathered numerous treasures. We should take them to the pawn shop as a token of gratitude, and perhaps pay a visit to our esteemed ancestor. Candle Dragon readily agreed. Let us go. Chapter 52. Have I become part of the transaction? The Candle Dragon, Ao Wang, and the Yellow Dragon journeyed to the valley, carrying with them all the rare treasures collected by the Dragon Clan. It must be said that the Dragon Clan indeed excels at treasure hunting. Having previously emptied their entire treasury, they now appeared to amass another mountain of treasures. Master, what kind of being is the great sage? Pondered the Yellow Dragon anxiously. Will he even regard these items? His heart raced at the thought of meeting the legendary great sage, whose mere glance could obliterate his very soul. The Candle Dragon wrestled with how to articulate the essence of the great sage, but found that no words could encapsulate such grandeur. The great sage was beyond description and commentary. There were only two words that came to mind: perfection. As for the treasures they bore, the great sage would undoubtedly find them lacking. It was the sentiment behind the gifts that might resonate with him, perhaps eliciting a flicker of understanding. The trio stepped into the valley. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard, "It's over, Master," Fire Princess exclaimed, exasperated. "Another universe has perished. That's 10 now." Ice Spirit glanced over, curious. What happened? Did not the little Pangu just create one? How could it vanish so swiftly? Fire Princess shrugged. The carbon-based beings in that universe invented something called, what was it? Artificial intelligence, a silicon-based life form. Then, the silicon beings annihilated all the carbon-based life forms, merging with the universe and ultimately consuming all its energy. Ice Spirit furrowed her brow. Such capability in low-tier beings? Are you not overseeing this? Little Pangu pounded his chest, as if to say, do not concern yourself. I have my own plans. Lin Xian, with his eyes narrowed, paid little mind to the affairs of these minor realms. Instead, his gaze turned towards the pawn shop. Ancestor Dragon, your relatives have come to see you. In the pawn shop, the usual rule dictated that only those wishing to pawn could enter. Yet due to the long-standing service of Ancestor Dragon, an exception was made, which posed no significant issue. Filled with joy, Ancestor Dragon promptly stepped outside upon receiving Lin Xian's consent. Creak! The door of the pawn shop swung open. The Candle Dragon, Ao Wang, and the Yellow Dragon simultaneously bowed and greeted. We pay our respects, Elder Brother, Ancestor. Ancestor Dragon scanned the three, his gaze finally settling on the Yellow Dragon, nodding repeatedly with evident satisfaction. Remarkable. Who would have thought that after the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era, our Dragon Clan could give rise to another five-clawed golden dragon? The Yellow Dragon, trembling with reverence, replied, "This transformation is solely due to the great sage's bestowed primordial box, which has severed the celestial secrets." The Candle Dragon nodded in agreement. This time, the Dragon Clan has also brought treasures to express our gratitude to the great sage. Ancestor Dragon chuckled softly. Why would our master need your treasures? The Candle Dragon insisted. This is but a token of our sincere appreciation from the Dragon Clan. Leading the three into the pawn shop, Ancestor Dragon navigated through the chaos, where myriad treasures of the highest order dazzled the eye, especially for the Yellow Dragon. Upon entering the pawn shop for the first time, was profoundly shaken, feeling that the treasures of the Dragon Clan resembled mere scraps of metal, likely to be dismissed by the great sage. Yet, they dared not speak much, following their elders as they proceeded forward, traversing the corridor and arriving at a quaint courtyard. There lay a pond, shimmering with the essence of the Tao. At first glance, It appeared modest in size, but upon a second look, one felt that this body of water was infinitely vast, surpassing even the universe and the Milky Way, with a single droplet within it. The sage of the Tao sat by the pond, fishing, and with a sudden pull of the rod, a chaotic, fierce beast was drawn forth with a resounding splash. Lin Xian reeled in the line, just as the ancestor dragon approached with 3 companions. "We bow before the sage of the Tao." The 3 from the candle dragon bowed in unison, their eyes brimming with boundless faith and gratitude. "There's no need for excessive courtesy," Lin Xian replied indifferently. "Master, they have come this time too." The ancestor dragon began to articulate their intentions. The candle dragon hastily produced a mountain of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, piling them in the courtyard, radiating brilliance. Among them were several innate items. After the calamity of the witch and the demon, the innate treasures had become increasingly rare, making each piece exceedingly precious. Yet, to Lin Xian, even the finest innate treasures bore no distinction from mere scrap. "These are but a token of the dragon clan's sincerity. Please do not find them lacking, O sage of the Tao." The candle dragon reverently bowed. Indeed, without the bestowed primordial box from the sage of the Tao, the dragon clan would not have reached this day, Ao Guang added, pulling the yellow dragon along. The yellow dragon, understanding the implication, immediately knelt. The yellow dragon's transformation is entirely due to the sage of the Tao's compassion. Please accept this bow. Lin Xian's gaze lingered on the yellow dragon for a moment. This legendary figure, known as the Four-Note Taoist, devoid of treasures, disciples, cultivation, and achievements, would one day transform into a noble 5-clawed golden dragon. Would the wheels of fate thus turn? Lin Xian did not hasten to glimpse whether the river of his destiny had altered. Instead, he chose to await patiently. Such is the charm within the protracted passage of time. It is merely an equitable exchange. The dragon clan owes me nothing, Lin Xian stated, retracting his gaze. As for this pile of treasures, Lin Xian furrowed his brow slightly. He completed transactions solely for the sake of system rewards. This heap of items was truly unremarkable in his eyes. He gently tapped his fingertips on the soft jade of the Tao, pondering. After a moment, Lin Xian spoke. "Very well, I shall accept these items, yet I shall not take them without recompense. How about I offer your dragon clan an opportunity in exchange for this collateral?" The words ignited a spark in the eyes of the 3 candle dragons, overwhelming excitement coursing through them. An opportunity from the sage of the Tao must surely be a remarkable gift. They knelt immediately. "Thank you, sage of the Tao." "Thank you, sage of the Tao." The ancestor dragon joined them in bowing. "Thank you, master." Lin Xian smiled faintly. "It is merely a transaction, still fair. The opportunity shall arrive in due time. You may return now." With that, the sage of the Tao issued a gentle dismissal, and the 3 candle dragons could not refuse. After bowing once more, they were escorted away by the ancestor dragon, gradually exiting the pawnshop. Once they had departed, the ancestor dragon cautiously inquired, "What kind of opportunity do you intend to bestow upon the dragon clan, master?" Lin Xian, with narrowed eyes, reclined lazily on the soft jade of the Tao, basking in the warm sunlight, and replied, "Naturally, it shall be a splendid opportunity." Having spoken, the golden scale reappeared, its radiant principles of trade enveloping the heavens and the earth. On one side of the tray lay the precious treasures sent by the candle dragon and others, while the weight on the other side remained empty, awaiting the promise of opportunity from Lin Xian. Suddenly, Lin Xian opened his eyes, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he seized the ancestral dragon and cast it onto the scale's weight. Master, what is the intention? Is it not to bestow opportunities upon the dragon clan?" The ancestral dragon panicked, realizing it had become part of the transaction. Yet, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the binding of the principles of trade. The will of the great Tao's saint was not something a mere ancestral dragon could defy. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lin Xian adjusted the golden scale, gradually achieving equilibrium. The consciousness of the ancestral dragon began to fade, ultimately resonating with the familiar voice of the great Tao's saint in its ears. The transaction was complete. Chapter 53. the celestial sovereign Fuxi, and the primal earth. Due to the celestial sovereign, all clans of the human race were embroiled in a cacophony, particularly those who had received teachings from the disciples of the sages, who strutted about with an air of superiority, often claiming to embody the celestial sovereign. Yet, without the recognition of the Kongtong seal, their proclamations were but ephemeral illusions, shattering at the slightest touch, and should not be taken seriously. Atop Kongtong Mountain, the three ancestral figures of the human race bore grave expressions. If the various clans continued their squabbling, it was likely to ignite conflict, potentially fracturing the human race. What infuriated them most were those disciples of the sages, who labeled their followers as the celestial sovereign, exacerbating the discord. Do they truly care for the human race? They merely wish to feast upon it. The Z clan expressed their ire. Only the true celestial sovereign's emergence could quell such turmoil. The Swearing clan spoke solemnly. Alas, even they did not know when the celestial sovereign would manifest. Until then, it was imperative to safeguard the Kongtong seal. Otherwise, the human race would plunge into calamity. The Wuchao clan cautioned, fearing that the disciples of the sages might resort to forceful demands. A single misstep could lead to violent confrontations. I shall stake my life to protect the Kongtong seal, the Swearing clan affirmed, resolutely declaring that even in death, they would never relinquish the Kongtong seal. In the southeastern wilderness, near the Thunder Marsh, lay a moderately sized tribe known as the Huashu tribe. The leader of this tribe was Huashu herself. One day, while traversing the path by the Thunder Marsh, she stumbled upon an enormous footprint, and upon returning, found herself with child. However, after 10 long years of pregnancy, the child had yet to be born. Whispers and rumors began to circulate. Some claimed the child would bring calamity, while others suggested he would emerge only after draining his mother of all her essence. Conversely, many believed that upon his birth, he would be extraordinarily gifted, destined to unite the human race and herald a new era. Regardless of the speculation, Huashu steadfastly regarded him as her own child, nurturing him with care and yearning for his arrival into the world. That night, as was her custom, Huashu fell into a deep slumber, sleeping profoundly for 3 days and 3 nights. Meanwhile, the fetus within her dreamt for the same duration. In the dream, a remarkably handsome young man gazed up at the celestial phenomena. The stars of the cosmos seemed to follow a certain order that could unveil the mysteries of the world. Yet he could not fully comprehend it. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar reverberated through the heavens. A colossal 9-clawed black dragon emerged in the celestial expanse, its ethereal glow dimming the stars. An imperial aura descended, and a figure of regal bearing approached, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, adorned in a dark imperial robe. Advancing step by step, with each stride, he exuded a force capable of sweeping the 8 directions and engulfing the mountains and rivers. Behind him, the starry sky served as a backdrop, forming a map of the 7 kingdoms, which, with the rhythm of his footsteps, gradually merged into one, coalescing into a grand character, Qin. "Who are you?" the young man inquired. "I am the Grand Emperor of the Qin, the progenitor of the dragon. By the decree of the great Tao sage, I have come to impart wisdom to the ancestral figure of the human race, Fuxi." The youthful eyes sparkled with an ever brighter luminescence, the brilliance of wisdom outshining the myriad stars above. Seated together, the ancestral dragon imparted his wisdom. To ascend as the emperor of humanity, one must possess grand aspirations and boldness, sweeping across the 6 directions and swallowing the 8 realms. Those who dare to divide the human race must be dealt with ruthlessly. There can be no mercy, lest one fosters treachery. He also enlightened him on the significance of standardized measurements and unified characters, emphasizing the necessity of resisting heretical doctrines. One must steadfastly pursue the path one believes to be correct. Fuxi listened intently, and gradually, his youthful visage began to transform, revealing the aura of a ruler. His gaze resolute and decisive. 3 days passed, and the progenitor of humanity, Fuxi, bowed respectfully to the ancestral dragon of Huaxia. "Thank you, master." 3 days later, the matriarch Huasu awoke. A rich purplish aura emanated from the east. In the room, a newborn's cries echoed. It was none other than Fushi, the celestial emperor of the human race. From birth, Fushi exhibited extraordinary intelligence, mastering any subject with ease, displaying a maturity and foresight far beyond his tender years. He often gazed at maps, lamenting the multitude of human tribes, each operating independently under diverse leaders and beliefs, which made conflicts all too likely. They should be unified, and he would become the common sovereign of humanity. Huasu was taken aback. Such thoughts were hardly the musings of a mere child. At the age of 3, the ancestral dragon appeared, cloaked in a deep black robe, radiating an indomitable presence as he approached the tribe. With a single glance, Fushi clamored to become the dragon's disciple. The ancestral dragon imparted numerous governance strategies and philosophies to Fushi, and within a mere decade, the Huasu tribe had transformed from a mid-sized group into a formidable entity. Fushi garnered the support of all tribal elders and, under the dragon's guidance, assumed leadership of the tribe, renaming it the Huaxia tribe. Meanwhile, throughout the vast wilderness, the contention for the position of celestial emperor intensified, leading to conflicts breaking out in several tribes, resulting in considerable loss of life. Even the disciples of the sages could no longer remain idle. The burning lamp Taoist angrily retorted to the golden spirit Holy Mother, "What gives you the right to claim the title of imperial teacher?" The golden spirit Holy Mother shot back, "Bah, a hypocrite who has found a mere child to masquerade as the emperor." The medicine master and Mithriya cried out, "The emperor is destined for the West. No one can usurp that." The 9 Heavens' mysterious maiden insisted that her pupil was the true emperor. In a flurry of disputes, no one could sway the others. Only the recognition of the Kongtong seal would affirm the rightful emperor of humanity, deserving of the title of common sovereign. The golden spirit Holy Mother declared, and the others reluctantly concurred. Indeed, continuing the quarrel was futile. The Kongtong seal was the validation of the human emperor. It must be obtained. Let us journey to Kongtong Mountain and retrieve the Kongtong seal. The disciples of the sages flocked to the foot of Kongtong Mountain. With the esteemed status and formidable power of the sage disciples, the sudden influx of challengers made everyone wary. On Kongtong Mountain, the great formation left by Mozi was activated, and all members of the human race stood on high alert. The 3 ancestral figures of the human race wore grave expressions as they personally greeted the visitors. "What brings the esteemed disciples of the saints to Mount Kongtong?" asked the Ce clan member, feigning a casual demeanor with a smile. "Why must the ancestor feign ignorance?" retorted the Taoist of the burning lantern, his smile concealing a blade. "I am here under the edict of the Jade Void to instruct the emperor and retrieve the Kongtong seal." The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit scoffed. "The emperor you teach is a mere illusion. The one I instruct is the true sovereign. Ancestors, do hasten to present the Kongtong seal." Mithriya, with his ample belly protruding, interjected, "In my view, it would be best to entrust the Kongtong seal to this humble monk." The 9 Heavens' mystical maiden, unwilling to yield, declared, "It is the Mother Nuwa who created humankind. What I impart is the genuine emperor." The expressions of the 3 ancestors darkened to an extreme. They had indeed come for the Kongtong seal, yet for the safety of the human race. Suiren stepped forward, his expression resolute. "No one shall leave with the Kongtong seal today." Chapter 54. Do you seek war with humanity? Beneath the imposing Kongtong Mountain, tensions were palpable, and the atmosphere was fraught with hostility. The disciples of the saints gazed at Suiren with icy stares, embodying the defiance of those who would rather face punishment than a cordial drink. The Taoist of the burning lamp stepped forward. Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously in the heavens as the ghostly flames of his lantern flickered, capable of seizing souls. He appeared poised for conflict at the slightest provocation. The Golden Spirit Mother also advanced, her flying golden sword emitting a low, resonant hum. The pharmacist, Mithriya, and the celestial maiden of the 9 Heavens similarly pressed forward, unwilling to yield. Suiren's teeth ground together in anxiety. The power of these saintly disciples was overwhelming, and as a great Luo golden immortal, he found it exceedingly difficult to withstand their oppressive aura. Yet, as he proclaimed, even if it meant death, he would protect the Kongtong seal. The Zi and Yuchao tribes stood beside Swearin, alleviating some of his burdens. During the calamity between the witches and demons, humanity had been akin to ants, subjected to the whims of myriad tribes. However, today, as humanity was no longer what it once was, should the disciples of the saints force their hand, it would merely lead to conflict. Swearin spoke coldly. The Zi and Yuchao tribes nodded in agreement. The multitude of humanity raised their arms in unison, shouting fervently, "War! War! War!" The disciples of the saints frowned. They were undoubtedly reluctant to engage in battle with humanity, for such an act would surely offend the main actors of the world. Yet, retreat was utterly out of the question. The face of the saintly lineage was paramount, and to step back would render them the subject of mockery. The standoff persisted, with neither side willing to concede. In the Huaxia tribe, Fuxi gazed at the celestial phenomena while the ancestral dragon observed silently beside him. Over the years, it was not solely Fuxi who attained enlightenment. Even the ancestral dragon gradually came to understand his own existence. He realized that his reincarnation was also part of humanity, as the formidable emperor who swept across the realms. The fate of the dragon clan would be inexorably intertwined with that of humanity. Suddenly, the ancestral dragon's gaze fixed upon Kongtong Mountain. Shortly thereafter, Fuxi seemed to sense something amiss, furrowing his brow in the same direction. "Master, is there trouble at Kongtong Mountain?" The ancestral dragon's eyes flashed with cold intensity. For the Kongtong seal, the saintly lineage is besieging Kongtong Mountain. Fuxi's expression darkened. If the master says, "I am the heavenly sovereign," then are these disciples of the saints attempting to seize what belongs to me? Standing tall like a small mountain, Fuxi exuded an air of youthful vigor, undaunted by the might of the saintly disciples. What are the saintly disciples? This is the age of humanity. Besides, I have my master to protect me. I shall retrieve the Kongtong seal for you. The ancestral dragon's face was inscrutable as he prepared to step forth towards Kongtong Mountain. Yet, Fuxi grasped the hem of his garment. "Master, I shall accompany you." The ancestral dragon shook his head. "Though you are the heavenly sovereign, your merit is not yet complete. Remain in the tribe and do not wander." However, this time, the usually obedient Fuxi defied the ancestral dragon's wishes, standing firm and earnestly declaring, "As the heavenly sovereign and the leader of humanity, even without complete merit, I cannot always hide behind my master. Not only do I intend to go myself, but I shall also lead the great army of our Huaxia to demonstrate to those disciples of the saints the grandeur of our present state." The ancestral dragon gazed at Fuxi, nodding in satisfaction. That impudent boy has finally begun to resemble an emperor. At Mount Kongtong, the atmosphere had grown eerily tense. The wind, laden with the scent of death, chilled the bones of all present. The Taoist of the burning lamp could no longer remain seated. He understood that blood must be shed today if they were to obtain the Kongtong seal. As for the consequences, once he had instructed the emperor of humanity, such matters would be inconsequential. Within the spirit lantern, the ghostly flames surged violently, morphing into grotesque visages. "Be cautious." The CE clan member focused intently as the grand formation of Mount Kongtong activated, preparing for battle against the saintly lineage. At that moment, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the heavens. The crowd turned towards the sound, parting the clouds to reveal the sun. A massive nine-clawed black dragon appeared in midair. Upon its head stood a formidable middle-aged man clad in a black imperial robe, exuding an aura of dominance. Beside him was a dignified young man. Behind them was a multitude of Huaxia people, their black banners billowing, adorned with dragon motifs, the emblem of Huaxia. The disciples of the saints furrowed their brows, their hearts trembling at the sight of such a formidable presence. Who was the middle-aged man upon the dragon's head? And who was the young man by his side? They emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. With another thunderous dragon roar, the crowd descended to the ground, and Fuxi bowed in reverence, declaring, "I, Fuxi, Emperor of Humanity, pay my respects to the three esteemed ancestors." Fuxi? The Emperor? He is the true Emperor? The expressions of the saintly disciples turned grave, if this were indeed the case. All their efforts would have been in vain. Impossible. The emperor shares a bond with the West. How could he be you? Mithridates remarked, stroking his round belly. You claim to be the emperor. What proof do you have? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirits questioned sternly. Young man, I fear your fate may not be robust enough to uphold the position of emperor. The Taoist of the burning lamp added with a hint of menace. Fushi glanced at the ancestral dragon, and upon seeing his teacher nod, he felt a surge of confidence and immediately unleashed his aura without reservation. The heavens responded. Rolling purple mist enveloped the sky, heralding auspicious signs. Suddenly, a beam of golden light pierced the clouds, illuminating the world. It is the Kongtong seal, exclaimed the Sui Ren clan. The Kongtong seal had emerged on its own. Could it be that he is indeed the emperor? The disciples of the saints knitted their brows, an ominous premonition rising within them. Accompanied by the rolling purple mist before the witnesses, the Kongtong seal descended steadily into Fushi's hands, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Countless Huaxiao people raised their arms in fervor, chanting, Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. This fervor swiftly spread to the humanity on Mount Kongtong, who echoed in unison, Emperor, Emperor. The momentum was akin to a tidal wave, as if it could engulf the heavens and the earth. The three ancestral figures of humanity exchanged glances, their hearts finding resolution, and they stepped forward to bow in reverence, proclaiming, Sui Run, Wu Chao, and Ce pay their respects to the Emperor of humanity. Though they're the venerable ancestors of the human race, having led their people through an era, the dawn of a new age has arrived, with the Celestial Emperor now serving as the sovereign of humanity. In theory, they're also subjects of the Emperor. What need is there for excessive courtesy among the three elders? Fushi assisted the trio to their feet and then turned to face the disciples of the saints, his expression abruptly turning stern. Raising the Kongtong seal high above his head, he bellowed, Is the lineage of the saints intent on waging war against humanity? In that moment, the disciples fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was the first to speak. The disciples of the congratulate Fushi on his ascension to the Celestial Emperor. With that, she turned and departed. The nine heavens Xian knew cast a meaningful glance in his direction. Fushi, that name, he refrained from saying much more, bowing respectfully. I apologize for any offense caused. I hope for your understanding. Farewell. He then promptly returned to the palace of the Empress Niwa. The medicine master and Mithridates murmured. Our teacher clearly stated that the emperor is destined to connect with the West. How could this be? Yet at that moment, they understood that the tide had turned, and could only sigh as they left. Only the lamplighting Taoist remained, his gaze fixed coldly on Fushi. The disciples he had chosen from among humanity were undoubtedly exceptional, and he genuinely believed that one of them was the Celestial Emperor. However, who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of Fushi? Nevertheless, the lamplighting Taoist did not relent. He inquired, Fushi, I am the vice leader of the Chan sect, the lamplighting Taoist. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Chapter 55, A Sage? Not quite. With the true emperor having emerged, why not become his mentor? The flame lamp Taoist brimmed with confidence, believing that whether as a quasi-saint with divine powers or as the deputy leader of the Chan teaching, he was well qualified to instruct the emperor. However, the moment he uttered those words, the expression of the ancestor dragon darkened, his eyes flickering with a barely perceptible glimmer of murderous intent. To snatch a disciple before his very eyes? Such a transgression against a master. Within the ancestor dragon, a roar resonated, ready to unleash its fury. Fushi already had a teacher. There was no need for the flame lamp Taoist to trouble himself. Fushi replied coldly, maintaining an air of dignity. This response pleased the ancestor dragon. The sage's lineage? Even the sages themselves were inconsequential. After serving the great Taoist sage for an extended period, many entities in the primordial wilderness had become unworthy of the ancestor dragon's gaze. The flame lamp's brow furrowed, as Fushi's immediate rejection undoubtedly struck a blow to the face of the Chan teaching. Is he your teacher? The flame lamp pointed at the middle-aged man in black, disdain evident in his eyes. Despite his considerable cultivation, exuding an aura capable of toppling mountains, he remained an outsider to the sage's lineage, merely a scattered practitioner, ultimately inferior. At that moment, being pointed at, how could the ancestor dragon endure further? Stepping in front of Fushi, his lips curled slightly, eschewing idle chatter as he unleashed the true dragon's aura. The heavens darkened with tumultuous clouds, and a colossal black dragon shadow emerged, its indifferent eyes surveying the earth and its inhabitants. Impressive, Fushi marveled, for this was the first time he witnessed his teacher truly manifesting his divine powers, displaying an overwhelming strength. Only such might was worthy of serving as the emperor's mentor. The three ancestral figures of humanity also sighed in agreement, instantly recognizing that only the ancestor dragon was fit to be Fushi's teacher. The flame lamp Taoist's brow tightened, his heart racing uncontrollably. He instinctively took a step back. Yet, this single retreat had already signaled his defeat in terms of momentum. A bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. "Who are you?" The flame lamp's voice emerged hoarsely. He had never encountered such a being in the primordial wilderness. The only entity that came to mind was the legendary ancestor dragon. But the ancestor dragon had long since fallen, making its appearance here impossible. Taking another step back, even the ancestor dragon could not possess such power. He felt a trace of sacred might emanating from that black dragon shadow. "My friend, I have been presumptuous. I acknowledge my mistake," the flame lamp Taoist hastily exclaimed. "You do not recognize your error. You merely fear for your life," the ancestor dragon replied coolly. The black dragon roared, poised to rend his 3 souls and 7 spirits into fragments. In terror, the flame lamp retreated, summoning his spirit lantern and the celestial measuring ruler to defend himself. However, the might of the black dragon was insurmountable. Those 2 artifacts were not defensive treasures and could not withstand the dragon's soul. The flame lamp felt excruciating pain in his primordial spirit, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Gritting his teeth, he formed a seal to summon the jade pure divine thunder. Boom! The sky filled with thunder, crashing down upon the black dragon shadow. Yet it felt no more than a tickle, merely sparking a flurry of flames without any substantial effect. Could it be that the esteemed deputy leader of a Chan teaching would meet his demise here? The flame lamp refused to believe it, yet that ominous sensation only intensified, and his primordial spirit began to crumble. At that very moment, the esteemed Yuanshi Tianzuan of the Yushu Palace suddenly opened his eyes, uttering a soft gasp as a strand of divine authority descended upon Kongtong Mountain, traversing boundless space. In the firmament, the 3 treasures Rui, conjured by the Yuqing powers, gently struck at the celestial spirit of the black dragon, the pervasive sanctity causing the creature to writhe uneasily, blood seeping from its scales. "Master," the lantern-burning Taoist exclaimed, filled with hope. As Yuanshi Tianzuan intervened in this matter, he felt emboldened. "Saint," the ancestral dragon gritted his teeth. He had previously heard his master's evaluations of the 6 saints of heaven. The Taching Laozi was known for his pretentious demeanor, feigning indifference while secretly caring deeply about many matters. As for the Qingping Tontian, he was rather foolish. Though he professed inclusivity, the quality of his disciples varied greatly, and he lacked the time to manage them, allowing many to commit injustices under the banner of leaving the consequences to fall upon it. Regarding the 2 from the West, they could be simply described as having reached a level of shamelessness beyond measure, claiming ties to the West in everything and seeking to shift all matters westward. This, of course, was also related to their impoverished circumstances. Niwa was merely regarded by the master as a tool, summoned during the creation of humanity, called upon to mend the heavens, and brought forth during the poetic tribulations of King Zhou. In the intervals, her presence was hardly felt, and her cultivation was the weakest. As for Yuanshi Tianzuan, he was viewed by his master as one who relished exerting power over the weak, taking advantage of his saintly status to act with impunity, specifically targeting the vulnerable. Now, Yuanshi, disregarding face, had the audacity to strike at him. Indeed, the master's assessment was not mistaken. Oof. With a cold snort, the ancestral dragon had no intention of retreating. Although he had not attained sainthood, His prolonged service to the great Tao saint in the pawnshop had instilled in him a certain indifference towards the concept of saints. Today, he would dare to confront this so-called saint. The ancestral dragon's black robes billowed as he roared, an overwhelming aura enveloping the skies, charging fiercely towards the three treasures Rui. The lantern-burning Taoist's eyes widened in disbelief. Has he lost his mind? Daring to confront a saint head-on. Such ignorance breeds recklessness. Once he was reduced to dust beneath the three treasures Rui, his path to becoming the Emperor's teacher would be all the more legitimate. Master, Fushi expressed his deep concern. Though the master was immensely powerful, he faced a saint after all. The phrase beneath the saints, all are, but ants was not mere rhetoric. Within the Yushu Palace, a hint of anger began to surface on Yuanshi, Tianzuan's face. Who were these ants that dared to defy the will of a saint? An overwhelming divine might surged forth, traversing the endless void. Thunderous roars erupted as the Yuqing divine thunder transformed into a vast sea of thunder, howling and raging as if it sought to overturn heaven and earth. Meanwhile, in a realm unnoticed by anyone in the void, a dragon boat, radiating the brilliance of the great Tao, drifted freely. "Oh dear, it's thundering," remarked a woman clad in red. "It seems rain is imminent. Let us hurry back to collect the laundry," added a charming girl in a white dress. Among them, a little chubby boy waved his hands in protest, indicating that he hadn't tea-played enough. The great Tao dragon boat vanished, along with the tempestuous sea of thunder and the three treasures Rui, imbued with the sanctity of the saint. Amidst the tumultuous clouds of the firmament, a colossal black dragon loomed, its gaze fixed menacingly upon the burning lamp Taoist. What transpired? How could the master's jade purity's sacred power vanish so abruptly? The burning lamp murmured, his eyes filled with dread. The events unfolding had transcended his comprehension. Who could imperceptibly nullify the power of a saint? Not only he, but even the primordial supreme being exhibited a look of bewilderment. Rising from his cushion, he stared into the void, inquiring, "Which esteemed friend has intervened?" Yet no answer came forth. Only the ancestor dragon understood. It must have been the individuals from the pawnshop who intervened. Such trifles need not trouble the master, for it was merely the two demon gods and the young Pangdu. Does the primordial enjoy preying on the weak? Alas, you are not sufficiently formidable. After silently expressing gratitude in his heart, the ancestor dragon approached the burning lamp, while the dark dragon of the heavens suddenly descended, and with a fierce bite, severed the burning lamp's head. Chapter 56. The 12th Golden Immortal Alas. Whoa! The headless Taoist of the burning lamp flailed and danced about, emitting eerie sounds as he fled in a panic. With a loud crash, he shattered a massive stone into dust, tearing through space in his desperate escape. A multitude of human beings erupted in laughter, having once believed that the saintly lineage was an exalted and grand entity, only to witness this farcical scene unfold. Furthermore, this was the vice leader of the Chan teachings, a position far superior to that of ordinary disciples. In an instant, the revered and invincible image of the saintly lineage crumbled in the hearts of many. The human race realized they could rely on themselves, no longer needing to look up to the so-called saints. All of this, of course, did not escape the notice of the saints. The primordial supreme being wore a stern expression, feeling that the Chan teachings had suffered a great loss of dignity, especially in the eyes of the Jia teachings. Even after a millennium or 10,000 years, this incident would surely be brought up for mockery. The human race truly does not know how to appreciate the good fortune bestowed upon them. The primordial supreme being snorted in disdain. Yet, what truly concerned him was the sudden disappearance of his own sanctified authority. He recalled the words of his master about the extraterrestrial demons during their time in the Purple Cloud Palace. Could it be that they had already infiltrated the wilderness and colluded with the human race in silence? If so, that would be troublesome. The primordial supreme being resolved to observe discreetly, ready to report any signs to his master in the Purple Cloud Palace at the first opportunity. On Golden Ao Island, within the Azure Pool Palace. The Lord of Heaven was delighted. Each time he witnessed the Chan teachings suffer, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. The Chan teachings had always looked down upon the Jia teachings, regarding them as mere lowly beings. Their words laced with scorn and disdain, as if the Jia teachings were inherently inferior. Yet this time, it was the vice leader himself who lost face throughout the wilderness, even losing his head. "O primordial, I shall see how you contend with me in the future." The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit sighed with relief. Thankfully, she had decisively chosen to leave. Otherwise, she would have been the one to suffer. In the heavenly court within the palace of Nuwa, Nuwa gazed intently at the vast expanse of the wilderness. Fushi? It truly is Fushi. The saintly one discerned his past and present with a single glance. The emperor before Kongtong Mountain was undoubtedly her elder brother Fushi, who had transformed alongside her on Mount Buzhou, proclaiming, "Little sister, I shall protect you for all your days." He has become the emperor of the human race. The demon race's she-emperor has become the emperor of humanity. So be it, so be it, Nuwa murmured to herself. For now, the human race stands as the sole protagonist of the heavenly realm, and as its sovereign, he undoubtedly possesses a boundless future. "My lady, shall we descend to the mortal realm to acknowledge the emperor?" asked the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens. Nuwa fell into deep contemplation and, after a long while, shook her head. "Let us wait a while longer. Now is not the time. I fear it may disrupt the heavenly order and be detrimental to my brother." Across the vast expanse of the wilderness, the position of the emperor of the human race was formally established. The 3 ancestors retreated, and the leader of the human race became Fushi. However, there were far too many factions within the human race, and with the support of the saintly lineage, certain tribes had grown exceedingly powerful, giving rise to dissenting voices against the emperor. Why should he be the sovereign of the human race? The position of emperor was rightfully mine. He has usurped my throne. What a mere Huaxia tribe. It is my bear tribe that embodies the true lineage of humanity. Whoever seizes the Kongtong seal shall be the legitimate sovereign of the human race. The discontented voices have grown increasingly loud, forming a formidable chorus. Fushi, having been taught by the ancestral dragon, understood the paramount importance of unifying the realms. A sovereign is a sovereign. How could one allow others to interfere? Reasoning with such individuals was futile. They could only be eradicated through force. The Huaxia army roamed far and wide, striving to unify the human race. In this endeavor, the Dragon Clan, as the totem of Huaxia, also participated, almost crushing the rebellious tribes with overwhelming might. Among them, the performance of the Yellow Dragon was particularly outstanding, garnering high praise from both the ancestral dragon and Fushi. The reputation of Huaxia resonated throughout the primordial world. Even those who were not part of the human race felt a sense of reverence upon hearing these 2 words. Fushi's prestige reached an unprecedented zenith, yet his path to sovereignty remained incomplete. Fushi grew increasingly taciturn, often gazing up at the starry sky, standing in contemplation for an entire night. He felt that the movement of the stars represented a certain law, one that could be harnessed for the benefit of humanity. Yet the computations were far too vast for any mortal to grasp. Fushi had sought counsel from the ancestral dragon, but to no avail. The dragon was utterly perplexed and could not offer assistance. In Kunlun Mountain, at the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme being gazed down upon the vast primordial land, his presence accompanied by the cautious 11 golden immortals. Ever since the lantern bearer returned with his severed head, the Master's mood had remained unstable, frequently unleashing his unbridled wrath. Suddenly, the eyes of the primordial supreme being brightened, only to darken moments later. The 12 golden immortals were not yet complete. They still lacked 1 member. However, at this moment, he sensed the presence of that individual. What vexed him was that the 12th member was, astonishingly, a dragon. Though a 5-clawed golden dragon, it was still a creature born from scales and horns. How unexpected that such a being would ascend to become a golden immortal of my teaching. The primordial supreme being felt considerable displeasure. Yet, he respected the heavenly order. Since he had received this revelation, he could only comply with the divine will. With a gust of wind, the primordial supreme being exhaled a breath of pure jade energy, directing it towards the primordial continent. Along the eastern shores, aiding the sovereign and becoming the totem of humanity greatly elevated the fortunes of the dragon clan. Even the scales of the yellow dragon shimmered with newfound brilliance. Clinging to the human race, he felt elated. In the foreseeable future, the survival of the dragon clan would greatly improve, at least allowing them to traverse the primordial realm. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged, and the yellow dragon alertly scanned his surroundings. Yet, in the next instant, he was unresistingly drawn into an alternate space, where the saint of jade clarity, the primordial supreme being, regarded him with cold indifference. Under the saint's gaze, the yellow dragon paused, yet remained composed, having encountered the great Tao saints before. The primordial supreme being seemed insignificant by comparison. However, he had heard that the teaching of elucidation held the dragon clan in disdain. Why would the primordial supreme being seek him out? Despite his doubts, he respectfully bowed and proclaimed, "The yellow dragon pays homage to the saint of jade clarity." The primordial supreme being. The gaze of the primordial supreme being remained frosty, revealing no trace of emotion as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Yellow dragon, I bestow upon you an opportunity. You may enter the teaching of elucidation and become the last of the 12 golden immortals." Had it not been for the prolonged delays concerning the 12 golden immortals, I would not have taken it upon myself to inquire personally. Huanglong listened, his face a mask of astonishment. The primordial lord wished for him to join the Chan school. In the past, the dragon clan had contemplated aligning itself with a saintly lineage in hopes of alleviating some of the heavenly Tao's retributions. However, after encountering the great Tao saint and retrieving the primordial box, the dragon clan embarked on a path of self-strengthening. Their urgency for the patronage of saints diminished. Now, having allied with the human race, the topic of saintly lineages had become a distant memory. Yet, who could have anticipated that the primordial lord would personally descend to offer him the status of a golden immortal in the Chan school? Although it was indeed a significant opportunity, Huanglong felt reluctant. He had heard that the Chan school held a rather disdainful view of beings like him, scaled and horned, wet and hatching. Why should he subject himself to such indignity? Bowing respectfully to the primordial lord, he expressed, "Thank you for your generous consideration, Holy One of Yuqing. But Huanglong believes it would be more comfortable to remain within the dragon clan." Chapter 57. The river diagram and the Luo book. The eyes of the primordial supreme being squinted into narrow slits, his eyelids twitching slightly. Could it be that he misheard? Was he truly rejected by a creature that emerged from the water, adorned with scales and horns? "What did you say?" The tone of the primordial supreme being turned icy. The yellow dragon shuddered, realizing the sage's wrath, and hurriedly bowed again. "I was reckless. Please forgive me, esteemed sage." With a cold snort, the primordial supreme being took matters into his own hands, grasping the yellow dragon and lifting him effortlessly. A fierce wind howled, and the space around them vanished. When the yellow dragon opened his eyes once more, he found himself on Kunlun Mountain. Do not presume that becoming a 5-clawed golden dragon grants you the audacity to disdain the sage's teachings. To me, you are but an insignificant insect. Remain here at Cheelan Cliff and reflect on your actions. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding stones began to draw together, forming a cage around him, leaving only a small space for his head. The air was thick with the sacred power of Yuqing, rendering any escape impossible. Yuqing sage. The yellow dragon realized his error. "Yuqing Zhenren," he cried out loudly. Swish! In response, a beam of Yuqing's celestial light struck him. The scales of the 5-clawed golden dragon were as fragile as paper before the sage's power, and a gash was swiftly cut into his hide, blood gushing forth as the yellow dragon howled in pain. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. More beams of Yuqing's celestial light descended, not seeking to take his life, but rather to torment him to the brink of despair. In the wilderness, among the Huaxia tribes, Fushi gazed at the sky night after night, his brow furrowing deeper with time, his temples even beginning to show strands of white. "Master, what principles lie among the stars of the heavens? Why can I not decipher them?" A bitter smile crept upon Fushi's lips. He had been observing the stars for a full decade. During these 10 years, he had certainly gleaned some insights. Based on the changes in the celestial bodies, he had established seasonal rhythms to guide the people in agriculture, leading to bountiful harvests. Yet, Fushi knew he had yet to grasp the true essence of the celestial phenomena. Burp! The ancestor dragon let out a belch. Alas, life outside the pawnshop has even rendered the wine bland. Did I not tell you? He continued. What do I know of this star or that star? You must discern it on your own. With that, the ancestor dragon took his wine gourd and wandered out for some fresh air. The full moon hung high in the sky, adorned with twinkling stars. Fushi fixed his gaze upon the firmament, suddenly struck by a peculiar sensation, as if someone above were watching him. His intuition was not unfounded. During this time, Niwa had been observing him from the heavens. Your Majesty, it seems Fushi has encountered difficulties, reported the nine heavens. Shin Nu Niwa nodded slowly. My brother seeks to comprehend the celestial movements, yet has yet to achieve completeness. He is missing a vital opportunity. What opportunity? Inquired the nine heavens. Shin Nu Niwa replied, the river diagram and the Luo book. The nine heavens. Shin Nu understood at once. During the calamity of the shaman and the demon, Emperor Jun and Fushi had utilized the river diagram and the Luo book to comprehend the great formation of the celestial movements, which could be regarded as the pinnacle of such transformations. As long as the river diagram and the Luo book were present, Fushi would undoubtedly gain clarity, thus fulfilling his merits. My dear, I recall during the Lich War, it was Kuanpung who stealthily seized the river diagram and Luo book from Emperor Jun. Surely these two treasures remain in his possession. Let me fetch them for you at once. However, Niwa shook her head and replied with a smile. Though Kuanpung is indeed formidable and possesses immense power, even if you were to venture forth, you would likely find no advantage. I shall personally undertake this matter. With that, Niwa's figure gradually faded from the Niwa Palace. In the North Sea, the sky was ablaze with colors, and a fragrant aroma filled the air as Niwa arrived riding the Azure Phoenix. Yet, the moment she touched down, her brow furrowed. The stench of blood was overwhelmingly strong, and even the sacred aura of a saint could not entirely dispel it. Moreover, thick black smoke billowed, and blood was strewn across the ground, resembling a scene from the realm of Shura. When she had previously mended the heavens, she had also visited the North Sea, but it had been nothing like this. Niwa furrowed her brow and waved her hand gently, dispersing the black smoke and clearing the sanguine air. Her heavenly eye scanned the depths of the North Sea and soon located Kuanping. At that moment, he was enveloped in murderous intent, wielding a black banner, surrounded by countless souls that howled in a gruesome chorus, a sight most terrifying. Even Niwa felt a jolt of shock at his transformation. Yet, for the sake of Fushi, she needed to acquire the river diagram and Luo book. Stepping forward, she stood before Kuanping. Hiss! Such a delightful aroma, cackled Kuanping, his crimson eyes glinting as he caught the scent of a living being, saliva dripping from his mouth. A thought surged within him. If he were to slay this individual and capture them within the banner of 10,000 souls, his path of slaughter would be nearly complete. Roar! Kuanping let out a roar akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, brandishing the banner of 10,000 souls as he lunged towards Niwa. The billions of souls wreaked havoc, plunging the world into darkness, the nauseating scent of blood overwhelming. Before such a force, even the nine heavens, Shin Nu, might have found herself among the souls within the banner. Alas, it was a saint who had arrived. Niwa frowned and coldly admonished Kuanping. You are being utterly reckless. Thunderous sounds erupted, and the sacred energy surged, illuminating the sky. Flowers rained down, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Niwa unabashedly unleashed her saintly power, instantly sweeping away all the dark malevolence. The souls within the banner of 10,000 souls recoiled in horror, as if confronted by a ghost. In that moment, Kuanping regained some clarity, staring in awe at the resplendent and sacred woman before him, exclaiming, Lady Niwa, forgive me. Lady Niwa. Yet, deep within his heart, a voice echoed, Niwa, a saint? Humph. One day, I shall slay them all. Niwa's voice turned cold as she questioned Kuanping. How have you brought yourself to such a state? Kuanping chuckled. It is a long story. Seemingly intent on evading the topic, he inquired, Did you come to the North Sea seeking me for some purpose? Nuwa cared little for Kunpeng's fate or the details of his plight. Extending her hand and directly stating, "You possess the river diagram and Luo book, do surrender them." Cackling, Kunpeng replied, "I never imagined the lady would resort to such brazen acts of thievery." The countenance of Nuwa darkened with fury. In the past, the Kunpeng would never have dared to speak to her in such a manner. Her hand, poised in the air, clenched into a fist. With a swift motion, she seized the Kunpeng, an overwhelming aura of sanctity emanating forth, causing the very fabric of space to fracture under the pressure. The body of the Kunpeng was contorted and deformed beneath the onslaught of divine power. Beneath the sages, all are but mere ants. Though he had cultivated the path of slaughter to the brink of perfection, he remained, until he crossed that threshold, merely an insect in the eyes of the sages, subject to their whims of life and death. Nuwa's celestial gaze pierced through the Kunpeng, unveiling all secrets, even the fruit of slaughter encased in dark energy. But she could discern no trace of the river diagram or the Luo book. "Surrender them," Nuwa commanded, her anger palpable. "Kikek, cough, cough." The Kunpeng wheezed, "Your Highness, it is not that I refuse to hand them over, but rather that the river diagram and Luo book are indeed not in my possession." Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Nuwa's brows knitted together in concern. Where have they gone? A strange smile crept upon the Kunpeng's lips. The river diagram and Luo book reside with the great sage. Chapter 58. The arrival of Nuwa. The revered figure of Nuwa smiled, observing the shattered chaos and the veiled path of the great Tao. With the absence of the great Tao, how could there possibly be a saint of the great Tao? If one sought to deceive me, one ought to furnish a more compelling rationale. Nuwa's gaze turned even colder, her grip tightening. With a sudden burst, Kunpeng expelled a copious amount of blood, his fate resting precariously in Nuwa's hands. "Cough, cough. If your Highness does not believe me, I can escort you to seek the truth." Nuwa's eyes flickered. She discerned that Kunpeng spoke no falsehood. Yet the existence of a saint of the great Tao was too extraordinary for her to accept at once. "Very well, lead me forth." With Kunpeng in the lead and Nuwa following closely, they soon arrived at the mouth of a nondescript valley. Nuwa furrowed her brows, gazing at the unremarkable landscape. Is a saint of the great Tao truly residing here? However, she refrained from hastily dismissing the notion, for she understood that simplicity often conceals profound truths. Sometimes, the most unassuming places harbor extraordinary beings. In a flash, the two transformed into beams of light and soared into the valley. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of a pawnshop, a gathering of onlookers observed the nascent Pangu as he ventured to create a new world. Lin Xian reclined leisurely upon the soft jade of the great Tao, while Fire Ji and Ice chattered animatedly, continuously offering suggestions to Pangu. It must be noted that this fresh intellect brimmed with imaginative ideas. He had already crafted 3 distinct worlds, each with its unique characteristics. The first realm was devoid of gravity, causing everything to drift about chaotically. The second world experienced a tumultuous flow of time, where some were born as elderly individuals, while others remained infants even after a century. The third realm was an intricate tapestry of countless overlapping spaces, where inhabitants could unwittingly be swept into chaotic spatial currents. These 3 demigods treated the lower cosmos as a grand stew, adding whatever came to their minds. Suddenly, Lin Xian cast his gaze towards the entrance of the pawnshop, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The time had come for his little establishment to welcome its first saint. Yet, what distinction lay between a saint and a mortal under the supreme great Tao? Lin Xian remarked, "A guest approaches." In days past, it was the ancestral dragon who would greet visitors. Now, with the ancestral dragon occupied in instructing the heavenly emperor, the responsibility fell upon Aispa. The young girl, though eager to continue her play, recognized the importance of the matter at hand and made her way to the entrance. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Nuwa, her mouth agape in astonishment. The aura of the great Tao emanating from the pawnshop compelled Nuwa to bow her head. Here, one could only submit in humility. Otherwise, the oppressive force of the great Tao would be unbearable, even for a saint. Furthermore, concealed within the rules was a great Tao mill capable of effortlessly obliterating the entirety of the primordial chaos. Kunpeng had spoken truthfully. Indeed, a saint of the great Tao resided here. As she beheld Ice Pa, an overwhelming sense of resonance washed over her. Both possessed power at the saint level, yet the source of Ice Pa's strength was undoubtedly far superior. Nuwa had merely attained her status through merit, while Ice Pa had thoroughly mastered the principles of a singular great Tao. Should a confrontation arise, Nuwa would be swiftly overpowered. You are the saint of the primordial chaos? Ice Pa scrutinized Nuwa, gradually furrowing her brow. She had encountered demigods before. Nuwa, with her enlightened gaze, discerned that the ice soul was none other than the chaos demon god. A wave of astonishment washed over her. How could a being that should have long since fallen re-emerge in the primal chaos? Was this all the handiwork of the great Tao saints? Ice Soul furrowed his brow and muttered, I thought the saints of the primal chaos possessed some depth, only to discover they have sold their very essence to that old mudfish. Such a base form of sanctification. Nuwa trembled momentarily, realizing that the essence of one's soul, entrusted to the heavenly Tao, was meant to be immortal and indestructible, a source of pride for the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao. Yet, to the chaos demon god, it appeared so utterly lacking. Could it be that the methodology was indeed flawed? As Nuwa pondered, a voice of extreme flattery interrupted her thoughts. Ice Soul demon god, how have you been of late? And what of the esteemed great Tao saint? Is the pawnshop business flourishing? Little Kuan has come to pay you a visit. Nuwa's brows knitted together. This Kunpeng displayed no semblance of humility before her, yet was obsequiously ingratiating toward the demon god, stirring a hint of displeasure within her as a saint. Ice Soul scrutinized Kunpeng, who was enveloped in an aura of murderous intent, on the brink of fully blossoming into a fruit of slaughter. Meanwhile, Kunpeng's own consciousness had markedly weakened since their first encounter, indicating he was gradually succumbing to the very essence of slaughter. Red Cloud controlled the path of slaughter. Slaughter controlled Kunpeng. And there was also the river of oblivion, which sought to annihilate heaven, earth, and all living beings. Even Ice Soul could not help but feel a flicker of anticipation. Who would ultimately ascend as the grand saint of slaughter? You are quite intriguing, Ice Soul remarked. Nuwa felt a pang of imbalance. It was one thing to be looked down upon by a chaos demon god, given their lofty status, but to see this diminutive Kunpeng praised was disconcerting. Did it imply that she was inferior to him? You flatter me, demon god sister, Kunpeng replied, striving to adopt an obsequious demeanor. However, Ice Soul shot him a disdainful glance. Those wishing to trade with the great Tao saint may enter. The rest must remain outside. Kunpeng was taken aback, realizing he was barred from the pawnshop. Nuwa felt a mix of excitement and trepidation as she followed Ice Soul through the grand entrance. She was about to meet the great Tao saint. What presence would he possess? Traversing the corridor, they arrived at a small courtyard. With a single glance, Nuwa nearly lost her footing. Ordinary cultivators could only witness the perfection of the great Tao saint, but the higher one's cultivation, the more one was enraptured with awe. In Nuwa's eyes, Lin Xian appeared as a colossal sphere of incandescent light. Each beam radiating from him was an interpretation of the profound truths of the great Tao, an endless brilliance representing limitless elucidation. Moreover, all was perfection beyond compare. One could assert that the heavenly Tao, as represented by Hong Jun, was merely a single ray of that light, and an imperfect one at that. How terrifying! The ultimate expression of the Tao, its perfection, or perhaps the essence of the Tao itself, sat before her. Nuwa was overwhelmed with an impulse to kneel and worship. It was only when Ice Soul pinched her waist that she regained her composure and hastily bowed, saying, Nuwa pays her respects to the great Tao saint. Lin Xian nodded, his gaze settling upon Nuwa as he directly inquired, Have you come seeking Fushi? Upon hearing this, Nuwa was taken aback. Indeed, the sage of the great Tao possessed omniscience and omnipotence. Thus, she dared not harbor any concealments. She replied to the sage of the great Tao, I have observed my elder brother Fushi, who, day and night, scrutinizes the stars. Although he is the celestial emperor of the human race, he has yet to attain completeness. I surmise this is due to his lack of assistance from the river diagram and the Luo book. Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, "Your conjecture is indeed accurate. Once Fuxi acquires the river diagram and the Luo book and comprehends the transformations of the cosmos, he shall attain ultimate merit." Upon hearing this, Niwa was filled with great joy. It is said that the river diagram and the Luo book are in the possession of the sage of the great Tao. Might it be possible to exchange or pawn them? Lin Xian chuckled softly. Well, a pawnshop, after all, is a business. The river diagram and the Luo book are two exceptional innate treasures, encompassing all knowledge, akin to an encyclopedia. What do you propose to offer in exchange? Although Niwa did not fully grasp the meaning of encyclopedia, she understood that upon the river diagram and the Luo book would inevitably require a considerable cost. She could not help but furrow her brow in contemplation. Chapter 59. The precious fate, the river map, and Luo book are exceedingly rare treasures, and Niwa would never dare to take advantage of a sage of the great Tao. After much contemplation, she realized that only these two artifacts could possibly rival such greatness. In her hands, a scroll and a red embroidered ball materialized. "I offer the map of mountains and rivers and the red embroidered ball in exchange with the sage of the great Tao," Niwa declared with a bow. The map of mountains and rivers is a companion spirit treasure of hers, forming a world of its own. Even a sage would require significant effort to exit once inside. The red embroidered ball, gifted by the venerable Hong Jun, governs celestial fates and encompasses the power of causality. It was under this very ball that the celestial marriage of Emperor Jun was witnessed, thus endowing this treasure with the merits of heavenly unions. As Niwa presented her offerings, Bingpa and Huajijai disregarded the map of mountains and rivers, their attention fixated on the red embroidered ball, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. "Isn't this the artifact of minor unions?" one remarked. "Indeed, who would have thought it had fallen to the level of a primordial spirit treasure?" They mused, drawing a puzzled glance from Niwa. "Minor unions? Who is that? Is the red embroidered ball related to her?" At Lin Xian's prompting, Huajijai began to narrate. In the chaos, there existed 3,000 demon gods. Some were fiercely combative, like the chaotic demon Ape and Luo Ho, while others adhered to fundamental rules, such as time and Yangmei. A small faction, however, remained disinterested in worldly affairs, wielding profound powers yet shunning conflict. Among them was the demon god of unions. She recalled jesting at the birth of Pangu, suggesting she would act as a matchmaker, only to be cleaved in 2 moments later. The red embroidered ball belonged to the demon god of unions, a chaotic treasure that could not withstand the power of creation, thus falling to the level of a primordial spirit treasure. Niwa suddenly comprehended the underlying causality. Yet, for the sake of her brother Fuxi, even upon learning the red embroidered ball's chaotic origins, she was willing to exchange it for the river map and Luo book. A golden scale appeared, its tray holding the map of mountains and rivers and the red embroidered ball, while the weight hung from the scale's arm was the river map and Luo book. When the golden scale achieved equilibrium, it signified the completion of the transaction. The river map and Luo book then flew into Niwa's hands. "Wonderful! With these 2 treasures, my elder brother can attain complete merits," Niwa said, caressing the spirit treasures with gratitude. She turned to Lin Xian, about to speak, when he lifted his gaze, casting a gentle glance at her, and summoning a breeze with a wave of his hand. When Niwa opened her eyes once more, she found herself back in the valley, surrounded by an ordinary landscape, devoid of any trace of the pawnshop, as if it had all been a dream. Only the river map and Luo book in her grasp reminded her that everything had indeed transpired in reality. She had truly met the sage of the great Tao. Regrettably, she had not had the opportunity to inquire about the sage's understanding of the Tao before being sent back. She would have to return another time. "Your Majesty, have you met the sage of the great Tao?" Kunpeng inquired, rushing to her as she stepped into the pawnshop, the grand structure vanishing into thin air, causing him to whirl in anxiety. However, Niwa merely cast a cold glance at Kunpeng before departing. She harbored no fondness for this creature, manipulated by murderous intent. Her refraining from striking him down was already an act of mercy. Kunpeng let out a cold snort, gazing into the void with eyes filled with resentment. One day, you shall kneel at my feet, begging for mercy. The myriad souls banner enveloped him, swirling with dense black mist. Kuanpung vanished back to the northern sea. Within the pawnshop, a chime echoed, "Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. Reward." The pawnshop's range has expanded 100-fold. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled. The area under his control had overflowed the valley, encompassing a new stream and a forest. The aquatic beings and spirits that resided there suddenly became much more sentient, bowing reverently towards the pawnshop. Subsequently, they departed. For now that these places had become the territory of the pawnshop, they had no reason to linger. To gain the favor of the great Tao Saint and attain spiritual awareness was already a tremendous blessing. Lin Xian strolled leisurely with Bing, He, Huiji, and Little Pangu. Wherever they passed, the essence of the Tao flourished. The little stream transformed into a river of the myriad heavens, reflecting countless worlds, including the several new realms that Pangu had opened. The group sat by the riverbank, observing the evolution of the myriad heavens from an observer's perspective, which was undeniably delightful. Suddenly, Huiji spoke. "Now that we have the red embroidered ball of small fate, why don't we establish some rules of fate within the worlds of the myriad heavens?" Upon hearing this, Little Pangu danced with excitement, for he had a great fondness for anything involving world transformation. Lin Xian smiled gently and tossed the red embroidered ball to Pangu. Threads of red silk flew into the new worlds, silently altering the original rules of existence. Some, fortunate enough, found their fates fulfilled, while others, less fortunate, faced chaos and moral decay. The realms of the myriad heavens fell into disarray. In the wilderness, among the Huaxia tribes, Fuxi appeared somewhat gaunt and stooped, his eyes dimming with each passing year. He had gazed at the starry river for countless ages. Yet despite his efforts, he struggled to comprehend the profound mysteries contained within. The ancestral dragon observed silently, letting out a quiet sigh. He understood that no matter how strong Fuxi was, there would come a day when he would exhaust his vitality. If he could not achieve completeness, then perhaps it would indeed be impossible. He had contemplated returning to the pawnshop to seek assistance from the great Tao Saint, but the ancestral dragon quickly dismissed the thought. He knew well the nature of the great Tao Saint. It was unlikely that such a being would feel compassion over Fuxi's life or death. Ultimately, everything depended on Fuxi's own efforts. "Master, I am somewhat weary," Fuxi said slowly. The ancestral dragon was taken aback. This was the first time Fuxi had expressed fatigue. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Fuxi's life force had indeed diminished significantly. "If you're tired, then rest. Do not push yourself," the ancestral dragon advised. However, Fuxi remained rooted in place, motionless. He had a premonition that the mysteries hidden among the stars of the myriad heavens were not only crucial for humankind, but for all beings in the wilderness as well. If he could endure a little longer, perhaps enlightenment was near. At that moment, the ancestral dragon suddenly looked up. Outside the Huaxia tribe, radiant light filled the sky. Auspicious energy surged, and fragrant aromas wafted through the air. "Is the saint coming?" The ancestral dragon rose and stepped outside. At the entrance of the tribe, a cacophony gradually erupted. Some gasped in astonishment, Niwa, while others cast her disdainful glances. During the cataclysm brought forth by the Lich, humanity had endured a brutal near-extermination. Yet this exalted sage sat aloof in the palace of Niwa, indifferent to the anguished cries and pleas of her creation. Thus, it was only natural that her arrival among humanity would be met with hostility. Yet, in the presence of the sage, the people dared not act recklessly. Many could only murmur their discontent in hushed tones. However, even the softest whispers reached Niwa's ears, causing her countenance to darken. After all, she was the creator of humanity. How could they dare to scorn their own mother? Oomph! A sharp snort escaped her lips, rendering all present pale and drenched in cold sweat. Ignoring the crowd, Niwa strode purposefully into the depths of the Huaxia tribe. Chapter 60. Suppression of the fire cloud cave deep within the Huaxia tribe. The figure of Niwa appeared in the blink of an eye. The ancestor dragon, when the silhouette clad in dark robes came into view, Niwa felt a moment of astonishment. Yet, considering that even the great saints existed in the primordial chaos, the resurrection of the ancestor dragon was hardly surprising. "Are you Fushi's teacher?" Nuwa inquired. The ancestor dragon nodded. Nuwa expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Approaching Fushi's side, she beheld the frail figure of the human emperor, gaunt and emaciated, with deeply sunken cheekbones, graying temples, and a dimming spark in his eyes. Over the long ages, Fushi had expended too much vitality in his quest to unravel the mysteries of the celestial bodies. "Big brother," Nuwa softly called, infusing a strand of pure, holy energy into his mind. Only then did Fushi regain his senses, his eyes filled with confusion. The Holy Mother of Humanity, Nuwa, had addressed him as Big Brother. With a gentle smile, Nuwa urged, "First, contemplate these two treasures. Many things will become clear to you in the future." Fushi took the He-Tu and Luo Shu, and in an instant he felt a profound sense of familiarity. As he caressed their surfaces, a premonition surged within him that by comprehending the He-Tu and Luo Shu, he would unlock the secrets of the celestial spheres. Days turned into years. Fushi ceased gazing at the starry heavens and instead immersed himself in the study of the He-Tu and Luo Shu, his eyes gradually radiating an unprecedented brilliance. During this time, Nuwa did not depart from the Huasha tribe. Rather, she remained, though the tribespeople regarded her with cold indifference. It was understandable. During the cataclysm of the witch and demon era, humanity had suffered greatly. Although the act of creation could not be forgotten, it was challenging to rekindle the people's veneration and offerings. This reality was not lost on Nuwa. Seasons passed, and another decade slipped by. One night, amidst the sultry air, the stars shone particularly brightly. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the backyard. "Understand, I have attained enlightenment." Fushi, with disheveled hair, grasped a branch and began to inscribe patterns upon the ground, which remarkably formed in 8 trigrams. Qian represents heaven, Kuan represents earth, Zhun represents thunder, Sun represents wind, Qin represents water, Li represents fire, Jin represents mountain, and Dy represents marsh. The light of the post-heaven 8 trigrams surged skyward, intertwining with the celestial bodies. The sun, moon, and stars simultaneously illuminated the night, transforming darkness into daylight. Countless people rushed forth, gazing in awe at the magnificent 8 trigrams suspended between heaven and earth. At that moment, Fushi's appearance also underwent a transformation. His hunched form straightened, his white hair instantaneously turned black, and his eyes gleamed with vitality, exuding an undeniable regal aura. The post-heaven 8 trigrams encompassed all the mysteries of the universe. Even a mere glimpse would provide boundless benefits for future generations of humanity. Another century passed. Fushi simultaneously governed Huaxia while imparting the teachings of the post-heaven 8 trigrams. Naturally, only those of exceptional talent could grasp its essence. These individuals gradually became the backbone of the Huaxia tribe, and, indeed, of all humanity. Throughout the century, Nuwa did not return to the palace of Nuwa. Instead, she humbled herself and chose to remain in the human tribe, assisting Fushi in governing humanity. She even lowered her head as a saint to express her apologies to the human race for the calamity brought by the Lich. Before Fushi, she swore, "Though I, Nuwa, have created humankind, I have remained indifferent while they were slaughtered during the Lich's calamity, which fills me with deep remorse. Today, I vow to protect humanity from this day forth." With the completion of her oath, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. Nuwa's complexion suddenly turned pale, and she felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Could it be that, under the celestial order, she might one day betray her vow? No. Nuwa gritted her teeth. Her brother was already the emperor of humanity, and she would stand with her people no matter what. Moreover, after a century of coexistence, she had been captivated by their diligence and wisdom, no longer viewing them merely as stepping stones to her own sanctity. Should humanity face another crisis, she would undoubtedly intervene. "Sister, what troubles you?" Fushi inquired, having comprehended the past and present through the river diagram and Luo book. The emperor of the monster clan, the emperor of humanity, and Nuwa as a sister. "I am well, Nuwa replied with a gentle smile. Under Fushi's mediation, the human race finally chose to reconcile with Nuwa. A saint's vow of protection would bring immense benefits to humanity itself. In the Huaxia tribe, the statues of Nuwa and Fushi stood together, jointly receiving offerings from their kin. A century passed, and Fushi's merits reached fruition. Enormous clouds of virtue floated down from the horizon, showering golden rain upon him, allowing him to step into the realm of the human emperor. Instantly, the heavens dazzled, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. Although Fushi's cultivation did not match that of the saints, his status was sufficient to place him on equal footing with the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, in the 8th Scenery Palace, Jade Void Palace, Azure Pool Palace, and the Blissful World, 5 saints simultaneously opened their eyes, crossing endless mountains and rivers to arrive at the Huaxia tribe. As the 6 saints gathered, the world shimmered with light, and countless auspicious signs surged forth, with endless golden clouds swirling around them. Fushi bowed respectfully, addressing them. I pay my respects to the esteemed saints. The 3 pure ones, Jin and Zhuanti, returned the gesture. We pay our respects to the Emperor of Humanity. Following a courteous exchange, Laozi promptly addressed the matter at hand. It is a cause for celebration that the Emperor's merits are complete. It is time to enter the Fire Cloud Cave for seclusion to stabilize the human fortune. Fushi and Nuwa frowned. They discerned that Laozi's words, while ostensibly for the benefit of humanity, effectively meant to confine Fushi. Elder brother, the human fortune is flourishing, and with the Kongtong seal to suppress it. There is no need for the Emperor to enter the Fire Cloud Cave, is there? Yuan Shi Tianzun scoffed, sister. Do not let personal feelings hinder the fortune of humanity. Sending the Emperor into the Fire Cloud Cave is for the greater good of the human race. And the Master shares this sentiment. Yuan Shi directly invoked the name of Hongjun Laozu, and in that moment, Fushi Nuwa and all of humanity felt as though a great mountain had descended upon them, rendering them breathless. Although Tong Tian, Jin, and Zhuanti remained silent, their intentions were clear. I will go to the Purple Cloud Palace. Nuwa began, but was abruptly halted by Fushi's grasp. The gathering of saints undoubtedly represented the will of Hongjun. And at this moment, Nuwa's visit to the Purple Cloud Palace would only lead to being turned away. Thank you, saints, for your consideration of humanity. I shall immediately set off for the Fire Cloud Cave. As for the Kongtong seal, Fushi's gaze suddenly turned icy. He was acutely aware that the sage's path had been coveting the Kongtong seal for quite some time, and he would never allow this treasure to fall into the hands of outsiders. It was to be passed on to the Jiang clan, the Lianshan tribe. The Jiang clan operated under the dominion of the Huaxia tribes, akin to a feudal lord, while the Lianshan tribe stood as a paragon among all human clans. Anyone who dared to defy this order or seize the Kongtong seal would be deemed an enemy of all humanity. Fushi uttered this last statement to the 5 saints with barely concealed fury. Enhua, standing beside Fushi, declared fiercely, "Whoever covets the Kongtong seal shall face my relentless wrath." Eventually, Fushi approached the ancestor dragon and performed 3 deep bows, acknowledging, "Without your guidance, I would not be the Fushi of today." The ancestor dragon chuckled, seemingly indifferent to Fushi's visit to the Fire Cloud Cave, saying, off you go, off you go. At last, I need not bear your presence, which has troubled my heart." Fushi bowed once more. After imparting some important matters concerning humanity, he leaped towards the Fire Cloud Cave. As they watched Fushi depart, the saints could not help but smile. If the 3 sovereigns of heaven, earth, and humanity were to roam freely in the primordial chaos, what chaos would ensue? Humanity might very well rise to upheaval, even causing a stir at the Purple Cloud Palace. For now, however, humanity remained under the control of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 61. The secrets of the future before the Huaxia tribe, the 3 pure ones, and the 2 saints of the west departed in succession. Nuwa gazed into the void, her heart ablaze with rage. After enduring a long-awaited reunion with her elder brother, she was once again confined within the Fire Cloud Cave for a mere century. While exerting her influence over others, she found herself utterly powerless. Zulong, can you truly bear to witness your cherished disciple imprisoned? Niuhua spat with bitterness, feeling deeply dissatisfied with Zulong's nonchalant demeanor. After all, they had shared a bond of teacher and disciple for over a century. How could he remain silent? Zulong shrugged and smiled. Niuhua, surely you are not unaware of my origins? Niuhua paused, realization dawning upon her. The great sage of the Tao. Indeed, as long as the great sage of the Tao existed, the other saints were inconsequential, and so was Hongjun and the heavenly Tao itself. The liberation of Fuxi was merely a thought away for the great sage. Of course, she understood the rules of the pawnshop. Everything necessitated an equivalent exchange. Let's go meet the great sage. Outside the valley, the Fire Princess and Little Pangu were competing to see who could skip stones across the celestial stream. With each tile that soared through the air, countless worlds shattered. They were indifferent to the destruction of these insignificant realms, for they could effortlessly create multitudes anew. This demoness has skipped 999,000 stones. Little Pangu, you are destined to lose. The loser must serve as my mount for a day. Little Pangu rolled up his sleeves. With a splash, the water rippled like a rainbow, effortlessly surpassing the Fire Princess with an astounding 12 billion skips. Little Pangu, exhilarated, danced joyfully, pointing at the Fire Princess and then at the ground, indicating her defeat and her impending role as a steed. I refuse. The Fire Princess protested playfully. She dashed forward with Little Pangu in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Bingpa had prepared a large pot of temporal fish soup, presenting it before Lin Xian. Master, please try the flavor of the temporal fish soup. Lin Xian took a sip and couldn't help but exclaim, delicious. Bingpa's culinary skills were indeed improving. With a beaming smile and 2 dimples, Bingpa vowed to continue honing her craft to further satisfy her master. At that moment, 2 beams of spiritual light descended. It was Zulong and Niuhua. Master, Zulong exclaimed with a mix of surprise and joy, his eyes brimming with tears upon reuniting with Lin Xian. Life outside had been exceedingly harsh, the very air filled with impurities, making it unbearable. Zulong was astonished that, in his memory, this was the first time Lin Xian had left the pawnshop. In human terms, it could be described as a spring outing. How do you find the opportunities one bestowed upon you? Lin Xian inquired with a smile. Zulong nodded fervently, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. This time, he had become the master teacher of the Heavenly Emperor, naturally accruing a considerable amount of merit. Coupled with his previous foundation, achieving the status of a saint through merit was merely a thought away. However, having spent so much time by Lin Xian's side, how could the saint of merit possibly satisfy Zulong's appetite? He yearned for something greater. Most importantly, as the dragon race served as a totem for humanity. Their connection to the protagonist of Heaven's Earth promised the emergence of more dragon offspring like the yellow dragon, heralding a hopeful revival of the dragon race. Certainly, this is not a one-sided demand. The dragon clan is equally obliged to safeguard the human race, even if it means opposing the saints without hesitation. Speaking of which, it has been a while since I last laid eyes on the yellow dragon. This unfilial offspring of the dragon lineage, seemingly unaware of the importance of paying respects to the ancestors. Niuhua approached, respectfully bowing to Lin Xian. Niuhua pays homage to the great Tao saint. Lin Xian replied indifferently. Fuxi has already achieved complete merit. What more could he seek here? Anger simmered within Niuhua, yet she dared not act defiantly in Lin Xian's presence. Instead, she bowed once more and said, in response to the great Tao saint, although my elder brother Fuxi has attained complete merit, he has been forcibly confined in the fire cloud cave by several saints. They claim it is to suppress the fate of humanity, but in truth, they fear the rise of humanity, which threatens the heavenly Tao. Lin Xian remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips. And what is it that you desire? Niuhua replied, of course, I wish for my elder brother to be freed from the fire cloud cave, to roam freely across the wilderness. Lin Xian nodded. You understand the rules, do you not? Without hesitation, Niuhua produced the summoning banner, the 7 heavenly radiance divine swords, the 9-colored rainbow garment, the creation immortal cauldron, and dozens of other spiritual treasures. One must admit, the wealth of the saints is indeed substantial. The last time she exchanged for the river diagram and the Luo book, Niwa astonishingly managed to produce such a plethora of spiritual treasures. Lin Xian, not indulging in pleasantries, summoned the golden scale. One side bore Niwa's offerings, while the other represented Fushi's freedom. As the radiance of the trading principles illuminated the scale, the beam gradually shifted, yet it did not reach equilibrium. The weight on Fushi's side remained somewhat heavier. It seemed the offerings were insufficient. Lin Xian remarked with a smile. At this moment, even a flicker of pain crossed Niwa's eyes. These treasures represented a considerable cost for her. However, for the sake of her elder brother Fushi, Niwa gritted her teeth and even conjured the derived mat. When the Zixiao Palace first held its teachings, there were 6 grand mats: the wind and fire mat, the heaven and earth mat, the azure lotus mat, the derived mat, the supreme bliss mat, and the annihilation mat. Each belonged to one of the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, and in a certain sense, each mat represented a sacred position. Niwa gently placed the derived mat on the tray, and the scale shifted once more, finally achieving a state of balance. The transaction was complete. Lin Xian smiled, waving his hand gently, causing everything to vanish in an instant. Will you break the heavenly Tao's restrictions of the fire cloud cave now? Or shall you wait for a pivotal moment? Niwa was somewhat perplexed. What was this pivotal moment? Was there some greater change in the world yet to unfold? Suddenly, Niwa recalled the ominous premonition that had surged within her when she made her oath in Huaxia. Could it be related to this? May the great Tao Saint bestow guidance. Niwa hastily bowed. Yet Lin Xian merely smiled in silence. Niwa found herself once again in confusion, standing awkwardly in place. How foolish of you as saint, to expect the master to reveal the mysteries of the heavens for free. Beside her, Bing cast a sidelong glance at Niwa, feeling that despite her exquisite appearance, she seemed rather dim-witted. Realizing the implication, Niwa felt a sudden clarity, wanting to facepalm in exasperation. It seemed the great Tao Saint would not relent until he had thoroughly emptied the Niwa Palace. Yet, as this concerns one's own destiny, it is impossible to turn a blind eye. Moreover, the transactions of the great Tao Saints are characterized by integrity and fairness, leaving no room for hesitation. Resolutely, I bare my teeth, retrieving the 3 rings of heaven, earth, and humanity, the Wuji umbrella, the celestial pearl, and finally a spirit pearl, ultimately gathering sufficient tokens to conclude the transaction. Lin Xian received it with satisfaction, fulfilling his promise. With a mere gesture, he beckoned in the void, softly stating, "Take a seat and witness a grand spectacle." The space shimmered with countless ripples as a scroll slowly unfurled. Within the painting lay a colossal city, its towering walls reaching into the sky, the entrance adorned with the elegantly inscribed characters, Chaogu. The city of Chaogu bustled with life, filled with a ceaseless flow of people and vehicles, vibrant and opulent. Is this the future of humankind? Niwa covered her mouth, her eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. Has humanity advanced to this extent in the future? Chapter 62. The Dragon Emperor sang on this day. The city of Chaogu was adorned for a grand celebration. 3,000 iron cavalry and 800 imperial guards were assembled, with the valiant King Huang Feihu providing protection, while the court's civil and military officials followed suit. After the Shang Emperor Di Exin had bathed and offered incense, he proceeded to the Niwa Palace. It was evident that this was a magnificent ceremony in which the human emperor himself was participating. Niwa observed with a beaming smile, realizing that in the grand tapestry of later ages, her stature was so exalted that she was honored by the human emperor's worship. The thought filled her with delight. As the scene unfolded, Emperor Di Exin entered the Niwa Palace, and suddenly a wild gust of wind swirled the curtains, revealing the sacred image of Niwa, truly embodying grace and celestial beauty. Di Exin gazed in awe, and in public composed a lascivious poem. Amidst the opulent phoenix and dragon canopies, splendidly adorned with gilded designs, the distant mountains dance in vibrant hues, while swirling sleeves reflect the rosy dawn. Pear blossoms, drenched in dew, vie for splendor, and peonies, shrouded in mist, flaunt their allure. If only one could stir such enchantment, to reclaim the noble king of Chong Lu as a consort. Upon hearing this, Nuwa's expression shifted from joy to fury. How dare this individual emperor exhibit such audacity and disrespect towards her? After all, she was the mother of humanity. And that line about marrying the king of Chong Lu was akin to marrying one's own mother. It was a transgression against morality and a grave affront. How could humanity have produced such a wretch? This was utterly intolerable. Nuwa ground her teeth in indignation. Patience, patience, observe closely. The icy spirit beside her said with a grin. Nuwa reined in her anger and continued to watch. At that moment, Lin Xian gently pointed, unveiling an unknown facet of the scene. In a corner of the Nuwa palace, the figure of Zhuan Ti appeared. His fingertips brimmed with divine power, obscuring heavenly secrets. It is he. Nuwa seethed, her eyes blazing with rage. How could a sage as astute as she not comprehend the implications? DXIN's actions were undoubtedly influenced by Zhuan Ti, who had deceived her into unleashing her wrath upon the contemporary human emperor. Indeed, following this revelation, she summoned the 3 demons of Xuanyuan's grave, inciting turmoil within the court, leading to the decline of the Shang's fortune and ultimately reducing the human emperor to the status of a mere son of heaven. Zhuan Ti, to think he would scheme against me. Nuwa clenched her fists. Being of the same mystical sect, she had often called him senior brother, yet never imagined he could stoop so low. Even a clay figure retained some fire. Though her cultivation was the lowest among the 6 saints, she was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Having witnessed the entire scene, Nuwa, while not omniscient, had grasped the overarching scheme. It was all a calculated plot aimed at usurping the fortune of humanity. And there were likely further machinations yet to unfold. She dared not even contemplate the name of the one behind it all. As for the so-called Heavenly Emperor's seclusion in the Fire Cloud Cave, purportedly to suppress the fortune of humanity, it now appeared to be mere fabrication. Essentially a form of house arrest for Fuxi. Had the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors emerged during the deification, even the saints could not have compelled the human emperor to descend in status. Thank you, great Taoist sage, for revealing the heavenly secrets. Nuwa took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing her inner fury, and respectfully bowed to Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled faintly, waved his hand to gather the scroll, and said casually, "The secrets of deification were summoned by your spiritual treasure. It is a fair exchange, no need for thanks." Nuwa, in a gesture of reverence, acknowledged the importance of this knowledge, deeming it more significant than the spiritual treasures. She expressed her gratitude to the great Tao saint. Lin Xian nodded, accepting Nuwa's homage, and remarked, "Though you have grasped the secrets of heaven, whether you can alter fate remains a separate matter." And Wu understood all too well that, despite her status as a saint, she was still powerless against the grand currents of destiny. Yet, she was unwilling to succumb, not only for herself, but also for her brother Fuxi and for humanity. Before Fuxi, she had vowed to protect the human race, and she was determined not to break her promise, to avoid transforming from the revered mother of humanity into an object of scorn. She felt compelled to fight for their future. With a bittersweet smile, Nuwa continued, "Since I comprehend all of this, it would be best to leave the shackles of the Fire Cloud Cave sealed until the time of the canonization, to avoid provoking the heavens." Lin Xian responded with a gentle smile, "That is entirely up to you." With the transaction concluded, Nuwa departed, returning to the palace of Nuwa under Lin Xian's guidance. Upon her cloud bed, Nuwa furrowed her brow in contemplation. Should she truly defy her teacher's will? The thought sent a shiver through her. To rebel against the will of the primordial heavenly path. Nuwa chuckled bitterly, questioning her own worthiness. Yet, the primordial realm was not solely governed by the Tao of Hongjun. It also housed a great Tao saint, and she was not without her chances. However, matters regarding the great Tao saint must remain confidential. After all, the treasures of the 8 Scenes Palace and the Jade Void Palace far surpassed her own. They too could seek to barter with the great Tao saint. Moreover, during the canonization, the destruction of the teachings of Tong Tian could serve as a natural ally. She must ensure to win his support. By the stream, as Nuwa departed, Lin Xian summoned the ancestor dragon to his side, casually inquiring, "What is your choice?" The ancestor dragon was taken aback, quickly bowing his head. The ancestor dragon does not comprehend the master's intent. Lin Xian smiled. To become the emperor's teacher, to know the past and present. How could you not understand? The ancestor dragon's eyes glistened with unshed tears. How could he not grasp it? His destined future was to be reincarnated as the first emperor, sweeping across the lands and forging a new era for humanity. Yet, that path would mean departing from the great Tao Saint. The arrangements in the underworld are already in place if you choose to reincarnate. Your trajectory will undoubtedly shine even brighter than before. Bingpa remarked, you were originally meant to conquer the 6 nations, but this time you can rule the entire world. However, the ancestor dragon knelt silently, his head bowed. The path lies beneath your feet. Ponder your decision carefully, Lin Xian concluded, rising with Bingpa to return to the pawnshop. After a full day and night, the ancestor dragon pushed open the door of the pawnshop, traversed the corridor, and entered the courtyard, bowing deeply to Lin Xian. The ancestor dragon wished only to remain in the pawnshop, serving his master. Upon uttering these words, the threads of fate abruptly severed, and from that moment on, he became merely a menial servant within the pawnshop. As for the formidable first emperor, the grand opportunity of fate now drifted, uncertain as to whom it would descend upon next. Lin Xian nodded. Very well. The ice soul chuckled softly, relieved that she no longer needed to stand guard. The kitchen was truly the abode of this divine being. The ancestor dragon sighed deeply, perceiving the intricacies of cause and effect, severing the threads of the future, which led to a remarkable elevation of his state of mind. At that moment, even his aura transformed, becoming formidable. It seemed that I am on the verge of a breakthrough, the ancestor dragon thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he danced with joy, emitting strands of sacred energy. Above the 3 flowers, a dragon's sovereign Tao fruit was on the verge of blooming. Is it merely achieving sainthood? Could he not be a bit more composed? The ice soul cast an exasperated glance at the ancestor dragon, finding him utterly lacking in dignity. If the beings of the primordial chaos were to witness this, it would be a disgrace to their heritage. Despite being a figure on the cusp of enlightenment, the ancestor dragon, chastised by the ice soul, resembled a child who had erred, lowering his head in silent contemplation of the power of the primordial Tao. Roar! Finally, with a thunderous dragon roar, the dragon's sovereign Tao fruit erupted in resplendent brilliance. The ancestor dragon was enveloped in a radiant golden light, truly a majestic emperor, standing tall and proud. Chapter 63. The Earth Sovereign and the Divine Farmer. The ancestral dragon achieves enlightenment and becomes the Dragon Emperor. Yet, he remains the weakest among the pawnshop's denizens. After the myriad golden lights dissipate, he finds that Ice Soul, Fire Maiden, and Little Pangu are observing him with a curious gaze, as if to say, since you have become a saint, why not spar with us? The ancestral dragon immediately wears a broad smile, saying, Ice Soul Demon, Fire Maiden, Ancestor Pangu, what would you like to eat? I shall prepare it. However, the trio simultaneously sighs in disappointment. It seems that the kitchen is off limits to idlers. Ice Soul, feeling exasperated, thinks that the ancestral dragon is rather disappointing. Meanwhile, Lin Xian reclines on the jade path of the great Tao, cradling a luminous orb, the spiritual pearl exchanged with Nuwa, translucent and quite beautiful. Ding! At this moment, the system's voice resonates. Congratulations, host, on completing the transaction and receiving the reward. Sea of flowers of the great Tao. Lin Xian's eyes brighten as he contemplates, promptly placing the sea of flowers beside the celestial brook. With flowers, water, forests, and verdant grass, such a scenery epitomizes tranquility. An endless expanse of blossoming flowers stretches along the banks of the brook, all of a chaos-level spiritual root, with fragrances wafting into the pawnshop courtyard. In the kitchen, Ice Soul, busy with the ingredients, twitches her little nose, sniffing the air. When did the master plant so many seasonings? She dashes out, ready to wreak havoc on the blossoms. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Sea Dragon Palace, countless dragons tremble as they kneel, sensing that a saint has emerged among their kind. This faint aura was released with Lin Xian's permission, perceptible only to the dragonkin. It is the elder brother. He has achieved enlightenment. Tears well up in Zhu Long's eyes, after enduring the oppressive weight of the heavenly Tao for countless years. Who would have thought that one day the ancestral dragon would attain sainthood, coupled with the human race's totemic fortune and the primordial box? Zhu Long envisions the day of the dragon clan's ascendance. Serving as saint of the great Tao is indeed a tremendous opportunity, and for a moment, Zhu Long finds himself filled with envy. At Kunlun Mountain, at the Qilin Cliff, the yellow dragon bleeds profusely, its breath faint. The scales of the five-clawed golden dragon are meticulously sliced away by the jade clear, celestial energy to forge a suit of dragon-scale armor. Unable to endure any longer, the yellow dragon cries out in despair. O Holy One of Jade Clarity, I, the yellow dragon, willingly pledge myself to the Chan sect and sever all ties with the dragon clan henceforth. Suddenly, laughter rings out. It is Guang Chengzi, who approaches with a jovial demeanor, saying, Brother Yellow, you should have done this long ago. Becoming a golden immortal of the Chan sect is far better than languishing with the fallen dragon clan. The yellow dragon can only force a smile in agreement. Indeed, from this day forth, I have no further connections with the dragonkin. In an instant, a strange sensation wells up within the yellow dragon. As a member of the dragon clan, achieve sainthood? However, upon uttering the words, that feeling vanishes entirely. Having chosen to betray the dragon clan, all matters related to it are now irrelevant to him. After a lengthy pause, Yuan Shi Tianzun arrives at Qilin Cliff, casting a cold glance at him. Indeed, though the yellow dragon remains a five-clawed golden dragon, all ties with the dragon clan have been severed. It seems that he is now somewhat more palatable to the eye. From this day forth, you shall be the last of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. You may proceed to the Ma Gu cave on the second immortal mountain to establish your sacred ground. Having spoken, he departed without a backward glance. The disdain that Yuan Shi felt for these scaled and horned beings, born from the wet earth, was unmistakably apparent. Coughing, the yellow dragon gazed blankly at the lofty Yu Su Palace, situated beneath Kunlun Mountain, and in accordance with Yuan Shi's instructions, made his way to the second immortal mountain to carve out his domain. Yuan Shi Tianzun, even though I have severed my ties with the dragon clan, this blood feud shall not go unavenged. The vast wilderness is not solely inhabited by saints. Beyond what you know, there exists a great sage of the Tao. Taking a deep breath, the yellow dragon buried all his resentments deep within his heart. He quietly resolved to settle within the Chan sect, determined that, at the most crucial moment, he would strike against Yuan Shi, even at the cost of his own life. During this period, across the vast lands of the wilderness, the human race, under the leadership of the Lishan clan, continued to unfold new chapters. He was revered as the Earth Sovereign, Shen Nong. The master brother of the Jie sect, Dao Rinduo Bao, arrived to become the teacher of emperors, bringing with him the grains. Following the seasonal principles compiled by Fu Shi, spring sowing and autumn harvest yielded bountiful returns year after year, providing a more stable source of sustenance compared to fishing and hunting. The population of humanity experienced its first explosive surge. Across the wilderness, even in the barren west, traces of human activity emerged. This news delighted both Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, prompting them to send the medicine master and Mithriya to the Western paradise, admitting those with promising talents into the Western teaching. However, their joy was short-lived, as most who arrived in the West were merely exiles from various tribes, lacking any real cultivation aptitude. After enduring a long and arduous journey, their lives hanging by a thread, they desperately clung to the medicine master and Mithriya, seeking relief. In the end, not only did they fail to recruit many disciples, but they also depleted considerable food and medicinal resources, worsening the already strained households. Within the Huaxia tribe, Duo Bao instructed Shen Nong, imparting the wisdom that all beings possess a spirit and should never be looked down upon due to their origins or talents. Though humanity had become the focal point of the heavens and earth, they must remain humble and regard all beings as equals. Shen Nong nodded in silent agreement. Having always enjoyed tending to flowers and plants, over time, he felt as though he could sense the breath and emotions of the flora. In a fleeting moment, He even experienced the illusion that the plants were akin to humans. The teaching of the upper, clear sage, which embraces all without discrimination, truly represents the great transformation of all spirits in the wilderness. Shinnong could not help but reflect on this. Hearing the Earth Sovereign's praise, Duobao felt a sense of pride. Naturally, our GSX doctrines are not as narrow-minded and selfish as those of the Chan sect, allowing us to showcase a grand assembly of countless immortals. Shinnong's expression was filled with excitement. I look forward to the day I can visit Jin Ao Island and pay my respects to the Upper Clear Sage. Duobao smiled, saying, if the Earth Sovereign wishes to go, it is not difficult. On another day, after I inform my master, I will surely invite the Earth Sovereign to Jin Ao Island. At that moment, as the two conversed, a messenger rushed in, breathless. Earth Sovereign, trouble. Shinnong furrowed his brow. What is this panic about? The messenger, in a state of urgency, replied, a massive cloud of black mist has suddenly appeared in the north, spreading a plague that has already claimed many lives. What? The Taoist Dubao and Shinnong both rose simultaneously. Let us proceed to investigate. With a wave of his hand, Dubao conjured a spell, guiding Shinnong and the elders of the Huaxia clan toward the north. Even before their arrival, they could already perceive a thick, swirling mass of black mist that enveloped the heavens and the earth. From within this ominous cloud emanated a repugnant stench that was enough to induce nausea. We cannot advance any further, Dubao declared. Shinnong has yet to attain complete merit and still bears a mortal form. Should any misfortune befall him, how could I account for it? He instructed, you shall wait here while I venture forth to assess the situation. With that, Dubao drew upon the celestial arts to create a protective barrier around Shinnong and the others, before stepping into the surging black mist. Chapter 64. The abyss of the northern sea. Duobao walked alone amidst the suffocating black mist, the pungent scent of blood assaulting his senses, inducing a wave of nausea. He enveloped himself in the power of a quasi-saint, delving deeper into the northern sea, a realm that should have been shrouded in countless millennia of ice, now transformed into a landscape drenched in crimson. Mountains of corpses stretched infinitely, resembling a colossal wall of skeletal remains. The bodies continuously exuded dark mist and blood energy, as if drawn by a gigantic black hole, rising incessantly into the air. Soon, an even thicker black mist surged forth from above, spreading relentlessly, having already breached the boundaries of the northern sea, advancing towards the heart of humanity. Duobao's heart raced with trepidation as he invoked the celestial eye with the power of the upper clear, seeking to pierce the heavens. What he beheld was shocking. Enveloped in the boundless black mist was an enormous black banner, wildly flailing and voraciously consuming, simultaneously emanating a malevolent aura and pestilence, claiming the lives of more beings. Behind this banner stood a figure, unmistakably Kuanping. Kuanping, Duobao shouted. How dare you commit such heinous acts? Beneath that black banner, the northern sea was devoid of any living creature, wholly transformed into a purgatory. In response, a chilling, sinister laugh echoed. Little brat, do you dare meddle in the affairs of this ancestor? I find you delectable. You shall be collected into the 10,000 souls banner. With a flourish of the banner, a tide of black mist surged forth, morphing into a colossal hand reaching for him. Duobao was alarmed. I am a disciple of the saints. Do you dare strike? Kuanpeng's eyes glowed crimson, teetering on madness, and he laughed maniacally, intensifying his movements rather than relenting. Duobao felt as if his very soul was being drawn from him. What a formidable artifact! Gritting his teeth, Duobao summoned the upper clear divine thunder to disperse the dark mist. The Duobao tower hovered above him, emanating a protective light. Yet he understood that this was far from sufficient. Kuanping's cultivation already surpassed his own, and with the terrifying power of that black banner, its might exceeded even that of the finest innate spirit treasures. Engaging in a battle meant certain death for him. Flee. Without a backward glance, Duobao turned to escape, simultaneously dispatching several talismans, calling upon his fellow disciples for assistance. Hey, Kuanping chuckled coldly. Young one, can you truly escape? With a violent shake of the 10,000 souls banner, a terrifying black mist descended like a shroud, instantly enveloping Duobao. This is bad. Duobao gritted his teeth, realizing he had been ensnared so easily by the banner. His essence and soul were being relentlessly consumed by the encroaching aura of death and blood. Given enough time, he would be refined within that great banner. Kunpeng, if you dare to slay me, do you not fear my master's wrath? Duobao shouted from within the 10,000 souls banner. Ha ha ha, I fear not his arrival. At that moment, Kunpeng was almost entirely under the control of the fruit of slaughter, not only disregarding the disciple of a saint, but even desiring to capture the celestial master himself, longing to refine him within the 10,000 souls banner. Hearing Kunpeng's mad proclamations, Duobao was stunned, inwardly exclaiming, "This fiend must be mad." Not engaging in verbal disputes, he focused his mind, resisting the encroaching aura of death, hoping to endure just a little longer. A Mei mountain, Luofu cave. Zhao Gongming was in seclusion when suddenly a beam of golden light descended, causing him to open his eyes abruptly. Is the elder brother in peril? Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow. The elder brother had not even had the chance to communicate with the others, instead shooting out the Shangqing talisman, indicating that the situation must be exceedingly urgent. Without further deliberation, Zhao Gongming stowed away the 24 sea-controlling pearls and immediately soared towards the direction of the North Sea. In the East Sea, on the island of the three immortals, three enchanting fairies, clad in ethereal gowns, lingered amidst the blossoms, exuding unparalleled beauty. These three were none other than the illustrious Yin Xiao, Xiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao. At this moment, Bi Xiao was fiddling with the golden mantis cutter, a treasured artifact bestowed by her master, filling her with delight as she sought an opportunity to showcase her skills. Abruptly, a golden light pierced through the space, revealing the Shangqing talisman falling into Yin Xiao's hand. "Sister, what has transpired?" Xiong Xiao inquired curiously. The Shangqing talisman was a treasure reserved for core disciples, only activated in times of emergency. Since the establishment of the GS sect, it had never been employed. After all, who among the saints would dare provoke them? It is the elder brother who is in danger. Yun Xiao's brows knitted in concern. Who would dare lay a hand on him? Could it be someone from the Chan sect? Xiong Xiao frowned similarly. With Duobao currently serving as the teacher of the Earth Sovereign, representing the GS sect's honor, she could not fathom who else would possess such audacity besides the Chan sect. Whoever it is shall become the soul claimed by the golden mantis cutter. Bi Xiao's fiery temperament flared as she clenched her fists, eager to make her move. Rescuing Duobao was one aspect. More importantly, it would grant her the rightful opportunity to unleash the golden mantis cutter upon her foes. With the elder brother's plea for help, the adversary must be formidable. We must take the golden mantis cutter and the primordial golden dipper, Xiong Xiao added. Yin Xiao pondered for a moment, then resolutely declared, "Very well. Let's depart at once." On Golden Ao Island, in the Bo Palace, the Golden Spirit Mother, the Wudong Spirit Mother, and the Turtle Spirit Mother were engaged in philosophical discourse. They harbored immense envy regarding Duobao's position as the teacher of the Earth Sovereign. Once the Earth Sovereign's merits are fulfilled, the elder brother will at least reach the late stage of quasi-sainthood, remarked the Golden Spirit Mother. The boundless merits may even elevate him to the pinnacle of quasi-saintly powers, the Turtle Spirit Mother added, her eyes brimming with endless admiration. After enduring arduous cultivation for 100,000 years, nothing could compare to a fleeting moment of merit. This was the law of the Honghuang world. Suddenly, the three holy mothers lifted their gazes towards the exterior of the Bo Palace. A Shangqing talisman stained with blood abruptly darted in, landing in the Golden Spirit Mother's hand. "This is the blood of the elder brother," she exclaimed, rising in fury. "Someone has dared to strike at Duobao, slapping the GS sect in the face. Whoever it is shall face my wrath," declared the Wudong Spirit Mother. "Let us go and confront this individual together," the Turtle Spirit Mother added, equally indignant. However, the Golden Spirit Mother remained composed, contemplating for a moment before stating, "I will go forth with you. Turtle Spirit, you shall remain in the Bo Palace and inform our master of this matter at the earliest opportunity." "Must we disturb the master?" questioned the turtle spirit mother. In her perspective, amidst the primordial chaos, as long as one is not a sage, the myriad celestial beings of the can resolve any predicament. Even the eldest brother, wounded, sought assistance. Thus, this matter necessitates utmost caution. Let us proceed as I have suggested, the golden spirit mother reiterated. The turtle spirit mother could only nod in agreement. At the fringes of the northern sea, a dark aura spread forth, accompanied by a plague. Countless individuals succumbed to the illness, collapsing in droves. Yet their souls did not traverse to the underworld for reincarnation. Instead, they were all ensnared within the divine farmer, filled with trepidation, paced back and forth. Continuing in this manner is not a viable solution. The precious treasure had departed long ago, but no tidings had returned. Moreover, as the plague continued to spread, the death toll escalated, evolving into a cataclysm for the human race. At that moment, whoosh, 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 several beams of light descended, belonging to the disciples of the Golden Spirit Mother, the Wudong Mother, Zhao Gongming, and the three celestial maidens. The disciples have paid their respects to the Earth Emperor, the Divine Farmer. The Divine Farmer expressed his joy. Esteemed immortals, you honor me with your presence. Chapter 65. The sword of green pinged the disciples of the gazed anxiously at the swirling black mist that enveloped the sky. This sinister haze was not merely a natural phenomenon. It was a toxic amalgamation of malevolence, bloodlust, and resentment. Anathema to those on the path of cultivation. At best, it could taint one's pure essence. At worst, it could ensnare one in karmic retribution, weighing down both spirit and soul, rendering further cultivation arduous, if not impossible, and potentially leading to catastrophic demise. Moreover, the plague emanating from this black mist was particularly insidious. Even the discerning eyes of a sage's disciple could not decipher a remedy. Earth's sovereign, inquired the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, did you just say that our elder brother has ventured into the mist? The Shinnong nodded solemnly. He has been inside for quite some time, yet there has been no word. With the golden mantis scissors firmly in her grasp, Bixiao exhibited no fear, declaring, "Let me take a look. I shall cleave the trickster in twain." After a brief deliberation, the group unanimously decided to plunge into the black mist. As the Earth's sovereign of humanity, Shinnong could not afford to remain idle. He must seek a solution to the plague. Should the affliction continue to spread, the human race might face utter annihilation. Thus, they split into two factions, each committed to navigating this perilous crisis. As the disciples stepped into the northern sea, they were struck with horror at the transformation of what was once a serene expanse into a scene reminiscent of hell. Be cautious, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit advised, gripping her flying golden sword tightly as she advanced slowly. Gradually, the group reached the heart of the northern sea and looked skyward, where they beheld the wandering soul's banner wildly swirling amidst the billowing black mist obscuring the sun. Kunpeng, the Holy Mother of No Doubt, exclaimed, recognizing the figure controlling the wandering soul's banner as the former demon master. "It was you who harmed our elder brother. You seek your own demise." Anger surged within Bixiao, and the golden mantis scissors in her hand radiated a brilliant light, capable of rending space itself. Cackling, to the disciples of Kunpeng displayed no fear. Rather, he was exhilarated. "Excellent. I knew that the little treasure would attract even more delectable morsels." Within the wandering soul's banner, the half-diminished souls of the treasure, Duobao, lamented their fate, regretting their summons of fellow disciples to share in this grim destiny. Gritting his teeth, Duobao exerted his final strength to break free from the constraints of the wandering soul's banner. However, the black mist clung to him like a vast swamp, rendering all divine abilities and treasures ineffective, as if they had vanished without a trace. Outside the wandering soul's banner, the disciples of Fueled by Rage drew forth their spiritual treasures and surrounded Kunpeng. "Release our elder brother at once, and we may spare your life," Zhao Gongming declared coldly, brandishing 24 calming pearls. The mixed elemental golden dipper in Yunxiao's hands shimmered with brilliance. The No Doubt sword hummed ominously in the hands of the Holy Mother of No Doubt. Kuenpeng's eyes glimmered with greed at the sight of these treasures. If he could eliminate them and seize their spiritual artifacts, he could surely barter with the great Tao saints once again. Kill! Kuenpeng and the disciples launched their attacks almost simultaneously. The black mist of the Wandering Soul's banner surged, consuming all in its path. Yet, the disciples wielded the upper clear celestial arts with seamless coordination, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Xiong Xiao, Bi Xiao, assist me in setting up the 9 curves Yellow River formation. Yin Xiao commanded. In the ethereal realm, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao shared an unspoken bond, orchestrating their formation alongside Yin Xiao. In an instant, the heavens were engulfed in swirling yellow sands, revealing the serpentine flow of the Yellow River, ensnaring the colossal Kuenpeng within its depths. Summoning the golden Jiao scissors, they aimed to sever the celestial energies atop its head and within its core. Today, you shall meet your demise. Bi Xiao vandered. Yet, the Kuenpeng remained unfazed, its chilling laughter echoing through the storm. Your eagerness for death is rather premature. As the myriad souls were enveloped, a great maw emerged, devouring the yellow sands and engulfing Bai Xiao in its grasp. This is dire. Despite the limitations imposed by the vast expanse of yellow sands, the Kuenpeng wielded its terrifying black banner, rendering the 9 curves Yellow River formation utterly ineffective. Within the boundless void of black mist, countless souls roared, some even revealing the shadows of primordial beasts. With merely this single artifact, the 3 celestial beings found themselves at a loss, as innumerable black tendrils emerged from the sands, ensnaring Yin Xiao and Xiong Xiao into the maw of the myriad souls. Witnessing this unfolding calamity, Zhao Gongming's fury reached a boiling point. He immediately summoned 24C stabilizing pearls to strike back. These pearls, bestowed by the Celestial Master, were supreme treasures, each housing an entire realm among the heavens. The combined force of 24 would inflict pain even upon those of quasi-saintly stature. Yet, the Kuenpeng's eyes gleamed with delight. What a treasure! With a shake of its banner, it consumed the 24 pearls, along with Zhao Gongming himself. Within the maw of myriad souls, Duo Bao sighed heavily. Alas, I have brought this upon you. At that moment, only half of him remained, the other half continuously devoured by the encroaching darkness. Master brother, how can you blame yourself? It is that Kuenpeng that deserves the ire. Bi Xiao retorted vehemently. Do not succumb to despair. Quickly sit in meditation. Envelop yourselves in the purest celestial energy. Perhaps we can endure a moment longer, Yin Xiao advised. The trio nodded, uniting their celestial light to resist the refining grasp of the myriad souls. Meanwhile, on Golden Ao Island, within the Bayou Palace, the turtle spirit mother paced anxiously. Although the most formidable disciples of the Jie sect had emerged, theoretically rendering them invincible beneath the saints, an inexplicable unease gnawed at her. Why does our master not emerge? She lamented. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of pure, saintly power permeated the Bayou Palace, illuminating the space with billions of divine rings. A colossal green lotus bloomed, with the celestial master standing atop it, eyes gleaming with determination, his sword intent shimmering coldly as he gazed upon the vast wilderness of the primordial continent. Master, the turtle spirit mother exclaimed in delight, my senior brothers. The celestial master gestured for silence, and she fell quiet at once. His sword radiated an imposing brilliance, countless sword energies shooting skyward. Unbeknownst to her, a long sword had materialized in his grasp. The Qingping sword, the treasure of the Jie sect. As he swung it towards the void, in the North Sea, the Kuenpeng laughed without restraint. Having devoured the 3 celestial beings and Zhao Gongming, it reveled in its triumph, looking down upon the Golden Spirit Mother and the Wu Dang Spirit Mother with scorn. It seems that the disciples of the saints are not so formidable after all. Do not fear, for this ancestral being shall guide you forthwith. The Kuenpeng once more unfurled the banner of myriad souls, and a gargantuan maw, as immense as the heavens, descended with ferocity. The howling winds surged, threatening to scatter the very essence of one soul. Even the esteemed Golden Spirit Mother and the Wudong Saint Mother found their spiritual stability faltering. A calamity indeed. The Golden Spirit Mother sighed deeply, perplexed by the transformation of the Kuanpung, once merely a beastly master of the demon clan. Despite its formidable prowess, how could it withstand the onslaught of so many disciples of the saints? What accounted for its newfound strength, and from whence did that grand banner arise? Were the most elite disciples of the destined to perish here, inflicting grievous wounds upon their order? Yet, in this moment of dire peril, a sliver of pure, sacred energy pierced through the enveloping darkness, illuminating the world. A magnificent sword force, capable of astonishing the heavens and weeping for the spirits, surged forth, cleaving through the air. Chapter 66. Shenong's Floral Harvest Buzz. The world fell silent, save for the resonant sound of the sword. The Qingping sword. It is the master. The Holy Mother of Gold Spirit and the Holy Mother of Wudong were filled with exhilaration. As long as the master intervened, any predicament could be resolved. However, the frenzied Kuanping faced the saint's sword without a trace of fear, instead brimming with excitement. Come forth, let you taste the might of my myriad souls' banner. Kuanping's voice was hoarse, his eyes a fiery crimson. He had gone mad. Unquestionably mad. How dare Kuanping challenge a saint? The Holy Mother of Gold Spirit and the Holy Mother of Wudong widened their eyes. Beneath the saint, all were mere ants. His arrogance would surely lead to a dismal end. With all his might, Kuanping wielded the myriad souls' banner, and a torrent of dark energy coalesced into a colossal deity of slaughter, adorned with twin horns, a green visage, and fanged teeth, which hurled a fist towards the Qingping sword's aura. Boom! The North Sea was rent asunder, the once unbroken land fragmented into countless isles. Amidst the billowing dust, the Master of Heaven traversed vast mountains and rivers, grasping the Qingping sword, shattering the deity of slaughter with a single strike. Puff! Kuanping spat blood, hurtling backward, his face a mask of resentment and fury. He had consumed all the lives of the North Sea into the myriad souls' banner. Yet he was still no match for the saint. The path of slaughter was incredibly arduous to tread. The Master of Heaven stood upon a blue lotus, sword in hand, a formidable presence amidst the heavens and earth, his robe billowing in the tempest as he coldly declared, Kuanping, you possess great audacity. You dare to claim even my disciples? As the words fell, Kuanping felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, he regretted provoking the saint's lineage. If only he had bided his time, allowing himself to mature further before achieving the path of slaughter. Once he had attained that, which sentient being or saint's lineage could he not vanquish? Though unwilling, the only hope for survival lay in abandoning his fellow disciples of the. As Kuanping fled, he shook the myriad souls' banner, while Duo Bao, Zhao Gongming, and the three celestial maidens transformed into streaks of black light, fleeing in the opposite direction. If the Master of Heaven wished to save his disciples, he would have to forego the pursuit of Kuanping. Yet, despite Kuanping's meticulous calculations, he underestimated the saint's might. With a cold laugh, the Master of Heaven's sleeves billowed, a fierce wind arose, effortlessly drawing Duo Bao and the others into his garments. Simultaneously, he unleashed another strike with his sword. The sword's aura cleaved through the air, reaching Kuanping in an instant. My life is forfeit, Kuanping wailed. Although he was close to achieving the saintly path, even the thinnest veil separating them left an insurmountable chasm. Confronted with the saint's sword, he sensed impending doom. However, at that moment, an uncanny transformation occurred within the fruit of slaughter atop his three flowers, as if imbued with sentience, emitting low growls and beginning to absorb all the souls within the myriad souls banner. This transpired beyond Kuanping's control, occurring spontaneously with remarkable speed. As the Master of Heaven's sword approached, the souls within the myriad souls banner had already been devoured in large measure. Boom! At the moment of collision between the ethereal light and the sword's aura, the very heavens trembled, and the fabric of space was rent asunder. Once the dust had settled, the vast expanse was marred only by pools of blood, devoid of any trace of Kuanping. Tong Tian gazed into the empty void ahead, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The surge of power that had just erupted was undeniably not of Kuanping. Its murderous intent was too pure, a manifestation of the ultimate path of slaughter. Though it had yet to fully mature. Could it be the extraterrestrial demons? Tong pondered, recalling his teacher's words in Zixiao Palace about the invasion of these demons in the primordial realm. Had he truly encountered one? It seemed prudent to remain vigilant regarding the affairs of the primordial world henceforth. With a flick of his robe, Tong, accompanied by the Golden Spirit Matriarch and the Wudong Matriarch, returned to Janeo Island. As Kunpeng fled, the black mist generated by the Wandering Soul's banner gradually dissipated. Yet the plague it left behind spread with unimaginable rapidity. One by one, the human tribes succumbed to the disease. Only the most adept practitioners could offer some resistance. However, ordinary individuals, once infected, would develop festering boils by the next day, emanating a foul stench. In their agony and torment, they would tear their own skin, leading to untimely deaths. Ultimately, the human race found themselves in a dire situation. When a tribe faced an outbreak, they would isolate the entire clan, with the most severe cases being reduced to ashes. This method, though cruel, was the only means to somewhat mitigate the spread of the epidemic. All of this was witnessed by Shen, whose heart ached with despair. He cursed his own impotence, having traversed the vastness of the primordial world and sampled countless herbs, yet still unable to find a remedy for the plague. One day, as Shen traversed a forest, he stumbled upon a meandering brook, its surface shimmering and crystal clear. Flanking the stream were exotic flowers and herbs, releasing an enchanting fragrance. Merely inhaling their aroma revitalized him, sweeping away all fatigue. Though he was but a mortal, the scent of these blossoms enveloped him in a celestial aura, propelling him into the realm of the Xinxian. It was utterly astonishing. As Shen marveled at his transformation, he was filled with awe. These herbs possessed such miraculous properties. Surely, they could cure the plague. He plucked a delicate purple flower and tasted it. Boom! A surge of immense power coursed through him, manifesting as the 5 energies within his chest and the 3 flowers atop his head. In an instant, Shen attained the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm. How extraordinary! Brimming with joy, he felt certain these herbs would surely vanquish the plague. Just as he was about to take action, a thunderous voice interrupted. "Ah, flower thief, how dare you steal from here?" Shen looked up to see an irate woman in red striding towards him, clearly indicating that these were not mere wildflowers but belonged to someone. Hastily, he rose and bowed to the woman, saying, "Dear sister, the human race is enduring a plague." "Dear sister? What did you just call me?" The woman in red was incensed, hands on her hips, one gripping Shen ear, radiating fury. "You dare to come here and steal flowers while insulting me, the demon god." Meanwhile, in the pawn shop, Bing laughed heartily, nearly doubling over in amusement. He had never expected that one day, the Fire Princess would be addressed as sister. He resolved to call her sister from now on. Lin Xian reclined on the soft jade of the Grand Dao, sipping the juice extracted from the chaotic spiritual roots. While the diminutive Pangu provided him with a soothing massage, his expression radiating tranquility and contentment. Naturally, Shen had been invited by Lin Xian himself. The Earth Emperor of the human race was undeniably a promising business partner, and how could one let such an opportunity slip away? "Bring him in," Lin Xian remarked nonchalantly. The ancestral dragon acknowledged with a nod and promptly made his way outside the shop. Moments later, footsteps and the astonished voice of Shen could be heard from the courtyard. Is the Sage of the Grand Dao truly inside? To have the fortune of encountering the Sage of the Grand Dao must be an immense blessing. Is the Sage amiable? And as for the fire demoness, I spoke foolishly just now. May your esteemed self disregard my clumsy words. What do you think? Does the Sage of the Grand Dao wish to assist the human race? Chapter 67. 3 paths traversing the corridor. They arrived at a quaint courtyard. Shen had long heard of the illustrious deeds of the Taoist sage, and even at Mount Kongtong, a mysterious figure was tirelessly restoring the altar dedicated to this sage. He had often envisioned what it must be like to encounter one who could be called a Taoist sage. Yet upon the actual meeting, he realized that any prior imaginings were utterly superfluous. The Taoist sage was, in every aspect, impeccably transcendent. The younger generation of humanity, represented by Shen Nong, approached the Taoist sage with utmost reverence, bowing 3 times in deference. Lin Xian squinted slightly, nodding slowly in acknowledgement. Bing Pe, meanwhile, stifled a giggle behind her hand at the endearing moniker bestowed upon her by the fiery maiden, feeling quite pleased. "What brings you here?" Lin Xian inquired casually. With a heavy heart, Shen Nong recounted the dire plight of humanity, ravaged by a devastating plague that had claimed half of the tribes. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt. Fuxi had entrusted him with the Kongtong seal, yet he felt utterly powerless in the face of such calamity, unable to devise any means of salvation. "Please, great sage, have mercy and bestow upon us the means to eradicate this plague. I am willing to exchange anything for your guidance," Shen Nong implored, bowing thrice again, his gaze earnest and hopeful. However, Lin Xian shook his head. In that instant, Shen Nong's heart plummeted. The Taoist sage's refusal cast a shadow of despair. Was humanity truly destined to face annihilation? Tears streamed down his cheeks, a wave of helplessness and hopelessness washing over him. Finding the herbs to cure the plague is a fate that is destined for you. "There is no need for an exchange with me," Lin Xian replied calmly. Shen Nong was taken aback. What did the sage mean? Was it his destiny to find the cure? Yet he had traversed countless mountains and rivers, experimenting with myriad herbs, all to no avail. However, since the Taoist sage had spoken, there must be a profound reason behind it. Perhaps the time was not yet ripe? Regardless, a flicker of hope ignited within Shen Nong's heart. Lin Xian continued, "I can offer you other items in exchange." As he spoke, he gestured lightly into the void, and 3 luminous orbs materialized before Shen Nong, radiating hues of red, yellow, and green. "Feel free to explore," Lin Xian invited. With a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, Shen Nong approached the red orb and reached out to touch it. Suddenly, the scenery around him shifted dramatically, revealing an array of bizarre and wondrous artifacts. Celestial cannons, spiritual energy railguns, celestial shields, and more. Many of these creations bore resemblance to the inventions left by Mosey, yet they were undeniably more refined. Within the orb, a scene unfolded, showcasing 1,000,000 celestial cannons firing in unison, annihilating an entire star system. The sheer power was chilling. Most remarkably, these devices could be wielded even by ordinary individuals devoid of cultivation. Gradually, Shen Nong comprehended that this was celestial martial technology, representing a potential trajectory for humanity's future development. Surely, the yellow and green orbs held similar treasures. Shen Nong then approached the yellow orb, immersing himself in its wonders. This time, the vision depicted a vast expanse of mountains, each peak graced by a venerable elder demonstrating various techniques. Upon the mountainside, the names of various martial arts were inscribed: the 9 Suns divine art, the 18 dragons subduing palms, the celestial flying immortal, the spirit linked finger, the great compassionate poem of Yin and Yang, the 8-part dragon god fire, and the 10,000 pulls of the heavenly sword returning to its roots. Suddenly, atop the peak of the 18 dragon subduing palms, a figure raised his palm towards the heavens, and instantly, the roar of dragons echoed forth, as 18 golden dragons surged into the sky. One could behold the boundless universe, ablaze with resplendent fireworks. A colossal ancient star had been reduced to dust by the tremendous might of dragon energy. "Incredible!" exclaimed Shen Nong. He realized that these martial arts were extraordinarily compatible with humanity, allowing even postnatal humans to cultivate them. In truth, Laozi had once imparted the golden elixir path, but it was only suitable for innate humans. As one descended further, cultivation became increasingly unattainable. Thus, the proportion of mortals among the human race continued to rise. With the decline and disappearance of innate humans and the subsequent difficulty for postnatal humans in cultivating the golden elixir path, humanity was inevitably destined to weaken. This was a profound concern shared by every ancestor of humanity, yet they found themselves powerless to change it. However, the martial arts had opened a new avenue for humanity. granting postnatal humans the opportunity to stand atop the primal wilderness. Shinnong was intrigued. Yet, there remained one final green orb of light, crucial to the future of humanity, which he knew he must observe before making a decision. The scene before him shifted once more into an infinite starry expanse, populated by countless dark, iron creatures, more numerous than the stars in the sky. An influx of information surged into Shinnong's mind, revealing that these dark, iron creatures were called interstellar battleships, emblematic of supreme technology. The most astonishing revelation for Shinnong was a pure white rectangular membrane, which extended infinitely, radiating brilliant light. Then, an uncanny spectacle unfolded before his eyes. Countless stars, and even space itself, began to irreversibly collapse, ultimately transforming into a mere sheet of paper. Another wave of information struck Shinnong's mind. This was the compression of three-dimensional space into two dimensions. How utterly unfathomable! Shinnong couldn't help but marvel. After absorbing the three orbs of light, his consciousness returned to the small courtyard of the pawnshop, his pupils still reflecting the lingering shock. Immortal martial technology, martial arts, sutras, and ultimate science fiction, three paths representing the future directions for humanity's development. The weight of the choice was immense. "What are your thoughts?" Lin Xian inquired softly. Shinnong, gritting his teeth, confessed, "Regardless of the path chosen, each aligns perfectly with humanity and can empower our future with unparalleled strength. Only children make choices, adults." He bowed deeply. "Great sage of the Tao, may I exchange for all?" A chuckle escaped Bing Pe, surprised at the seemingly earnest Shinnong harbored such greed. If all three paths were cultivated, the potential future of humanity would be beyond measure, piquing even the curiosity of his chaotic demon god. "Of course," Lin Xian replied with a smile, "but alas, your bargaining chips are insufficient." It dawned on Shinnong that he had no notion of what he could offer in exchange for the great sage of the Tao. Lin Xian, perceiving the confusion in Shinnong's heart, spoke plainly. "In the future, humanity will face a great calamity. If you survive it, your fortune will be enough to exchange for these three orbs of light. Should one fail to cross the threshold, only a single exchange shall suffice. After that calamity, I shall seek to barter with the human race. Here, there shall be no coercion. The choice lies solely with you." The Shinnong was taken aback. Is there yet another great tribulation awaiting the human race? From the words of the sage of the Tao, it becomes apparent that if humanity surpasses this trial, they shall attain transcendence, and their fortunes shall soar. Should they falter, though their race may not face extinction, their condition would certainly differ vastly from the present. The exchange of that radiant orb would undoubtedly enhance the strength of humanity, increasing their chances of overcoming the impending catastrophe. As for which orb, Shinnong found himself ensnared in a celestial conflict, each orb beckoning him with irresistible allure, making it difficult to relinquish any. After a considerable pause, with determination, Shinnong finally declared, "The Shinnong is willing to exchange for the true scripture of martial arts with the sage of the Tao." Chapter 68. The True Path of Slaughter. After much contemplation, the divine farmer ultimately chose the path of martial arts. While the other two paths were equally alluring, only martial arts focused on the cultivation of the self. The divine farmer sensed that the practice of martial arts was not merely about wielding formidable techniques. It also refined the physical body and the spirit. When cultivated to its zenith, it could indeed lead to enlightenment. This was the path most urgently needed by humanity at present. Lin Xian nodded, offering no judgment on the divine farmer's decision. Instead, he flicked his fingers, and in an instant, countless specks of light danced around, each representing a profound martial arts scripture, all imprinted upon the divine farmer's primordial spirit. The transaction is complete. You may now continue your quest to find a cure for the plague, Lin Xian stated nonchalantly. Though the divine farmer yearned to remain and seek further wisdom from the sage of the Tao, he understood that any delay could cost many lives among his people. Feeling the weight of his responsibilities, he dared not linger. After 3 bows, the ancestor dragon led him out of the pawnshop. "Master, do you think humanity can escape the grasp of that slippery creature?" Bing Pao inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. If the original trajectory held true, the three sovereigns, heaven, earth, and humanity, would be imprisoned within the fire cloud cave, leaving the postnatal humans unable to cultivate the golden core Tao. Aside from clinging to the meager fortunes of the human emperor, they would possess no means to resist the Tao of heaven. However, circumstances had shifted. Although the Tao of heaven still held significant advantages, humanity had now acquired unforeseen methods. Who can say? Lin Xian replied with a gentle smile. He had no habit of peering into the future. If everything were predetermined, this world would indeed be exceedingly dull. Let us first observe the contest of slaughter, shall we? With a delicate gesture, Lin Xian unfurled a scroll in the void. Bing Pe, Fire Maiden, and Pangu immediately gathered around, intrigued by the unfolding scene. In the vast, sandy expanse of the desert, a rift in space-time tore open, and a figure crashed heavily to the ground. Kunpeng was covered in blood, his white bones starkly visible. The sword of the sage was indeed terrifying beyond measure, nearly costing Kunpeng his life. Had it not been for the sudden and inexplicable change in the fruit of slaughter atop his three flowers, he would have surely perished at the hands of the celestial. At that moment, the fruit of slaughter emitted a ghostly light once more, causing Kunpeng to tremble as his eyes gradually turned a deep crimson. Seemingly under the control of the fruit once again. It is him. In the small courtyard, Bing Pe furrowed her brow and exclaimed, I never anticipated he could regain his consciousness through this. Indeed, Fire Maiden replied coldly. Dear sisters of the demon gods, who is this individual? The ancestor dragon, having just returned, gazed at the scroll in confusion. Although the image depicted only Kunpeng, it was clear from the expressions of the two demon goddesses that they were not referring to him. The slaughtering demon god, Bing Pe said solemnly, it appears that the countless souls within the soul banner have instead become his sustenance, allowing him to regain a significant amount of strength. If he could be reborn, all the better. I have some scores to settle with him. Fire Maiden's gaze turned icy, flashing with a hint of murderous intent. The diminutive Pangu is of little concern, for the myriad of 3,000 divine beings cannot rival his might. That so-called god of slaughter is little more than a child in comparison. Nevertheless, should the Flame Sister require his assistance, he would not hesitate to unleash a fierce reprisal upon him. Lin Xian, with an air of nonchalance, observed the ever-changing world around him, seeking the rare joys that life had to offer. After all, within the confines of the pawnshop, he is invincible, saints, demonic gods, and the very heavens are but mere ants in his eyes. As for the enmity between the Flame Sister and the god of slaughter, that is a matter for them alone. Moreover, can he truly wrest control from Kunpeng? That remains an uncertain variable. The scene unfolds further. Under the dominion of the god of slaughter, Kunpeng devoured the remnants of souls within the soul banner, his injuries healing considerably, yet still not enough. An insatiable thirst for slaughter and blood lingered. A deep, raspy roar erupted from Kunpeng's throat, sending chills down the spine of any who heard it. His crimson eyes emitted beams of blood-red light, sweeping across the heavens and earth before revealing a chilling grin. Transforming into a streak of bloodlight, he surged towards the depths of the desert, where a realm awaited. Once, the Azura clan, led by the celestial consort Yumo, had fled the Blood Sea and established the Yasha kingdom in this desolate expanse. Later, the ancestor of the underworld river, having been ambushed by Kunpeng, found refuge here as well. At this moment, within this modest kingdom, the underworld river and the Azura clan thrived harmoniously. Regarding the contention for the title of Saint of Slaughter, after Yumo's persuasion, the underworld river had finally relinquished his fixation. Cheers! The underworld river raised his cup, toasting with the Azuras. The celestial consort Yumo gazed at him with a smile filled with affection. In recent days, they had created many new beings, thereby strengthening the Azura clan. To distance themselves from the world's karmic ties and live in tranquility was indeed a commendable choice, Yumo remarked. Indeed, the underworld river sighed deeply. I have come to understand. In the past, I sought to emulate Niwa in creating the Azura clan and the three pure ones in establishing the Azura teachings. Yet, I ended up achieving a grotesque imitation, dulling my own edge and making the pursuit of the path of slaughter nearly impossible. Yumo replied, "Your path of slaughter is fundamentally flawed, killing the heavens, the earth, and all living beings. Who among them can you truly slay? Do you dare to kill the ancestor of slaughter or the gentle mother of peace? Must we also face death among the myriad of beings?" The underworld river smiled sheepishly. Yes, you are right. Did I not promise to spend my days with you in the Yasha kingdom? The entire kingdom was shielded by a grand formation, ensuring that no one would intrude upon them. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor shook the Yasha kingdom, an overwhelming scent of blood permeating the air. What was happening? Yumo's eyes widened in alarm, a sense of foreboding surging within her. "Do not panic. I shall investigate," the underworld river replied solemnly, brandishing the abyssal sword as he stepped outside. The formation shrouding the Yasha kingdom was crushed by an unfathomable force, shattering like thin paper. Terrifying black and blood energy surged forth, and a ghastly visage of a demonic god manifested in the sky above. Beneath the ghastly visage stood a figure. It was the Kunpung. The river of the underworld exclaimed in disbelief. No, though its appearance resembled that of the Kunpung, the aura of slaughter emanating from it was far purer, as if it were the very embodiment of the path of destruction itself. This fact was particularly acutely sensed by the river of the underworld, who had dedicated himself to the path of slaughter. "Who are you?" he demanded sharply, simultaneously sending a message to the celestial maiden Yumo, urging her to lead the Azura clan to flee as far as possible. The being before him was utterly terrifying, and he knew he could not hold out for long. Ha ha ha! The Kunpung above the firmament suddenly laughed uproariously. "Before me, do you insignificant insects believe you have any chance of survival? Kill!" With that single command, countless Azura flesh erupted as the demonic visage above devoured them whole. In the blink of an eye, millions perished, and the heavens themselves began to rain blood. Chapter 69. The fall of the underworld river, witnessing countless kin devoured in an instant. The underworld river trembled with rage, unable to contain its fury. It appeared that the threads of fate were inescapable. Having secluded itself within the blood sea for a lifetime, plagued by fear and losing its resolute heart, it was ultimately compelled to confront the great calamity of life and death. With a fierce determination, the underworld river drew its sword, directing its wrath towards the heavens. The sound of the blade resonating with a thunderous hum, blood-red light enveloping the sky. Yet the Kunpung merely sneered, manifesting a long spear forged from the black essence of slaughter, and struck down with ferocity. Boom! The impact reduced the wasteland to nothingness, even tearing the very fabric of space itself. The underworld river, drenched in blood, bore a gaping wound in its chest, its pallor ashen, vitality gravely diminished. However, it was the Kunpung who furrowed its brow, or more accurately, the slaughtering demon controlling it. It lamented that its power was still far from its peak. Otherwise, this very spear alone could have reduced the underworld river to mere ashes. Yet, with an ever-increasing supply of elixirs, restoration was within reach, particularly from someone like the underworld river, who cultivated the path of slaughter, a rare delicacy indeed. Today would mark your demise. As the Kunpung's words fell, the demon's grotesque visage above the heavens opened its cavernous maw, as if to consume the very world itself. The gale howled, and countless Azura were swallowed whole, with even the celestial consort Yumo falling victim to the demon's insatiable hunger. Ah! The underworld river roared in fury, its dark hair thrashing wildly, as 480 million blood deities were conjured forth. Unconcerned with its injuries, it spat a mouthful of essence upon the sword of slaughter and charged once more at the Kunpung. Humph! An arrogant insect. The Kunpung wielded the 10,000 souls banner. Though it was inferior to his primordial treasures, it was still a formidable weapon of slaughter, wielded with deftness. As it swayed, black essence transformed into countless blades, pouring forth like a torrential storm, piercing through the underworld river and its myriad blood deity avatars with millions of holes. With a swift grasp, the underworld river was seized as if it were a mere chick, swallowed whole. Ah! The underworld river's visage contorted in rage, exerting its utmost strength for one final struggle. Even contemplating self-detonation of its primordial spirit to perish alongside the Kuanping. An ant shaking a tree, the Kuanping scoffed as the black essence of slaughter coiled into chains, binding the primordial spirit, and took another bite. Blood splattered, and the underworld river fell. The fragment of slaughtering essence it had cultivated was effortlessly absorbed by the Kuanping, serving as a prime delicacy, eliciting an involuntary shiver of delight. Once this entity has annihilated all beings of the primordial world, restoration to its peak shall surely follow. Oof. Pangu, the world you forged has ultimately become a stepping stone for me. Ha ha! Yet, at that very moment, the Kuanping's countenance shifted to one of peculiar strangeness, soon followed by a surge of furious wrath. Dare you contest my control? Oof. The body, primordial spirit, and soul are rightfully mine. Within the depths of the Kuanping's consciousness, its primordial spirit faced off against the grotesque visage of the demon. Previously, the Kuanping had been wounded by Tong Tian, losing control over its body. However, as the slaughtering demon absorbed the souls of the 10,000 Souls banner, it simultaneously aided the Kuanping in healing. With a multitude of Azura and the underworld river at its disposal, the Kuanping's injuries had nearly mended. Now awakened, it was determined to reclaim all that was rightfully its own. As the two individuals simultaneously absorbed half of the river of Hades' murderous intent, they stood resolutely within their consciousness realms, neither yielding an inch. Young one, do you truly believe you can subdue me? The voice of the slaughter demon, resonant and hoarse, surged like a dark tide. Within this ancient one's domain, how dare you act with such impudence? Not only shall I suppress you, but I shall also consume you. The Kuanping's primordial spirit let out a chilling cackle, summoning the 3 flowers and 5 energies in an attempt to subdue the slaughter demon. For a moment, both sides were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, in the blood sea, the red cloud opened its eyes, and bloodlight soared into the heavens. The river of Hades had fallen. The murderous paths resonated with one another, and at the very moment of the river's demise, the red cloud sensed the change. Was it the work of Kuanping? The ever-watchful Jin Yuanzi, who had been guarding him, furrowed his brow. The fall of the river signified that the struggle of the murderous paths was intensifying, and the next confrontation would undoubtedly determine the fates of Kuanping and the red cloud. The red cloud shook his head, saying yes and no. Kuanping's current predicament is indeed peculiar. Yet, beyond this, I can sense little else. Jin Yuanzi fell into deep contemplation. The variables in this contest were indeed numerous. The red cloud continued. Elder brother, the struggle of the murderous paths is not your concern. You should depart the Blood Sea and return to Wuzhuang Temple. Once I have validated the murderous path, the ginseng fruit tree will naturally venture to the west to reclaim what is yours. Jin Yuanzi resolutely shook his head at such a critical juncture. How could I abandon you? The red cloud replied solemnly. The contention of the murderous paths has never involved you. Your presence here will not aid me. Rather, it may distract me. I must seal this place. You must leave swiftly. Jin Yuanzi sighed, understanding that the red cloud spoke the truth. Though his heart was heavy with worry, he chose to depart. Take care, he said, transforming into azure light and returning to Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple. At the same moment, a grand formation rose within the realm of the red cloud's blood sea, slowly sealing off the area. In the primordial land, Shin Nong emerged from a small courtyard of a pawnshop, continuing his quest for herbs to cure the plague. He had nearly lost all hope, yet upon hearing the words of the Taoist sage proclaiming his destiny to save humanity, a spark of hope reignited within him. However, despite traversing mountains and rivers and braving many perilous locales, he found nothing. Meanwhile, the human race continued to succumb to the plague, one after another. Can I truly bear this heavy burden? Where might the herbs that could dispel the plague be? Shin Nong felt a sense of despair creeping in. Suddenly, a limping wild dog appeared not far ahead, its hind legs marked by 2 deep bite marks, as if bitten by a snake, rummaging through the woods for herbs. To his astonishment, the dog soon unearthed a snow-seeing herb, a treasure known for its ability to clear heat detoxify, and staunch bleeding, effective against snake venom as well. Shen Nong approached, and to his surprise, he discovered a snake den not far from the snow-seeing herb. A sudden realization struck him. The places where toxins lurked might also be where antidotes thrived. Elated by this insight, Shen Nong immediately set his course toward the North Sea. Now at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, his speed was extraordinary, allowing him to tear through space and arrive at the North Sea. The black mist had dissipated, yet the landscape remained scarred and ravaged. Shen Nong was indifferent to such matters, solely focused on swiftly locating medicinal herbs to alleviate the calamities besetting humanity. Indeed, as he had anticipated, it did not take long in the Northern Sea before he made a significant discovery: the heartbreak grass. Upon sampling a specimen, a remarkable sensation surged within him, perfectly counteracting the plague. However, for those untouched by the affliction, consumption of the heartbreak grass could lead to a gruesome demise, causing their internal organs to rot. At that moment, Shen Nong felt a sharp pain in his stomach. With a disdainful snort, he activated the power of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal, and all symptoms vanished in an instant. Though formidable, the heartbreak grass could not contend with the might of the Grand Luo. Consequently, Shen Nong gathered a substantial quantity of heartbreak grass and returned to the human tribe with it. Chapter 70. The Emperor Xianyuan, the Divine Farmer, Shen Nong, returned with the heartbreak herb and immediately commanded his people to brew medicinal concoctions to distribute. Remarkably, their efficacy was apparent. Within a short span, the festering sores on the afflicted vanished at a visibly rapid pace, and their vitality gradually returned to normal, revitalizing the tribes. At this juncture, Shen Nong's prestige reached its zenith. Furthermore, he disseminated a vast compendium of martial arts scriptures, encompassing a myriad of techniques, allowing each individual to discover a practice suited to their own advancement. Within the human tribes, the fervor for martial arts surged dramatically in a brief period, transforming greetings from "Have you eaten today?" to "Have you practiced today?" My golden bell shield has been honed to 999 layers, impenetrable by any force. My solitary 9 swords is the most formidable, capable of transcending time and space. The bridal garment technique is the true pinnacle. Can your easing muscles scripture surpass mine? Taste my 8-part dragon flame. Witness as I cleave the heavens with a single sword. Countless martial arts practices flourished among humanity, with exceptionally gifted individuals even founding their own sects and gathering disciples. Some victors, through insightful innovation based on the original martial scriptures, forged their unique paths, achieving prowess that rivaled even the Taoist immortals. During this period, aside from imparting martial teachings, Shen Nong dedicated every other moment to meticulously compiling the Shen Nong Benqiao Jing. He sensed that his time as the Earth Sovereign would not be prolonged. Upon fulfilling his merits, he too would follow in Fushi's footsteps to the Fire Cloud Cave to oversee the fate of humanity. It was imperative for him to document all his observations regarding medicinal herbs for future generations to reference. Thus, 3 years elapsed, during which the Shen Nong Benqiao Jing meticulously cataloged millions of herbal varieties, from the rare to the commonplace, encompassing all. One day, as Shen Nong set down his pen, a vast cloud of golden merit descended from the heavens. Bathed in its luminous glow, Shen Nong achieved completion of his merits and attained the saintly status of humanity. Simultaneously, Daobao Taoist, due to his affiliation with the Earth Sovereign, also reaped the fruits of merit, stepping into the realm of quasi-saint perfection. The 6 heavenly saints rose in unison to congratulate Shen Nong on his enlightenment, with the exception of Niuhua. Their intent was clear. They wished for Shen Nong to emulate the heavenly emperor and journey to the Fire Cloud Cave. After giving his instructions, Shen Nong declared that the Kongtong seal would be passed to the Xianyuan clan of the Bear Tribe, designating them as the new leaders of humanity. Poised to embark on a new chapter, having arranged everything, Shen Nong set forth to the Fire Cloud Cave with a tranquil heart. The saints collectively exhaled in relief. Within the Fire Cloud Cave, the heavenly restrictions rendered the human Saint Emperor unable to exit once they entered, akin to house arrest, diminishing the strength of humanity. Only Niuhua, her gaze flickering with intrigue, harbored a cold smirk within. Ah, imprisoning the three sovereigns? Plotting to seal the gods? Even I, a saint, have become a pawn in this game. Yet, unbeknownst to them, she had prior dealings with the great Tao Saint, possessing the means to unlock the cave's restrictions whenever necessary, undoubtedly poised to deliver an unexpected surprise at a critical juncture. As the era of the Earth's sovereign drew to a close, humanity welcomed the epic of Emperor Xianyuan. According to the previous agreement, the teacher of the human race, Xianyuan, was to be the esteemed Guangchengzi of the Chan sect. At the summit of Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, Guangchengzi was attentively receiving teachings from the primordial heavenly venerable. Your guidance to the human emperor will undoubtedly yield great merit. Moreover, it is essential to propagate the doctrines of our Chan sect and elucidate the truths of the heavenly way, ensuring that the human emperor adheres to celestial principles. With a respectful bow, Guangchengzi replied, I shall diligently follow your command, ensuring that our teachings resonate throughout the human realm. After his bow, Guangchengzi gracefully descended the mountain, making his way directly to the Huaxia tribe. Since the time of Fuxi, regardless of which tribe the human sovereign originated from, they would ultimately rise to lead the entirety of the primordial human race within Huaxia. Guangchengzi successfully became the teacher of the Xianyuan clan. However, the teachings he imparted left Xianyuan somewhat perplexed, for Guangchengzi believed that beings of inferior lineage were utterly unworthy of enlightenment. Allowing them to thrive independently or serve as resources for the strong was deemed the most fitting resolution. Such a doctrine was evidently hard for Xianyuan to accept. After all, the human race had once been derided as ants by myriad tribes and mercilessly slaughtered by the demon race. The postnatal humans, who were neither born from eggs nor adorned with scales and horns, indeed fit the criteria of inferior lineage. Would this not imply that many among the human race were also unworthy of enlightenment? To Xuanyuan's astonishment, Guangchengzi made a startling proclamation. What the human emperor states is indeed the truth. With countless humans, how can it be expected that all desire enlightenment? Only those of innate human lineage or those born under the mandate of heaven possess the qualification to receive the teachings of the sages and subsequently govern the human race. Remember, the populace can be led, but cannot be made to understand. Xuanyuan's expression darkened. He sensed that there was a flaw in Guangchengzi's reasoning. Yet within that flaw lay a kernel of truth. I understand, Xianyuan nodded thoughtfully. In the days that followed, he undertook sweeping reforms, dividing the human territories into 9 provinces and establishing official positions such as the 3 dukes and 6 ministers. The tribes gradually evolved into city-states and nations. Beyond these developments, Xianyuan diligently refined the calendar based on Fuxi's teachings and compiled the Huangdi Neijing based on the Shenong Benchao Jing. He also commanded Sanjia to draw upon the strengths of various scripts, thereby creating a unique writing system for the human race. This series of initiatives propelled Xuanyuan's prestige to unprecedented heights, with the name of the human emperor Xianyuan echoing throughout every corner of the primordial world. During this process, alongside the burgeoning strength of the Huaxia tribe, to the northeast, the Jiuli tribe, under the leadership of its chieftain Qiyu, also transformed into a formidable entity. It was rumored that many members of the Jiuli tribe were reincarnations of the witch race, and their chieftain Qiyu was a being of both witch and human qualities, possessing immense strength capable of lifting mountains. Moreover, the tiger soul blade in his hand could shatter mountains and sever seas with a single strike. Initially, Xianyuan did not regard the might of the Jiuli tribe with much concern, as they were all part of the human race, and their prosperity was beneficial for humanity. However, it soon became apparent to Xianyuan that the Jiuli tribe's demeanor was excessively domineering. It may even be described as ruthless, should one fail to meet their expectations. Even those of the same kin are swiftly met with death. The Xianyuan clan had once sternly admonished the Jiuli tribe in their capacity as the sovereign of humanity. Initially, the Jiuli showed great deference, promising Xianyuan that such incidents would not recur. However, as the Jiuli tribe grew in strength, their attitude towards Xianyuan became increasingly dismissive, devoid of any trace of respect. On this particular day, within the Juli tribe, the chieftain Chiyu, bare-chested, indulged in copious amounts of wine and meat, brimming with excitement. Brothers, can you guess what I have discovered? His 81 brothers gathered around him, each one robust and formidable, with ironclad heads and impenetrable bodies. They are the true strength that has propelled the Juli tribe to its current stature. With a grand gesture, Chiyu summoned 12 banners that emerged before him, slowly floating in the air, exuding an enigmatic aura that was both palpable and elusive. Chapter 71. The Contest for Supremacy in the Hands of Chiyu. The 12 small banners, though tattered, still exuded an aura of formidable menace. Brother, what is this? Lu Mu, Chiyu's sibling, inquired with curiosity. Chi replied with a proud smile. Have you heard of the ancient 12 capital heavenly god slaughter array? At this declaration, the members of the Juli tribe were taken aback. That was the grand formation left behind by the 12 ancestral shamans, rumored to summon the true essence of Pangu. Could it be that these 12 banners are the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter flags? Another brother, Kingang, asked. Chi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, with the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter flags, we of the Juli tribe can practice the ancient great formation. Which human tribe could possibly rival us? The brothers nodded in agreement. Indeed, in my view, that young Xianyuan is utterly unworthy of the position of leader among the human race. It must be our elder brother who takes the mantle. The Huaxia tribe has dominated the humans for far too long and should yield the throne, allowing our Juli tribe to shine. It is fated that our elder brother would acquire the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter flags. It is our destiny to rise. Let us lead our brothers in a grand undertaking. Once we succeed, elder brother, you will be the leader of humanity. The brothers babbled excitedly, and Chiyu's heart swelled with joy, feeling elated. Raising the tiger soul blade high, he proclaimed loudly, Brothers, let's act. Roars of agreement erupted from the entire Juli tribe, as everyone dreamt of replacing the central Huaxia. Days later, the Juli tribe commenced their actions. Initially cautious, they gradually began to encroach upon neighboring tribes, growing bolder until they swept through like a tempest, devouring countless territories. They had transformed into a colossal force capable of standing toe-to-toe with Huaxia. How outrageous! Is Juli rising in rebellion? The Emperor Xianyuan slammed his hand on the table. Rising in anger, his gaze fierce and his expression as cold as ice. Since the time of the three ancestors in the endless expanse of time, this was the first instance of a human tribe daring to mount such a large-scale rebellion against the leader. It was a groundbreaking affront, akin to a slap to his face. Your Majesty, this matter is grave. We must swiftly deploy troops to quell Juli, advised Guang Qingzi. As the emperor's mentor, he was concerned about the implications for the emperor's fortune. Should any misfortune occur, it would render all prior efforts futile, and the reputation of the Chan sect would be compromised. General Li Mu, a stalwart of the emperor's forces, declared with conviction, I am willing to be the vanguard. General De Hong proclaimed, I am willing to fight to the death for the emperor. General Chang Xian asserted, I am willing to beat the drums for the emperor. Even Song Jie, revered as the ancestor of humanity, rose to speak, we must not indulge Juli. Should they dare to rebel, they will meet only death. With a clang, Xianyuan unsheathed his treasured sword, raising it high above his head, and commanded fiercely, deploy troops to Juli. The Huaxia human forces surged forth. A colossal army of over 100 million sweeping towards Juli, shaking the mountains and rivers, instilling dread in all beings. The last time a conflict of such magnitude occurred was likely during the War of Sorcerers and Demons. Was another calamity upon the horizon? Even in the absence of a cataclysm, suffering and devastation are inevitable. Numerous beings have taken refuge to evade the clash of the two armies, seeking to avoid being caught in the crossfire. After enduring several brutal skirmishes, the conflict ultimately culminated in the defeat of the Huaxia, with the Juli tribe's power surging, nearly annexing half of the human territories. Most notably, the fortunes of the human emperor have been siphoned away through these relentless battles. Presently, Huaxia and Juli each command an equal share of the land. Whosoever claims the final victory shall rightfully be deemed the sovereign of the realm. The Xianyuan clan wore a grim expression, for the Jiuli tribe was exceedingly proficient in warfare, particularly the 81 brothers of Qi Yu, whose copper heads and iron foreheads rendered them impervious to blades and arrows. Moreover, with the tiger soul blade in Qi Yu's grasp and the iron-eating beast beneath him, he resembled a veritable god of war, causing the Huaxia forces to crumble upon contact, with even the formidable Li Mu proving no match for him. Guan Xingzi's heart grew heavy with concern. Had he erred in his choice of human emperor? Was the true sovereign not Xianyuan, but rather Qi Yu? Yet the Kantong seal was firmly in Xianyuan's possession. With a furrowed brow, Guan Xingzi resolved to adopt a strategy of stillness in the face of action. The identity of the teacher mattered little. What was paramount was to ensure he became the teacher of the emperor. In the ensuing 6 months, the struggle between Huaxia and Jiuli persisted, the battlefield expanding immensely, with both sides deploying millions of troops to engage in combat. Though victories were claimed on both sides, the Huaxia tribe was gradually driven to the vicinity of Zhuolu. This location was untenable. Retreating even a single step would lead them into the heart of Huaxia, an open plain where the Jiuli forces could advance unimpeded. With a resounding clang, Xianyuan's sword was driven into the earth, his gaze reflecting a steely resolve. He commanded the entire army to hold their ground at Zhuolu, declaring that those who retreated would be executed. The Huaxia forces assembled at Zhuolu, wagering all they had, preparing to engage in a desperate battle against Jiuli. In stark contrast to Huaxia's somber demeanor, the Jiuli camp was filled with merriment and laughter. Qi Yu and his 81 brothers reveled in their tent, exuberant and carefree. Xianyuan's youth arranged formations at Zhuolu. Huaxia is but a spent force. Humanity will ultimately belong to us, the Jiuli. Indeed, a mere array cannot withstand the onslaught of our valiant warriors. In a single round, we shall bring them to ruin. The elder brother shall be the sovereign of humanity. Henceforth, Jiuli shall reign supreme. Come, let's raise a toast to the sovereign of the human race. Ha ha ha. Qi laughed heartily, lifting his wine cup. Cheers. The revelry continued deep into the night. Suddenly, the Jiuli grand tent erupted into flames, a conflagration reaching for the heavens. Changxian beat the drums, their thunderous sound reverberating like rolling thunder. Li Mu led the elite forces of Huaxia to directly assault the Jiuli camp, comprising masters of martial arts whose prowess equaled that of Qi Yu's brothers. They slaughtered all in their path, setting fire to tents and provisions alike. With the aid of Feng Ho, one of the 3 dukes of Huaxia, who summoned a fierce wind to fan the flames, and with ample wine strewn about, the sprawling encampment of Jiuli, extending 300,000 miles, swiftly transformed into an inferno. How outrageous! Qi Yu was furious. He had not anticipated that. Despite their continuous defeats, Huaxia would dare to launch a counterattack. Brandishing the tiger soul blade and mounting the iron-eating beast, he bellowed, "Follow me to slay the enemy." Even amidst the flames, Qi Yu remained valiant and formidable in battle, with none among the Huaxia tribes able to rival him. Even the mightiest of warriors, Li Mu, was struck so fiercely that he spat blood. His 81 brothers, masters of martial arts, formed formations that could barely withstand the onslaught. Boom! With a single punch, Qi Yu sent Li Mu staggering back 1,000 paces. The sheer force was terrifying, rivaling that of the ancient great shamans. Oof. Do not presume that an ambush will secure victory over my Jiuli tribe. Today, I shall first slay you, and tomorrow, I shall claim the head of that young Xianyuan. Brandishing the tiger soul blade, Qi Yu strode boldly from the flames, raising his blade to strike at Li Mu. Clang! Suddenly, the resounding clash of metal echoed as the long sword met the tiger soul blade, sparks flying, and the terrifying force split the earth asunder. Qi Yu paused momentarily, then sneered. Xianyuan clan. Chapter 72. The Xianyuan sacred sword. The Emperor Xianyuan confronted the war master Qi Yu directly. At the moment their blades clashed, it was as if the heavens themselves were collapsing and the earth was shattering. Xianyuan clan. Qi Yu's gaze was icy, his lips curling into a cold smirk. Today, I shall claim your head to honor my Jiuli supremacy. Traitor of humanity. How dare you dream of such a fate? Xian Yuan thrust his sword forward with great swiftness. Qi Yu wielded the tiger soul blade, engaging in a powerful exchange. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. Yet, despite Xian Yuan's profound mastery of martial arts, the disparity between the Emperor's sword and the tiger soul blade was staggering, rendering Xian Yuan incapable of piercing Qi Yu's formidable half-witch, half-human physique. Prolonged combat would inevitably lead to Xuan Yuan's disadvantage. Fortuitously, the forces of Huaxia launched a surprise attack, igniting the Jiuli encampment in flames. Apart from Qi Yu and his 81 brothers, the remainder of the Jiuli clan was left in disarray and slaughtered. Clang! The tiger soul blade deflected the Emperor's sword, and Qi Yu, witnessing the raging inferno, was consumed by fury. If they did not retreat soon, at least half of his clan would perish here. Should that occur, even if he succeeded in slaying Xian Yuan, it would be of no consequence. Withdraw! Qi Yu gritted his teeth as he commanded. He and his 81 brothers held the rear as the Jiuli army hastily retreated 100,000 miles. This marked the most grievous defeat the Jiuli tribe had faced since their campaign began, granting the Huaxia tribe some much-needed breathing room. However, everyone understood that the true decisive battle had yet to commence. The night raid on the Jiuli encampment was merely an appetizer. The Jiuli tribe remained undaunted, their confidence unwavering. Elder brother, the Huaxia tribe is oblivious to their folly. It is time to deploy the 12 heavenly divine flags. If they seek death, let's grant them a swift end. For our fallen brothers, we shall take vengeance, elder brother. Qi Yu clenched his teeth and coldly ordered. Relay the command. Prepare the 12 heavenly divine array. Once the formation is complete, we shall annihilate Huaxia. Although the warriors of the Jiuli tribe possessed physical prowess far exceeding that of ordinary humans, they were still incomparable to the ancient ancestral witches. Even the tattered heavenly divine flags could not be utilized casually. They required 10,000 warriors per group, a total of 12 groups, summoning the blood and energy of 120,000 to wield their true power. Meanwhile, the Huaxia tribe was equally engrossed in preparations for the impending conflict. Presently, the most vexing concern for Xian Yuan was his weaponry. While the Emperor's sword was indeed a divine artifact, it paled in comparison to the tiger soul blade and was incapable of inflicting harm upon Qi Yu. With the decisive battle looming, where could he forge a divine weapon? Xian Yuan sought counsel from Guang Chengzi. Yet surprisingly, Guang Chengzi evaded the inquiry. The rightful heir to the Emperor's throne remained uncertain, making it imprudent for him to take a side. Should Qi Yu truly be the destined monarch, to unreservedly assist Xian Yuan would mean antagonizing the future emperor. Observing from the sidelines until the situation clarified was the wisest course of action. In the celestial realm above, at the palace of Niwa, among the 6 saints, Niwa was particularly attentive to the impending conflict between Huaxia and Jiuli. In ancient times, Fuxi wielded the Kongtong seal to establish the Huaxia tribes as the rightful lineage of humanity. Throughout the ages, regardless of their origins, every sovereign of humanity would ultimately converge upon Huaxia. Yet now, the realm faces its gravest peril. My lady, who shall ascend as the sovereign of humanity, Qi Yu or the Xian Yuan clan? Inquired the celestial maiden of 9 heavens. Unable to contain her curiosity, Niwa offered no reply. Yet she understood that if the current circumstances persisted, no one would withstand the 12 capital celestial demon formation, and Huaxia would face inevitable defeat. After a moment of contemplation, she gracefully raised her hand, and a long sword materialized in her grasp. The blade emanated a menacing aura, faintly resonating with the wails and roars of humanity, while the hilt was intricately carved with a radiant sun, illuminating the world akin to sunlight. This was the sword of slaughtering witches. Once, the demon Emperor Dijun had ordered the extermination of humanity, forging this divine blade specifically to combat the witch clan. After the cataclysmic battle had concluded, Niwa had returned with it, keeping it within the royal palace, never anticipating it would be summoned today. Take this sword and procure copper from Mount Shou to forge a divine blade anew alongside the human sovereign sword to aid the Xian Yuan clan. The celestial maiden of 9 heavens accepted her command, cradling the sword of slaughtering witches as she descended to the mortal realm. In Zhuelu, the atmosphere was eerily calm, yet everyone sensed the impending storm. Both sides were secretly adjusting their strategies. Limu would conduct daily inspections, meticulously refining every detail of their arrangements. Meanwhile, the Xianyuan clan stood before a sand table map, diligently studying every inch of the terrain. The martial prowess within the Huaxia tribes was formidable, an asset that must be fully harnessed. Similarly, the Jili tribe no longer indulged in excesses of feasting. Qiyu personally oversaw the cultivation of the 12 capital celestial demon formation. Both factions were poised, eagerly awaiting the moment the great conflict would ignite. However, within the heart of the Xianyuan clan lingered a concern, the sword in hand. Without a more potent spiritual treasure, it would be arduous to vanquish Qiyu. Yet, such thoughts could not be voiced, for to utter them would sow discord among the ranks, potentially leading to defeat before the battle even commenced. All that remained was to do their utmost. At that moment, a messenger arrived at the camp, reporting the arrival of the celestial maiden of 9 heavens, dispatched by Niuhua. The Xianyuan clan felt a surge of both surprise and joy. Over the years, Niuhua's reputation among humanity had flourished. Her decision to send the celestial maiden must surely be an act of assistance, prompting an immediate welcome. However, Guang Chengzi furrowed his brow. As the mentor of the Xianyuan clan, he pondered the rationale behind the celestial maiden's visit. He two-stepped forward, coolly inquiring, "Sister, is your presence here in accordance with protocol?" The celestial maiden, her expression impassive, simply replied, "Who says my elder brother, the human emperor, has not fulfilled his duties?" With that, she disregarded Guang Chengzi and made her way directly to the grand tent of the Xianyuan clan. This time, the celestial maiden brought with her the sword of slaughtering witches and copper from Mount Shou. Together with the human sovereign sword, they commenced forging a divine blade using the celestial fire of the 9 heavens. Flames erupted skyward, and with each strike, sparks flew, coalescing mid-air into a colossal totem. There were serpents, tigers, and eagles, symbols of the various tribes under Huaxia's dominion, and simultaneously, the former abodes of the souls of humanity within the sword of slaughtering witches. Gradually, the resentment transformed into the brilliance of humanity, evolving into sacred energy. The sword of slaughtering witches, the emperor's sword, and the copper from the first mountain began to intertwine, culminating in the creation of a new divine sword. Clang! As the final strike resonated, a blaze erupted skyward, forming a colossal dragon shape in the heavens. The very totem of the Huaxia tribe. The Xianyuan clan grasped the divine sword, lifting it aloft. Its radiance soared to the skies, piercing through the clouds. Its dazzling light illuminating the cosmic expanse, rivaling the sun itself. Even the Jili tribe could not help but gaze upward, a sense of foreboding swelling within them, provoking the wrath of Qiyu, who lashed out with a whip, demanding they focus on perfecting the 12 capital heavenly demon array. Within the Huaxia tribe, the 9 heavens mysterious maiden spoke, "Might the emperor of humanity bestow a name upon this sword?" Holding the divine sword, Xianyuan stood with unwavering confidence, his eyes resolute. "Since I am named Xianyuan, this sword shall henceforth be known as the Xianyuan sword." Chapter 73. The eternal radiance of Huaxia in the Huaxia tribe. The brilliance of the Xianyuan sacred sword eclipsed the sun and the stars. Meanwhile, in the Jili tribe, the malevolent aura emanating from the 12 capital heavenly god array obscured the celestial lights. Both sides summoned their utmost strength, and the impending clash of titans loomed. All beings gazed upon the spectacle. Even the goddess Enhua of the Taizu heaven cast her gaze upon the battlefield. The primordial supreme being of Kunlun Mountain shared a similar sentiment, though he felt some discontent. Despite Guang Chengzi being the imperial teacher, his inaction allowed the 9 heavens mysterious maiden, dispatched by Enhua, to exploit the opportunity. Within the vacuous tent, Guang Chengzi and the 9 heavens mysterious maiden stood side by side, observing the struggle for the title of emperor among the human race, unable to intervene directly. "Who does your esteemed brother believe will emerge victorious?" inquired the 9 heavens mysterious maiden. "It is a 50-50 chance," Guang Chengzi replied solemnly. The nine heavens' mysterious maiden smiled. I firmly believe that Emperor Xianyuan will undoubtedly triumph. With a resounding boom, Chang Xian beat the drums, and Li Mu charged forth. The Xianyuan clan gripped the Xianyuan sword, leading the charge. In contrast, Qi Yu wielded the tiger's blade, riding atop his iron-eating beast, accompanied by his 81 warriors and countless Zhuli tribesmen, rushing into the fray. The battle commenced. There were no superfluous words exchanged. Blades met flesh, and soon the land of Zhuolu was drenched in crimson. Kings clashed, soldiers met in combat. The Xianyuan clan engaged Qi Yu head-on. Insects, I am the true sovereign of humanity. Qi Yu roared, swinging down the tiger's blade. The heavens echoed with the roars of ferocious tigers, instilling fear in the hearts of men. The Xianyuan sacred sword was drawn, its holy light illuminating the world. In a mere instant of contact, a tremendous clang resounded, brilliance soaring to 3,000 feet. Qi Yu staggered back, his face a mask of astonishment. On the banks of the heavenly river, Lin Xian lounged on a jade chair crafted from the essence of the great Tao, leisurely observing the fierce battle. Bingpo was busy preparing the flesh of the chaotic beasts for a barbecue, while Huiji and Little Pangu studied the myriad worlds, contemplating which ones to select for rule modifications. Only the ancestral dragon remained engrossed in the spectacle, for the totem of the Huaxia tribe was the dragon, and deep within, he harbored hope for the victory of the Xianyuan clan. Within the scroll, the might of the Xianyuan sacred sword was undeniable, overpowering the tiger's blade and effortlessly cleaving through Qi Yu's formidable flesh. The Xianyuan clan charged at the forefront, their morale soaring, gaining the upper hand. However, with a commanding shout from Qi Yu, the Zhuli version of the heavenly god array was invoked, summoning a terrifying giant to stand between heaven and earth, unleashing a tempest and roaring thunder. Lin Xian yawned, feeling somewhat fatigued. With the outcome already foretold, he found little excitement and resumed, playing with the spiritual pearl in his hand. Master, who will ultimately prevail? The ancestral dragon could not help but inquire. Despite having ascended to the rank of Dragon Emperor Saint, matters intertwined with the fate of humanity remained opaque to him. Lin Xian smiled in silence, urging him to watch quietly. On the battlefield of Zhuolu, Chang Xian beat the drums, Li Mu pulled the chariot, Feng Bo summoned the winds, and Tsang Jie inscribed a grand avenue with his timeless brush. The Xianyuan clan surged towards the giant's head. Châtelet Sword Technique. 6 Annihilations, Sword 23. The Ethereal Sword Technique. Sword 13. The Celestial Sword of 10,000 Poles returns to its origin. The Emperor Xianyuan, a paragon of martial prowess, unleashed a myriad of astonishing sword strikes, each possessing the formidable power to rend the heavens and obliterate the earth. Yet, even so, the colossal being summoned by the heavenly divine array, though staggering under the onslaught, remained upright, entangled in combat with the Xianyuan clan. The battlefield was still rife with bloodshed, as both the Huaxia and the Zhuli tribes faced relentless casualties. Zhuolu had transformed into a vast slaughterhouse. As time progressed, the Zhuli warriors sustaining the heavenly divine array gradually succumbed to exhaustion. Their vitality drained away. They collapsed like dried corpses, shattering into dust. The heavenly divine array, bereft of its source of life force, naturally crumbled under its own weight. After a full 33 days, the Battle of Zhuolu finally came to a close. Ultimately, the Huaxia tribe triumphed over the Zhuli tribe, albeit at a grievous cost. Qi Yu and his 81 brothers were beheaded, their heads displayed prominently outside the Huaxia tribe as a grim warning to the other tribes. Humanity, it seemed, would endure solely through Huaxia. In the aftermath of the Battle of Zhuolu, the Xianyuan clan achieved their sacred mission, and alongside the heavenly sovereign Fuxi and the earthly sovereign Shinnong, they journeyed to the Fire Cloud Cave, ostensibly to suppress humanity as fate. Guang Qingzi and the Nine Heavens Xian Nu also received a portion of his fate, though Guang Qingzi, the esteemed master, found himself distracted and longing for distant peaks, ultimately reaping far less than the bounteous treasures. His cultivation remained at the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Meanwhile, humanity entered the era of the five emperors, Zhuangxu, Diku, Diyao, and Dishun. The legacy of Emperor Yu was one of abdication, wherein the virtuous and capable were chosen to lead. Emperor Yu convened at Tushan to unite the myriad nations, establishing the Xia kingdom, wherein the imperial throne was passed down to future descendants, thus founding humanity's first feudal dynasty. The Xia dynasty endured for 470 years, but the last ruler, Xia Jie, was debauched and inept, indulging in hedonism. This provoked the ire of the dawn, as celestial birds descended, leading to the Battle of Mingting, where King Tang decisively defeated Xia Jie, establishing his capital at Nanhao and heralding the advent of the Shang dynasty. Humanity thus embarked on a new chapter in the era of Shang. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard of a pawnshop, Lin Xian and his companions relished a rare moment of leisure. Yet, the onset of another calamity loomed. The divine punishment calamity, more perilous than the witch-demon calamity, threatened even the saints. However, unlike the original trajectory of the primordial chaos, the current scenario was rife with variables. The first was that Niwa had become aware of the machinations of the Zhuanti and would certainly not acquiesce to being used. Secondly, the three sovereigns of the Fire Cloud Cave could emerge at any moment, unwilling to allow the human king to be unjustly demoted to the status of a mere heavenly emperor. Lastly, there was the Yellow Dragon, who, despite being forcibly accepted as a disciple by the Primordial One, harbored resentment and could very well become a loyal disciple of the Chan sect. It is the presence of uncertainty that brings intrigue. Had one foreseen the conclusion, the interminable passage of time would indeed be tedious. Lin Xian mused, his gaze falling upon the spirit orb in his hand, when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. Neza is the embodiment of the spirit orb, born of celestial decree. Leaving behind numerous legends in the primordial world, Neza's exploits against the sea, his sacrifice of flesh for his mother and bone for his father, ultimately led him to become the great deity of the three altars of the sea. Since the desire for change persists, what harm could there be in adding a bit more? He lifted the spirit pearl and gently tossed it into the cosmic river. Whoosh! The spirit pearl transformed into a beam of ethereal light, traversing through the heavens, beginning to absorb the powers and memories of the celestial world of Neza. Father, I return your flesh and blood. I shall not implicate you. I, Neza, was born as the master of the universe circle and the chaos silk. Would I fear you? My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. Whether demon or immortal, I alone shall decide. The thunder roars, and I tremble in fear, as it strikes and leaves me in tatters. Father, to catch a blade with bare hands is not the child's skill, but rather your destiny is set to be effortlessly disarmed. Though others may appear more charming, they are, without a doubt, a true man. Alas! Chapter 74. The list of deities the human realm has entered the era of the Great Shang dynasty. Meanwhile, in the chaotic void beyond the 33 heavens, a radiant golden light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, enveloped in ethereal purple mist and divine radiance, as an ancient palace gradually materialized. In a swift motion, a figure darted within. It was the heavenly emperor, Hao Yin. What brings you here? Hong Jun inquired, his eyes opening slowly, his tone indifferent. Esteemed lord, I humbly report that Hao Yin has been graciously granted the position of heavenly sovereign over the three realms by your benevolence. However, the heavenly court is lacking in personnel. Though I bear the title of sovereign, I possess no true authority. I beseech you, great lord, to reclaim the heavenly mandate and select another candidate. Yaoqi and I are willing to return to the Purple Cloud Palace to serve you. Hao Yin replied respectfully. Hong Jun regarded him with a detached gaze and replied, You may return. I have my own plans regarding this matter. Hao Yin bowed once more, expressing his gratitude, and then transformed into a streak of light, departing from the Purple Cloud Palace. Their exchange was imbued with an implicit understanding, a testament to the long-standing rapport between master and servant over countless ages. The time has come to summon the 6 saints back to the Purple Cloud Palace, Hong Jun declared, a subtle smile gracing his features. From Shouyang Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, Golden Tortoise Island, the Palace of Niwa, and the Western Bliss, The voices of the 6 saints resonated in their ears. Hasten to the purple cloud palace for a council. Obediently following the master's command, the 6 saints replied in unison, bowing before stepping into the void, reappearing in the chaotic world. The primordial sovereign was the first to inquire. "Elder brother, do you know why our master has summoned us?" Laozi shook his head slowly. "I do not know, but this gathering must pertain to significant matters. Once we enter the purple cloud palace, we shall surely learn the truth." "Very well," the primordial sovereign concluded, and the 6 saints proceeded together. Within the purple cloud palace, Hong Jun sat high upon a mat, his form merging with the void, appearing both present and elusive. At that moment, Hong Jun embodied the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao was Hong Jun, having reached the pinnacle of the primordial realm. "Greetings, Master," the 6 saints bowed in unison. Laozi inquired again, "Might I ask why our master has called us?" Hong Jun spoke slowly. "Another calamity has arisen in the world." Upon hearing this, the saints were taken aback. It had scarcely been long since the calamity of the witch and demon. How could another be upon them so soon? Was the cycle of cause and effect in the primordial realm accumulating at such an alarming rate? Only Nuwa seemed to grasp the implication. Realizing that the calamity Hong Jun referred to was likely the deification calamity she had witnessed among the great saints of the Tao. This catastrophe ensnared the saints, ultimately demoting the king of humanity to the status of a mere mortal sovereign. Henceforth, people would turn to deities and Buddhas for solace. Their standing diminished in comparison to celestial beings, leading to an enormous drain on the fortunes of humankind. It could be said that since the deification calamity, the heavenly realm's protagonists have become mere shadows of their former selves. This calamity would further alter the primordial landscape, undoubtedly of great significance. Nuwa maintained a calm facade, listening intently. Hong Jun continued, "This time, it concerns the heavenly Emperor Hao Yin, who finds himself without suitable personnel in the heavenly court, coinciding with the disciples of the 3 teachings committing acts of violence, thus instigating this calamity." As he concluded, the saints were once again astonished. According to Hong Jun, this calamity would entangle the entire lineage of the saints. Tong Tian, whose disciples were the most numerous, expressed his concern and implored, "Please, Master, elucidate further." With a wave of his hand, Hong Jun summoned forth a swirling mass of purple energy and radiant light as a resplendent golden list emerged. Imbued with the essence of the heavenly Tao, it was none other than the list of deities, one of the 3 books of heaven, earth, and humanity. The list must include 365 benevolent deities and 126,000 assisting spirits. Who will be honored on this list is a matter for your deliberation. The divine list, imbued with celestial energy, appears desolate and empty, awaiting the names of disciples from the 3 teachings to fill its void. Those who ascend the divine list may attain divinity, yet the disciples of the celestial master are but shallow in their foundations. Ascending the divine list presents them with a rare opportunity. The primordial supreme being spoke first. In response, the celestial master let out a cold snort. The paths of immortality and divinity may seem similar, yet it is well understood that immortals bask in freedom, while deities are constrained by rules. Most crucially, once a true spirit ascends the divine list, they are effectively imprisoned, their cultivation forever stunted. Such an opportunity is better left for the disciples of the way of enlightenment. The celestial master retorted coldly. Within the palace of purple clouds, the 2 engaged in a fierce war of words, disregarding the dignity of the saints as they quarreled. In truth, the teachings of humanity were nowhere to be found. The Western teachings had but the medicine master and Maitreya. The sect of Enwa merely held a nominal title. Among the saintly traditions, only the way of enlightenment and the way of interception could muster the necessary numbers for the divine list. In my view, the way of interception, which claims to host a myriad of immortals, could lose some disciples to the divine list without jeopardizing its foundation. The ever-silent Laozi suddenly interjected. The celestial master was taken aback, a flicker of incredulity crossing his eyes. He had long believed that only he and the primordial supreme being harbored irreconcilable differences among the 3 pure ones, while his elder brother, Laozi had maintained neutrality, a figure he revered. Little did he know that Laozi's first words would favor the primordial supreme being. His disciples are living beings, and so are mine. Why should only theirs be honored? The celestial master protested. As the leader of the way of interception, how could he face his disciples if he failed to protect them? In the face of great calamity, you cannot act capriciously, declared the primordial supreme being. Celestial master, you must not defy the master's command. Laozi added. With both Laozi and the primordial supreme being standing in solidarity, the two saints from the west were naturally unwilling to remain idle, eager to take advantage of the turmoil. What my elder brother and second brother have said is indeed true, the celestial master's elder brother remarked. With so many disciples in the way of interception, it would be of little consequence to send a few to the divine list. Indeed, the celestial master's second brother chimed in cheerfully. If there are any difficult-to-teach disciples, they may be sent to the west. My brother and I would be glad to share the burden. The celestial master's countenance darkened. He was truly reluctant to betray his disciples by signing their names to the divine list, yet the pressure from the four saints was overwhelming, even for him. He gazed at Hongjun, who remained serenely with closed eyes, evidently acquiescing to the proposal of Laozi and the primordial supreme being. Were they truly to let their disciples heed the summons of the heavenly emperor's child? Who among the saintly traditions would regard him with esteem? Celestial master, why do you not sign? Laozi urged in a low voice. This is an opportunity. What is there to hesitate about? The primordial supreme being pressed. Both Jane and Junti supported him from the side. Gritting his teeth, the celestial master slowly raised his right hand, the radiance of the upper clear illuminating his fingertips. With a pointed gesture, he inscribed the name of a disciple from the way of interception upon the divine list. Suddenly, the previously silent Nuwa spoke. In truth, it is not imperative to affix one's signature to fulfill the heavenly mandate. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and the two sages from the west exchanged glances filled with skepticism towards Nuwa. It was indeed peculiar for the typically reserved Nuwa to openly contradict the four saints. Rather strangely, Tong Tian seemed to grasp this revelation as a lifeline, feeling an immediate alleviation of his burdens, and eagerly inquired, "What does Sister Nuwa mean by this?" Nuwa smiled gracefully and replied, "Did not our master mention the onset of calamities? In times of tribulation, countless beings shall suffer. The individuals inscribed upon the heavenly mandate will depend solely on fate. Those with meager fortunes may perish, while those endowed with profound blessings might traverse through the trials and continue to live in peace." Chapter 75. Nezis suddenly. Tong Tian's eyes brightened as he found himself in an unexpected situation. Sister Enhua is right. Those who make it onto the list do so based on their own abilities. Could it be that Yuan Shi has no confidence in his disciples from the Chan sect? Yuan Shi's expression darkened instantly. In truth, many disciples of the Chan sect were indeed not a match for those of the Jie sect in terms of cultivation. However, the Chan sect had always held a lofty view of themselves, dismissing the monsters of the Jie sect, and thus could not afford to show any signs of weakness at this moment. Seeing this, Tong Tian couldn't help but smirk, seizing the opportunity to mock. If you dare not face this, our Jie sect can show mercy. Any disciple of the Chan sect facing a calamity may kneel and call our disciple's grandfather 3 times, and we shall grant him a path to survival. Yuan Shi's eyes burned with fury. How dare you, a creature born from a damp egg, act so arrogantly before me? Very well, let it be as you say. Those who ascend the function list shall do so based on their merits. Enhua's gaze flickered with surprise. At last, the first step had been taken. Tong Tian sighed in relief, having secured a glimmer of hope for his disciples. Laozi's expression was solemn. The events of the day were rather unusual, particularly Enhua, who seemed deliberately at odds with him and the others. As for the Western saints, they appeared utterly amused, content to stir the pot while the Eastern factions clashed. After bidding farewell to Hongjun, the 6 saints departed from the Zhixiao Palace. Yuan Shi snorted coldly and returned directly to Kunlun Mountain. Laozi and the 2 Western saints also went their separate ways. Only Tong Tian called out to Enhua, bowing respectfully, "I'm grateful to you, Sister Enhua, for your timely intervention. Otherwise, my GS sect disciples, alas, they would surely have been on that list. Enhua smiled gently at Tong Tian. In the future, I may require your assistance, Tong Tian. Tong Tian's gaze flickered. He sensed there was more to her words. Yet he refrained from probing further, replying, if the need arises, Sister Enhua, do not hesitate to ask. With that, they both returned to their respective sanctuaries. In Kunlun Mountain, at the Yushu Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan promptly summoned the likes of the Lantern Zen Master, the Southern Polar Immortal, and the 12 Golden Immortals, announcing the matter of the Fengshen calamity. The assembly was met with astonishment. Who would forsake the leisurely life of a wandering immortal to serve as a mere attendant in the Zixiao Palace? May the Master provide protection in this matter. Guang Chengzi intoned, followed by the other immortals echoing the sentiment. Rest assured, I shall not neglect this affair, Yuanshi responded gravely. With a gesture, he summoned numerous spiritual treasures from the void. The Pantian seal, the 9-dragon divine fire cover, the escaping dragon post, the pure, glazed bottle, and the 7 birds fiery fan, among others. Each of you should take these treasures. They may aid you in times of peril. The disciples expressed their gratitude, promptly collecting the treasures before them. Yuanshi continued, as you face this life-threatening ordeal, you must descend into the wilderness to take on disciples, participating in the Fengshen calamity, so that they may shield you from this impending doom. All 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, save for the real person of the Yellow Dragon, set forth to traverse the wilderness, seeking suitable disciples to protect them from their impending catastrophe. At the entrance of the Magu Cave on the 2nd Immortal Mountain, Huang Long stood with a faint, cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yuanshi Tianzuan, the moment of sealing the deities approaches. I shall ensure the annihilation of the Chan sect, leaving you in unbearable agony. Huang Long resolved firmly within. He would fall amidst this divine sealing, yet simultaneously drag the Chan sect into an abyss from which there would be no return. On Jinao Island, in the Bayou Palace, the Master of Heaven similarly disclosed the matters of divine sealing to the myriad immortals of the Jia sect. In stark contrast to the Chan sect's palpable anxiety, the disciples of the Jia sect were brimming with anticipation. Wonderful! At last, we can vent our frustrations. With scales and horns? With wet incubation? Let us see if they possess the prowess to survive this calamity. I shall personally send them to the divine sealing list. This time, the divine sealing shall prove that the Jia sect surpasses the Chan sect. My master's path is undoubtedly superior to that of Yuanshi Tianzuan. On Jinao Island, everyone was in high spirits. Yet, the impending calamity was perilous beyond measure, and the Master of Heaven was acutely aware of this. It could be said that, in the face of such a great catastrophe, apart from the saints who could transcend, anyone else might succumb. Thus, the Master of Heaven promptly commanded his disciples to diligently cultivate, preparing for an unparalleled calamity that would entangle the saintly lineage. In the blink of an eye, several centuries passed. Lin Xian, along with Bing Pe and Huiji, basked in the sunlight by the river of the heavens. Suddenly, Bing Pe pointed towards the river and exclaimed, Master, look, the spirit pearl is about to traverse back. Lin Xian lifted his gaze, and indeed the spirit pearl, having traversed countless worlds and absorbed the powers of each Neza from those realms, was now complete and ready to return to the primordial world. With a whoosh, a beam of spiritual light pierced through space and plunged directly into the Chuntang Pass. At the Chuntang Pass, Li Jing paced anxiously outside the Li residence. For Madame Yin had been pregnant for 10 long years and was finally about to give birth. Hearing his wife's anguished cries from within, Li Jing's heart raced. Yet he could only silently pray for the safety of both mother and child. Bang! The door was thrust open from within, and the midwife hurriedly rushed out. What is it? Has she given birth? Li Jing sighed in relief. How is my wife? Is it a boy or a girl? The midwife, her face a mixture of terror and urgency, shouted as she dashed toward the outside. It's a monster. Boom! In that instant, a fireball shattered the roof and soared into the sky. As the fireball dispersed, it revealed a child clad in a red belly band, with dark circles under his eyes and a somewhat frightening visage. Ha! Little Master has finally returned. The child gazed at this world with exuberance. dancing with joy and spontaneously singing. The thunder rumbles, I'm so scared. Suddenly, he spotted Li Jing and, with a swift motion, landed before him, lifting him effortlessly. You are Li Jing? I am Neza, your son. Li Jing, a seasoned guardian of the Chuntang Pass who had weathered many storms, now stood pale and trembling in fear. A monster! A monster! He struggled desperately to free himself from Neza's grip, drawing his sword to strike. After 10 years of pregnancy, you were born as this monstrosity. Neza's expression instantly turned cold. Had it not been for the exemplary parenting of a few world-renowned figures, such as Li Jing and Lady Yin, it is conceivable that he might have met his demise the moment he was born. It appears that fortune has not favored me. Neza's tone turned frigid, causing Li Jing to shudder involuntarily. Nevertheless, the descending sword did not waver, aiming for Neza's crown. Clang! A resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. The spirit pearl traversed the realms, absorbing Neza's power. Although he had yet to undergo systematic training, he was no mere mortal metal that could be easily vanquished. The sword shattered, sending Li Jing staggering to the ground, his heart swelling with dread. What manner of being has Lady Yin given birth to? Enough! Enough! Neza declared. It seems I cannot escape this calamity. I must repay my mother with flesh and my father with bone. Such is the fate of Neza across the myriad worlds. It appears I too cannot elude destiny. Neza picked up the broken sword, prepared to carve into himself. Once accomplished, he would seek retribution from Li Jing. Li Jing was utterly bewildered. What is happening now? Why is this creature turning the blade upon himself? Has he lost his senses? At that very moment, within the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain, the esteemed Tai Zhenren suddenly opened his eyes. Aha! The disciple who shall shield the path from calamity has been born. He then transformed into a beam of azure light, soaring towards Chuntang Pass. Chapter 76. The 12 golden immortals assemble at the Li residence of Chuntang Pass. Neza was poised to wield his sword to repay his father and mother, when suddenly a voice descended from the heavens. Hold on! As the golden light dispersed, a figure appeared, a Taoist clad in ethereal robes, holding a Buddhist whisk, gazing at Neza with eyes gleaming with interest. Spirit Pearl, indeed, you are the one I seek. I am Tai Zhenren from the Golden Light Cave on Mount Qianyuan. My master is the Yuqing sage, Yuan Shi Tianzun, he declared with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Li Jing felt an overwhelming sense of dread at the presence of a disciple of a sage and quickly bowed, inquiring, Might I ask what brings you here, esteemed immortal? Tai Zhenren replied, Neza and I share a fateful bond. I have come today to take him as my disciple. Neza curiously scrutinized Tai Zhenren, his most vivid memory being of the plump figure who spoke in a thick Sichuan accent, exclaiming, You hit me, I hit you, with a mischievous grin. Neza stealthily crept behind Tai Zhenren and leapt, delivering a hefty blow that nearly caused the Tai Zhenren, a being of the great Luo golden immortal realm, to stumble. You rascal! Tai Zhenren exclaimed in anger. Come and chase me. With a swift motion, Neza transformed into a long rainbow, soaring through the air. This is outrageous. Tai Zhenren waved his whisk and pursued him, the two of them weaving intricate arcs through the sky. In truth, despite traversing the realms, Neza held a favorable impression of Tai Zhenren. This mentor had aided him in subduing the Dragon Mother and had helped him reshape his body while involving him in the Fengshen, investiture of the gods. However, after experiencing much, Neza sensed a hint of ulterior motive in the relationship, realizing that their bond was not merely that of a simple master and disciple. Yet even so, he preferred Tai Zhenren far more than Li Jing, vowing to avenge his counterpart in the heavenly realms. Where do you think you're going? Tai Zhenren summoned the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. 9 dragons, ablaze with true fire, ascended into the sky, forming a massive dome meant to refine worldly beings. Neza furrowed his brow and countered with a punch. Boom! A fist infused with Neza's celestial power struck the 9 dragons' divine fire cover, sending it flying. Huh! It seems you lack the qualifications to be my teacher. Perhaps I shall assume the role of your teacher instead. This remark was laced with a hint of provocation. However, at that moment, A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Tai Jinren's eyes. If Neza could not become his disciple to shield him from calamity, what use was there in keeping this troublesome child alive? Channeling the Yuqing celestial arts, he summoned divine thunder, while simultaneously invoking the misting heavenly silk and the universe circle to join forces with the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. Sensing the lethal aura radiating from Tai Jinren, Neza's heart raced, igniting his true fire. Very well. You wish to slay me? Today, I shall send you to the afterlife. Neza transformed into a 3-headed, 8-armed form. Though lacking magical artifacts, his innate power was terrifyingly potent. As his form materialized, his aura surged, astonishingly breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. How is this possible? Tai Jinren was taken aback. How could a newly emerged spirit pearl reach the quasi-saint realm? Neza, with his 3 heads and 8 arms, stood suspended in mid-air, exuding an air of solemnity akin to that of a divine being. With a swift motion, he grasped the 9-dragon divine fire cover, the merging heaven silk and the universe circle, holding them firmly in his grasp. Simultaneously, he lifted his gaze and cast a piercing glare, his eyes radiating golden light, which effortlessly dispersed the jade, clear divine thunder summoned by the Supreme One Tai. How dare you attempt to harm me? Neza seized him, retrieving the fire spear and the golden brick as well. Clad in the merging heaven silk, standing upon the wind and fire wheels, and wielding the fire spear. This was the true configuration befitting Neza. How could you be born a quasi-saint? Neza replied with a cold smile. In the hands of my master, I find being a quasi-saint beneath me. It would be a disgrace to my master. Master? The Supreme One Tai was even more bewildered. Neza had just been born. Where could he have found a master? Could he be referring to the goddess Inwa? You are nowhere near as endearing as the plump Supreme One Tai. Perish. Wretch. Neza brandished his spear, aiming to shatter Tai's skull with a single strike. In that critical moment, the Supreme One Tai shattered a piece of jade, clear talisman, unleashing a torrent of jade, clear celestial energy that propelled Neza back 100,000 jong. The Supreme One Tai hastily performed a hand gesture, calling upon his fellow disciples of Jade Clear for assistance. This Neza was far too formidable. Born as a quasi-saint, it was impossible to accept him as a disciple. To avert catastrophe, the disciples of Jade Clear must be summoned to eliminate him collectively. Boom! 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 The space trembled as numerous time-space passages were abruptly opened. Qi Jingzi approached, questioning, "Who dares to threaten my Jade Clear disciples?" The venerable Manjushri laughed. "Tai, what has caused you such alarm?" Guang Chengzi stepped forward, exuding a celestial aura. Who possesses such audacity? The 12 golden immortals had gathered, representing the backbone of the Chan teaching, and their collective presence exuded an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Especially Guang Chengzi, who, after becoming the teacher of Emperor Xinyuan and reaching the late quasi-saint stage, had become truly remarkable. Tai, what on earth is happening? Guang Chengzi inquired solemnly. The Supreme One Tai pointed toward Neza's distant figure. I have encountered an unforeseen complication in accepting this disciple. He possesses quasi-saint cultivation from birth. Upon hearing this, the other golden immortals furrowed their brows. Their master had informed them that disciples were to be taken to shield the Chan teaching from calamities. Those accepted by others were easily manageable. For instance, Pu Xinjinren took Mu Jia, Manjushri Guangfa Tianzuan took Jin Jia, Daoxing Tianzuan took Wei Hu, Han Julong, and Shui Wei Hu. The disciples they accepted were all quite controllable, but an anomaly had arisen with the Supreme One Tai. Let us first subdue him, Guang Chengzi declared, leading the 12 golden immortals toward Neza. By the heavens! Neza was startled by this imposing array, particularly the one at the forefront, whose aura surpassed his own. I am no fool. I must make my escape. Neza turned to flee, his wind and fire wheels propelling him at an astonishing speed. You wretched beast. Where do you think you're going? Guang Chengzi glared furiously, summoning the overturning seal to crush him. Boom! The space shattered, and a fierce gale roared. Though the heaven-subverting seal is a postnatal spiritual treasure, It is derived from the sacred Mount Bujo and has been meticulously forged by the primordial supreme being, bestowing upon it a power comparable to that of a superior innate spiritual treasure. Neza, narrowly escaping peril, wielded the nine-dragon divine fire hood to shield the crowd, simultaneously hurling a golden brick towards Guang Qingzi. Would he dare to retaliate? Guang Qingzi, infuriated, invoked the jade-pure, celestial method to summon wind, fire, and thunder to strike at Neza, while the heaven-subverting seal collided with the golden brick. A cataclysmic sound erupted as Guang Qingzi ultimately proved to be the more skilled, pocketing the golden brick. In kind, the nine-dragon divine fire hood was also retrieved by Tai Zhenren. Gritting his teeth, Neza dashed desperately towards the pawnshop. Outnumbered by 12 adversaries, he knew he stood no chance. At this juncture, his only recourse was to seek his master's assistance. With a whoosh, he accelerated, traversing countless miles in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, within the pawnshop, Fire Mistress clapped her hands with exhilaration, exclaiming, "Master, the little spirit orb is approaching us." Ice Crystal glanced over, noting there's a group of oblivious pursuers trailing behind him. Lin Xian raised his gaze and replied nonchalantly, "You may handle it." Chapter 77. The Might of the Demon God Help. "Master, save me." Neza cried out in desperation as he fled, disregarding the dignity of the quasi-saint powers, his voice echoing for all beings to hear. Curious heads emerged, only to be startled by the sight of 12 celestial beings from the Chan sect pursuing a mere child. Though intrigued, they dared not meddle in the affairs of the saintly lineage and promptly retreated. The 12 golden immortals were relentless in their pursuit, especially Guang Qingzi, who occasionally hurled the Fanjian seal, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The onlookers held firm confidence in Neza, believing that even amidst uncertainties, he could turn the tide. Their only concern was the identity of the master Neza referred to, who could command such reverence from a quasi-saint. Only Huanglong Zhenren speculated that perhaps it was someone of great significance. If that were the case, the Chan disciples would be in for a spectacle. Although Huanglong appeared to possess modest cultivation, he intentionally lagged behind, anticipating a farcical outcome. Boom! The Fanjian seal descended towards Neza's crown. Should it land, it would surely bring dire consequences, perhaps even severing half of his life. Alarmed, Neza had no choice but to brace himself with his fire spear, the misting silk, and the universe ring. Yet, inexplicably, the treasured seal, forged from the essence of Mount Bujo, halted mid-air, immobile. "Brother, why show mercy to Neza?" Tai Zhenren gritted his teeth. Guang Qingzi's expression suddenly turned icy. It was not out of mercy. Rather, the Fanjian seal was ensnared by some mysterious force, fixed in the air. Guang Qingzi performed a hand seal, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Not only was he unable to command the seal, but he could not even retrieve it. Such an effect suggested that the opposing force's power far surpassed his own. Could it truly be a saint? Perhaps the master of heaven or the goddess Niwa? Would they truly intervene in the affairs of the Chan sect? If so, my master shall address this matter. At that moment, the fabric of space trembled, and 2 women emerged from the portal of time and space. One bore a gaze as frigid as ice, while the other donned fiery red attire. They stood imposing, commanding the very heavens to yield. Neza's heart soared upon seeing them, having encountered Bingpa and Huajijai when he was still the spirit pearl. He felt as though he had found his saviors, plunging into Huajijai's embrace. "Ah, fragrant and soft. Sister," Huajijai responded with a chilling smile. "Now that you are here, no one shall trouble you." The 12 golden immortals, including Guang Qingzi, wore grim expressions, unable to discern the cultivation levels of the 2 women. They could only sense their extraordinary aura, likely indicating they were reclusive deities from the primordial world. However, since they were not saints, there was little to fear. Neza's matter pertains to the Chan sect. I beseech the 2 fairies to exercise discretion. Guang Qingzi bowed, but suddenly his eyes turned icy. His tone cold. "Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Yet Bingpa and Huajijai did not even cast a glance at Guang Qingzi. How could mere ants capture the attention of a demon god? Huajijai casually uttered a single word, "Scorch." though the world remained unchanged. The expressions of the 12 golden immortals shifted dramatically, their faces flushed and beads of sweat cascading down their brows. The 5 organs and 6 entrails, the 3 flowers atop the head, and the 5 energies within the chest, including the primordial spirit, began to ignite. In an instant, the entire body turned crimson, releasing white vapor and rolling upon the ground. Spare us, celestial maiden. We were wrong. We are disciples of the Chan sect, and our master, the primordial heavenly sovereign, is a saint. The fire princess scoffed. The primordial heavenly sovereign? Merely one of the primordial spirits of the great Pangu. What they do not realize is that they have even been subdued by the true Pangu. Fire sister, your flames are truly magnificent. I wish to learn as well, exclaimed Neza, shedding his former chaotic persona and resembling a docile child before the fire princess. Very well, I shall teach you the true fire of the Tao later, she replied with a smile. The 12 golden immortals writhed in agony. Guang Chengzi and Tai Yizhenren were already scorched to half their forms, kneeling on the ground, pleading for mercy. Spare us, celestial maiden. We shall no longer meddle in Neza's affairs. Please, cease your divine powers. It is too hot, and we are on the verge of melting. Oh, Isol remarked with a cold smile. Is it too hot? In that case, allow me to cool you down. With a snap, the searing flames within them vanished. Yet, in the next moment, the Xianbing froze everything. The 5 organs, blood, primordial spirit, breath, and magical power were all encased in ice. The 12 golden immortals transformed into 12 ice blocks, and even the hidden yellow dragon could not escape. Since you all came together, you must bear the same consequences. With a gentle breath, Ice Soul sent the 12 ice blocks into the chaotic currents of time and space, subjecting them to the howling winds and distorted dimensions. All of this was closely observed by the primordial heavenly sovereign. However, the terrifying power radiating from Ice Soul and the Fire Princess rendered him hesitant to act rashly. Could they be the otherworldly demons his master spoke of? Though uncertain, he understood well that even as a saint, it would be wise not to provoke them. He grasped the principle of picking the softest persimmons to squeeze. As for the otherworldly demons, his master was present, and there was also the supreme heavenly sovereign of the 3 realms, Haoyan. Observing the situation patiently was the best strategy. Once the 12 golden immortals were banished into the void, the primordial heavenly sovereign finally made his move, swiftly retrieving them. Employing the jade, clear, celestial method, it took him 3 days and nights to free them from their icy prison. In the small courtyard of the pawnshop, Master, Neza suddenly lunged towards Lin Xian. Without Lin Xian's whims, he would never have crossed the heavens or possessed the powers of Neza across myriad realms. He could not possibly have been born with quasi-saint cultivation, breaking free from the shackles of his original fate. Such enthusiasm made Lin Xian somewhat unaccustomed. His previous casualness had already stirred ripples in the primordial world. He patted Neza, urging him to rise. After all, proximity to the great Tao, saint equated to closeness to the great Tao. This lad must not be allowed to gain too much. Master, I too wish to remain in the pawn shop like my 2 sisters, Neza said pitifully. However, Lin Xian directly shook his head. Initially, the decision to cast the spirit pearl into the myriad realms was to introduce an element of unpredictability, to infuse a sense of amusement into the otherwise monotonous primordial chaos. If Neza were to remain, it would undoubtedly contradict this original intention. While the comforts of the pawnshop were enticing, the vastness of the primordial world held far greater allure. Lin Xian chuckled. With the pronouncement of the great sage, Neza had no choice but to comply. He could only cling to Fire Princess, beseeching her to impart the secrets of the true fire of the Tao. Sister, Neza is pitiful upon stepping out of the pawnshop. He is likely to be pursued mercilessly by that unruly band of the Chan school. His lamentation was so poignant that it nearly brought him to tears. Fire Princess stifled a laugh, gently tapping his forehead. All right, does my sister not suffice to teach you? She led Neza to the backyard, revealing the profound mysteries of the true fire of the original Tao. Before long, boom, a towering pillar of flame surged forth. every flickering flame adorned with Taoist runes. Nothing remained unscathed, nothing remained unburned. Even the most formidable divine abilities would be reduced to nothingness. Chapter 78. Encounter with Guang Chengzi. After the lessons from the Fire Princess, Neza persistently sought the guidance of Bing Pe. Sister Bing Pe, please teach me the profound arts of the Ice Tao. Bing Pe shot him a disgruntled glare, thinking how insatiable this spirit was. Nevertheless, out of respect for her master, she reluctantly acquiesced. After demonstrating a few times, Neza, displaying his quick wit, soon grasped the rudiments. With ice in his left hand and true fire in his right, he unleashed a swirling tempest of ice and fire, evoking the grandeur of reshaping the world's elemental forces. Neza, brimming with excitement, hopped with glee. Armed with such dual mastery of ice and fire, surely he could stride confidently beneath the saints. Having learned from Bing Pe and the Fire Princess's extraordinary skills, Neza then turned his attention to the Ancestor Dragon. The Ancestor Dragon shook his head repeatedly. How could I dare to flaunt my powers before you? Having received the true teachings of two divine beings, although he had attained the status of Dragon Emperor, he remained the least esteemed in the humble courtyard of the pawnshop. After a moment's reflection, Neza concluded that there was indeed little to learn from the Ancestor Dragon. Very well then, could you perhaps provide me with a belt made from your dragon tendons? Neza recalled that in countless realms, every Neza seemed to flay the skin and extract the tendons of a little dragon named Ao Bing. As a super Neza, embodying the powers of all realms, he could not fall behind. The Ancestor Dragon was taken aback. Such a request seemed somewhat unreasonable to him. Is that not possible? Do you know a little dragon named Ao Bing? I shall seek him out. Neza remained undeterred, brimming with eagerness. The Ancestor Dragon sighed, as he did not know of Ao Bing. However, being of the Ao lineage, it was certain that he was a descendant of dragons. The Ancestor Dragon had witnessed Neza's notorious rampage in the East Sea, where even the Dragon King had nearly succumbed to his might. Now, with the combined powers of all realms and the abilities of a divine being, Neza would be a formidable opponent, even for the likes of Zhu Long enough. Enough. Do not venture to the East Sea. I shall grant you a dragon tendon. Reluctantly, the Ancestor Dragon grimaced in pain, extending his hand to pull forth a translucent dragon tendon, which he tossed to Neza. The tendon of the Dragon Emperor reverberated with the echoes of dragon roars, stirring the very heavens and earth. The sheer power of it was enough to prostrate all living beings. Neza proudly tied the dragon tendon around his waist and approached Lin Xian with a swagger, exclaiming, Master, look. Lin Xian shot him a stern glance, followed by a swift kick. Off you go. Neza soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before landing with a thud on the primordial earth. The Ancestor Dragon breathed a sigh of relief. If this unruly demon were to remain, not only the dragon tendons, but even dragon scales, horns, and whiskers would likely be at risk of being lost. In the primordial realm, at the Nine Immortals Mountain, a meteor plummeted, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! It cleaved half of the mountain away. A small child, rubbing his head, stood up amidst the ruins, visibly irked. What a harsh master! Not only did he refuse to impart his skills, but he also kicked me out. However, with his current strength, he felt confident enough to traverse the primordial lands with ease. Neza brushed off the dust from his body as he traversed the craggy cliffs, arriving at an enticing cave entrance adorned with ethereal mist and clusters of extraordinary blooms. The entrance was boldly inscribed with the 3 characters Peach Blossom Cave, a sacred haven